We live in a scientific dictatorship. I fucking hate science. The scientific priest class just brainwashes everyone.
Yeah, he normally doesn't want to do that, though. Normally he wants us to run the moderation for the show, so he just concentrates on his show. So we'll just ask him what he wants to do.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's lots of different ways to make it happen. But I mean, this way too. That
Yeah,
yeah, I guess whatever. I mean, there's
Oh
more
yeah,
than one ways to skin a cat.
yeah. That's true though, because what he does is he actually mutes from his side because he controls what the listeners on YouTube are hearing.
Yeah.
So even though people are talking here, even though they're not muted, they're still muted on his show. So yeah, that's true. He doesn't really need that feature.
I'll say is Joe Biden's my biological father, and he has acknowledged me for the 19 years of my life.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Thank God.
Amen.
There's two types of people in this world: people who follow the correct religion and people who don't. That's what Joe Biden taught me, at least on TV.
Joe Biden's a part of the scientific dictatorship.
Hey guys, if you back out of this page, go to the top of the politics page. You can join the show.
You're not.
No.
No,
He
that
could,
self-disclosure isn't. You're not supposed to ask that. People will disclose if they're not.
Of course, do you have any serious questions or anything to add to the topic? If not, I'm going to put you back down on the audience.
I do have one question.
Yes.
So, how does the horizon work in a flat Earth model?
This is Omega, right? Your original username,
No.
or whatever.
I think Nathan will be opening the show, so we'll just have to wait for a minute, guys.
Yeah, he must be doing this intro. This is like, okay, if you're not Omega, you sound just like him with exactly the same question.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
What do you
I think that
understand? What do you
I
understand?
think
the horizon
Omega
to
might be gay. I think it's where the sun sets and stuff.
Is it where the sky meets the ground?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Is that optical or physical?
Both. Oh, no, it's not physical. It's optical. Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's physical, it'd be the actual location where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, it's an optical thing.
So,
I'm not
Matrix, do you know
saying
how
that.
to bring him up on stage? I know Matrix has dropped.
Fade has his hand up.
You think he's gay?
It's enough
You're
of the
just gonna have
gay.
to be. You're just
Welcome
gonna have to be moved
Flat
down.
Earth Debate live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now, we are joined by One Deck, Refracted Curvature, Neil, and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth Debate Politics Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Hey, welcome, Nathan.
Good morning.
Morning! We're going to have a slightly more condensed version of our politics visit. That is to say that rather than having 4 hours of endless debate where people are yammering over each other and white knights are joining in, we're in a slightly more structured stage, I think it's called, in Discord. As you can probably tell, I'm not particularly familiar, but it means that we'll be more focused but for a more limited time. So we'll do about an hour, as we normally do live anyway. And that'll be it. But in that particular time, if you did have any questions, there is going to be a link going by to the Politics Discord server, as opposed to the usual Flat Earth Debate Discord server, in the YouTube live chat. So the mods will post a link. If you did want to join and ask a question, you'll just have to come in through that gateway rather than the usual Discord gateway. And as I say, there's a stage set up so you can come in, ask your question, and it's all very organised. So hopefully that'll go well. It's pretty much the same format as we did the very first time we joined the Politics Discord server. So we're going to hopefully roll with this from here on forth, as I say, for a more limited time. So while I was doing the intro, was anybody keen to get anything in straight away? Otherwise, we'll just start by chit-chatting.
Yeah, we got Fade as the first caller.
First caller, I love it. Hey caller, Fades. What's your question?
Oh. So my first question is, are you a flat earther?
Yes.
You are okay. I'm just kind of curious about like all of the astronauts that have been to space and claim that the Earth is like spherical. If they're, I guess, if we assume the Earth is flat, they're lying to us or it's some sort of optical illusion. Why would they lie to us?
Okay, there's three things to unpack there. Firstly, it's non sequitur when you suggest that Earth being flat changes the motivation of somebody who's claimed otherwise, because those two things aren't actually connected. Furthermore, when you're asking me to explain their reasoning, why would they lie? I don't have a crystal ball and I can't go into their heads to explain why they would lie. But just by pure
I just want to know
chance,
your interpretation of
I haven't
why they
quite
would
finished
lie.
actually answering you.
Oh, sorry.
But just by pure chance, you've asked a question where, unlike with most that would be in the same fallacious category, you can actually have an answer that I wouldn't necessarily need to give because I just explained that it's fallacious to connect these two things. But by chance, I will state that astronauts who've said they've been to a sky vacuum, which would violate the second law of thermodynamics, the gas we're breathing would fill that space. If they'd gone to it, we'd all be dead. That makes them liars, unequivocally, categorically liars. But there are very few in this arena that I can actually label with that tag of liar. Astronauts are one of them if they've claimed to be in a sky vacuum or travelling to the moon, because there is no sky vacuum to be in. Therefore, they're definitely liars. But I can't answer your question about their motivation as to why they would lie. I just know that they are lying if they've said they've been in a sky vacuum.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Anything else?
That's about it. I'm actually migrating to become a flat earther right now, so I'm just reading a book on it.
Oh, okay. What was the book you were reading?
Yes. Hold on, I have it on Google. Saved. It's called "The World Is Flat" by Thomas Friedman.
Oh,
I don't know if you've ever heard
good
of
luck
that
with that.
before.
I wouldn't normally ask, but I'm 90% there with the assistance of a lot of people around me in finishing my own book, which will be called All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth. And I,
Oh,
without
wow.
blowing my own trumpet, know it's going to be the standard in terms of flat Earth literature to date. There will be no
Oh,
higher
wow.
reference quality. So buy
Yeah.
that when it comes out.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
a
I
really
also
good
think-
book, Fade. I've got that one right here on my desk. I look through it all the time. It's some
Really?
yeah, it's really good stuff in there. Especially if you look on page 313, it breaks down all the different things that basically you use a flat earth for. He says, be sure that you talk about navigation skills, judgment, the ability to find your own wisdom and knowledge, the flow of a fire hose. You know, it does like all these basic things that you do every day that demonstrates a flat earth.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've been reading some of these, like, I've been watching some of these TikToks of people that are flat Earth, and I've noticed a trend that that Zionists seem to be the problem with everything, man. I think it's the Jews that have been doing all of this.
Yeah, let's try stay away
That's
from
not-
the.
Oh,
All right,
that's not-
hail
that's
Satan,
not-
guys! Flat Earth is for retards.
Say again. Missed the last comment.
He's out.
He said flat
Yeah, I
Earth is
think
for
he
retards.
spiraled out of control once he
Yeah.
realized that Thomas Friedman was describing the flat and stationary Earth.
So we have
Ad hominis.
Bart.
Did he stereotype an ad hominis as he left then? I didn't quite catch his last comment.
Yeah, it
Yes,
was
he
really
did.
high pitched, so it's hard to tell whether he was more of a squawk. The next caller is a smart.
He said flat Earth is for retards.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, he's entitled to his opinion. Fair enough.
Hello?
All right. Yep, got you smart.
All right, good. Okay, so I just want to build on to what Fade was saying before about like astronauts lying and stuff. Not exactly about astronauts lying, but more of all the like video evidence and like live footage. And I'm not like a producer. I'm not an editor, but I'm not aware of any way to like edit a live video. And well, right now on YouTube they have a 24/7 live video of the International Space Station. That's like almost always pointed at Earth and is showing that it is a sphere. And yeah, I just wanted your opinion on that.
All the video footage from Narnia. Therefore, Narnia is real.
But that's been shown and proven to be. Are you saying that Narnia is the reason that the Earth is flat right now?
No.
Or what?
So,
No,
hold on, John.
I'm pointing to your logic.
According to your logic, you're saying that if we have a live feed from Narnia, that makes Narnia real. If I've got footage that says live from Narnia, by equivalence...
No, but we know that Narnia is fake
I haven't
because
quite
we
finished
have...
talking. I haven't quite finished answering you. You didn't understand, and I'm expanding on it because you didn't understand the equivalence, so I'm expanding on it.
I'll
No need
answer
to interrupt me.
Yeah,
No need to interrupt me. I haven't finished talking. I'm still in the same sentence. I need to acknowledge it. It's rhetorical. I just need to be able to continue with my sentence that you interrupted. Thank you. By equivalence, Narnia is equivalent to the second law of thermodynamics violation, empty area called a sky vacuum, where this footage would be coming from. An area of volume that the gas we are breathing at high pressure would fill in line with entropic law if it was real. Because we are breathing high pressure gas, there is definitely not a sky vacuum to broadcast live footage from. Ergo, it is instantaneously debunked as fake because it's like taking live footage from Narnia after going through the wardrobe. You can't traverse high pressure gas and enter a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum and film images from there. It's not real. It violates natural law. Outer space, the sky vacuum is fake. So all images and journeys through it are also fake. Immediately.
Are you done? I just don't want to interrupt you. Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I've still not heard how you okay, so you used the second, yeah, okay. So the loss. I still don't know how you're debunking like that there, or like how are they editing it? Like that's what I'm wondering, because Narnia we've seen like I'm not finished.
Okay, you're asking
Narnia.
us about. Okay, I get you. You're saying you still haven't answered about how well the fur coats will protect them from the minus 27 degrees centigrade temperatures. I haven't finished responding to you. There you are saying no.
Me off,
there you are still interrupting through the same sentence, like you did the second time you've done this. Second time, you just need to shut your mouth while I respond to you. Thank you. No, it's like you asking when you say, well, how do they edit the live footage? Like saying, well, how do they manage to make the fur coats suffer the 27 below zero temperatures of Narnia? It's irrelevant. Narnia's not real. It's irrelevant what you claim is the edited footage from Narnia. I mean, sky vacuum. There is no sky vacuum to be taking footage from. It doesn't matter how they lie. The how is irrelevant. They definitely are lying about the area they're claiming to get the footage from. Well, how do they edit it? Who cares? Not filming from a sky vacuum, because we'd all be dead. The gas we breathe would fill the space in line with entropic law. It's not, well, what about the editing? It's about what about capturing the footage in the first place from a place that isn't real.
Okay, yeah, but nobody is claiming that Narnia is a real place. Or, well, I'm sure some like completely crazy person is. But
what? He doesn't understand an analogy, clearly.
Yeah, but no, I'm just trying to.
But people are claiming you're trying to use to a place where gas is not filling, correct? That you can go to a place where gas isn't filling, can you?
Okay, but that's a whole completely different topic that I'm not really
your question about educated from an area that isn't real is not non sequitur. The area that you're asking about the editing is fake. There is no area where gas is not filling where they get the footage. Now, you didn't understand the analogy and started talking about whether or not people claim there's a real Narnia. Well, there might be. Yeah, that's the analogy. The focus is on the place that isn't real, that violates natural law, though, where the footage would have to come from first, then be edited. They didn't get the footage in the first place from that place because that place isn't real. Gas would fill that place. That's it.
Okay, do you know where they got the footage then? Like, can you point me to any NASA recording
studios?
I care. I'm asking about it.
Hey, let me answer you. Do I know where they got the footage? Do I know where they filmed the Narnia footage? Does it matter if it was filmed in the UK or New Zealand? There is no Narnia whether they filmed it in New Zealand or England is irrelevant because there is no Narnia. It doesn't matter where they filmed the fake footage that's definitely fake.
Yeah, okay, but science proves to you that it's not fake. We know where Narnia is recorded, so we know that it's not fake. You haven't gone to space,
John,
so
John, I've got to
you
take
don't.
control of you. John, hold on a second. I've got to take control of my own panel. John, please stop doing that.
What?
A panel member's interrupting you, and I'm stopping him.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, anyways, as I was saying, like, we know where Narnia was recorded, and we know it's fake because we've seen it being recorded. We've seen, like, backstage stuff of it. We haven't ever seen backstage footage of space being faked, or, like, a green screen or whatever.
Non sequitur.
What?
Non sequitur. I've just gone through this with you twice previously. I'm starting to tire of it already. It doesn't matter if I can demonstrate where it was filmed or how it was filmed. If their fraud was seamless, it wouldn't alter my argument against the area that they're claiming to film in. If the sky was a vacuum to take footage from, then the gas you breathe would fill that space in line with entropic law. Ergo, there is no place to film the footage.
Yeah, I know that you're claiming there is no space to film the footage, but 100 million scientists and a ton of research and evidence have been claiming you're wrong since the Greeks. So I don't really know why you keep trying to say that space is fake when there's so much evidence against that. I honestly, when I first got into this,
you skewed baseless assertion with no evidence to back it. There's so much evidence from so many scientists. Yeah, that's a non sequitur appeal to consensus fallacy that doesn't address the second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum and entropic gas dispersion into it. How many people say it's real doesn't alter that gas fills space. Your appeal to consensus is non sequitur. That's two fallacies in one. We move on from this guy because he's just going to offer up. Yeah, we're on to the fourth time I've covered it with him. If he's too stupid to understand, doesn't even understand the bloody analogy, I don't want to go through it 15 times with him. We're on 4 so far. We need to go through it with this guy again. I'm going to start getting irritated with him, calling him stupid. We're already halfway there.
All right, Smart, do you have another topic you want to raise, or was that the only one?
Well, we also got a few other people there.
Yeah, get the other people up. I'm not really educated about, like, second law of thermodynamics. Let's get someone else who is.
All right,
go and look it up. Gas, it's simple. Gas fills space. Like hot goes to cold. It's a law of nature. If you fart, it will fill the room. As gas fills space, it's fairly simple. Now, if the sky was a space for your fart, it would dissipate into it instantly. It doesn't because we're under containment. We're not going to be going to an area beyond the non-containment where gas doesn't disperse into areas. That violates natural law. Gas fills space. Simple.
Albanian, next caller. What do you got?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to ask, what kind of proof would you like to prove that the Earth is round? Like, what would you accept?
What would I? I've already accepted it because it's measured that way.
That the Earth is round.
What measurements do you have for a round Earth, please?
Yeah, sure. We have numerous mathematical equations. Do you want them?
Did you not hear what I asked for? Because it seems like you're asking
me. Yeah,
measurement. Excuse me, I'm talking and you seem to be interrupting immediately. I asked you for your measurements and you told me you'd got numerous calculations. We'll try that once more because you didn't know you are
measurements isn't calculations.
You are interrupting me again. I haven't taken breath. I'm going to reiterate the question that you ignored and changed into a different question and now interrupting my reiteration under much frustration with you still talking. I have not paused, sir. Shut your mouth and listen to the question that will, I assure you, annihilate your fundy religious faith in there being ball measurements. There aren't any. But I'll ask you again for a second time, hopefully without interruption. Could you offer me some ball measurements, please, sir?
Yeah, I can. They're in the mathematical equation.
He's an idiot. Remove him from my presence. He's stupid.
What?
F it up, dick brain. You're stupid. If you don't understand the difference between calculations and measurements that the globe Earth definitely doesn't have, because the inference of a globe Earth is derived, that would be calculated, from the flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Say it once more. Measurements of a flat Earth. 2 stars. That's how the globe is created, with those measurements of a flat Earth. You don't have any globe measurements. You've got derivations and calculations based on the measurements of Earth itself, which is flat. That's what we actually have. That's why I am a flat earther, because that is how Earth is measured. It's also how the globe gets calculated. Right. Your fundy sphere belief is based on the flat Earth measurements. That's why I asked for them. Your globe ones, you don't have, that is. Next.
All right. So next we have, well, we've got Brenda, but I think that we're going to skip that one. We'll go to Nick.
The audience's benefit, we're skipping Brenda because she suggested that I should have my children removed from me. That's why I no longer wish to talk to her. She's scum and doesn't deserve to be in my presence.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey Nick.
So I get there's some animosity, but I'm gonna try to stay positive, and I'm gonna try to be as objective as I can. And I hope that I won't interrupt you, and you won't interrupt me, and that we can have a conversation that hopefully sways one of us, right? No? Okay.
Yeah,
well,
present what you got.
Yeah.
So there's 7 questions on the table. If you want to answer one of those, or do you got something else?
I have many. I would like to start off though with the one that we were just talking about. I think it was the person Nathan Oakley, 1980, that said something about the second law of thermodynamics, right?
Yeah, that's question 7. Gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, great. So maybe I'm uneducated, so help me out. But when I go and look up the laws of thermodynamics, all of them, right? I can't really find the definition that he mentions, right? It's an interpretation of entropy, and I appreciate that, but I can't really verbatim see the one that was listed. So my issue is this, right? The second law of thermodynamics does talk about pressure gradients, or rather entropy, right? But you could interpret that with pressure gradient, sure. But the problem is it very clearly lists an isolated system, right? And I think that was left out purposefully, because Earth is not an isolated system, and you should be aware of that. And if you think that it is the case that it is an isolated system, I would like to hear why. So I guess that would be the first point. Because if you're going to use that as a segue point to say, well, it invalidates any space travel, then you should be able to defend the claim that it's an isolated instance, right? So yeah.
You done?
Yeah.
All right, I don't have any positive claims to make about the sky. My pointing out the laws of nature that dictate that gas fills space is my overcome to a positive claim that the sky is a vacuum. Beyond that claim that I assume you would make as a zealot believer in the globe, I don't have any claims in that regard, so I don't see any need to defend anything in that regard. What's that you say? Isolated something or other? Sorry, prove your sky's a vacuum. That's a positive claim you make, not me. Just to be clear.
Right. I don't know if you misunderstood my question. The first one was, could you read out the definition of the second law of thermodynamics you are invoking, right, as a counter, right? So that would be the first one, which you haven't done. And then the second one, was to defend the claim that it's an isolated system. Well, I'm going to say, sure, you're perhaps not bringing up the claim, but if you're bringing a counterclaim, then you have to defend that in much the same way that you have to defend an original claim, right? And since I'm joining in right now, I think that was... Hey, wait, I don't know why you're interrupting. I thought we had an agreement.
You told me that I need to address your point. You've reiterated it, and now I'm going to suggest that no, even though I don't have a positive claim to make about the sky, if you're suggesting that, as per my rebuttal, gas does not fill space, and perhaps you could give me a demonstration that counters my rebuttal, as opposed to challenging me to prove something about isolated systems when I don't have a positive claim in that regard. The positive claim on the table is that the sky is a vacuum. My rebuttal is gas fills space. If you say no, gas does not fill space, show me gas not filling an area of volume, please.
And while I appreciate the strawman argument, that's not what happened. So what I did say, and I don't know why I got muted, right, is I'm okay with you not doing what I asked you to, but if your counter to space being real is the invoking the second law of thermodynamics and invoking the term natural law, right? You said natural laws. I'm presuming you're talking about natural law, right? Or laws of nature, you said. So you used the wrong again, but it's okay. I'm assuming that's what you're invoking. Even those, right, are just human made. Now, they're thought to be something that exists outside of us, right? But that hasn't been proven at least to my knowledge, right? So if you're saying, well, essentially I don't have to defend that claim, but you're at the same time invoking it as a scientific sort of backbone that has any weight, I'm just going to say your argument against space is just as good as a nuh-uh, and that's not a conversation that I can really engage in. So yeah, that's too bad. I thought you were better, so.
Well, that's an ad hominem attack in lieu of an actual argument. Now, gas dispersion is a widely demonstrated fact. Would you like me to go and get you a university professor demonstrating gas filling an area of volume in line with entropic law in a university lecture about entropic law as per the second law of thermodynamics? Would you like me to demonstrate gas filling space? Because I can easily do that.
No, that's not what
why would you be interrupting me, I wonder,
because
triggered
I thought you were
zealot?
done.
You can't overcome a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum claim that you have in the affirmative. It would seem that you'd be interrupting me at the point that I say, no, you haven't overcome anything I've said with your nonsense, waffle and word salad. That doesn't overcome the fact that gas fills space, and I can easily demonstrate that fact as per the description in the second law of thermodynamics of gas filling space, which is precisely what it does always. That's the description of it. It's called entropy. Now, if you say that no, gas doesn't fill space, the space that I say the sky is, then you need to show me gas not filling space. Third time I've said it. I got a load of waffle and nonsense and word salad in response to the third repetition. Let's see how I go on this time. Show me gas not filling a vacuum, please. I can prove gas fills a vacuum. I can show it. University lecturers demonstrating it. So that's not going to be hand waved by you, because it's easily demonstrable. Meanwhile, that disproves the sky is a vacuum, because as per the demonstrations that the university lecturers give, gas fills vacuums. So unless you can show otherwise, sky vacuum debunked, gas would fill it as per the university lecturers and demonstrations of exactly that. Gas fills vacuums. The sky isn't one. The gas we're breathing would fill it. You haven't overcome that.
Yeah, I actually don't even have to overcome that because it's a different topic. I mentioned this at the beginning, so I'm real perplexed of how you missed it, but I'm going to try to talk slow, and I hope you get it this time, right? So this is when you talk about a closed system, and I try to get out of you if you understand what the difference between a closed system and an open system in relation to entropy, right? But it's apparent you don't. So no, I don't need to see a closed system demonstration of how entropy behaves with gas pressure gradient. No, I don't need that because that's not the topic. What I am needing actually is burden of how would evidence suffice in a flat Earth narrative, right? So if you say, well, any claim made can be debunked by, say, second law of thermodynamics, right? Then you have to defend the second law of thermodynamics in an open system. And when it's proven to be violated, you should engage with that, right? If you're going to say, well, the only thing that I can take of value...
Stop him from telling me what I'm going to say, please.
Is the argument in itself...
telling you what I'm going to say before I've said it? Could you stop him? I don't need telling what I'm going to say. If you're going to say something that completely ignores what I've previously already addressed, I'll speak slower. In a flat Earth context, end quote, I don't have a claim. Perhaps you're stupid or deaf, as this is the second time I have addressed this also. No sky claim from me, dum-dum. You claim vacuum, gas fills vacuums. We'd be dead if the sky was one. What's my proof in rebuttal? The law of nature demonstrated by university professors in lectures about the second law of thermodynamics, where they demonstrate unequivocally this description of gas behaviour, where it fills a vacuum. Gas fills vacuums. Space debunked. Your word salad and ignorance of my lack of claim doesn't overcome the second law. Furthermore, your attempted obfuscation and non sequitur about closed and isolated systems has no bearing on the fact that gas fills vacuums. It's not a rebuttal, it's word salad. Fourth time, I'm pretty sure I don't want to do it a fifth, unless he's got anything else. The sky is not a vacuum. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas we breathe would fill the space in line with entropic law as demonstrated. No overcome has been offered because there isn't one. He's not going to alter that gas fills vacuums. It's a law of nature. But the sky's not one. A vacuum. Like they claim they get these images from space from. They don't. It's all fake. It violates the second law of thermodynamics because gas fills vacuums. Simple. Done.
Great. So again, I will say this, right? It's apparent that we're not going to progress in this part.
Okay, we're gonna go next caller.
Okay. Yep. I think we should go to Reggie. She's been waiting a while there and
Smart.
coming in and out. We've already spoken to Smart.
All right, Reggie. Welcome to the channel or the call.
Reggie.
Hi. I don't really have a question about like the facts. What I'm curious about is
Can't hear her.
what you
Too
think.
quiet.
What you think
Can't
the
hear
point is of all this?
You get closer to your mic. I can't really hear you.
What do you think the point of this is? Like, why does every government feel the need to like conspire to keep this big secret or lie going on? Like, what's the point?
I don't know. It's an appeal to motivation fallacy.
I'm just curious what your perspective is on it.
Did you hear what my response was?
Yeah, I'm just curious what your ideas about
Could you
it are.
repeat? Could you repeat my response? What was
You're
my
a real
response?
asshole. Like, you're so mean.
I'm just asking you to repeat my response. Could you do that or not?
No, I heard what you said. I am asking.
What did I say?
I'm just curious about your thoughts on it. Is that okay? Am I not allowed to
What was
ask
my
that?
I've given you my thoughts on what you asked
Okay,
me, and
thank
I'd like you to repeat them so I can acknowledge that you actually heard me and understood what I said in response, because you don't seem to be acknowledging what I actually said. I'll repeat it now. Are you listening?
No, she
No,
left.
she's
She left on her
she's
own.
left. Yeah.
Okay. No worries. I'll just summarise. It was an appeal to motivation fallacy. She was unprepared to address her fallacious reasoning and instead reiterated her question that was the same appeal motivation fallacy. Okie, thank you for that. Reggie.
All right, we got Geeks.
All right.
Hey man, you sound pretty upset. Like, why are you so pissed off?
Oh, geeks, come on, man.
You could
We
do
just had
better.
a discussion about this. We
You
don't
could
want to
do
throw
better
you
than
back
that,
in the
Geeks.
audience, dude.
Pull
I'm
a
just,
mulligan.
I'm
Hey,
just
Geeks.
checking to see why this guy, what's his?
Yeah, Geeks, pull a mulligan. Start it over. Okay, you got your little jab in. Now,
It's
now
all right.
use this.
Can I just counter that? Earth is measured flat and outer space is fake. The entire world is under the misapprehension that they're standing on a spinning water ball flying through a sky vacuum that has been derived from measurements of a flat plane with respect to a parallel plane of the lights in the sky we use to navigate the flat Earth that we measured. So, just so there's some counterbalance to the ad hom fallacies that I seem to get consistently, I'll just point out that Earth's measured flat. And anybody with a globe belief who is here has their globe faith based on those flat Earth measurements. Just want to be the antidote to the ad homs and stupidity that I seem to suffer.
Sure. Listen, Ned Oakley, you seem really pissed off. Okay, you seem upset.
You get rid of this guy, please. Thank you.
Okay, so we got Flat Earth Ranger.
I just have two things to say. Basically, these people's feelings are connected to the ball and they aren't listening. They aren't absorbing what you are saying. That's number one. Number two, is there going to be a live text chat for the audience?
Yes, there is. It's just above the room. Flat Earth questions.
Here, I'll tag
Love
you
it.
so you can find it.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's funny though, isn't it, guys? It's funny that they're coming in. We're after their, supposedly globe proof. And we've had nothing whatsoever to do with that. With the 3 or 4 people who've been in, it's to do with gas pressure, appeal to authority, and just ad hominem attacks. Where's the curvature measurements? Come on, Globers.
Well, let's
Into
give
my eyes.
Smart another
Look around
go.
the eyes, look into the eyes. I've got calculations.
I think Smart dipped out earlier because he didn't understand entropy, but he's back in. He seemed to be not too bad last time, so we'll give him another crack. He might have a different question this time.
Hey, Crit, can you tag me real quick to that? I don't see it either.
Yeah, no
Hello.
problem.
All right, yeah, I'm back. I did just go and look up a bit about what you just said. Nobody asked about the gas filling a vacuum stuff, and well, what I'm seeing here.
Space. Gas filling space.
What?
Gas would
what
fill.
Yeah. What I'm seeing here is that on Earth and on other celestial beings, it doesn't because of gravity. So I was just wondering what you wanted to say about that.
Where are you seeing that?
When I look it up.
Oh,
I can show. Hold on.
I'm slightly confused. Sorry, where do you observe with your eyes gas not filling vacuums because of gravity? I mean, where do you observe this with your eyes?
On Earth. When I look up at the sky.
No. That's a begging the question fallacy. You're saying, I suggest the sky is a vacuum. What's your evidence? Look at the sky. I say it's a vacuum. No. If it was a vacuum, the gas we're breathing would fill that area of volume. If you suggest that because you've Googled it, they say, no, the sky really is a vacuum and gas just doesn't fill it. Yeah, that's surprising that the heliocentric rhetoric that's 500-year-old Copernican Roman Catholic Church nonsense about being on a ball after measuring Earth flat to create that model. I say model. I'm going to have to adapt my language. That mathematical extrapolation from flat Earth measurements of a ball in a sky vacuum, it would violate the natural law that is gas filling space. I appreciate that there's lots of lies you were raised in them, but that doesn't alter what we observe to be true, and there's the laws of nature that describe things that occur always, like gas filling vacuums. That's a law of nature. It's what occurs always, in spite of what your religious texts tell you online. We don't observe that. Unless you can show me gas not filling a vacuum, I'm going to go with the law of nature that gas always does that. Therefore, the sky is not a vacuum, in spite of you going, look, I believe that that's an area with men floating around in it, and it's a vacuum and gas just isn't filling it. No, that's a violation of natural law, you pointing at the sky and just telling me it's a vacuum. It's still a violation of that same natural law.
Okay. Okay, so you're asking me to prove that gas doesn't fill a vacuum, right?
You won't do it. It's a violation of the law of nature. Yes, I'm confirming that I'm asking you to violate a law of nature to prove that the sky is a vacuum. Yes, to prove the sky is a vacuum, you'll have to prove that you can violate a law of nature. That's correct. Can you violate that law of nature and show me gas not dispersing into areas of volume in line with the entropic law of nature known as the second law? Can you show me that to save your sky vacuum belief?
Well, I can't really show you that on Earth because that's where I'm claiming that it's happening right now.
Because it doesn't happen, and your appeal to, I could show you if I went out to the area that they lie to me about. You're not going to do that, though. It just violates natural law, and you just believe that there's an area you could go to. You're not. It's just the magical men in the sky vacuum with their suits that stop the gas there breathing from filling the vacuum in their spacesuits, but they look back on an Earth without a spacesuit on it. And that gas isn't filling the area that they need to protect themselves from. Yeah, that's garbage and a violation of the natural law known as the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, okay. Right now I'm just getting, I'm just thinking of the prove a ball, water on a ball spinning arguments. That's what I'm getting from this right now, because because the problem is you want me to prove that gravity, which I'm claiming is that it's gravity that is holding the gas down on Earth. You want me to prove that doesn't happen, or that does happen on Earth?
No, I did not ask you for that. You've come along and suggested that when you assume gas doesn't fill space, the reason is because of gravity. Well, first show me that gas doesn't fill space, and then we'll figure out what's causing that gas to not fill space. No, gas will always fill space. Gas doesn't go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash with gravity. Gas expands at a high rate of speed in whatever direction it's traveling. Gravity, in 109-year out-of-date rhetoric, is a downward bias with respect to the center of Earth. It's a force. In current vernacular, as per Einstein 109 years ago, it's a bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time and is not a force. So regardless of which gravity you choose to pick, gas does not go down, and pseudo-space-time bending doesn't have a force to do anything to gas. Meanwhile, gas fills space, always. It's a law of nature. Are you saying it doesn't because of my appeal to bent space-time, or because of my appeal to out-of-date, incorrect Newtonian forces of down? When gas is not going down, it comes out of the ground and goes up. Gravity debunked in all respects. Even though I didn't need to, it's non sequitur the fact that there's a law of nature being violated if the sky's a vacuum. I've addressed your non sequitur even though I didn't need to of gravity.
Yeah.
Right, that's enough for you.
No, wait, I got one more thing. You keep saying that gas doesn't go down, which is just not true, because you can observe when liquid nitrogen is exposed to air, it goes down. That's because heat rises and cold it doesn't. And space is really, really cold. So
okay, sorry, can you show me the liquid nitrogen factories in
hold
the
on,
sky, please? Excuse me, I'm still asking a question to
That's not really a real question.
It seems I'm being yammered through before I've even attempted.
But you're
to
not
debunk
asking a
this
real.
stupid crap. No, he's never going to shut up. Stupid man. Are there liquid nitrogen factories in the sky pouring gas down upon us? Where would this gas be produced, pray tell?
I'm not claiming that there's liquid nitrogen. The liquid nitrogen is not the point.
Did you not hear my question? I didn't ask you what you weren't claiming. I said, given that your claim is that liquid nitrogen go down, go boom, boom, you're going to show me where it's produced in the sky and coming down. Like rain. Can you do that?
I'm not sure there's been an experiment of that. I can look it up for you.
Is it a no? Or is it a question about whether or not we're applying scientific validity to phenomena that I'm not describing?
No,
Does
but I'm
gas
not.
go down, go boom, boom? Is there liquid nitrogen factories in the sky? I just need a no, because there aren't. Then I'll make my conclusion when you, who keeps yammering through me, the one annihilating his stupid garbage, feels that he needs to talk while he's shown how stupid he is. There aren't any liquid nitrogen factories in the sky pouring gas down. All gases are produced at ground level, and all gases, in order for them to be amongst all other gases, must come from the ground and go up, without exception. There are no gases going down, go boom, boom from sky factories, in spite of your attempts to manufacture a circumstance where you introduce a high concentration of gas into already existing gas pressure. That means that we've already got existent gas pressure. Where did we get the existent gas pressure from in the first place? If the sky's a vacuum, you can make this demonstration. We need to be at pressure first. And if the sky's a vacuum, in spite of this la-la-land non-sequitur red herring that we're going along for some reason, we've got to, overcome to the fact that if we had a sky vacuum, we'd have absolutely no gas whatsoever. Because the very first gas particle that came out of the ground would bugger off into the sky vacuum. For my audience, let's pretend this is the bullshit world of sphere Earth in a sky vacuum 3 bazillion years ago, and there's no gas. The very first particle comes out of the ground and buggers off into a 10 to the minus 17 torr sky vacuum to be never seen again. We'd never develop pressure. This clown shoes is asking me about, in the existent pressure that doesn't overcome the fact I've got a belief in a sky vacuum. What happens if I introduce artificially some liquid nitrogen into already existent gas pressure? Who cares? Naturally, all gases are produced at the ground, so there are no exceptions. If the sky was a vacuum, we'd still all be dead. La la land over. Non sequitur defeated.
Okay, so you're putting words in my mouth, because I never once claimed that there's actually liquid nitrogen going up in the atmosphere. I use that as a point that gas doesn't always go up. yeah, liquid nitrogen can go up, even though it's really, really cold, and it goes down. If it's disturbed by a different force, it can go up, and it might even stay up.
He's ignoring my actual rebuttal. He's ignoring my
No,
rebuttal.
but your
and
rebuttal is
focusing on
so
the non-sequitur.
stupid.
So he's
Your rebuttal
ignoring my
is
rebuttal.
liquid nitrogen
Will you
factories
stop
in the
him?
sky.
Will you stop him? He's completely
Shut
ignored
him.
my
That's what
actual
you're saying.
rebuttal and is now focusing on the non-sequitur I took apart. Your non-sequitur's not going to get debated about. Gas-filled space. The sky is not a vacuum. I don't want this la non-sequitur to be reiterated when I've just taken a giant steaming dump on it. Gas-filled space. Your argument about introduction of liquid nitrogen into already existing gas pressure is not an overcome to your claim the sky is a vacuum, because we'd all be dead. We couldn't make this non sequitur example. Okay, I don't want you to discuss the non sequitur for a third time. Gas fills space. Outer space has been debunked. Violation of natural law. Let's not have a third rendition of your non sequitur discussion about introduction of liquid nitrogen. It's been dealt with. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, no, I don't. This is not a fun debate. You're just screaming.
Well, it was lovely talking to you. Your space sky vacuum's fake. It's a violation of natural
okay.
law in spite
Whatever
of your
you-
invocation of a gas go down, go boom, boom gravity. That didn't work. It was completely non sequitur. You needed your example to take place in existing gas pressure that we wouldn't have if the sky was a vacuum. So outer space is fake. Thank you for trying, though. Yeah, you've got a fundy faith in something that violates natural law. On you go.
Does he
All
have
right,
a
next
citation that gravity overcomes the second law of thermodynamics?
No, he definitely won't.
Right out the gate. He said he's seen it. Where'd you see it at?
Just lied.
He's gone now. He can't hear. Yeah. He's been booted off the stage, QE, but he's seen it. He's seen it occurring with the
One
Earth.
sec, AJ. Just 1 sec.
Just 1 second, AJ. From Tech Target, a gas has no fixed shape or volume. The atoms or molecules that make up the gas fill the container that holds them. Gas expands until it is uniformly distributed throughout the container, even in the presence of gravity. If not confined to a container, a gas will disperse into space. End the citation.
Even with the
That's
la
just
land of bent pseudo force space time that affects nothing with no force, it's still going to fill space. Space is still fake. There is no outer space sky vacuum. There's no images from space. There's no moon travel. There's no Mars travel. Everything that is claimed to come from an area of volume gas is not filling, that's outer space, a sky vacuum, is fake. And all men who claim to have been to it are liars.
And Mr. Isolated System, your little wiki bagak, doesn't know what the second law of thermodynamics is. From Professor Caustic. Second law of thermodynamics is universal and valid without exception in closed and open systems, in equilibrium and non-equilibrium, in inanimate and animate systems, that is, in all space and time scales. Useful energy, non-equilibrium work potential is dissipated in heat and entropy is generated. End of citation. Got another question for Mr. Isolated System. The second law of thermodynamics is a natural law. There are no isolated systems in nature. Are you saying the second law of thermodynamics, a natural law, only applies to systems that are not found in nature? Nick, the dick. Is that what you're saying, clowns?
Time for a couple more questions if there's anybody else out there. Maybe 10, 15 minutes more.
Regis is the next caller.
Yeah, hi. So the second law of thermodynamics is about entropy going from the systems going from lower to higher entropy, and energy equalizing and dissipating. Gravity, as observed, counteracts this to some extent. It doesn't literally decrease entropy, but it does. Because of the existence of gravitational potential energy, it's lost when objects are caught in gravity wells.
You missed define entropy with citation, please.
Define entropy. He transfers in systems from areas of higher heat to lower.
He's not asking you to describe it. He's asking you to cite it.
Cite it, like where I got that definition from.
Yeah, with quotes around it, so we can read it verbatim.
Okay.
He only gave half the definition, by the way. There's classical thermodynamics, which you just stated, and then molecular thermodynamics. You don't know what entropy is. You're a wiki parroting pretender clown.
Okay.
Simple.
Yeah, I haven't heard
think you
anything
Googled that
speculative on this
nonsense.
idea at all.
I mean,
You just wiki Googled that nonsense. It's the first one that came up, right?
Okay.
I know what you did.
I know this is.
I've only joined just to give one citation.
All right, there's the definition. Would you please provide your definition after reading mine?
It's not
Well, my
our
definition is
Sorry,
what entropy is.
Everyone stop for a second.
Hang on,
We're gonna-
guys.
Adam wants to
Where
add
did
one
you
thing.
drop that,
Before he
Regis?
does,
The flat Earth questions, chat.
everyone just chill. Stop talking. That means chill. Stop. Right. Adam's got something to add. Furthermore, this is fun and all, going through the description of entropic law, but gas fills space. You know, how we bandy the description we have ascribed in our language is irrelevant. Gas will always fill space. That description describes things that occur always. The description's irrelevant. What occurs always? Gas filling space, debunking the sky vacuum. So fun though this is and all, I'm not interested in debunking or arguing about second law of thermodynamics misapprehensions. Gas fills space. Who cares beyond that? Outer space is
Well,
fake.
the second law of thermodynamics doesn't describe the process of gas filling space. It describes the process of higher entropy to lower entropy in systems.
Really? So if I get a university professor to describe how it is precisely that with a demonstration of gas filling a vacuum as his example when he describes the second law, would you eat your words and say how wrong you were?
No. I mean, that's an example.
Well, then I
of the
don't need
second
to
law.
talk to you anymore. If you wouldn't concede when a university professor gives a lecture on the fact that you're wrong, and you wouldn't accept that, then I don't need to talk to you anymore, do I? Adam, go ahead.
Okay, so just in addition, I'm giving citation. So this is Professor of Chemistry, Edward E. Mason, my favourites of the week. The remarkable feature of gases is that they appear to have no structure at all. They have neither a definitive size nor shape. If you knew about gas behaviour, you'd know why he sarcastically uses the word remarkable there. We're in this stage. There's a reason professors use words like that. They're being sarcastic because people come to the table with nonsense where they ignore what they learned when they were 12 years old, which are the basics of gas behaviour. It will fill a space, given that the space is available. Simple as.
So if there was a massive available space above our head that men fly to the lights in, we'd all be dead because the gas would be filling it. It isn't, therefore there is no sky vacuum.
Gravity resists. Gravity resists it.
Why is it my conclusion? You already conceded that even if I showed you a demonstration from a university professor giving a lecture, you wouldn't accept it. Now you think you can yammer through me? Get lost.
Because that's too small of a system to demonstrate the effect of gravity.
Your time is done, but you think that what? You're going to obfuscate the fact of the law of nature that describes gas filling your fake sky vacuum with men in it? All that matters is that gas fills sky vacuum. But there isn't one. That's the only pertinent point. You want to barney on about how we don't understand the second law description of gas filling space. Gas fills space. There's no sky vacuum. Endless non sequiturs and concession that you wouldn't even accept me giving you a university lecture talking about and physically showing that happening. You said you wouldn't accept it even then. You're useless. You're a zealot. In the face of obvious demonstrations in physical reality, you deny them. Why? Because it undermines your faith in a sky vacuum with little men in suits. Have to abide by this law, otherwise they wouldn't be breathing. Oh, well, they need a spacesuit, otherwise all the gas that they're breathing would fill the sky vacuum. But they can look back on Earth without any containment. You're all delusional. You think we want to argue about the second law with you? No. Your space sky vacuum's fake, and you've got lots of liars that lie to you about it, and you've all fallen victim to it, and think that the best way to go about undermining our debunking of your religion is to discuss the law of nature that describes that fact. No. Sky vacuum's fake. There are no men in the space that you thought you had when you were growing up. There's no trips to the moon. There's no trips to Mars. Elon Musk's lying to you. Neil Armstrong lied to you.
We already went over fairy tale gravity and its reaction with the second law of thermodynamics. Oh, we already did that.
Come on, one more
Yeah,
question.
he didn't listen.
5 more minutes.
Well, how can you disprove gravity? Actually,
I don't have
I
to.
thought we already did that. Can we go down the gravity road now?
you provided no counter argument to gravity. You just said it doesn't exist.
Okay, no worries. Stop. Hold on.
Citation in direct response to your nonsense, but we can go down gravity road. Which
Why?
gravity are you talking about?
Why? We don't need to go through gravity. It doesn't change that gas fills space and the sky vacuum's debunked. Do you think this non sequitur?
Quite literally the entire reason.
To you, and there's him yammering through me. What a shock! Do you think this immediate hand wave of what I've just covered, literally 3 minutes ago? No, this is non sequitur. Talking about gravity's got nothing to do with the outer space sky vacuum being debunked. Gas would fill it. What's that? You want to talk about gravity instead of a concession of how fake your sky vacuum is? Oh, no, I won't allow that. No, gravity's completely non sequitur. QE just covered that a couple of minutes ago also. Even in the presence of gravity, maybe you weren't listening. Making you deaf or stupid, who cares? Yeah, your space vacuum, your place where men go, that's still fake, regardless of your desire to talk about something else that's not real, that's gravity. Who cares? Space is fake. Outer space
Do
is
they
not a
want to
vacuum.
hear it again?
Anything else? We've got a couple more minutes.
target.
Hold on, QE. Anybody else got a new question?
Yeah, we got.
We have huge Jazz in the with his hand up here as well. So if we want
This
to finish
peanut
with
gallery has
Regis,
been
we
quite
can.
entertaining.
Oh, there we go.
You're the poster child.
Huge
of it.
Jazz.
Hello.
Hello.
Right. So I had a question for Nathan. I had two questions actually. So I just want to understand you guys' beliefs a bit more. So this downward acceleration that we feel, towards the ground, why do you guys think that happened?
Why do we didn't claim that does happen?
You guys don't think that there's a downward acceleration?
Three friggin' words cross my lips and he's immediately talking. What a shock. As he's just immediately interrupted me after 3 words, I'm going to berate this idiot. Shut your mouth, idiot, while I answer you, you dumbass. That means don't respond. That was rhetorical also. No, gas doesn't go down. Maybe you haven't been listening for the last 45 minutes. Gas isn't going down. Are you going to show me nitrous oxide friggin' factories in the sky? No, you are not. Gas is produced at ground level. It expands out and up away from the ground when it's produced naturally. If you're going to give me any examples of non-natural circumstances where you introduce gases into already existing gas pressure, I won't give a toss. Gas doesn't go down. You ever experienced a puddle of your own fart? No, you have not. When you fart, it dissipates throughout your home, letting everybody around you know how stinky and dirty you are. Okay, dirty man, with your dirty farts that don't form puddles. Gas fills space. You think things go down? Oh, really? Have you never seen a cloud?
Can I go now? Okay, so if you had a box.
Hear my question. Are you deaf or stupid? Have you seen a cloud?
No, to answer your question.
So you're
But
blind and sheltered, so you're a man who's stuck in a basement playing video games. You've never seen a cloud, dum-dum.
I thought you said, have you seen a cloud go down? I thought that
Have
was a
you
bit- Anyway.
seen a cloud 3rd times a charm?
Yes.
So all things go down, do they, dum-dum?
No.
No,
But why?
that would
No,
be your
but why?
stupid zealot religious belief that you're now yammering through the annihilation.
Okay.
Shut your
Okay, can I-
mouth. Shut your
Can I
mouth while you
rephrase
get
the question
berated
then?
for your stupidity, dum-dum. Doesn't mean keep talking as I show how stupid you are. You've failed to see the clouds above your stupid head. Yeah, that makes you a buffoon who can't keep his mouth shut. A buffoon who talks idiocy. Asks me about all things going down. What a clown. What a globe-believing numpty. Can't even notice the clouds and feels he needs to chant through the annihilation of his own stupidity.
Okay, can I
Belligerence in the
rephrase the
face of
question then?
stupidity. Pure belligerence in the face of his own dumbass stupidity. No, dum-dum. We've got clouds. You asking me why all things go down? That makes you stupid. My name's
Okay,
Nathan Oakley,
let me
and
fix my
I'm
wording
calling
then.
you stupid. All you can do
That
is
was a
you're
stupid
demonstrably
question.
shown to be stupid is yammer through. A
Okay,
fact's
are you
being
done?
laid out for you that you can't even notice the clouds above your own stupid head. You think that means it's your turn to talk through me? No, dumb globe-believing numpty idiot. You're just not very observant when you ask me why all things go down, now are you? That makes you retarded. Why would you be asking such a stupid question? Oh, I know why, ladies and gentlemen. He's a globe believer. He's got his Dunning-Kruger deflector shields up while I'm asking him if he's seen clouds 3 times. And then he sniggers when he goes, well, yeah. Yeah, I see those things in the sky, debunking my stupid claim I asked you about. Okay, dum-dum. Enjoy the beration by me, Nathan Oakley, a flat earther demonstrably proving your stupidity. Thank you for trying. Better luck next time. Time for one more? No, I think we haven't. We're out of time. First of all, though, I'm going to say a massive, huge, enormous thank you to today's Politics Discord server moderation and, of course, all the public participants who joined in that Politics server. Hopefully there'll be a link from my own moderation team in the YouTube live chat so you can join that server, which is epic when it's run to this type of efficiency it has been today. So, again, a huge thank you to the Politics Discord mods. I'm so made up, as you can probably tell by the big smile on my face. Of course, a massive thank you to all of you in my Nathan Oakley 1980 live stream. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to today's G Plus panel and the Discord server for making today's live show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
All right, good job, guys. We're opening the channel back up down below. You'll see the Flat Earth channel will be, the stage will be closing, and you'll be able to rejoin down there.
Woohoo!
T-Dub's got the, okay, both Radwin and T-Dub are down there.
Yeah. Will you be joining us in the other room, Nathan?
Yeah. Well, can you move me in? Do you know how to do that?
See if I can do it.
Or just have to click on the other room, and then I'll move in. Let's see. Yes, if I can get in there and figure it out, I'll get in there. That was great, though. Oh, I'm so made up with how that show went. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. If you can still hear me, AJ. Where the hell is Flat Earth 24/7?
Problems.
So here we go. Flat Earth 24/7 Flat Earth.
That's the one. All right, we'll close out the stage. Crit.
Yeah, I got it.
Cool.
How do you feel about that then?
Yeah.
You think that's possible?
Yes, because it's not right next to a vacuum. It's sort of a slow pressure gradient. I mean, you can even use a very sensitive barometer at the top of the room you're in and the bottom of the room you're in. You can see there's a difference in pressure. So we manifestly know that gas does not fill all of the space of a container equally.
Matthew, can you show us the vacuum without the chamber, please?
It doesn't fill it equally, but it does fill it, right?
It fills
Yeah,
it, but
and
not
gas
equally.
dissipates
Right.
space too.
There's a
So
slight
gas
downward
fills
bias due to
volume.
the weight of the air.
See, so it's kind of like a delta X argument where it just doesn't fill it equally, but it definitely fills the volume, regardless of whether or not it's equal. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So gas would fill the volume of space, then we'd all be dead. Oh, it wouldn't fill it equally. Yeah, but we'd still all be dead.
No.
Yeah, I mean, there's parts of the claim of a sky vacuum that are very far away. Obviously, they're not going to have the suffocating dissipation of gas equal over in the million-mile away bit in the fantasy world of sky vacuums and balls in space. So it's not going to be equal, like Matthew's saying. We'd still all be dead because gas would dissipate into that volume, just not equally. We'd still be dead.
Yeah,
Gas
most
would
of
still
it's
fill
within
the sky
100
vacuum.
miles.
Hello.
So at 100
Yeah, man,
miles away, gas doesn't fill space.
it does. I mean, space isn't completely empty. There are still like a few particles that are roaming around.
Yeah, it's called
Yeah,
space.
there wouldn't be any.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be any on the ground level though. We'd all be dead. You know, we'd all be suffocating, like in that scene in like what is it? Total Recall. You know, where they're on the surface of Mars choking because the gas isn't there to breathe. But if the sky was a vacuum, like in pictures of Earth next to black areas, that would be the black area, and there's high pressure gas next to it in those photos. Obviously, fake photos. You can't have high pressure right next to a vacuum. That's ludicrous. We'd all be dead if that was a real picture of Earth from a place that doesn't exist, because the gas would be filling it rather than you being able to look back on high pressure gas that's not filling space. Like in your spacesuit. You're in your spacesuit pretending you're in an area that doesn't exist. But you need the spacesuit so gas doesn't escape from your suit into the area of volume. But Earth don't need that spacesuit. You can take pictures of that gas not filling space, violating natural. Nah, it's all bollocks. Yeah,
Okay, can I just ask you? Let me just ask you, what do you actually believe? Because I don't believe that I have heard you say what it is you believe. You've only tried to argue about what
and
we
avoid
believe.
them at all costs, really. When it comes to Earth being flat, I rely on the measurements of Earth that the globe belief's based on also. Where the fundamentalist zealotry of globe belief comes in, when we get down to the nitty-gritty of how Earth's actually measured, it's flat for those globe extrapolations and calculations. So we're all on the same standard if we look back far enough to how Earth's actually measured. But that doesn't require any belief, does it? I mean, it doesn't require for me to believe it's measured flat. It certainly doesn't require it for you. You just have to measure it flat to create the globe that you do believe in. That's not a belief. We both understand, if we've got a good enough understanding of how Earth's measured, that regardless of your belief in a globe, we both measure Earth flat, you and I. That's how it's measured.
Can you cite that?
Like what?
Well, like where you got that it's measured flat?
Well, like on your globe belief, you've got latitude lines, right, wrapped around your globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are measurements of elevation angles to the star called Polaris. That plane measurement of an angle to a star in the sky, wrapped around your globe. So when it comes to questions like this, the person with a globe faith has to ask themselves one question. Do I deny the latitude measurements off a flat Earth? In which case you haven't got a globe to believe in anymore, because those lines are definitely wrapped around your globe, so you deny your globe. Or do you accept that we measure latitude off a flat plane, in which case, like I've just told you as a fact, we measure Earth flat? Fundamentally, for some of the aspects of your globe, in this case latitude lines, we're going to measure them off a flat plane. And if you deny them, you deny your globe. If you accept them, you accept the facts that we measure it flat, because we do.
Okay.
Yeah. So Nathan, to rephrase my earlier question, why do some things fall to the ground?
Sorry? What?
Why do
does some
some
people
things
get pregnant? Who cares?
fall to the ground?
Who cares? Some
Well,
things
I'm just
don't.
curious. I'm just curious as to why you.
Which means what? Why am I being asked? Do I make a claim about things falling?
No, I'm just curious as to what you believe.
No, you've got a
I'm not asking you to
fundamentally
prove it.
solid belief in gravity. That's why you're asking me about your lack of understanding of your own faith. I haven't got a claim about this. Why are you asking me? Go and study gravity and then figure out how
I'm
stupid
not
it is.
asking you anything, bro. I'm asking you for what your best guess is as to what the force is. That's all.
Don't give best guess. I'll give you a measurement if there is one. There's no gravity to measure. I can't give you a measurement for it. It doesn't exist.
Okay, but can you like explain? Can you explain why some things fall down, some things don't?
Exactly. That's all I'm asking for.
Downward vector you're keep appealing to. How do you get a downward vector? Could you explain downward vector?
Yeah, how do you get a downward vector?
Perpendicular to horizontal. If you're going to measure it, it's going to be measured with respect to a flat plane of reference. We're talking about vertical and horizontal, aren't we? perpendicular to it is a downward vector. I mean, it's a flat plane that we'll always be referencing. Earth is always measured as a plane. That's what it is. That's where we get some of these concepts from.
On a globetard, you only have in and out. You don't have up and down.
Yeah, I don't think you really answered the question there.
You do, because you're asking about things going down, and we're saying, okay, what, perpendicular to horizontal, downward vector? Yeah, okay, fine. You're asking about that when not all things go down, so it's irrelevant. We've dealt with the non sequitur. But further to that, we're saying that on a globe, you don't have down. If you're going to describe gravity, bullshit, or otherwise, with respect to down, it's with respect to a flat plane. You don't have down on a globe. This is second,
the question was why
now I'm getting talked through. Dumbasses that don't listen and can't understand, need things repeating to them, think they can talk through the end of the conclusion they ignored the first time. No dum-dum. Downs with respect to a flat Earth. You don't have that on a globe. That's the third time, you dumbass.
On a globe, when we say down, we do mean
you don't, dumbass. No, in.
We do.
You don't have down, dumbass. You're just
Yeah,
not
we do.
listening. You're
Clearly you
chanting
do.
that you do have it when you don't. So down is perpendicular to a plane.
You keep
In
chanting
is what
that,
you
but it's
have
just false.
on a globe. It's the fourth time I've told you, chanting through the fourth repetition won't alter your stupid lack of faith and understanding about what a globe gives you when you talk about gravity. You don't understand your own stupid, shitty globe faith. You're telling me through the fourth rendition that you do have down on a globe. No, you do not, dumbass.
Yes, we do. Even though you chant it over and over, Nathan keeps chanting.
Is there another mod here that's
Yeah.
So
I just muted. Sorry.
Matthew. Where'd you get globe? Where'd you
I
get
just
down
muted
from on
Matthew.
the globe, Matthew? White Knight Matthew.
Hold on, Nathan. Sorry. I've muted Matthew just for interjecting. So whoever was having the discussion, can you please continue?
Fair enough.
Yeah, so the question was rephrased to why do some things fall down, and we can use the flat version of down, whatever. I'm just curious as to what you guys think, that's all. And if you don't want to make a guess, that's fine. I don't really care.
Well, mate, I've dealt with this 3 times. Do I make a claim about it?
Okay, let's not talk
I
about
don't know if you
it.
just wanted, just wanted to see what you
Okay, I got one question though. Do you have like an actual model of the flat Earth that you can like make predictions and calculations about? And is there like a scale or something? Like I just want something like that.
Don't need one. All the maps are flat.
Why not?
They all reference horizontal. I'm answering you. Don't need one because all references to Earth with respect to navigation will be flat. All of the measurements that created those maps are also flat. Navigation processes that are used with the flat maps require Earth to be measured flat. So am I a cartographer? No, but there's all sorts of different maps and charts. They're all flat and require Earth to be measured flat for them to be functionally useful. Hope that answers your question.
Look, here's the better way to rephrase the question, right? If you were stranded on an island, which map would you prefer to get you out and to the next main landmass?
Oh, I
What's
quite
the
like
one
an
map?
ordnance survey myself. Ordnance survey?
Celestial sphere map.
That's the celestial sphere map. Could you just send that one?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Yeah. With the Mercator projection, I think you could use that. Or both flat Earth as well. Do you have a globe model? Please present that.
Do I have a globe model? Yeah. I mean,
globe model. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton.
Can you post that for us? We've never seen one.
Wait, no one's ever presented a globe model?
Never, because there isn't one. But we'll see what you think you've got.
There isn't a globe model? What do you mean?
I mean, there's
you've got one. Whoever, stop. Someone's just said they have. Rather than us arguing about it, let's just see what you thought you had.
I mean, there's one. Let me go to flat Earth questions. Or is there a different flat Earth channel for this one? Or 24/7 flat Earth?
Just in the side chat, dude.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, here's one model that explains like the axis and how the Earth spins. That's one.
Explains what? Sorry, the axis. An axis is described with respect to a plane of reference. An axis would be perpendicular to a plane.
Yeah, it's perpendicular to the sun.
You need a flat Earth for an axis.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, you need a flat plane.
Excuse me, we're just concluding by telling you that to describe an axis, you'd have to be perpendicular to a plane of reference. You said yes, and then we said, welcome to flat Earth. This concept requires a flat plane of reference.
Yeah, plane of reference is what? What?
It's prerequisite to an axis. As soon as you invoke axis, you immediately invoke a flat horizontal plane of reference. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah. Yeah. It's to the sun.
Yeah, to the
Regardless.
sun. That's an excellent rebuttal.
Welcome to flat Earth. Once you've wrapped your head around it, maybe respond to it.
No.
Sun's got nothing to do with, and I'm still talking. You didn't understand. That's obvious. That's why we were laughing. Say we, QE, was laughing at you. Your axis requires a horizontal plane of reference, intrinsic to it. Welcome to flat Earth. The sun's got sod all to do with it. That doesn't invite your interjection.
Oh, his model's posted in Master B, by the way. That's not a model. That's not the globe card model there, Sunshine. You don't know what models are, do you?
Right, what this grey thing with a ball picture?
Yes.
Right, what the hell are you having me on? I think this screen captures a model.
Wait, are you talking to me?
Posted a picture of a ball with you posted a picture of a ball with latitude.
You want a
lines on it.
physical model?
Just summarising what you've sent me, presumably to get my response to it. That's presumably why you sent it to us. So you've sent us a picture, not a model, a picture of a ball with latitude.
You want me to
lines on it.
literally send you in
There's
the mail?
the third interruption from this wanker.
You've interrupted me so many times.
What a wanker globe believer.
You've done it
with his
too. I don't know what you're talking
nature. He
about.
knows he's going to be demonstrated a fuckwit, so he's got to talk through 3 renditions of his fuckwittery that isn't a model. What a spastic.
Okay, are you just going to insult me or are you going to have
You
to say
stupid clown shoes interrupting dickhead. This is not a model, you stupid boy. Are you brain dead? Were you dropped on your friggin' head, you stupid idiot? This is not a model, you stupid buffoon. Do you think me telling you off for your stupidity requires your interruption? No. I'm telling you how stupid you are, you stupid idiot. This is not a model. Furthermore,
how is this allowed?
Grab of a picture. It's got latitude lines. I've tried to tell you 4 times. You keep interrupting like a belligerent little child. Being demonstrated as stupid, which you are. These lines on this picture. Oh my god, it's the 5th try. Just remove this asshole. It's 5 times. Latitude lines on this picture, not model. Measured flat. 5 attempts with a zealot chanting through me. What the unholy hell is wrong with you bigot zealots?
Sorry, Nathan. Can you explain that to me again? I just joined the channel.
Name what?
Can you
I
explain
sense me
again?
you said it was a model. It isn't. What more is there to understand? He's stupid. I need to explain it again?
Why do we need to have a plane to have an axis?
Hold on.
Really? You don't know that.
Yeah.
The plane of reference is 90 degrees to the axis of rotation. Do you not understand that?
But I can have an axis without the plane of reference, and still there is an imaginary plane of reference, obviously.
No, you cannot. No, you
Okay,
cannot.
so I cannot.
That's not true. Demonstrate that to be true, because if I hold up a bicycle wheel and I spin it, okay, I have a plane of reference 90 degrees to the axis of rotation, and I can describe wobble from that plane of rotation. Now, if you're talking about existing on Earth and you're seeing axis where?
I mean, mainstream science is saying that you're not disproving it. Do you know what I mean?
That's not what he asked. Where do we see the axis?
Well, all our scientists tell us there is an axis and they can see it from space.
Space isn't real. There's no sky vacuum to take pictures of axes from. There's no place that you can take these pictures from. If that's your only claim of validity, it's undone by the original assertion. You need a plane of reference to describe the axis perpendicular to it at 90 degrees to it.
Well, if I would be on the ISS, let's say the ISS is real.
No,
then
let's
I
not
would-
say you can't be. I've just overcome this and you've ignored me and hand-waved me, it seems. Let's just pretend I'm in space. Let's pretend we're talking to Aslan in Narnia.
No, you're saying let's
I'm
pretend
still
space is
undoing
not
the thing
real,
you've
brother.
hand-waved. I'm still undoing the thing you've hand-waved. Chanting through me, reasserting the thing you've hand-waved won't work either. No,
okay,
I'm not going to pretend I'm in Narnia talking to Aslan. Third attempt with him chanting through me. The little bitch can't take being wrong. He needs to assert this little straw man, doesn't he? Let's pretend we're in a sky vacuum that isn't real and debunked by entropic law. Let's pretend we're there and just say this example anyway. No! I'm not going to pretend I'm talking to a friggin' lion after traversing a wardrobe. Either. No, we're not traversing high-pressure gas and going into sky vacuums to be on the ISS. It's not real. If it was, we'd all be dead. No, I'm not going to pretend.
Satellites are real, right?
We're in.
Do we agree?
Oh my God!
Do we agree
Attempts,
satellites are real?
Attempts. This is zealotry. You can't cope with me saying no. I'm not going to fantasize with you, bitch. No, I'm not going to fantasize alongside you about
No, are you
places.
stopping rambling now, or do you
Oh, you
want to
little
ramble
bitch!
5
You
minutes
can't
about
take. You've got
nothing
to
now?
chant through me summarizing the end of your point being annihilated, you little bitch. No, you're going to
Bro,
chant
you
through
have
that.
no
you little
point. Shut the fuck
You're a
up.
zealot bitch.
Alexander.
You're a zealot bitch who can't
Alexander.
take losing.
Yeah.
Zealot bitches who can't take losing need to chant through their opponent
Bro,
winning.
you're not
Somehow
winning. You
me
don't
winning
understand
means
it.
Hang on,
You
guys.
sound stupid at the moment. You
Why
sound
allow
very
this,
stupid,
moderator?
brother.
Why allow it 5 times? Why allow it? Little bitch thinks that by chanting through me 5 friggin' times, that's going to overcome the fact that I'm not going to go to Fantasy La La Land with him. If he chants through it enough times, he can say it again. Let's pretend we're in a sky vacuum violating natural law. And if I chant through it enough, Nathan won't get to say that fact that undermines my entire bleeding argument. I'll just chant through it 6, 7, 8 times so no one can hear how fucked I am, you little bitch. No, bitch, I'm not going to fantasize with you about your zealot belief in sky vacuums. You're a fantasist, zealot, globe-believing bitch, and that's your only way of thinking you can win. Chanting through me with your zealot bitch belief in a sky vacuum. It ain't going to fly, bitch.
Alexander,
Up,
I
bitch.
think you
just
also
got annihilated.
misunderstood, yeah?
Strawman shite just got annihilated. Laugh it up.
He misunderstood as well, yeah, Alexander. He wasn't saying let's pretend that space isn't real. He was stating that it wasn't real, yeah? It was a statement.
Violation of natural
So
laws is not
let
where
me
I'm
speak now.
I'm
Thank you so
being in
much.
the
Stop
ISS
rambling,
that
please,
I'm
brother. It's annoying.
fantasizes about. No way. That's me winning. Re-summarizing the point after I've won. No, I'm not going to pretend I'm in your fantasy world. No. Meanwhile, all the liars who made that man believe there is a place to be, looking back on Earth and its high-pressure gas not filling the black area, that's all bullshit and lies that he's fallen for. And he's going to defend with the utmost zealotry he can muster through the top of the annihilation of it. That's what zealotry does to you. It's what belief does to you. He's got a religion. Religion in a place he can't go and needs to fantasize and tell me I must fantasize it alongside him. No amount of chanting's going to undo the fact you've got a fantasy area where men lie about being. You want to be there with them, don't you? It's pathetic.
Obtard zealots. Let's be concise with it. Your ISS is in a second law of thermodynamics violation. You understand that?
Can I speak now, or do I get muted again? Do I have to answer to your ramble for 5
Hang
minutes,
on.
or can I just
He just
ask
asked
my...
you a question.
I
He just asked you.
understand. Listen,
No,
I
you got a
understand that
question.
all your... Listen, I understand that all your premises are everything is fake around us. I understand
say
this.
that.
This is also
Didn't
my
say that.
permission for this
Woman.
life, okay?
Bollocks, we didn't
Hold
say
on,
that.
Alexander.
Bollocks, we didn't say that. It's just inventing a straw man to attack. All things that nobody said that. It's just making shit up now. We didn't say any of that.
Do you actually the ISS is fake?
I'm hanging around for another 15 minutes in here, so if anybody in Discord server wants to try and obfuscate the fact your sky vacuum's fake, as it's been the main conversation point, feel free. Got 15 minutes, and then I'll be thanking the mods again.
Yeah. Do you guys think the ISS is fake?
pictures that are claimed to come from a sky vacuum are fake.
Do you have a telescope?
Again?
Do you have a telescope?
Still didn't catch it. One more time.
Telescope. Do you have a telescope?
Yeah, I've had a telescope.
You
Yeah.
Anyway, so you don't have one right now. Okay.
You not hear me?
What was the
Yes,
other thing?
I've had a telescope. Then I had children, and I didn't want it broken, so I sold it. It used to be where I'm sat now making this show. What's your point?
What else? What else? This was what I was going to ask in the stage. So imagine you have 100 meters by 100 meters cube, right, made of wood. You put I don't know 2 liters of gas inside, just air inside, right? Do you think there would be a pressure gradient inside that box?
It's beyond belief, isn't it? They come in and they go, "Have you got a telescope? Yes or no?" Now I want you to imagine a scenario, because I haven't actually got any proof. I need you to imagine something on my behalf for me to be able to make some kind of salient point. Pathetic ballers.
You retarded.
Can you just answer the question, please? Or
You just
I
answered
guess
me. Are you retarded? Are you retarded?
yes.
Can you just answer that?
Yes, I am retarded. Now, can you imagine? Right. So, can you imagine a closed room? No one's inside the room, right? Just air is inside the room. Do you think there
Why
would
aren't
be
you listening to us? No. No, we don't want to take part in your fantasy about a globe belief that you have with an area that violates natural law. Can you stop interrupting our response to your question about imagineering your fantasy area that you're not in and men lie to you about being in existence in spite of it violating natural law? We will not fantasize alongside you. No, we will not imagine anything. No.
Oh, okay.
Meanwhile, you're entitled to your religious zealot belief in a sky vacuum you haven't been but believe is real because men tell you that they've been there. We point out it can't be real because gas would fill that area. In line with entropic law, we know it's not real. You're entitled to believe the lying men who tell you they're in a sky vacuum on the ISS, telling you about how their ISS might be losing gas with tiny holes to the sky vacuum, but they're taking pictures of an Earth with gas on it not filling the same exact area. Total nonsense, which you're entitled to believe in, but we won't imagine it and fantasize it alongside you. Okay?
Okay.
In peace. Space is fake, but you're entitled to your belief in it.
So, so space is fake. So, do you believe in like a firmament, like a dome? Do you believe in that or no?
Did I say I did? I said gas fills space. You make the positive claim the sky is a vacuum. I debunk it with natural law. I hadn't made any claims. Don't put words in my
But
mouth. As I said that, I
I'm
didn't
not
make a
putting
claim about
words
it.
in them. Man. I'm asking you what you think. That's all.
Yeah, just so
I
you're
think
aware,
outer space is
you.
fake. The sky vacuum's nonsense, and I think people have been deceived for a long time, probably since birth in most instances, about there being an area with men floating around in it in spacesuits so that they can have yummy gas to breathe. And obviously, they wouldn't want to lose that yummy gas to the sky vacuum like the Earth isn't doing in line with natural law. I think it's fascinating that people like yourself believe in that and will defend that belief with the utmost vigour. That I find fascinating. What do I think the skies? I haven't got the slightest idea. I don't know. Fortunately, I don't make any positive claims about it being a stupid sky vacuum with men floating around in it. So I don't really have to defend much in that regard because I don't make any claims about it. I do debunk the majority of the Western world's idiotic belief that there's a violation of natural law above their head. There isn't. It's just a big lie. There you go, that's what I think.
It is a very weird thing to lie about, though.
Why
Can
do
I go?
you, in response, you got a question coming back at you. Why do you believe in a violation of natural law sky vacuum? Why would you believe in such idiotic nonsense? Why do you believe that
Well,
nonsense?
right. So, if I could just go for a little bit, just a minute, and I'm going to shut up. So, to answer your question, simply it would be gravity. And then a response to the earlier topic would be, um,
Stop.
you
You
said,
invoke gravity. Invoke gravity. No, 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 no. You don't get to imagine shit here. You can't go on for a long time when you invoke horse shit. Which gravity are you talking about, by the way?
look, I can respond to that after I'm done. Just 30 seconds, okay? So
Well, we don't deal with scattergunning. We just want to know which gravity you.
which gravity? I don't know what you mean. The gravity which appears to us in this reality as mass attracting mass.
Sorry, we don't know which gravity. Why are you invoking something you don't understand?
He said mass attracts mass.
That's 109 years. Did he say mass attracts mass? I didn't hear that. Sorry, it's his accent.
Yeah,
My bad. Not.
yeah. No, that's fine.
Mass is out of date by 109 years. It was superseded by Einstein. That's not the case. I mean, if it was the case, gas we're breathing would be going down, wouldn't it? Whereas it doesn't. It expands up and outwards away from other masses. If there was a giant mass of Earth attracting the mass of gas particles, then we'd have puddles of gas. As gas comes out of the ground and moves away from it, debunking the out-of-date 109-year rhetoric of Newtonian gas being a mass attracted to Earth. It isn't. Gas doesn't go down like bouncy balls poured into a fish tank. That's out of date anyway. 109 years to be exact.
Okay, gravity doesn't make sense. And also a vacuum doesn't make sense. If there was a vacuum, the air would go outside, right?
We know that space is fake. That's what we just spent 10 minutes telling you. We know that.
Space is fake.
Yeah.
Now I'm getting chanted through as I respond with 3 or 4 words, of course. Obviously, that means other people would be talking. Was to ask you why you would believe in that stupid nonsense. Your invocation of gravity has been dealt with. 109-year out-of-date mass attracting mass isn't real and was out of date and superseded 109 years ago. Now bending of space-time. Dimension that isn't you a force, and there's that interruption again. Is that Hugh interrupting the fundamentalist religious zealotry of gravity being demolished? It obviously requires you to talk while I'm talking. You invoke gravity and then we took a giant steaming shit on it, Hugh. No, you don't have a sky vacuum. I asked you why you would believe in it, and you offered up gravity, stupid nonsense of mass attracting mass, high school level idiocy. And we undid it. So I'll ask the question again. Why would you believe in this stupid nonsense of a sky vacuum violation of natural law? Why would you believe in it?
Right. So I can respond now, right? So like you said, it's high school. I just went to I had physics in high school. That's why I believe in stuff, just to put it simply. But the just to get back to the main topic here is that if I was to believe in you guys' way of thinking, right? Why is space fake? Space is fake because space is a vacuum, and if it's a vacuum next to gas, second law of thermodynamics, you can't have a gas without a container, right? Gas pressure without a container, right? So my point here is ultimately that if you guys really believe in this stuff and that we do have a gas pressure, then it would entail that there would be a container above the sky, right?
Didn't Elon Musk just send people out there?
Oh my
And he
god!
said, it looks like it looks like it.
Oh my god! He's asking me.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
not
asking
belief.
you.
It's an antecedent-consequent relationship. Without the container, there can be no pressure. There's no demonstrations of gas achieving pressure without having something to press on. It's an antecedent-consequent. You asked if I believed in having gas pressure. No, I know we've got gas pressure. I'm breathing it. That's not a belief either. No, not a belief in antecedent-consequent relationships, and no, not a belief in us breathing gas pressure. We definitely are. Furthermore, you affirmed we'd need containment for that. Yeah, we would. Therefore, the sky's not a vacuum.
Right. So we have a container now. Is this container? It's a physical container, I'm presuming.
The sky is not a vacuum then. So before we move on, you appreciate and understand that the positive claim of sky vacuum with men in it is fake. You appreciate that now before we move on. We just need a firm conclusion. I haven't finished asking my question. You want to conclude with the answer before I've asked? Dickhead? Shut your mouth. I'm asking you to conclude. You understand that gas fills space, therefore no sky vacuum. You understand that now before we move on.
If I buy into your reasoning, it makes sense. Yes, I'm trying to understand.
By what? Sorry. By what? My second law of thermodynamics. It's not mine. Law of nature. By what? My antecedent consequent relationship of containment for gas pressure. No, it's not mine. It's an antecedent consequent. My belief in us breathing gas. None of these are mine. Do you want to just try that again? Before we move on, you understand no sky vacuum, gas fills space. You understand before you start asking me about the container. You were going to obviously appreciate before I finish the statement again, Hugh's talking. Why is it 5 attempts to get the concession that is belief in a sky vacuum's bunk? Maybe if you whistle past it by asking me to prove containers, nobody will notice that would mean that you'd have to concede that the sky vacuum's fake. Well, I haven't noticed your little whistling past the graveyard there. So we're going to stop here, Hugh, without the constant and incessant asking you about your concession there that we'd need.
Please. Let's
Or
not.
we may, maybe the chanting, because it's the 6th time I've asked him to concede his territory about sky vacuums. This definitely needs a lot of rumpusing, right? No, we're not going to move on to containment, because obviously to appreciate we need containment, you'd understand that the sky isn't a vacuum, and I just want a firm concession on that before you start asking me about containers. So we understand and appreciate 8th attempt. You understand, Hugh? Space is fake, no sky vacuum, 8th attempt.
Space is fake. I can see space is absurd, right? Can we now get to the containment now, please? I agree. The containment has to be there. It has to be there. If there is gas pressure, there has to be a container. Now, if there is a container, right, that means it has to be perfectly sealed to maintain the gas pressure. Otherwise, there would be a leak, right? So then that also implies, right, antecedent consequent, right? That implies that the container meets the ground somewhere, right? Would you agree with that?
Don't ask me something. You understand there's no sky vacuum. You're back to the same non sequitur that doesn't concede.
I understand.
There is his introduction. This is the 9th attempt. 9th attempt. He's just spoke. I didn't interrupt him. 9th attempt with the same thing. He just subverted and whistled past the graveyard. He's asking me where the container meets the ground, rather than saying, so you understand there's no sky vacuum, space is fake.
I understand. No sky vacuum, space is fake. I understand. Now, can we get into what the dome is made up of? Now, I'm actually trying to understand. What do you actually believe?
You understand that space is fake. Sky vacuum's
right.
Fake. Yes?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Right. Beyond that, I couldn't give a crap. You understand now.
What?
I'll make a conclusion, hopefully, without Hugh immediately yammering through me like he's about to. Thank you, Hugh. I'll make the conclusion now that we've got to the conclusion in regards to your fundamentalist zealot belief that the sky was, past tense as of now, past tense, Hugh, was a sky vacuum. It isn't. You now appreciate the lie of the sky vacuum, like we do, Hugh. Welcome to there being no space with spacemen in it that's fake, like you just conceded. What's that? You've got questions about the containment we must have, and you're going to ask them of me? Oh, I couldn't give a crap. I and you now, present tense, understand that space is fake. There is no sky vacuum, Hugh, and that's the prevailing and predominant focus that I'm going to retain from here on forward. What's that? You, not me, have got questions about the containment that we must have, making space fake. We wouldn't be breathing. Yeah, we wouldn't be breathing if your religious zealotry in space was real. And you've got questions after that. Well, good for you. Maybe you'll find out. You, not me. We'll find out about that container we must have. I don't care. I just know that you've all got a religious belief in space. And it's not real, like Hugh just conceded. Didn't you, Hugh?
Right, I concede it. The curiosity that leads you to investigate.
Space is fake, Hugh. Beyond that, I just told you that I don't care. I'm sure you're going to ask me a question anyway and completely ignore what I've just said with a big grin. We all know and understand that space is fake and everything else is inconsequential. Questions about the container, you can worry your precious little former globe zealot with a fundy belief in a sky vacuum head about. Not me. You go and find that container edge you want to look into. But we know space is fake together, you and I together, in the present tense. No, space is fake. Very important that we conclude with that. Rather than moving straight on to questions that you've got about the container. You've got them. I don't care. I just know you've got a religious belief. I want to do with that rather than with you zammering through me like your course can't cope with it. Yeah, there's not going to be one clear conclusion. Hugh's got to chant through it because it upsets him. But the conclusion and focus is on how space isn't real. He wanted the conclusion to be subverted, whistle past the graveyard and start talking about my claim about the edge of the earth and the container meeting it. It wasn't. It was a little straw man. So you could whistle past the graveyard of fake vacuums of space. Here I am grinning and focusing on it. You wanted to scurry straight past it to the container and flip the burden onto me to prove that edge that meets the ground. No, that's your folly and fascination now. You know space is fake. You. He took 10 attempts.
Yeah. Can I go now? Can I start? Okay. So,
You can. You could
right.
straw man me. Maybe his question was rhetorical. You could straw man me with something that's non sequitur about the after the fact space being fake container that you started with last time when I gloated about how fake space was. Or you could rinse and repeat and start asking me about downward biases. You've got a few options as a fundy zealot that does not want to relinquish it, even though you've absolutely conceded already that space is fake and tried to whistle past the graveyard with containment. You've got a few options, Hugh, as you were asking non-rhetorically.
Yeah, it's I want to more so move on from the topic and sort of ask a meta question
And we will
about
definitely move on, Hugh, definitely. Because outer space is definitely fake. And we can move on now we've concluded that point. And I'll thank my audience for joining us and the Discord server for hosting me. A huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord Politics server and the Flat Earth Debate server, who will probably pop along to shortly after this after show has been concluded. Of course, a massive thank you to my G Plus panels and you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, and joining as a member. All that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Are you going?
Well, does he not know that this is a data
What is
play
that?
stage anymore? He's in public VC.
No, he'll be leaving the room. He comes here specifically on Fridays for this time
Why
slot.
the fuck did you waste your fucking time? Like the guy was just insulting you. Talking about
Yeah,
vacuums and
that's
shit.
all. That's
Why
all
the
he
fuck
does.
did you waste your time?
Look,
I don't
I don't.
know, bro.
No, I
Look,
don't want to look.
it's not like
I'm extremely
think of it
disappointed
as
in
me
the
doing
bots today.
like an orangutan in a zoo, right? I'm kind of looking at it like that. The orangutan can kill me, like it wants to kill me, right? But it's kind of like a like a study kind of a thing, right? So I wanted to I wanted to ask him before he left, right? It was about the curiosity, right? Like these people, they claim to have like this curiosity, right? I'm a truth seeker, right? That's what they claim, right? That's what leads these guys to think or discover the fact that these scientists are all fake, you know. And if you had that truth-seeking mindset, right, of figuring out actually what it is, what the Earth is, what the world is, then you would have answers to, oh, where do you think the the dome meets the Earth? What do you think the dome is made out of, right? What do
Are
you think
these
the Earth
things
looks
that we're
like?
going to be able to verify, Hugh? Is this something that you can verify?
Yeah, we would be able to verify, right? That's you would make
So
verifiable
how would you
predictions if you were a truth seeker.
verify it?
You would make a prediction. Here's where I think the dome meets the Earth, and this is what I think the dome is made out of. Because think about it, right? If you were actually a truth seeker, you would think, okay, we need a container that can contain all of the air in this world with all of that pressure, right? What could this be made out of, right? You start thinking along those lines. What can the material be? And then you start thinking about, okay, how will I map the Earth out? Where will it meet the Earth? Things
Yeah,
things like this. And
hang
I would,
on. Hold on. Now you're going from containment to mapping the Earth and many other things. So you've come up with some ideas of what this containment might be, but now how have you been able to verify what you think it might be?
well, any material that you can guess it might be, you can just think about any other detection methods we use for those materials, right? Like X-ray, bouncing off any radio waves or whatever, right? You know, uh, light spectrometry or whatever, right? We have tons of ways of detecting material. Right? The point is that you would then start to think about, okay, where do I see the dome? Where do I see signs of the dome? Like I've seen some flat earthers say, oh, you see rainbows and halos. That's where the dome is, next to the sun or whatever, right? So, I would think like, okay, a flat earther who actually is curious about what's going on would be coming to me and saying, "Oh, okay, here's what I think happened here. Right, here's the location where I think the dome is this high. Right, this is what I would expect pilots to be doing. Right, but you don't
But
see
this
that.
would all be based on speculation. This is something that we can't verify. There's no way that as a flat earther in this room, I can verify whether there's a dome, what it's made of, or how high that dome is.
But it
And
all
you would be
starts
able to do
from
it yourself. So we're not here to speculate, yeah? So like Nathan tried to explain, you understand that the sky is not a vacuum. There has to be some type of containment. We don't need to know what the containment is, and it's not something that we can verify, like the
How do you know
fact
that?
that it's not a sky vacuum.
No, look. Like Nathan
Sorry,
said,
Jedi,
right?
jump in, man.
Sorry. Like Nathan said, and I agree that it's logically necessary for there to be containment, right? That's fine. That's cool. If the containment necessarily has to exist, we know it exists 100%, right? How can you say that we can't verify it? How is that? I don't understand that.
We're asking you what you would do, and you keep kind
There
of
is
being
ways
quite.
to verify it. Like the containment is actually gravity, but they don't accept gravity. So
Yeah. They when we said gravity, they said which gravity?
Look,
yeah,
I already gave you.
he's probably going to go into the fact that
Why was he muted?
Wow.
Because he cut over someone else's conversation, and if he's continued to do so, I'll continue to mute his. Please continue, Jedi.
No, it's all right. I mean, if they want to talk about gravity, Nathan kind of explained that away. You say all things go down, whatever gravitational model you use, whether it's Newtonian or Einsteinian. So everything goes down, but it doesn't. Gas goes up, so you don't have the observation of gravity acting on gas. Entropic law that gas dispersion goes in a direction until it has a physical collision with another gas molecule or the walls of its container. If there are no physical collisions, and the gas will keep expanding in that one direction. And that's what gas does. You're saying that gravity stops, but all we observe is gas filling space.
AJ left.
Anyway, the point was I already gave you guys like one possible thing you could do. Like we bounce waves, different kinds of waves off of material all the time to detect how far it is, what it is. You know, we can bounce light waves off of certain material, and we can detect which light waves are bounced back, and we can gather information about the material that way. Right? We have so many things we can do.
Did you hear everything Jedi said and then just hand wave it?
I'm just curious as to why you guys think we can't verify the domain. That's all. Like, what makes it unverifiable?
Rickets.
You have to go there, no matter what you looked at or what data you receive from possible reflections of light or not, depending on what wave or not. You would still have to go there to verify it. And that's the next stage, right? Up into the sky. What, to verify something, you don't have to physically go there.
No, we verified that Neptune existed without going there.
No, there's something
And was
up
it in
in the sky.
1854?
Can't verify what it exactly is. You can look at it a lot, but until you actually go there and get samples and all that type of stuff, you could just look at it.
well, it's not a black hole.
Yeah, but looking at something can give us a lot of information.
Once you goons finally can grasp that unity and you believe it, you guys,
You cut out.
Listen,
that
the
they've
Earth is
gone.
flat and 5,000 years old.
You have
awakened the evil that is 5,000 years old. You have put us all in risk.
Once you guys can finally grasp that you've been told a story and that you believe it, maybe we could then start from there. Because as long as you still believe that, and use those claims as your arguments, as you guys continue to use the ball to prove the ball, then maybe we can make some headway with you guys. But for right now, it's pointless because you're not letting go of the falsehood The things that make zero sense logically. But with this magical thing called gravity, all of it makes sense. It puts together in your paradigm. It still doesn't make sense, but you guys make it make sense.
Okay, if we want to make sense here, can we talk about something else that
I'll
does
ask you
not make
guys
sense
what
on
I
the
asked
flat
you
Earth?
No, wait. I don't know. I'm not asking you to make claims, but what's your best guess? Like, what do you think? Why do some things fall towards the
It's not about us proving the things that we cannot prove. Yeah, that's what you guys don't get. Man has come along and said, "We know what this is. This is what it is," and then say, "Okay, well, what is it?" And they go, "Well, we don't know." Oh, well, can you show us? Can you demonstrate it? No, but we know what it is, though. You once you guys can grasp that, then maybe you'll stop asking the stupid question. Well, then what is it? When your own side can't even tell you what it is. Why do you expect us to tell you what it is when your own priest can't tell you what it is?
Look, I was just asking for your best guess, man. I mean, that's
Reg,
fine.
what are you talking about?
Like, I was just asking
Yeah,
why something's fall out. The thing is, whatever.
Is he talking about gravity?
Yeah.
We know what
can you
gravity is.
Yeah, they lied to you. They told us what it was, and they lied to us. Then
Oh, what did they say?
Oh, they said it's pulling and making everything come to the center of the earth.
No, that's not what they're saying about gravity.
Oh, that's not what they said it was?
No, they're not even saying pulling.
Really? Pushing or pulling? Really? They don't say that. Really?
Gravity is a push force, not a pulling force.
Okay. So it's not pushing or pulling. Did you know that?
I said it's a push force, not a pulling force.
Okay, it's not pushing or pulling. Did you know that?
How would I know that? I see it everywhere. Of course it's pushing.
So you didn't get the memo, the update, when Michikaku said, "We used to tell you guys that it was pushing or pulling and it was attracting force, and mass attracted the mass, which created this pushing or pulling force, depending on how you want to look at it." And he said that we lied to you. So you didn't get the memo? You didn't watch the lecture?
I don't give a shit what one guy says.
Of course you don't give a shit what one guy says when it's going against what you
someone
think.
else.
Right, yeah. Okay. So when he says something, by the way, who is very highly acclaimed in the field of I guess what you would call science, even though we call it pseudoscience, but he says, "We lied to you." So then what do? You throw him under the bus. All of a sudden, that guy's an idiot. Even though he was very well looked up to, and he wrote books, and everyone's like turning
He's a
turning
media
towards him.
figure, okay? And I'm probably sure somebody like you will come and listen to him anyway.
Okay, so now he's just a media figure. So you then go ahead, he dropped the ball. You pick it up and run with it.
Name your guy.
So
it's not Michio Bukaki.
Anyway.
Michio Bukaki. Who is it? Who's your guy? We need names.
I don't care about the names of them. I just read the textbooks. So here's the thing.
Neil deGrasse
So here's the
Tyson.
thing. I don't give a shit about any of these science communicators.
Right.
Fuck all of them.
Okay. So they all told you though what is and what isn't. So now that you don't give a shit about them, does that mean you don't know what to believe, or do you still believe the shit that they told you?
Here's the thing about science. It's not a personality cult. We do not care who is the scientist. We care about the data and the papers and the evidence that they provide.
Okay.
And the hypotheses.
What's the
Start posting your
distance?
citations.
Yeah,
Start
exactly.
posting your citations right now, since you
I'm
read
playing
the
No
books.
Man's Sky.
You have
I don't
them
give a.
all.
I'm not gonna
Post
waste
them
my
in
time
here
with
so
you.
I can read them.
Why are you here? If you're not going to waste your time, then just get muted and get out.
I just love talking to retards. Am I not allowed to?
Okay, so do we. So here, let us talk to you, okay? So here's the point. So the thing is that you are going to say you listen to the science, you listen to the data, but this is what you're not grasping. If they have been lying to you, calling something that isn't science, they're calling it science, and they're giving you all this data, quote unquote, but it's not data, because it's data that, for instance, like
the distance to a star that you see in the sky. And then you look right to the right of it, and then that star that they point at, they tell you that star right there is 20 trillion more miles away. How do we know? Just trust us. We know. We use all these little techniques. And then
They never say trust as a APOC.
Sir,
Stop it.
sir, you
You're
mentioned
right.
science.
You're right. They don't say
You
trust
mentioned
us.
science.
They
What
just
is
say this
science?
is what is. You're right. They
What
don't
is
say trust us.
science? What is science? Can you explain to me?
It's something that you guys don't know. That's
what is
science
it?
It's all
Explain to me.
math. It's math, dude. They use math to figure it out.
That's it?
I know.
Math?
They're laughing
If I
at math,
measure
dude.
the circumference of my ass with math, is it science?
You know what you do? You know what you do?
No, it's math.
You take your math book into a science class and you think you're doing good. This is what's wrong with you guys. You have somewhere down the road, somewhere in our history, way before you were born and myself, somebody changed science into being a mathematical formula, and that sufficed. No one, as long as they can mathematically equate the solution that they've created themselves, and they wrote the books, they wrote the history, they're writing the science, and they've brought it into us, or brought it up to us in a form of math and equations and formulas.
Wait, hold on.
And then
Hold on.
they said, this is scientific right here, people. So because we can science the fuck out of space, which is all they're doing is just using math and theorizing and having trajectories and calculations, that is not science, bro.
Are you
Do you
done?
understand that?
No, you don't know what science
So what
is.
is science? So what is science? Hold on, hold on.
So,
This is not the question you
science
asked.
is a...
You asked.
You're
No, 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 no.
Science is
laughing
a...
The question
you're
you asked is
laughing.
why? What is science?
You're
What is science?
Can you
laughing.
ignore the
Hold on,
guy
hold on.
who's laughing?
You're laughing because you think math is science? Is that what I'm grasping right now?
Look, I'm asking you. What do you think is a good experiment? Like no maths. What's a good experiment? What do you think?
Your eyes.
No. Let's first get to the point that I made. Don't try to jump. Don't move away from this fire. I want to hold you to it. Do you think that mathematical formulas is science? Do you bring your math book into a science class? Yes or no?
Yes.
You do. Okay, so just toss out the science book because we're gonna only use our math book. That's like
No.
okay.
What are you talking about?
So it's like taking your biology book into a fucking into history, into your class where you're gonna learn history, and they're like, open up your books, and here's you opening up a biology book. Like, what the fuck? Do you not know what
Guys, this
class
might
you're
be the
in?
first signs of psychosis.
When you're reading, hold on. When you're reading history, right? You're reading about when the French invaded Vietnam, for example, right? And you read about the bubonic plague, right? Don't you have to know that the bubonic plague was spread by the rats, right? And the rats had ticks, right? Don't you need to know about that basic biology?
So within that book, you're going to learn these things, but you don't necessarily open up the other book and use that book, because even though you learn about rats, that doesn't teach you about history. So even though you know math, it's not going to teach you the science, because that's two different
What the
departments.
fuck are you talking about, you
Hey, you
stupid
just
idiot? Are you
because
not going to read biology in the
because
history
I
book?
told you
Dumb bitch.
because I told you once upon a time, way before we were born, some dumb fucks made science to be math, and you don't get that. You're not understanding what I'm saying. You're not comprehending or grasping my words that are coming out of my mouth. If you can't agree to that, then it lets me know that you are the dumb fuck idiot still stuck believing that math is
Let me
science.
ask you a question. Let me ask
Is
you a question.
math
Just a
science?
quick question.
It's real simple.
Have you been
One of the basic
rejected
things
from
you do.
art school?
It's real simple. It's real simple. Is math science?
Yes,
Is
math is
science
science.
math?
One of the basic things you do in high school physics is you go up to
Then
the
you got it
side of.
wrong. Then you are a product. Then
Okay.
you
Okay, how about this?
Hey, here's a
How about
newsflash.
this? No, wait.
Here's a newsflash, bro. Hey, Jazz, just real quick. Here's a newsflash. You are the perfect example. You are the product of when they changed science to just be a mathematical formula and then say that's all we need. All we need is this to equate. So when we say that star is that distance, and over here, this planet, it's raining diamonds at a lateral position, like all this shit, it smells like, roses over here and farts over here. All that is all a mathematical equation, and you fucking believe it.
But
you
but the
ask
but
him
the thing is,
what
but the
math
thing is, dude. Hold
experiments
on,
you
hold on, hold on.
do?
I can
Hey,
only
dummy,
wait a second. I'm sorry. Just
dummy,
start with me. I'm sorry.
dummy with math is science. Give me the experiments you do in math.
Right. So I'll give you a quick example. Right. In high school physics, right, you go up to a
Not
little.
in physics, in math class. Give me the experiments. Not in physics. Give me the math experiment.
Look.
Yeah, but you do realize that physics is the measurement of matter.
Well,
you can't
I
answer the
couldn't enter
question.
your math and
I
science
can't give you
So
conversation.
I mean physics, and
But
that's
back
probably
to the
go hand in hand.
conversation. Look, back to the conversation, right? You can go up to a little height of 10 meters, right? A little structure of 10 meters. You can drop a ball, right? Calculating.
Okay, so we're going to do a math experiment, not physics. Go.
Exactly. This is what they're not grasping, Redwin. They're not fucking
Look,
grasping that
the point
science
is,
is not math. You can use math when you're doing science, but math isn't science. So, but you can't. You're like he's pointing out. You're not going to do an experiment and just use math. There's no such thing. But in a lot of this realm that we've been taught this, which they're calling reality, they're only using math. There's no science behind it because you can't do the scientific method. Although you guys have
oh,
screwed that up as
this
well.
is a good one. Oh, this is a good one in math class. I remember this now. In fifth grade, I remember this. Simple trigonometry. Right? You're 60 meters away from a tower. Right? The angle from your eyes to the top of the tower is 30 degrees. Figure out the height of the tower. Simple maths. Right? Only maths.
And that's
Math
It's
science.
not an
class.
experiment,
Experiment in
bro.
math class.
And that's
It's not an
science to you.
experiment.
Go ahead, says who. Says who.
All right.
Go ahead, bro. You got this.
Listen, you
I'm done with
guys
this guy.
asked, hold on. You guys asked what science is. Science is an empirical method of inquiry where you test a hypothesis based on observations. Do you have any problem with that?
Look, the point is that reality manifests
Do you have
mathematical
a problem
equations
with
all
what
the
I
time.
just said?
Yeah, they're not gonna respond.
Do you have a problem with what I said?
Don't engage.
Crickets again.
So you're not going to answer yes or no that science is an empirical method of inquiry where we test hypotheses using experiments, independent and dependent variables? You don't agree with that?
I agree with that.
Don't engage him.
Terrific. Don't engage him. Oh, what's the matter? Are you afraid?
No, because I've seen this 1,000 times already. You guys will misrepresent, misconstrue all these things, and then
That's
somebody
fucking
comes.
projection, bro.
So there
Projection
we
like a
go.
motherfucker. Go ahead.
So I just went ahead and described the scientific method, and he said, "Nuh-uh," and then began to attack me ad hominem style. So
Yeah.
he must agree by his tacit acquiescence that this is the scientific method, and that's what science is. Somebody asked the question earlier. I answered it. No arguments. Thank you. So we'll start with an experiment. How about the observed natural phenomena for gravity? Anybody have one?
When things fall.
Like gas?
Like
Oh, I'm
gas.
sorry. Is Cavendish a naturally experienced phenomena?
Wait, hold on. I'm kind of confused with what you're asking.
Here, the one thing I do want to say though, and this is one thing you didn't leave
Yeah.
out. When you did say that experiments are, let's say, the
Anyways, one guy bounced in, you interrupted it. So somebody said something about things falling. So the gas is falling as well, right? So the gas falls.
I mean, gas
gas
can fall, but gas is lighter than air, and some gases
So
are lighter
gas
than
goes
air, and
up.
that's why they rise.
So gas goes up. So not everything falls. So there's
No. Hold on. No.
Excuse me.
Hold on. You're misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that
Gas
gas
does not
rises.
go up.
There's some gases who go up, some gases
Oh,
go
okay.
down. Okay.
Okay,
Because
so
some
what are
gases
the-
are heavier than air.
Great. Where can I find the puddles of gas that you're talking about? The ones that go down?
Well,
That's called
puddles
the
of
pressure
gas.
gradient. You're looking for a
You can
pressure
make a
gradient,
puddle of gas.
and you're looking for a pressure gradient, and you can do this yourself in your room.
I'm not looking for a pressure gradient. I'm looking for the puddles of gas that are supposed to be forming because the gases only go down.
You can make a puddle of gas.
There's gases all
You
over
can
the
make
place.
a puddle of gas.
Nobody changed anything. Why are you guys all getting so triggered at once? What's the problem?
I'm not.
Okay, you can show me the yes. Now, why? You're freaking out, bro. You need a timeout. Okay, timeout.
I can make a puddle of gas if I want, like liquid nitrogen.
Okay, great. Show me that. Just do it.
I don't have access.
Nitrogen is liquid. Do you realize that liquid nitrogen is a liquid? I'm looking for a
Yeah,
gas.
but when it turns into a gas, when it's
Yeah,
exploded,
right. So it changes phases. Excuse me a second. This is a nice equivocation fallacy. So you're going to call liquid a gas and then say, but it eventually turns into, changes phases and becomes a gas. When it becomes a gas, does it stay a puddle?
You see what he does? Hold on. You're kind of like you're kind of playing with my brain here. What I said
No,
was if I
I'm
have
not playing with your brain. Excuse me, are gases and liquids the same phase?
okay, can I please finish? Are you gonna
Yeah, man. One starts with an L and one starts with a G. What the fuck, dude? One starts with an L, one starts with a G. Of course.
Can I finish what I was saying? I said if I had access to liquid nitrogen, I could show you a puddle of gas.
You could show me a puddle of liquid. You think nitrogen is just a gas? You show me a liquid, that's a liquid.
I'm saying liquid nitrogen is gas.
You are saying liquid nitrogen. Does anybody else hear this guy saying liquid nitrogen?
He absolutely is.
All my days. Can I please
You
finish
see what I
without you
mentioned?
interrupting?
I mean, it's almost like he wants to think that like ice turns into water or some shit. What a weirdo.
Yeah, what a weirdo, right?
This is not
ice into water.
You guys are missing the point. You're missing the point completely.
Exactly. Thank you.
No, you are.
No, I am. What? Oh, fuck. Okay, no,
Nigga,
look.
you
What I
believe
said.
in water.
What I said.
Do you know that the gases or liquids are different?
I'm about to crash out. Why do y'all keep interrupting me?
Excuse me, I asked you a question. You still avoided it. Are gases and
No,
liquids
but you're
different?
asking me a question while I'm speaking.
Yeah, okay, we'll do this again. Are gases and liquids different? I don't know why you're avoiding this very simple question.
Same exact
That's
thing.
a liquid or
Made of the same exact shit.
Or well, there are different stages. There are two different stages.
So matters have different states. So if you have a liquid, it would form a puddle. If you have a gas, can you show me a puddle of gas? That was the question.
Yeah, if when liquid nitrogen or
So when it's liquid, it puddles. When it's gas,
when
does it
liquid
stay a puddle?
nitrogen turns into gas. Are you stupid? I just said when liquid nitrogen turns into gas.
Okay, so show me the gas puddle of liquid, or excuse me, the gas puddle.
Yeah, give me a second.
Nitrogen. Show me.
Can I show you one?
Give me a second.
I guarantee he's gonna. I guarantee he's gonna show you the fish tank, and they put the aluminum box in the little.
Yeah, I know the sulfur hexafluoride. They don't show you the part where it dissipates into the room in about 5 minutes.
Either.
Give me a second.
Yeah. Which,
Just
by
use
the way,
water. We don't use. Hey, listen, we don't need to use liquid nitrogen. We can just use water. It has different states. We'll just use water. Does water turn into gas?
Yeah, it does. When
Oh,
heated.
okay.
Yeah, it turns into a puddle of gas, as the other person likes to say. Funny.
Puddle. No, because no. Okay, so water vapor it's lighter than air and it's hot, so it's gonna rise. That's why it's not gonna go down.
Great. So we don't have an exclusive downward vector or bias for all matter, do we?
Okay, here I sent you a picture. I don't know if it's a little blurry. I sent you a picture.
So we're just going to avoid that completely.
No, you asked me to show you a puddle of gas. I'm showing you liquid nitrogen on the floor.
You're showing me liquid. I asked for a puddle of gas, not liquid. How are you not
You're going to say you don't see the gas.
No, that's not the point. The point is, I want to see puddles of gas, not liquids. Can we do that, please?
Do you not see the gas?
You said to him, "Oh, You're the one who said to him, "Oh, you believe liquids are gas." You're very disingenuous.
Here's an even better picture actually.
Yeah, I asked him that because he
Liquid
keeps saying the word liquid. Liquid and gas are not the same state. Bro, you're
That's not
basically
what he
intolerable
says.
to talk
That's not
to.
what he said.
I'm not saying liquid and
Oh.
liquid and gas.
So I asked him to show me a puddle because he told me that gas forms puddles, and then he starts to tell me about liquids. Two different things, two different states of matter. That's what he's doing. I want to see a puddle of gas, not a puddle of liquid, but a puddle of gas. If I don't see that, I can see that you guys are just being disingenuous and trying to divert or subterfuge from the actual point, which is there is no exclusive downward vector for all matter.
Wait. Every normal functioning human would understand what he's saying, except you.
I'm just going to keep going.
Roboting crypto.
You're roboting bad.
Yeah, you haven't said any words.
Somebody else want to engage Svart, Rook, or whatever? You're better.
Yeah, I'm going to help you out there. Gas doesn't form
Thank
puddles.
you.
Gas doesn't form puddles. The end.
Here we go. We got an outsider
hold on.
that said gas doesn't form puddles. So now what? I know, it's mind-boggling, isn't it?
What?
Gas doesn't form puddles.
They can. I've already said this. They can form puddles. But
Oh,
how can gas form a puddle?
If you have a gas that is heavier than air, and you just let it free in a room, it's gonna go down. It's gonna if it's like enclosed like a normal puddle is, it's gonna fill there and it's gonna be there.
Does it not fill the available volume though?
No, because the available volume is air, and the gas is heavier than that.
But so the gas as a whole has filled the available volume then, which is different to liquids.
What?
Well, liquids
No,
don't fill the. That's so gases and So gases and liquids are both fluids, but they differ in this one regard. And that gas will have filled the available volume. But what you're saying, in order to form a puddle, needs to be the opposite. It needs to not.
No.
It needs to just form a level surface.
Okay, hold on. Can we just? A puddle is usually a puddle is formed after rain, and the water has no place to drain. So
Right.
it stays. Yeah.
So has the water in the puddle filled the available volume?
Well, yeah. The volume that it can fill, yeah.
No, it hasn't.
Yes,
Because
it has. The volume they can fill.
What about the volume above where the water is? Why hasn't it filled that?
Because the volume above is air and water is heavier than air, so it's not going to go up.
Filled the available volume, then has it?
I said it filled the available volume that it can fill. The available volume is the volume below it or to the side.
You're thick as shit.
Yeah, you know
no,
the
you're
problem.
Just not making sense here.
The problem, crypto. The problem with him is that he's confused. He thinks that a gas that's concentrated and kind of localized, he's calling that a puddle, but he doesn't grasp that only liquids can form a puddle. Technically, no gases form a puddle. Yes, when they cool down, they can kind of localize and concentrate, but that's not a puddle. So you're just using the wrong words, which is probably why you have the wrong idea, which is probably why you're not getting what's being said. So I just want to clear that up.
Can I just clear this one thing? The difference between, let's say liquid and gas is that gas has no infinite shape or volume while liquid does. That's the difference.
Yeah. And yeah, that's a difference.
How are you saying yes when he's just contradicted what you've been saying the whole time?
No,
you doing?
because he's saying no, because
He has.
he's not. It's
Yeah,
it's
he is.
formless.
It's just he's just said what I've
Okay,
been
how
saying
did
the
he
whole time.
contradict? How did he
You've been
contradict?
fighting me tooth and nail on it, and now you agree with him when he says it.
No,
It's
can you please say how did he contradict?
fucking
How did I
wild.
contradict? How did I contradict?
Here, let me state this again so we can, make sure it's clear. Like I said, gas has no definite shape or volume, while a liquid does.
Exactly.
That's the most simplest way I can explain the difference between liquid and a gas.
So do you now how therefore, if it doesn't have a definite shape or volume, it can't form a puddle?
And one thing I will say about liquid nitrogen is that the thing is that liquid nitrogen does let off vapor. That's why when you play around with liquid nitrogen, it's not really recommended to do so because it lets off a nasty vapor of lead because it's invisible.
No, sorry, you cut out.
I'm saying that liquid nitrogen does let off vapor though. So I wouldn't recommend you playing with it. I would not recommend you getting a liquid nitrogen puddle because it lets off a nasty lead vapor, which could get into your lungs.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you general advice.
I'm not really in constant direct. Yeah, I'm not really in in a state where I can constantly directly touch liquid nitrogen. So don't worry about me.
This is HSN. Okay, you ordered it how long ago?
No, okay, but there are liquid nitrogen.
What are you looking out for? It's pertinent when you ordered it.
It's not the.
When did you order it?
No, that's not okay.
You get it now, Svart? Do you understand now that only liquid forms puddles and gases?
I got
don't?
a joke for you guys.
Okay.
Can I tell you guys a joke quick?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Right. Yes.
How did the Mennonite find his sister in the cornfield?
I don't know how. How?
Yeah, wrong server, wrong channel, bro.
Hello? Because someone gonna finish that joke?
No, let him work out his hat comedy act elsewhere.
I want to hear, actually. I really want to hear what the joke was.
That's a great term. Hat comedy act.
Here, I would just like to say this, that, one of the most, let's say, when I come into this channel, one of the most seen bits of evidence that I see that, a curve doesn't exist, like Swan, is very much cherry-picked.
Yeah.
I just want
I just want to confirm here. Do you guys think I'm arguing for a?
Because there's one thing I do see. A lot of people do not take in place atmospheric refraction. And in the same video of Black Swan, and I'll show you the difference. So this is. Well, look at this.
You're using the wrong term there, calling that cherry picked.
Well, look. This is the same video. This is from the same video from the same guy. Look at that video. Look at it from left to right.
You don't get it.
It's the same thing.
No.
Do you want to keep saying the same thing, or do you want to respond?
No, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So the second you invoke refraction, every single image you possibly take has to be cherry picked by definition. So
what do you mean?
It's not a criticism. It's not a meaningful criticism. Well, because once you time.
You were about it. Yeah, you were, but you're good now. You're good now.
Okay. Yeah, so every time you apply refraction to any image that you've taken, then every single image is by default cherry picked.
And how was that? I asked you how was that, and you're saying that by definition it's by default what you said cherry picked. I'm asking you, what do you mean?
Well, what is cherry picking? You made the accusation.
No, I didn't. I know you said it was cherry picked. I just asked you to explain your claim. You made a claim that atmospheric refraction means it's cherry picked. I'm asking you, what do you mean?
Robot.
Holy robot! What the?
I have no idea what you're saying.
Yeah,
I know he's roboting back. You're robot in crypto.
Oh, that's what I mean.
Yeah, you roboted bad. It's because he's driving, so he's going in and out.
Wait, why is he driving?
It would be the case that if you showed an image, if you were not identifying what type of refraction is happening in the image, you are going to then say, there's an image of flat, there's an image of curved, and then you would arbitrarily pick which one fit you best. If you was going at each image and saying, this is this type of refraction, this is that type, then it would not be a cherry pick. You're just telling the viewer, this is what you're seeing.
But like I said, I didn't say it was cherry picking somewhere. I'm saying that every time I see a claim, it's always cherry picked, and what I mean in that sense is that atmospheric refraction is always taken off the table. There is no room for atmospheric refraction.
But it sounds like projection, though, because it sounds like you're cherry picking what you want to deem refraction or not. It's like you posted that photo and said, "Look at the photo." So you're actually cherry picking for your own argument.
I'm just saying it doesn't take into account atmospheric refraction. That's what I'm saying.
No, but it does. See, this is what you guys don't get. There is refraction all the time because there is air and there is heat and there is cold and there's these optical phenomenons are always. But what you guys don't get, that you're looking over a flat water, level water, okay, like a checkerboard, like it's flat in all directions, it's planar, right? And the observations will have phenomenon within them, all of them. Sometimes you see it look this way, sometimes you see it look that way, but you're still always and will always be looking over flat water. Water doesn't curve and conform to a ball because of gravity pulling everything to the center or it pushing to the center, whatever you believe it is, because that is a falsehood. This is what we're trying to tell you guys.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. What you're saying about gravity, how strong is gravity?
Oh my god, bro.
I'm asking you, how strong is gravity?
Stop being retarded.
No, I'm asking him because I'm just asking how strong is gravity?
Your question is begging the question that gravity exists.
He's saying that gravity is moving towards the center.
How strong?
I want you to answer the question. I want you to answer the question.
Hey, listen. How strong is the Hulk on a Wednesday after he drank coffee?
I'm asking you a question. Can you answer it?
I asked you to answer it. It's equivalent. It's nonsensical.
It's not equivalent.
No, it is because it's stupid. Okay, gravity is not a thing, bro. Gravity is not a thing. Nor is Hulk on a Wednesday drinking coffee.
You just said but you just said gravity pulls water towards the center. You just said that.
That's your paradigm. I was talking about what you believe it to be. I'm saying it's not that. That is Narnia. That is false.
He doesn't even recognize his water ball being mocked. Come on, Long Island.
Can I ask you though?
Come on, bro.
Since you don't believe in gravity.
Because I'm trying to take you seriously. But if I'm trying to take you seriously. But if you guys are just gonna mock it, then
you're the one scalloping all around.
How am I scalloping all around? I just said that atmospheric refraction isn't really taken. I'm just saying that atmospheric refraction isn't really taken into account when a lot of these arguments are presented.
Oh my gosh, dude! You don't get it. Look, gravity is okay. You mean gravitas, right? You mean weight? Like you mean there's amount of something that's going to make something less or more dense than its surrounding environment? What? Yes, there is weight, right? There is something that is obviously.
No, I'm talking about atmospheric refraction. I'm not talking about weight. So I'm talking about atmospheric refraction.
I'm talking to the other guy now.
For other electromagnetic waves.
I'm talking to the other guy that said we don't believe in gravity, quote unquote. We just don't believe in what the paradigm has taught us being in school, being raised in it. We don't believe in that lie anymore. We learned the truth. We said, oh, how stupid of us. We thought we were on a ball spinning, hurling through a vacuum of space, a gaseous ball with water being held to the surface of it with gravity, this invisible force, not a force, pseudo force, whatever the fuck you want to say it is. It's false. So we don't believe in that. Don't strawman us and say, "Oh, they don't believe in gravity." No, we understand that things
I've
have
never
weight.
said that you didn't believe in gravity. I'm asking you
No,
how.
somebody else said it. You're not even you never follow any conversation. I literally said, I'm talking to the other guy.
Well, we're having conversation. Then you deviate off for some reason.
Because I was replying to that guy. He came from the peanut gallery. But you're right. Go ahead. Just finish. Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
I'm saying that I never said that gravity. I never, you never said well, I never said that. Let's say we're talking about atmospheric refraction, and you said that gravity doesn't.
Okay.
I'm not talking about gravity. I'm talking about atmospheric refraction.
This
You know what
guy
atmospheric refraction is?
lost, bro.
Yes, I'm actually the one that told you that all the time there's this condition that causes things to make these optical phenomenons happen every day, all day, day and night. We see things differently than they actually are. There's an appearance. They appear to look this way. But with temperature changing and wind blowing and all these different phenomenons happening, we can say, well, that's refraction. The way light is bouncing off of everything in the sky and off the surface and to our eyes. Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
Yes, that is, atmospheric refraction.
Okay, so with that being said, it's not because the earth is a ball that's making you see things this way or that way. It's the way the conditions are going to make you see this way or that way. Do you get that? Before we go further, do you understand what I'm saying so far?
Not really, because it doesn't make any sense. It's nonsensical.
He has no idea what you're talking about because it's not in his little bin of buzzwords.
Okay, well, let's say this. Let's say this. So let me.
Long Island Rick.
But hold up. I'm talking to him. I'm not talking to you. So what you're saying? Let me speak to him.
Hold on. Hey, Rick. Don't talk to him like that, because that's what's going to happen. I'm just letting you know.
Come on, Long Island Rick. Keep it together.
Oh man.
Okay. As I was saying,
hey, Long Island Rick, how long have you been taking atmospheric refraction into consideration? Because you say we don't. So how long have you been telling yourself that things you see in the distance are just a projection of something that's not actually there?
What does this have to do with the conversation?
Well, that's what you're claiming, bro.
I'm saying that is as a fact.
So how long have you been taking atmospheric refraction into account?
Just hold up. I want to finish my conversation with him if I could. I don't need people jumping in, changing the conversation.
No, I'm just calling out your bullshit. So go on.
No. We're having a conversation. I'm not having a 2v1 conversation. I'm having a conversation with him. So he says, what he was saying isn't, he was saying that, the deviation of light when it comes to, let's say, atmospheric refraction. Can you prove that though? Can you experiment? Can you do an experiment that would prove what you're claiming?
Wait, what?
I'm asking. So you said that the deviation of light says it makes it look like it's a ball, right? Can you prove that?
No,
with some sort of experiment?
that's not what I. Hold on, don't.
No, because you always ask us to do experiments, but I'm asking you, can you do experiment with that? And
dude, where are you going with this? Okay, we didn't get past the first part. That's why I just disengaged and I let Haas deal with you, because you couldn't even grasp the first part. We couldn't get past that point. It's like we can't go on step 3 when you can't even do step 1. You understand what I'm saying? Because step 3 requires that you understand step 1, and you don't understand step 1 because you still have an ideology that step 1 is conflicting with, so you can't grasp it. You can't even see it because you're like, no, it can't be that way because that doesn't comport with what I believe. Go ahead.
Okay, well, actually, let me just ask you a question. Okay, I know this is off topic, but just let me ask you this, and this is more of a personal thing. I don't need anyone jumping in. Are you anti-vax? Just
no, dude. I'm not gonna get into that.
No, I'm not just asking.
Listen. That's not the point that we're making here. Has nothing to do with atmospheric refraction. Okay, the point that's being made here is that you think it's refraction that makes you see or not see over a curved surface because you believe the Earth is a oblate spheroid in your paradigm. We're trying to tell you that no, the water is flat and level. That's why we have a horizon, horizontal, meaning flat. Okay? And the optical phenomenons caused by atmospheric refraction of all kinds, there's so many different ones, by the way, all kinds of different phenomenons, but they are going to allow you to see objects on this flat body of water in different ways. Sometimes it's blocked, sometimes it's not, sometimes it looks like it's floating in the sky, sometimes it looks like it's dipped behind if it's sinking. All these different things you're viewing have to do with the optical phenomena caused by refraction. Do you understand that?
That is a very interesting point. And sure, I can understand, let's say, atmospheric refraction, but I would ask you this again. Is there any scientific, some scientific experiment or data that backs up what you're saying?
Oh my God, bro. Is there any experiment? Oh my God. Okay. Let me ask something. Do you need the, academia to tell you these words, the very same words I'm saying to you? Do you need just someone in a lab coat or someone with a title to tell you that, so that way then you can grasp what I said?
I would like to see some evidence at least. Just some evidence. That's what
The evidence is go outside. The evidence is go look into it. The evidence is go to a beach and look at the horizon. That's horizontal. The evidence is that there are no horizontal lines on the surface of a curved ball, spheroid. The only place that exists is on a planar surface. Like if you're in the middle of a giant swimming pool and the water is flat in all directions, if you put your eyes low enough, you might see a circle around you as you spin 360. Again, water level, flat. And you cannot have that horizon created by your eyes looking at the surface, which is now blocking anything beyond a certain distance from your position. Once that happens, then you're going to realize, oh, wow, look it. I can't see that much further, and I can see a horizon that can only exist on a planar surface, because on a ball, there are no horizons like that, because there are no horizontal lines. Okay, do you get that?
Okay, well, yes, I get this, but also I'd like to say that, you saying just go outside is basically what people say about lightning. Lightning, people used to think that lightning came from God until, we discovered that it wasn't from God, but that's what people used to say, just go outside and you'll see lightning. That was basically their evidence. So I'm just asking, I'm not going to ask this on your live comment, I'm just asking you as a person, have you been able to demonstrate, because this guy was saying about an experiment on data that you can observe, right? So an experiment is also something that you take on with skepticism. You don't just take a position and try and prove it.
I hear you. Okay, so here's what we could do. We can take observations, right? And actually, I'm gonna tag you to it. Okay, I want you to look at the side chat. Are you able to see the side chat?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to watch this. Okay, this is an observation, and I guess you can do some just logical thinking. Just use your brain. Read the words that it's saying. Use your brain. It's real simple. I'm going to post this. Okay? This is an observation. You're saying, oh, ball, curve Earth. That's why ship is on the other side of the water when it's blocking it. But in this video, it's a perfect example of a boat, okay? A big ship that's anchored off the coast, okay? And within 3 hours, it goes from 40 feet hidden of the boat to fully, like you can see all of it. Again, the effects of atmospheric refraction, optical phenomena. There's a lot of variables at play. The temperature, whether it was hot or cold, I'm not sure. I don't have the data on that. But if you could have done that. Let me gather the data. Let me get this all worked out. But the point here, though, is you don't have to even go that far. Use your eyes see how you can't see it, and then all of a sudden it comes back. If you see the horizon, once you see all of it and look at the horizon way behind the boat, right, the ship, then that should tell you, well, if I thought the horizon was blocking it to begin with, that means the Earth must have got bigger or something while I was sleeping for 3 hours or when I came back. This is the common sense you're going to have to really pull together within yourself to grasp what's happening. You're going to have to realize, okay, wait, what I've been told isn't matching up with what I'm seeing right here. And that's all we're here to do. We're trying to help you guys pull you out the bullshit and say we are being lied to. We were lied to. And you're still being lied to, and you still believe the lies.
By who?
By the same people that are telling you that it's fucking curved.
And who's saying that?
Well, right now you're the one saying it, so you're kind of perpetuating that lie.
No.
But it's not a lie.
I thought you were going to say scientists.
But it's not a lie. But it's not a lie because maybe you truly believe it to be. But once you learn that it's a lie, and then you go tomorrow or you come back the next week and you're saying the same shit, well, then now you're lying because now you know the truth. Right now you know the truth. You finally learned it. Now you know the truth. Now if you come back with that same rhetoric, then you are now lying, and you're propagating the lie.
Can you resend your video? I'm unable to see. There's something wrong. There's some glitch.
You can't see it?
No.
All right, I'll resend it.
Yeah,
I'm going to mute myself, and I've been talking a long time, so I'll let somebody else talk because I don't want to hog the mic.
But before you do go, I just want to say that when you're saying so we've been lied to, I'm guessing you'll say we've been lied to by scientists.
At this point, I wouldn't even call them scientists. They're just people that are in control of the curriculum that are telling you this falsehood, and they're pushing an agenda, a propagated agenda that you believe because they tell you. They show you cartoons on TV screens and phone screens and computer screens, and you believe them. I wouldn't even call them scientists at this point. To be honest, me personally.
Okay. Would you kind of call that, let's say, a ideology, since you think they're pushing a certain agenda?
What? Say that again. Do I think it's cool of what?
No, wouldn't you say that your idea, let's say, of scientists is a bit of a ideology? Because I mean, you're saying that you wouldn't even call them scientists. I'm guessing probably anti-vax also. So I mean, it's just anti-science, right?
Okay, it's not anti-science in the way you're putting it. Actually, what you're bringing to the table is anti-science. Matter of fact, there's nothing science about it. Science isn't shape.
I asked you for some, let's say, any type of evidence.
Listen. First of all, the shape of the Earth is not science, by the way. Do you know that? Or do you believe that it is? That's just part of the brainwashing. I get it. But we need to try to layer after layer, bro, level after level. We're knocking down this wall that's been built up for as many years as you've been around in this world. As long as you've been alive. A lot of years we're going through with these guys. That's why they come every day, reset. Because we're dealing with years and years of this indoctrination. As we all had it. But for some reason, it clicked. Finally, we just got it. Well, I don't know why. I don't know how. Glory to the Most High, I guess. Lucky for us. But it makes sense with logic and reason. If you're still going to be stuck in it, that's okay. Everything I've told you so far, hopefully you listened. Hopefully some lights started turning on. Hopefully the gears started running. You're like, wait, that does fucking make sense. And it doesn't make sense over here. Because now you're going to realize, wait, okay, so the Earth is spinning. Gravity's holding water to the rock. But we know that if I took water and I put it on the surface and I spun it, water wants to fly out. Water wants to go away. Oh, wait, but that's right. Gravity's holding it. So, you literally keep yourself in that fucking bucket with the crabs, and they're pulling you down as well.
Can we actually...
Hold on.
The water on rock wants to fly away. Can we discuss that, actually? Because that's a really
you're
funny
you're
claim to
talking
ever
about
justify.
like something. Okay, so okay, I feel like you're imagining spinning a
Good morning,
basketball and
Queen, by the
pouring.
way.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you? I feel like you're imagining spinning a basketball on your fucking finger and then pouring water on it and being like, "See, it spins off." But what we're talking about is a gigantic planet, like bigger than your brain can even fucking comprehend, spinning at such a speed so fast that your brain can't even comprehend either. That's what we're talking about. Also, a fucking magnetic field that is holding everything in one place to the core.
How strong?
That you don't experience the Earth in motion. I really appreciate that.
How strong do you think this force would have to be?
Really fucking strong.
Extremely fucking strong because,
okay. With that,
what is he talking about right now?
so logically, keep that in mind. Okay, logically, it would have to be a force so strong because you've picked up a bucket of water before, right?
Yeah.
Now imagine having to pick up the ocean. Okay, all of them, all the oceans, the 70% of the world is the ocean, or 80%.
It's called water pressure.
Okay. So imagine this, right? So imagine this: all that water, you have to be strong enough to hold all of it to the rock that is hurling through the vacuum space, right? But here's the thing, though. Logically, if you're that strong, yet a seed can grow and it goes up. It defies that pulling down because it goes upwards. A flower, it grows up, right?
Yo, okay, no, technically, listen, technically, if you're standing on the North Pole and a tree is growing up in the South Pole, to you, the tree is growing down, okay? That's how orientation works.
No, that's to you, though. I don't yell about it. I don't believe in that nonsense.
Nah,
That's
he's
your
yelling
paradigm.
too. Shut up.
I
We
don't
both
believe
go
in that.
yell at each
They're
other.
all yelling. All these
We're
flat
all
earthers are
yelling.
Queen, I don't believe in that nonsense. You believe we're antipodal to each other. You believe America's feet is.
Hold on. Now you're using. Hold on. We talked about this. Big words.
Okay.
What's antipodal?
So when someone's standing on one side of the basketball and then a person's on the other side of the basketball, that means they could play footsies. You get it? Wee footsies, right? Because their feet are on the surface, your feet on the surface, but you're opposite.
Yeah.
Okay, that's antipodal, meaning you're on one side, I'm on the other. Antipodal, right? So
well, I mean, I didn't say I was. I said the tree was, but fair.
Well, I know, but you think things are upside down to one another, but not upside down because they're
depending on your orientation.
Antipodal,
Yeah,
exactly, antipodal again. So if they do a handstand, now they're upside down. Whatever, doesn't matter. The point is that you believe in that paradigm with gravity holding everything to it. So that person that tree is growing the opposite way, going up, which is down or whatever. But you think everything is pulling to the center, but yet a butterfly so easily can escape. A bird, a pigeon, a hawk, everything that flies
Okay, now
upward.
you're just now you're just conflating the laws of aviation with gravity.
No.
No.
Gas is aviation.
This is getting good.
No, now you're conflating the laws of aviation with literal fucking the force of gravity. That's a false equivalency. They're not the same thing.
Hold on, is gas aviation?
Is gas aviation? Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah. No, well, you're saying gases go up. Gases defy.
But gases do not take flight.
Okay, but they go up though, right?
Going up is not taking flight, sir.
Hold on. But I'm saying they go up though, right?
Heat rises. Gas rises.
Okay.
What happens to your strong force?
Exactly. That's what I was getting to. Haas was on the same page of me. You had this force holding down everything to the surface, but then you have this weak little gas molecule that says, fuck you, gravity, and they're out.
The one thing that gravity can't hold is something that's so fine, so minute to the atmosphere, like oxygen and gas. You guys are using that as proof? Are you dead ass?
Come on, Queen.
Yeah, they are. They're flat earthers. What do you expect?
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about, Queen?
Here comes the cope.
Here it comes.
No, there's no cope. There's no cope. Hey, Apocrypha, we was debating pretty well before.
We always do.
So don't do that to me because I keep a pretty open mind about this shit. I didn't call you retarded. That was rude.
Below you. Listen, the guy in the straw hat below you is cheerlead coping for you.
Yeah, we were talking about you.
Because you're backpedaling.
Yeah, you did backpedal
You're
though.
backpedaling now.
Who, me? I'm backpedaling on what?
Yeah, you did because you said You said everything is being held down, but then you said, "Oh, but except gases, they're too minute. They could escape it." But here's the thing, though.
Gas
Let me
doesn't get held down in space either.
Oh God!
What?
Now you're going to
You're just
It
another.
wrong,
just be
Queen.
moving.
If you're
Okay,
holding
hold
like the
on.
classical model
Okay,
of
if you
gravity,
believe in
you're just
flat Earth,
wrong.
so you don't believe
I
in
don't.
space?
Okay, space.
Now Nathan Oakley
Do,
just said.
do
What
you
is
mean?
space to you as a flat
No,
earther?
I was just gonna ask you. Do you mean like a high out or low? We'll call it LEO, right? Low Earth orbit, right? We'll call that height because we have amateur people
Do you believe
whatever.
in space?
We hold on. We have amateur balloons that go up 182,000 feet,
Do
right?
you believe in space?
Do you call that space? No. Well, hold on. I
I'm
gotta
not
get a.
talking about the Earth. I'm talking about the fucking vacuum of
Oh,
blackness
okay,
that we're
then no,
hurtling through.
no. I do not believe in that. That is you. I hope you
Keona?
don't believe in that. The
Que
Well, you're in
huele?
violation.
fantasy land. Don't
Yeah,
you hear yourself downshifting into fantasy land?
I
yeah.
mean, okay, if we're going
That's
to
a
talk about
violation of
Fantasyland, y'all are over more in Fantasyland than
Yeah.
I am
that.
on this,
Why didn't
but
you
like,
say so?
No.
I beat you to it.
Look at space is a violation of natural law. Do you not know that?
huh? Okay, back it the
Okay.
fuck on up.
So
According to what?
natural law is being
Explain that.
violated by space existing.
Explain that.
Before hold on. Before we get to space, let's go back to this gravity thing. Okay, we'll get to space, but let's
Okay,
focus
point
on.
on to law.
No. Because if you don't even believe in space, then it's dumb to fucking discuss gravity. Because you're not gonna believe in that shit either. So like, let's just start with space. Start with space.
Okay,
Let's
so
start
hold
there.
on. What evidence do you have that Earth is hurtling?
What?
Queen
Okay,
just said
I
that
use
Earth
that.
is
Okay,
hurtling. Queen just said Earth is hurtling through space.
I
I'm
use
just
that.
asking if she's just telling a story. Are
Okay,
you
I'm the person
telling
who
a
said it. I'm the
story,
person who
or
said
do
it.
you
So
have
let me
anything to
clarify.
back that up?
Whew,
I
can
know
you
the reason
relax?
you said it.
Can
I'm
you
relaxed.
relax?
No, they
I'm
can't.
relaxed.
You're not. Actually, I'm the person who said it.
Okay, so was it just a cool
One at a
story?
time.
Do you have anything to back it up with?
Answer. Do you just want to
All
hear
right.
yourself talk? Because you can do that too. You can monologue if you want. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Were you not listening when you were muted?
No, because when
Come
I
on,
unmuted
Queen.
her, she was still running her mouth.
Shine, Queen.
Man,
This is your time to shine. Was it just a cool story, or do you have anything to back it up? This hurtling Earth.
I mean, I'm the person who said it. I got muted when I was trying to respond, and you're still asking me the same
Okay, go
question. I
on now.
haven't gotten
And
to respond.
now you're complaining. So let's put it in the past.
I haven't gotten to respond still.
That's what
You're
she
still.
said.
So why do I
Hurtling.
get muted, but this guy doesn't? Come on now.
that's what I've been
He's a
saying.
mod. He's a mod.
Okay, I'll mute myself.
Hang
Let's
on.
carry on.
I muted you because you run your mouth while he's talking. Then when I unmute you, you start running your mouth to that. You got muted. So whenever you decide that you want to answer the question that he gave, he'll ask the question and then I'll unmute you. Then you can answer his question, not complain about being muted because I told you why you was muted. Go ahead. She might have forgot your question.
No, I didn't forget the question. I was still muted. I still couldn't talk. I can talk now. Yes, I was just trying to say that was a little bit of an exaggeration. Earth isn't hurtling through space. You know, if you believe the what's it called? We're orbiting around the sun. Obviously, we wouldn't be hurtling through space. But I use that
Well,
as
hold on.
me
The
and him were
sun's hurtling.
discussing. See,
Hold
I'm
on. The
still
sun's
talking,
hurtling
bro.
through space.
If he's talking, let her talk.
Can you be fair? Tactical, at
Well,
least. I'm still
yeah,
talking, and
it's
he's. Come
okay.
on now.
But okay, you're backpedaling.
Can I? Can I at
I
least
mean, she did
explain?
say explicitly that she was going to backpedal. Like, I mean, you gotta let someone correct themselves, right?
Yeah, let him back. Let her backpedal. Go ahead.
I don't understand what type of like hierarchy you're trying to take here. It's kind of weird, but I just said yes, that was an exaggeration. I apologize. The reason why I did that was because me and Apocryphon were discussing whether he believes in space or not. So that's why I said, "Do you believe so and so?" And he said no. So I said, "Okay, let's move to instead of discussing gravity, we can discuss space." And then you came in and what? and then I got muted.
Okay.
So like, come on.
Okay, Queen. Okay, Queen. Let's start over. Okay, let's be real royal here.
I was talking to Apocryphon, bro.
Okay, just hold on. Just give me 10 seconds, Queen. So you're sorry for telling the crazy story of Earth hurtling, but you say, okay, Earth orbiting nearest star, sun, but the sun sure as shit is hurtling through outer space, correct?
What does hurtling mean? Can you
Yeah,
define
to you, what is hurtling?
You brought it up. You used it first,
Flying?
Queen.
I know,
So,
but I
flying.
already corrected myself
Okay,
on the
so
usage
Like a
of that.
bird
You're the one
flying?
trying to continue with
hold
that
on.
and put words in my
Queen.
mouth.
Queen. But the sun is hurtling, is it not?
I never said that. You're positing
But
that now.
so you're creating your own cosmology. We're just talking
Well,
about the story they sold
I'm
us.
not doing
Queen.
that at all.
I don't think
You're
any physicist would
That's what
say
the
that the
topic is,
sun
homegirl.
flies through space.
It travels around the galactic center point, so it's going
It,
in a circular path orbiting that galactic center point. So it's moving in a direction, hurtling, if you will.
no. Well, I mean, like, hurtling was
Yeah,
defined as
well then by
flying.
that
Flying is
definition,
orbiting a
I
something
guess.
hurtling
like a
star.
bird does, or maybe an airplane does, but it
No,
requires a
hurtling.
medium.
It's like when I think of hurtling, I think of like traveling black
I'm
holes.
just
They're just like
engaging with the
fucking
definition as
think
given by
flying
your
through
debate
I
space.
opponent
think she
there,
meant.
Queen.
Hold on. I think she meant hurling, which is not hurtling. Is when you're jumping over something. Hurling is when
No,
you're going fast.
Moving
hurtling
through,
with a
going
T.
through very
Not
quickly.
with the
Yeah.
D, a T. She
Yeah.
used the
Someone said,
T, not the
yeah,
D or the RL.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
He said
someone
loudspeaker.
said orbiting. That's probably the most correct
Yeah,
take,
orbiting
right?
is more correct. I would go with that than
Okay,
hurling.
so that's motion, correct? How about we boil it down to motion?
Motion? Sure, that is a form of motion.
I'm talking to
Yes.
Queen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, apology accepted. So, Queen, is orbiting motion?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any evidence that the Earth is in motion, or are you just telling us the story we've heard a million times before?
I'm not telling you any story. I was engaging with
So you have
Apocryphon on
evidence.
something that we've talked about like a couple
Okay,
yesterday, I
so
think it
you
was.
just want to drag Apocryphon into La La Land. Go
I'm
on.
not dragging Apocryphon into anything. We were discussing something yesterday. I was very open to flat Earth and like the concepts they're talking about.
Okay,
Crit was here
carry on,
too.
Queen.
I don't know why you're
Carry on,
attacking
Queen.
me, bro. I don't
Not
understand what your
attacking
problem
you,
is.
homegirl.
You are though.
No, I'm just using your own words and pointing out that every time I point out the words you use, you backpedal.
I'm not okay. Okay, I'm
So,
just
do
somebody
you have
trying to
any evidence
understand.
that the Earth is in motion? That's all
Oh
I'm
my
asking. Yay
goodness.
or
I'm
nay?
just somebody trying to understand how some of you guys think. All right? So just please relax and get off my ass.
Okay. So Queen, if you can understand the reason why we don't believe the lie is because looking into this to prove flat Earth wrong, I want to say probably all of us who are on this side of it now, dove into this trying to disprove it, actually did our due diligence and looked into it thoroughly, and then realized, holy fuck, we've been getting lied to. We started realizing the lies in place, but you had to let go of the lie so that way you can grasp the truth. You can't.
So and you have to let go of logic in order to grasp logic.
No. Here's what. Quite the opposite here. Quite the opposite, Queen. Because here's what it is. The things in the heliocentric model are actually not logical. They actually don't make sense when you look into it, and then you realize, oh wow, okay, this is logical, right? The way everything's measured, flat, horizontal, you have angles, two lines, you have all this, even when you guys want to bring math into it, everything about it, it's not curved ball at all. And like logic kicks in when you start grasping the truth. But it's not for everybody though either.
I
So I
mean,
don't know.
you guys don't make any positive claims, right? So
Yeah, what's your evidence for everything else being fake?
Well, the fact there's several.
So you see.
there's several things we could talk about in that sense. For instance, why would NASA be getting caught faking it if they're really
Faking
there?
what? Faking
Well, that's
what?
not. Is that a positive claim?
Because I'm
It's
pretty
just
sure all NASA does
doubting
is
another claim.
Okay,
It's not
okay,
NASA
a
just
positive
adds
claim,
color
right?
to pictures. They don't add anything else except for
okay,
colors.
okay. So let me give you an example. Okay,
Hmm.
when let's say I'm telling you that I'm in space right now. Okay, and I'm in a tin can going around at 17,500 miles per hour. And then you go, oh,
Yeah.
cool, let me see you. Okay.
Yeah, go on cam. The fuck?
Yeah. I go on cam, right? And I'm showing you, here I am. Check it out. And then you see behind me, somebody materializes into view. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, now, let's put a pause on that. Let's put a pin on that. Now, let's say right now we're talking, and I'm like, hey, I'm here at home. And you're like, cool, go on cam. Let me see your house. You will never see anybody materialize into my camera screen right now, into my view, into your screen as you're viewing me. Because that wouldn't be reality, right? Can you at least logically agree to that? Yes or no?
First of all, I don't understand half of what you just said or why it is relevant to this.
Okay, well,
What does the person materializing
okay.
on your
Because,
screen in
okay,
space but not in your house have to do with
okay,
anything?
okay. So the reason why I said put a pin on that, and then let's go to reality, where you're never going to see somebody materialize in my camera phone while they're behind me. You're never going to see, because this is reality. Okay. Now,
Okay, I see.
now, where you might see that happen, let's say I tell you, hey, I live in the Playboy Mansion. And you're like, really? Let me see it. I'm like, yeah, let me show you it. And then, but I have a green screen behind me. Okay. And now you see some crazy shit happening behind me, but it's because it's graphics. Because that does happen when you're dealing with graphics, CGI, even in real time. This is when the anomalies happen, but
So
you'll never see that in real life.
you're saying that NASA is using CGI.
1000%,
You're
because
using a
they've been
lot of
caught.
words to say a very simple thing.
They've been caught. Well, you said how they've been caught. I'm telling you how they've been caught. So
They've just been using CGI, is what you said. But like, where is the actual evidence? Can you point me to an article? Can you point me to
yeah,
something?
we have plenty of videos of showing you over and over. I'll post them for you and I'll tag you, no doubt. But
I don't need
I
all
will.
of them. Just like
Okay,
one is fine.
but here's the point though, Queen. Okay, you only need to see one. You only need to see the one where the guy materializes into view on the camera while they're waiting. He's waiting for an interview, and he layers in, which only happens in CGI graphics. Mind you, they're telling you this is a live feed. We're about to talk to him and have an interview with him, and he's on the ISS. Okay, so with that logic, right, and reason, you would say, wait, if
So
they're
you're
really
saying, hold on.
hold on, I'm not done. Hold on. Let me finish this, then you can say it. So when you go, hey, they're really there doing what they say they're doing, and they're not lying to us, but yet they're getting caught, because if they were really there doing what they're saying they're doing, they wouldn't have to lie to us. Do you understand what that
Wait,
means?
if you have a telescope, you can literally see the ISS orbit you.
That's not no. Hold on. That's another story. But right now we're talking about
You're
getting
talking about
caught
the
on.
ISS.
Hold on. We're getting.
So what were they caught on camera doing? Just faking that people were at the ISS?
Okay.
I'm going to give you a 6-minute video right here. If you want more, just
Perfect. Thank you, Tactical.
pull up more copies.
Thank you, Tactical. We all have the videos. We all have. I mean, see, amongst us, we've seen them all. It's comical at this point because we see it all the time.
Wait,
we've been in this
I know
argument.
that, but the thing,
How
like,
does
for a
Queen know
new
that the
person,
video you're showing her isn't CGI?
Oh, well,
my lantern.
Right? I mean,
these are live
standard of
video, man. You
evidence,
can watch
right?
that
You
shit
have
at
to
your
apply it
leisure.
equally, correct?
well, and I'm just saying, like, for a new person coming into this concept, you guys are pretty fucking abrasive on certain topics, and you're very hold
my
on,
apologies.
not you, but some of you can be very ridiculing on certain things, and like when it's somebody trying, I'm still talking. When it's somebody.
It's because we've been dealing with people who come in with this. I'm pretending to be a new person spiel, right? We can tell when someone's being true and honest, when we can tell when someone's playing around, yanking our chain. So there's a lot of just previously built up irritation from people, especially those who come in nonstop, round the clock, talking about the same things over and over, rinse and repeat. So there's a lot of frustration in a lot of people. I'm still trying to find that 6-hour compilation. But there's been people, even Globers, who's gone through all of the NASA videos and watched, studied, and clipped these instances of them faking video footage on the ISS. And we're here saying, hey, what they're telling us, how do we know it's true? Because we've caught them lying. And I'm going to give you...
Understandable. I'm excited to see the video. But again, like, I literally just got muted for trying to talk to Apocryphon. I was in here yesterday having a very good conversation with him. I have not taken this tone with any of you guys to be
rehashing and
rude.
complaining is
Can I
abrasive.
finish talking, dude? Why are you always talking when I talk?
Because you're
Please.
recapping and complaining and whining
I'm not
and
complaining about
telling
anything. Can I finish speaking for once without you talking over me? Please.
I don't know. Can you?
This is literally Nathan Oakley. This is exactly what Nathan Oakley does. He's
I saw that coming a mile away. Listen, I'm gonna
Anyways,
put
Apocryphon, can you
yes.
at least like vouch that yesterday I was being very fucking engaging with
Yes.
you guys?
Yes.
Even Crit was here. I
Yeah,
was
yeah,
being
it's good.
very chill, very cool with everybody. And today I'm being accosted for what?
All right, let's just move forward. Let's trust me, it's not going to help any in this situation. I'm posting videos. I want you right now to go to the side
Where?
and watch in
Right
the
here?
side chat.
Okay, I see. You
The side
tagged
chat.
me.
And there's more above too. You're going to see
Wait,
them.
can you explain why you would trust these videos but not the original source material, for
These
example?
are
Like the one
from okay.
apart?
This is what you're not getting. These are taken
No.
from NASA's live feeds. These are
Yeah, but
taken
you don't
from their
understand the
videos.
question.
Oh
How am
my
I to
god!
trust you that they are taken from their videos?
I don't want you. I don't want you to trust me at all.
How's
I want
anyone
you to go
supposed to
look
trust
into it.
you?
You know what?
Find the videos
Don't.
your damn self.
Don't.
But
I
like
want you to
You
go.
play that game. You find the videos your damn self. I've already posted the 6-hour video.
No,
you can rinse, repeat, take screenshots, and use the new Google AI to find the video that they came from.
What? Why?
Yeah,
like,
that's
why
a good
now
way.
would you trust the AI? Like, I'm just asking you, right?
Oh my god!
Why
Go.
do you?
Okay, do yourself a favor. Go
You're
to
not even.
NASA.
You don't
Go
understand the
to,
question.
go to NASA's website and see if you could find
Even
these
if it was
videos.
there, you're not answering the question. You don't even understand the question.
Oh my god, bro!
Here's the answer to your question. I posted the 6-hour video, right? Let me review what the name was. NASA Ultimate Hoax Collection, 6 hours of BS. Go through that video, take screenshots. Take those screenshots, post it in your Google search. The AI will find the video for you, I'm sure. And then whenever you see that it comes from your NASA.gov and their video archive,
you
then
posited the
you'll know
claim,
that's
so
where the
maybe
video
shouldn't
came
you
from.
do that?
No, the gentleman's asking me. I've already stated previously that there have been people who've gone through and reviewed the videos and posted clips, and others have taken these clips, compiled them together. I've given you a source of the largest compilation that I've found and saved, and I'm giving it to you. Now you can go and check and see if this shit checks out.
Well, the burden of proof is on you, so you should be doing that. But anyways, I want to
The burden
pose
of
a
proof
question
was,
to the
hey,
room.
you have instances of NASA lying, and here's my information. Here's my
Okay.
source.
I want to
Then
pose a
you can
question
go
if you don't
and
mind. Yeah.
verify that the source is telling the truth or telling a lie, or
I
if
heard
I'm the
you.
one
Yeah,
who's
just let
telling
me
the
get in
truth,
here, please.
and then figure it out for yourself.
Yeah, I'm not trying
You
to be rude. I want to get in here. That's fine. I heard you the first 3 times that you said that.
Thanks, guy.
Why?
The flat guy here, he thinks he's at the house.
I'm
This
actually
is
being very courteous.
Carmichael here. I'm talking, guys.
I'm actually being
Listen, I'm
very
a
courteous. I'm
senior.
trying to engage in the
I'm a
intellectual
senior,
marketplace
guys.
of ideas. I'm
Frat
trying to
guys
engage in
here.
civil discourse. Please
Hey, what was
relax.
that
Calm
line?
down. Control yourself. Anyways, why is it
Frat
that
guy
gravity
speaking.
is... All right, I'm just going to take care of this guy myself. Why is it that gravity is so strong that it can hold hundreds of thousands of gallons of water?
Why did he
If you
get
mute
muted?
anonymous, I need you to unmute her.
Because he can't mute people just to talk.
Well, okay, to be fair though, the person every single time he has tried to talk and
I'm
ask a question
tracking.
keeps talking over him.
Yes.
So come on.
Yes.
Tell
Hey,
him to
you know how?
unmute the
Hey,
person, but
ma'am,
like
Well, the
ma'am,
way this is going to
ma'am.
go is this guy's going to start giving us a what is gravity. Before we can start talking about its attributes, let's establish that it exists in the way he thinks it does in the first place.
so then let him posit his question.
Well, he's asking more of a how or a why, but we're going to ask him what. What does he think gravity even is?
Okay, unmute him so he can respond.
Working on it, ma'am.
Are you watching those videos,
Thank
Queen?
you, Tactical. You've been great. Nobody's complained about you, Tactical. It's not you.
Are you
Yes, I'm watching
those
the videos right now. Yes.
All right.
I'm actually doubting the existence of gravity. You're completely wrong. I'm on your side. So what I'm saying is this: how does the logic of gravity contradict itself so much? It's strapping hundreds of thousands of gallons to Earth with, this invisible force. It's holding all this
Oh yeah,
water
is it?
to the core of
Is
the
that
Earth.
what it's doing for
Yeah,
real? Okay, I'm cutting you off because you're like, I'm
No, you're not
skeptical of
going to cut me
gravity,
off.
but
You're
it
not
does
going to cut
this.
me off. You're going to be a good little boy, and you're going to let me finish. Okay? Now submit to my cock.
Oh
Anyways,
my god, you're gonna
yeah,
get muted immediately, bro. You can't do that.
He's like, I'm on your side, but how does gravity do this, guys? Ugh.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. I'm gonna post this one for you. These are always the funny one. The funniest ones are the moon footage. Oh my gosh,
Well, okay,
comical.
that we are not even going to fucking talk about the moon landing because I don't believe that was fucking real. I 100% believe they fucking faked that. And honestly, I was
Right.
gonna say too, if they fake that, like, what else they be faking, you know?
Well, now you know why we're saying it. Now you know why we're
Well, no, I
telling you
get
they're
why,
faking.
but like it is. To be fair, though, on the other side of it, for a little bit of pushback, what the other dude was saying, how do you trust that these aren't CGI as well? You know, that is a fair question to posit. And
Okay,
you
well,
can't just and I see why you've dealt with so many globers that like are only asking these questions to be pedantic and to not actually gain knowledge or try to understand your side, but sometimes people are and they're asking legitimate questions. That is a legit one and you can't just throw it off like, "Oh no, well whatever. It just is what it is." And I'm not going to engage with you on that.
well, I
Some
just
people are
posted.
actually trying to understand.
Well, I just posted a video showing you how the
Which
CGI
one?
does come into play. The one I just posted.
Just posted? Okay, let me watch.
I tagged it to like 5 already or 6, but I believe. But
No, I know. I'm looking. Some of them are, you know, are pretty good, pretty convincing. Okay.
and now you know why we say. And
All
here's the
right.
thing, though, Queen. We just like he said earlier. You have to realize it's been a long like it's not our first like week of in this server talking about this with somebody. It's been a long time.
I know that, but Apocryphon, give me some credit, boy. I was talking with you
I
yesterday,
guess
and you
I
let
know.
these people eat me alive. Come
Well,
on,
well,
dude. Come
I'll tell you
No,
what.
Queen,
on. Be
relax. No one
fair,
ate you alive.
No
Apocryphon. Be
one's eating
fair.
you alive.
No
They
one
actually
accosted
Apocryphon,
you.
yeah. See, every single time I fucking talk, he talks. Every time.
no. Hold on, though, Queen. Let him talk.
Nah, come on, bro.
Let him
All
say
right,
what he's
you
got to
can
say,
talk.
because he's going
Go
to tell
ahead.
you that he wasn't even hard on you. That he wasn't actually hard on you. That was him like going easy on you. So I don't know.
Okay, if that's him going easy on a person who's trying to understand, then why? Why are you like that? That's
Hold
fucking
on.
rude.
Queen. If you really want to understand, all I was doing, your feet, you're the one saying Earth is hurtling. Oh, you backpedal. Well, orbiting a star. Well, that's
You're lagging pretty bad, bro.
Yeah, you're roboting.
You're roboting really bad.
All right, give him a minute. He'll get signal again.
Also, him going over what I just did and what just happened does not explain to me why he treated me like that. You didn't treat me like that yesterday, and I was doing the same thing. And you still didn't treat me like that, and I called you a retard today, which I shouldn't have done. That was very rude. I apologize. But still,
Okay,
that's
everybody
crazy
resets.
behavior.
Now let's get back on track.
All right.
So Queen, if Earth was flat, would you really want to know about it?
Yes, that's why I've been here engaging with them and why I'm watching the videos. Y'all invited, or somebody invited me to the fucking 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, which me and Apocryphon were talking before. I ran a server called Rhetoric. We had fucking partnerships with you guys and did many events with you guys in the past. I have been very around this fucking community, and I have been questioning it and trying to engage with it. You guys are just very fucking mean sometimes.
Oh, okay, hold on. I got a nice question for you. I mean, what is the one thing that's holding you up from crossing over to Flat Earth?
How you guys act, honestly.
So wait, this is about people's behavior, not about facts?
No, the facts are there. It's one thing to question. Like, I question everything, right? I don't take any one thing as fact because nobody knows anything for a matter of fact, right?
Well,
we don't even know if Flat Earth is the real thing, right?
What do you mean nobody knows anything? There
On
are
this
things we can't
topic,
know for
on
certain.
this topic, on this topic,
On this
nobody knows
topic, there
anything for
are
a matter of
absolutely
fact.
things we can know for sure.
Okay, all right. If you are gonna engage like that and really think that you know everything about the topic for a matter of fact, then okay.
I don't.
I'm at least taking a humble approach and saying there are a lot of things we don't know.
Calm down. Calm your tits. There are things that we can know for sure. I didn't say that means that I know everything for sure regarding this topic. I'll concede that I don't know everything about this topic.
Okay, what can we know for
But
sure
there are
on this
things
topic?
we
then?
can know
Give
for
it
sure.
to me. What?
Well, first off, we can look at water. The nature of water is to lie level and flat. That's the nature of hydrostatic pressure at equilibrium.
Okay, the concept of water, I would say, isn't...
It's not a concept.
Okay.
See where this is going? I guarantee
Again,
water is absolutely
you
real.
guys are the reason why I haven't made a full crossover. Honestly, if you want a real...
All right,
no, it's your own stubbornness and pride.
Not my own stubbornness at all.
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you're on Discord having this conversation with me right now?
Oh my god, very sure. 100%.
100%. Okay, so there are things we can know for sure.
Yes, I already... Oh my goodness, I said on this topic specifically.
Right,
already.
So water's not a concept, and we know this for sure, right?
Yes.
Right, so water lies flat and level
not say...
at hydrostatic equilibrium.
I did not say... Okay, that concept of water, yes. I didn't say water is a concept, okay? I did not say that. I said what you're saying is a concept of water and how water acts, correct?
No, it's not a concept, it's a description.
Okay. Jesus
flat and
fucking
level
Christ.
flat and level are two different things, dude. You can't conflate them.
Wait, hold up. What do you mean by that?
Level just means parallel, like parallel to.
We have a level is curved, Arthur.
Oh my god, bro. Hold on. So if I have it leveled, is it flat?
Something that's flat doesn't necessarily mean that it's level. You could have a flat curved, or not curved, but you could have a flat diagonal plane. Does that mean that it's level? No. It means that, yes, the thing is flat, but it's on a diagonal plane.
No, I get that. I get that. But when it's in a level position, no different than, like I get what you're saying.
I like that.
No. He said that flat doesn't mean level.
They flat and level.
Okay, so but
hold on a second. Level is flat. Flat not necessarily means level.
Yes, exactly.
Does that mean it's curved?
No.
So by saying sea level, that is a measurement of how flat it is.
Correct. So when you just like George said, like level means flat, but flat doesn't mean level. Because like you said, there could be a diagonal and it's flat. Absolutely 100%. All the time. Twice on Tuesdays. But the point here is that if you say level, that means flat. No. Level is flat 1000% all the time. It's always going to be flat. Always. Because that's by definition what level is.
Parallel to. So
No.
it doesn't have to be
Oh my
flat,
god.
level.
Oh my god. Okay, are you talking
Something
about those
level is
lines?
not. Hey, what he means is something level is not going to be waving and dipping and doing all kinds of contortions,
If it's level to
right?
something else,
Because it's
it
got
is
to be.
contorting
It's level with respect to what?
to the thing that's level to, dude.
Old Haas, we already agreed that level means
Vertical.
flat, but flat doesn't mean level.
That's the wrong way around.
Level is respect to vertical, right?
Or flat means level, but level
No.
doesn't mean flat. You're right. Sorry, I had that. You right. My bad.
Imagine you got a wiggly line on a piece of paper, yeah? A wiggly
So
line on a
horizontal
piece
is
of paper.
level, and horizontal's respect to vertical.
No, imagine you just simpler than that. If you've got a wiggly piece, just get a piece of paper, wiggle line on it, wiggly line, and then a level wiggly line will be wiggling the same as that wiggly line, just beside it. It'll be level to the wiggly line.
No, wiggly line has multiple tangents on a curve, doesn't it?
Yeah, but the other
And
line
those
will be
tangent
level
lines
to
are not
wiggling.
level.
No, but the other
Now,
line.
what we're missing here is that level means zero slope.
Exactly.
I see.
When
That
you're
makes
trying
more
to
sense.
say, when you're
Yeah,
trying
in
to say that,
compared parallel
when
to something else.
when you say that I'm going to draw a half circle, and then I'm going to move my protractor up a half inch and draw another half circle, and then say, well, the edge of that half circle is level to the edge of that half circle. No, that is not level. That is
It
not
really is.
by definition, level is not sloping. Level is no change in elevation from left to right. Now
To
you're
the
gonna
thing it's
say
compared to.
no, but there is no change of elevation because it's the same distance on this side and it's like a rainbow and then the double rainbow. You're like, look, it's the same distance on the left. No, but again, there's no slope to it either. It's flat. Level is flat. Okay,
No,
that's it.
Yeah, spheres, they don't have flat planes or horizontal planes. Spheres, they don't have horizons as well because horizon is horizontal by definition. So spheres cannot have that. Spheres need to have a rate of change of slope. Yeah, which is completely the opposite of what level is.
Correct.
Welcome to Flat Earth, guys.
When you have a horizon,
From the Oxford Dictionary, guys, all points at the same horizontal level surface within a body of liquid are at the same pressure as long as the liquid is at rest. In fact, this statement is often taken as the definition of a level surface.
Yeah, exactly. Like when it's compared to. Yes, level. That makes sense. That's what the word means.
No parts higher or lower than the other.
not curving.
No parts higher. No
No,
parts plural.
it can curve. It can
No,
curve.
no.
No, no.
Once you say it can curve, then you're out of its definition. You're in Narnia.
Read that again. Read that again, dude. I promise you. Read that again. You'll get it. Read it again.
Oh my god, bro. Horizontal. If it says
No
horizontal,
parts higher or lower than the other.
Exactly. Compared to. Read that definition
my
again,
God,
dude.
bro.
The penny will drop.
Zero slope.
Just do yourself a favor. Keep reading that definition, dude, and you'll get it.
Crypto was the one that read it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not looking at the screen, dude. Whoever read the definition, just keep reading the definition, and then you'll get what I'm talking about.
Okay. So when he said that it's horizontal, what didn't you get about that? Why do you then insist?
When it is horizontal, when it is, so it doesn't have to be horizontal.
No, it is. No, that's what you're not. You're not grasping it, bro. Level is horizontal. Okay, level is flat. When you go to Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever tool store you go to, and you say, "Hey, can I get a level?" It's a perfectly straight, flat bottom. Okay, it's perfect. Matter of fact, if it's not, then you got to throw it away or write it off as a damaged product because it's no longer a level. Okay, levels are always going to be straight across. You don't go to these tool stores and be like, "Hey, can I get a level?" And then they give you one that's curved because that's not a level. Do you
Yeah, if you
understand
want
that?
if you want a level to know you're measuring something flat, then you go to Home Depot. Yeah, but if you want a level that can measure like curvature of a certain degrees, then you need a different shape level, dude.
No, oh my god, bro, unbelievable. Your last case, man.
Dude, have a look at a
But
cockpit of an
I know why
airplane,
you're
dude.
stuck. I know why you're stuck though, because you've been fed the indoctrination, right? the indoctrinated documents,
No,
and
dude,
you
I
believed them,
understand definitions.
and the
Do you?
one out of all dictionaries, there's one dictionary that says that level is to the the surface of the earth, the
Conforming to the
spherical earth.
shape of the earth. Conforming to
Yes,
conform to the
Yeah,
shape of the
conforming to
earth.
the shape.
which
Only
isn't
one
flat.
Means
Which
dictionary
isn't
say
nothing.
it.
flat.
Means nothing.
Isn't
Means
flat.
nothing.
For fuck's
Flat.
sake.
Yeah.
All other
That's what it
dictionaries say
means.
flat. Every single one says flat.
But
Okay, can I
even that
change the
one.
subject a little bit?
Yeah,
I'll get your definition. You can
yeah.
read
This
it.
is pointless to be honest because he doesn't get it.
How
He's not going to.
how old is the concept of flat Earth? Is it fairly new, or is it been
No,
around
it's
for a
from
long time?
it's the original story. It's
Okay,
since
you
the
don't have to
beginning.
fucking laugh. I'm asking an actual question, you
Well,
dick
It's the
face.
original.
let me answer differently. Yeah, the globe only comes to existence for the past 500 years or so. So any other time, apart from the last 500 years, the vast majority of people thought it was flat. It was navigated as that. We discovered new lands that way. Yeah, we plot the lands in the maps the same way. Cartography is based on the Earth being flat, and navigation mainly. So yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
And the reason why he can say that wholeheartedly is because everything about the way you come up with your positions, your ground positions of the celestial objects, is by using elevation angles. And by doing so, you are creating a planar surface all around you in all directions, and you're going to get a degree, an angle to it based upon that very same principle. The Phoenicians were doing it thousands of years ago. Crawling, I think they say up to like 2,000 miles they would travel, and they followed certain set of stars. They knew how to read the sky, and they knew where they were going and how to get there. And they did not believe it was a sphere, and they didn't need it to be a sphere in order to accomplish what they were trying to get to. It's very simple. It's the
So
oldest.
all of your alleged predictions of what the stars are going to be doing are going to be coming from the ancient people. Um, it's all post-dictions, meaning we've observed it, we've marked it. People's counted the days until that event happens again, and then they count the days until the event happens again, and then they notice this isn't a cycle, this isn't a periodic cycle. It takes this number of days before this happens again, and you can count out however many days later and become close, and then you realize, well, it actually the time between stretches maybe 7 days or so, and then it comes back 7 days, and it stretches out 10 days and comes back 10 days. You know what I mean? So it's all post-dictions of what they've already observed happen in the sky.
And with that being said, you can go to NASA.gov and just search Saros cycle, and they'll tell you that's how they calculate, and that's how they know the eclipses and everything based upon that. And all it is just like he's saying, it's a post prediction. They know because it was observed long, long, long time ago, and they were following it way back then, and they're using the same technique with some advantages because there are new. I mean, it always gets better, right? More accurate over time, but it's not because it's a globe. It's not. I mean, the whole globe model is just a mathematical equation based upon a planar surface. That's all they're doing. They've hijacked reality. That's all they did. And once you learn that truth, then you'll realize, oh, okay, yeah, now I see why it's a lie, or how they could even lie about it.
Because think of it this way: the
Why?
ancients, they didn't have the you know special relativity in their mind. They didn't think they was on an object in a different section of a larger thing. They just took their senses for what they were. And whenever you experience yourself walking around, driving around, you're traveling horizontally. You know that there's a hill in front of you because the ground comes up from where you're standing, or there's a valley because it goes down from where you're standing. When they stand on the shoreline of the sea, they see the horizon being a flat um, thing in front of them, you know? And they didn't have the idea that the earth was in motion. In fact, they knew when the earth was in motion because they would talk about earthquakes, or they'd say the gods were angry, because the ground was moving finally. They sensed it. You don't sense the earth being in motion. A lot of ancient cultures thought that they lived inside of a contained environment, right? And now we can describe that using thermodynamics, or the definition of gas is going to fill the volume and press upon the walls of its container to form pressure so that we can read the pressure. So, I mean, the ancestors, they looked into what their senses were telling them, and their senses were not telling them they lived on a ball, uncontained inside of a lower pressure or a vacuum system. They were on a flat, non-moving, contained environment.
All civilizations, it seemed like. I mean, you've seen the different depictions, from each culture, and it goes thousands of years back. So I don't know. This whole heliocentric model, like they say, it was pushed out of the Catholic Church back in the 1500s, and they've been lying to people since.
But if you're going to claim axial rotation, you're going to need a flat plane for that.
Yeah, everything about it. If you say, "Oh, well, don't you believe in satellites because they're at this altitude?" Okay, well, an altitude also requires a planar Earth, height and elevation. All that is based upon a plane, because you're going to take measurements from a zero datum point, if you will. Like that's the reading from zero, a horizontal.
Yeah, it means sea level.
It's really easy.
Yeah, it means sea level. Means sea level. That's what
The
we
only thing
use
we're going to
as
be
the
pointing towards
baseline.
whenever we philosophize how the earth is we're going to be pointing to our senses and what you can experience. We're not Speculation Sunday. We'll talk about what we think or speculate's happening. But other than that, we're going to point towards what you sense and experience, basic definitions, the things that you can prove, and especially if you're going to use the scientific method as a claim, this is scientific. It better conform to the scientific method. Otherwise, it's pseudoscience because it does not conform to the scientific method. And if you're going to claim that level is curved, you're going to have to say where you found the measurement of the Earth curving to show that you can use this claim that level is actually curving. Because you're going to point to the definition and say, see, not one part is higher than the other. Well, that could mean it's on a curved surface. Well, you still have to define the curved surface with a measurement.
We get level from liquid water. Yeah? That's where we get level from. Nature gave us level by nature. Sea level. Natural measurements.
So, fuck this whole level conversation. Just make my head hurt. Do you guys believe, and I'm not being pedantic, I'm not trying to meme, this is genuine, trying to understand. What do you believe, the actual shape of the earth is? I understand flat, but and I know people have asked this question before, so don't come for me, but is it like a disc? Do you believe it's flat, but there's some rockiness underneath and a dome? What's the feel? What do you think Earth looks like, I guess?
So
not a ball.
So they've drawn it out before.
Have they? Okay, if you could just link me a picture, then that'd be
they've
great.
drawn it out, but again, that's just what they imagined because they were using the scriptures of what they believed, how God created this place. So if you don't believe in God, then it's worthless. but
Earth shaped.
so if you I mean, you've never seen that photo before?
No.
From the Hebrew cosmology, they have this. Okay, I'll find it for you,
bro. I didn't even know. This is off topic, but I didn't even know Kamala Harris was running for president, bro. That's how out of touch I be sometimes. I work a lot, so Don't come for me. It's not because I'm stupid. I just don't have the time to research some of this shit. That's why I'm here, trying to learn from y'all.
All right. I'll find a photo for you.
Thank you. How do we know it's not Photoshop? No,
Here
I'm
it
just kidding.
is.
If you have a moment right now, you can Google Nut, the Egyptian god of the sky. The way they
Nut?
depict her on the
N-U-T?
wall. Yeah. The way they depict her is she's hunched over another god who's laying flat, and then the stars are painted on top under her body, right? But you get an orthographic view of what they're saying or what they're thinking or imagining. Okay. And then she gives birth to the sun, and then she consumes the sun at the end of the day. So he comes from where he comes from, and then she eats him at the end of the day. And then when you look into the Vikings' way of how the earth was made, the gods killed their father and then constructed our environment using his body. So the sky was his skull, the clouds were his brain material, the plants and trees was made from the hair from his body, the water was his blood, so on. And then you have the biblical perspective where God creates heaven and earth. The way the words are described, it's he created water and earth. And then he divided the waters from waters using a firmament, a structure, and then used that structure to gather the waters underneath it into one place. Then the land forms, and then all the animals and such, right? So it's all contained in their descriptions. So, I mean, at some point, you're going to get interested in this, and then you're going to divide your time into investigating this. And then you'll become more interested. And then you'll see what there is to learn, right? Because obviously you don't believe that you know everything. And I'm telling you, whenever you accept that they just gave you something to think about, you accept it. Now you're in a position of my mind is full. I don't have any interest in learning anything else. I got my duties that I got to take care of, like work and such. Your mind is pacified. But as soon as you recognize that there is more for you to learn, you're going to open your mind and you're going to investigate and you're going to learn. You know what I'm saying?
Sir, my mind is open. That's why I'm in this chat engaging with all of you right now.
Yeah. I'm not saying you're not.
You just said it wasn't.
No, I did not say that. I said when your mind is opened. Does not mean that I'm thinking that your mind is closed. It just says that. And then I could even take
I would
the
say
position of I'm
saying
not
when your mind is open is
I'm
pretty.
talking to whoever's
Come on.
listening. You're all right. You're okay. You know what I mean. You know what I said.
I literally am in here saying I'm trying to learn, and you're like, well, when your mind's open, you'll learn. Like, come on now. Is my mind not open enough to sit? But is my mind not open enough to sit in here and listen to you guys and engage with you and talk with you and let you guys tell me what you guys think?
Am I having a conversation with you, or do you just want to take this route and become, I don't know what the fuck you want to become? What is this? Do you want to argue? Is that why you brought this up?
I'm
I
not
thought we was having a
arguing
good
with
conversation.
you. I
Hold
thought
on,
we were
Queen.
too. And then you, like,
Relax.
what are you doing right now?
Queen, listen.
I'm pretty relaxed. I've been very
Okay,
relaxed this whole time.
if you want to call yourself open-minded, fine. But what you did earlier when it was pointed out that you used a term, you said Earth is flying through space.
Yes, and I said I was
You said,
wrong. I apologized for that already. Why are you still bringing it up?
Dude.
Okay.
Yeah, real open-minded. You won't even let me finish a sentence.
Go ahead.
My point is, we wouldn't have had to go through that whole rigmarole if you weren't involved in the conversation, you were listening to someone else having the conversation. Okay, you would have said, "Huh, that's interesting," It is what it is. You said we're hurtling through space. I said, is that a story or do you have evidence? And it had to become a thing. If you were truly just a fly in the wall listening, the person would say, huh.
I never said I was a fly on the wall
All I'm
listening.
saying is, I know. You said you wanted to learn. That's just an
By
opportunity for
engaging and
you.
talking with you
Yes.
guys. Yes.
But that
Which is
is
what I've been doing.
that's an opportunity for you to look inwardly and say, like, maybe I don't have any evidence to back this up. It's just a story. And then the string begins to unravel. So
Okay, what the fuck are you even talking about, dude?
Oh my
I
lord.
already said I.
I'm doing
Never
this thing for
mind
the
then.
camera in circles. Come back when you're chill, bro. We was having a good conversation. Then you got upset that I said what I said, and then, oh, I'm not. You didn't. You can't say I'm closed-minded. I don't care if you feel like you're closed-minded or open-minded, or are not. I just made a damn statement. Now we're spiraling back into, well, this is what's happened in the last 5 minutes. I'm done. Next contestant.
Oh man, that's funny. The silence is so loud. You know, sometimes though, Queen, it's it's just nicer just to hear silence than hear people not getting it or grasping it and repeating the same old lies, parroting the same old falsehood. But it was a good conversation though on my part. I appreciate it, but it happened. You can't talk, don't address you. Oh, that's funny. Well, check out those videos. Come back with some rebuts. You know, rebuttals. That's funny, Mark. I'm gonna save that photo. Are you ready to have the conversation at least? I left for a little bit, so I came back and you're muted. So I don't know what
Well,
happened.
I just wanted to listen to some silence because we were having a good conversation. Then I said a specific phrase
Oh, I'm
that
gonna
she
mute her.
didn't like, and then we spiraled back into he said, she said, and I just
Yeah.
needed it to stop.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe like a reset, right? Like lower the temperature type thing. That makes sense. It happens. It's needed sometimes.
All right.
All right. Cool. So let's not talk about what has happened in the past. Let's move forward.
Okay.
So
If we're
do I
gonna
get
move
Let
forward,
muted
can
this
I
time,
can I
or
talk about something?
do I get muted again when I join the conversation, or do I get banned again?
Oh, you ruined our forward progression, Alexander. It lasted for like 1 second.
It was literally like 2 seconds, bro.
As we continue further, I would like to talk about something that happened 10 minutes ago.
Oh, that was already, brother. I have been banned and muted like 70 times in the past 14 days, I think. So it's not only. I'm
Get it
just.
all out, Alexander.
I'm not getting it out. I want to join the conversation. What's the topic?
Silence at the moment and the enjoyment thereof.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you want to move forward? Can we just discuss something else then? Because there is something I want to talk about. Like, about actually, flat Earth and globe and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we all know about the 24/7 sun in Antarctica and Iceland, and very very high north and very high south, right? Yeah. So on the globe Earth, that is very easily explained by the axis of the globe, but I've yet to see an explanation on the flat Earth where it shows the same effect as it does in real life. So I just want to know if you could like provide something like that.
You want a model?
Yeah, a model. But when I've said model before, they're like, we don't need one because all the maps are flat. That's what they've been saying. So I don't know. I'm kind of trying to limit my vocabulary here because whatever. Yeah, a model.
All right. So do you think there is one to be had? I'm sure you've seen it.
I've seen one of the globe Earth, not yet, or I've seen one of the flat Earth that did not make sense. Because
Who had that model to represent? Because you said there was no evidence. Now you say there is evidence.
no, because that wasn't evidence. That was just complete
A model.
lies. Yeah,
You
the
said there
model
was
wasn't true.
nothing to be said. I asked you, you're looking for a
What?
model. You said yes. You said you've seen a model.
No.
So
Okay. No,
whose
I'm
model
asking for
was it?
something that makes sense. Because the model I saw did not make sense whatsoever.
Whose model was it?
What?
Whose model was it? Who's the founder of that model?
Founder of that? Hold on. Let me.
Yeah.
What I saw.
You know, somebody invents something, they make a patent, and they put their name on it. Who made that patent model?
I didn't really look into the history of the model that I saw, but the model. Hold on, I'm not done. The model that I did see was proposed by the Globe Busters. They're called online.
And what did they say is happening?
Well, they said that the sun moves inwards towards the tropics and outwards towards the south. Yeah, which doesn't correlate with reality, and that's why I said their model didn't make sense.
Wait. So is the Tropic of Capricorn north or south? Wait. Before we get any farther, where is north?
Well, north is on the North Pole. That's
Yeah, but like where? I would say in
Are you asking
between
for
like
the
Russia
literal
and
geographer
Canada.
location?
I would say between Russia and Canada. You know what I'm saying? Russia,
Yeah,
Europe, and Canada.
And wait, but that
All
is
right,
not.
cool.
How would that be possible? Okay, yeah, whatever.
So,
Yeah, that it's about there.
and then south is obviously not between Russia, Europe, and Canada, right?
No, south is between or else in Antarctica.
Right.
Hold on.
Okay, so
Because I'm wrong with this one. So don't say something that doesn't make sense.
so if then what are the tropics?
The tropics, well,
Yeah,
it's
you got
where
the Tropic of
the
Capricorn.
equator is. That's usually what's considered the tropics.
Equator is between the tropics, right? And that's an arbitrary place. We've just like, yeah, the sun comes here often, right? So
What? What
the
do you mean
tilt
the
of
sun
the Earth,
comes here
right?
often?
Hold on. So the reason you have the ball is that the top of the ball, the north portion of the ball, is now pointing towards the sun. So now the apparent location of the sun is more north. And then when the north is in winter, that means the north is tilted away from the sun, and the southern portion has an apparent closer sun, like the sun has now traveled south towards them. It's an apparent thing. So whenever they say, well, the sun travels north and south in these circle patterns, how does that not make sense? That would make sense Because the sun's traveling
No,
north,
because
and now the north is in summer, and then the sun travels south, and now the south is in summer. How is that not making sense?
the sun is okay. Hold on. Can we? Do you have like a model that can show this visually? Because I'm having a slightly hard time imagining this whole giant thing in my just like. Do you have like a model that can show this? Where the sun moves in that pattern.
Yeah.
Just so it's easier to explain. Can you show me?
Shane has a model.
Wait a minute. Why
He
would
went and
we
made his own
need a
model.
model for
And then you also got the celestial
Just to
sphere.
make it easier to explain. That's all.
And then you also have the celestial sphere, which
Wait,
is
where did you post it?
where the stars are, depending on your location, going to orient themselves on a different location. So the sphere surrounds the observer or a location, and then depending on where you stand or your location inside the sphere, you move south, then the sphere is going to orient itself differently. So if you're at the equator, when the sun makes the circle around you, then it's directly above your head. When you move north, the sun becomes more angled towards the horizon. And then when you move south, the sun will orient itself in the opposite horizon.
Yeah, that's
The
so. It's
celestial
not
sphere was
globe Earth.
around years before Jesus was born.
What? What?
So
Wait, hold on. Can you repeat that?
the celestial sphere model, the way of thinking,
Yeah.
existed long before Jesus was born. So
Okay.
it's older than 2,000 years. And what has happened with the heliocentric model is that they've taken the celestial sphere and they put you on a ball and they put that sphere out and away from you. So now they've made the sky the ground. So now the ground matches what the sky is doing.
That did not make sense in one bit. No. Okay, so
So
what?
what they said
Okay.
was that there's this sphere that you live on, and the celestial sphere surrounds that sphere Earth. And depending on how you look, where you stand, that celestial sphere will change because you're on a ball.
Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah.
the individual from past would say the ground is
Okay, hold on.
flat, that's what I experience, and the celestial sphere is oriented to me, the observer.
Okay, can I just ask you one? Can you like start using the names? Because right now I'm hearing it celestial sphere over and over,
Yeah.
and it's getting a bit confusing. So if I could just ask you to like use the actual names.
Celestial
What? No, like sun,
sphere. I'm
earth.
Googling this right now so that I can give you a link. Man, I looked up celestial sphere on Google and it showed me exactly what I'm talking about. Shit, Wikipedia and Britannica have an example of what I'm meaning by the celestial sphere.
You know, I know what a celestial sphere is, but right now you're just saying celestial sphere over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's getting a bit confusing.
What year did they come up with the celestial sphere?
Is that a question? Or
Yes. I'm looking in the history portion.
well,
5th century BC, the first known philosopher to suggest that the stars were fiery stones.
no, that's not really what. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whatever.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
Aristarchus of Samos apparently is the first person.
Okay.
No, that. No. Damn, I wish I knew how to pronounce Greek.
What's happening? This guy sounds.
Okay, but I'm a bit
He's
confused
Well,
with what
he's
this has
asking
to
for a
do with
model. I'm giving him the
21st.
oldest one that I can think of, which is the celestial sphere. But it
Yeah, but the
seems like he
celestial
needs like
sphere. No, but the celestial sphere is
model.
about the celestial sphere is about the globe Earth, though.
Yeah, so you're getting confused.
Not the
We've
flat
got,
Earth.
this is like intermediate level. It sounds like this guy's at step, early step. beginner level, I would say. Is that right? You've been looking into this topic for a while or not?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, a while, I would say. Maybe about, I don't know exact time,
Okay, so
but I
then
mean,
we're not really claiming a model then. It's not about a model, it's about the lack of surface curvature of the Earth.
yeah, okay, but a model just makes things 100 times easier to explain, so why aren't you claiming a model?
Because a model, you say it makes it easier to explain, it might give you an image in your head, but what we're interested in is what's true, not what you can imagine or depict in an image or a cartoon, right? We
So, wait,
can't
but
see the entirety of the Earth. Yeah, you can't get that view of
not
it.
all
So
at once.
so to draw that or to try and depict that would be depicting something that you can't actually
No, but
confirm,
okay, hold on.
right?
You can't visually see the Earth at once at the same time, but
Yeah,
you can still observe the Earth, like the Earth, if you like go around it and look at the other side. You have the
no,
image of the first side and the second side.
no.
You
But
can do that over and over again.
you're already saying sides. Like, what are you talking about? Sides? You just have a surface.
Well, okay,
You can travel the surface, and you can
yeah, you
observe
can
that the
travel the
surface
surface.
wherever you go appears flat and motionless. That's what you can know.
Well, it depends on how fast and how high an altitude you are. If you observe it
Well, for
as
any altitude that you or I, as members of the public, can go, it's observed flat and motionless,
No, I mean
right?
that
So,
depends. If yeah, right now you're limiting us. You're limiting me to just my eyes and what I can see right now. But there's technology for this that
I
can
mean,
see the
you can use your
curvature. They
imagination.
spin. No, not the.
No,
No, I'm not talking about imagination. I'm talking about there's technology that can physically see the spin of the Earth, and we can view it if we look at the sun with proper equipment, of course.
well, you don't know
You can
that's
see
true
the
though,
Earth,
because
the
you don't
sun
have
move in
access
the
to that.
sky.
You don't have access or control of any of
No,
the
I don't.
claimed
No,
technology that claims to be able to detect curvature or motion. That is not within your
no, but
reality.
I can realistically put my trust in the people who do, just like I do
Right.
when
Well,
I
that's
trust
not
that
what we're
this.
doing
Oh,
here.
no, but you do that every day when you put trust that your toothpaste isn't that your toothpaste company is gonna randomly put poison in it, or your milk,
That's
your
not the
the
same
wherever you
thing.
False
get your milk.
equivalence.
Yeah, it's not the same thing.
No, it is
It's a
actually.
false
No, it is the
equivalence,
same.
dude.
No,
No, it's not.
No, it isn't.
it's
It isn't.
You
you
Yeah.
can
trust in
the
one person,
toothpaste.
but
The
why?
toothpaste will be tested because people will use it, and if it's been poisoned, you'll know it because someone will die.
Yeah,
It's
and
not the case with the Earth. You can't verify
no,
those claims about the curvature or the motion or the technology that claims to ascertain them. You don't have access to any of that. You can't verify it. You can't falsify it.
yeah, yeah. Okay, I can't personally do that, but there are
Yeah,
other
so
people
we're
who
not.
do. There
Well,
are
that's what you
people who
believe.
do
That's
fact
what you
check.
believe. That's what you
But
believe.
you just said the same thing. There are people who fact check the toothpaste.
No, because people
There
will
are
be
people who
using it.
fact
You
check their
could use the
report.
toothpaste. You could use the toothpaste. You could verify
Yeah,
that. You could not verify the claims of the people that you say you trust. We're not relying on hearsay stories or claims. We want verifiable evidence. That means you or I can verify.
okay, but you don't have a spaceship. You can't verify that the Earth is flat either, because
We don't need a
Well, that's what we
spaceship for
have
that. Thank
evidence
you.
for. That's all we have evidence for. Observably, measurably, practically used as flat.
but that's not science. Science isn't all just things that you can
It's
observe. It's
reality.
making.
It's reality, my friend. We're interested in reality.
Is this?
Yeah.
It's not
But
science,
reality.
it says. Who's claiming science?
Yeah.
No, reality is science. I'm not saying reality isn't science.
Reality is
Reality is
I'm
what
science?
you
saying
observe and
observing.
experience every day. That's reality. Outside your door.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the claim on the
Yeah, but the
table is
world
a
isn't
geometrical
out.
claim, isn't it? It's a geometrical claim on the table. A sphere is a geometrical claim, nothing to do with science.
See, but you just gave it away there.
Well,
You
yeah.
said you or I don't have a spaceship, so we can't verify the globe. So you're effectively saying that
No, I'm
there's no
using
way to
I'm
know.
using your logic because your
No,
logic
you're not
says
using
that
my
if I
logic.
can't no, because your logic is if I can't observe it, then I can't trust it. That's basically what you're
No,
saying.
that's not what I said.
Because
But I said if you
but
can't
that's what you're
verify it, I said if you can't verify it, you don't know that it's true.
yeah,
Do
and
you
I
disagree
can
with that?
verify no, but no, I don't disagree with that, but I can verify it's a sphere
How do
with
you do
How do
that?
you verify it?
with science and math. I can see that
That's
the
very
sun is
vague.
moving
Give us
across
something
the
specific.
sky. I can see what?
The sun moving
It's
across the
incredibly
sky
ambiguous.
doesn't tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball. It just tells you the sun's
What does it
appearing to
tell
move
me?
across the sky.
Yeah, and I can do studies based on that. I can see where the sun moves based on the sky in a different place, if it's a different
Right,
place,
right. And
over
again,
and
that would
over, and
just
see
tell
how it's
you
different.
how the sun appears to move from that location. It doesn't tell you the Earth's a spinning ball.
No, but the Earth being a spinning ball is a probable. It's a probable theory that I can make from that
No,
claim.
we're not interested in probable
Or
theory. You said you could verify it. How do you verify it?
okay, you're kind of putting me on the
If
spot
you
here.
make a claim, you said you could verify
Yeah, but you
it.
hold on. Yeah,
You
but
put
you don't
yourself on the
expect
spot.
you don't
Did
yeah,
the
but you don't
claim,
expect
and now you're
you
not
don't
going to
accept
support the claim.
you don't no,
Why?
but you don't accept how I want to verify it. You want a
No,
different
don't make this about us again.
I
We
know,
don't want
but
to
I
make
am
this
because
about
you're
us again.
denying what my
I
claim.
made a claim.
Hold on. You said
No,
you could verify it.
your
We said
claim
how,
be supported.
He's speaking over me.
and then you said we verify it by watching the sun move. I pointed out that's not verification.
Okay, you don't accept that. That's fine. Well, let's see. We can verify the Earth is a globe by viewing the horizon, for example. Things going over the horizon.
Well, how does that tell you?
Because when I look over the horizon, there's a boat and it goes over the horizon, and it starts moving down. It's going down in curvature. It's moving down, right? That's what I'm observing.
Right. So you observe a boat being obscured bottom up, and then you make the assumption that that's due to a curved surface. Is that right?
No, okay, but can you explain what it isn't then? If you want to
Well, you're the
deny
one
that,
making the
yeah.
claim.
Yeah, and
No,
you're
you
the
would
one
have
who's
to
denying
verify
it.
that.
So no, but you're the
Okay.
one
So
who's
what other
denying
possibilities? What other possibilities did you consider?
it. Well, I mean, the Earth could be it could just be a cube. Who knows? It could go straight down, or it could just be going through the water. But that's not a realistic claim. So that's not
Right.
something that
So
I'm gonna be pondering about.
what about
I'm not gonna be
optical
pondering about
phenomena?
this. What optical phenomena? Or what?
What if there's an optical phenomena that could make things appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface?
That happens all the time,
On a
everywhere.
flat surface.
On a flat server. Why? But I can observe that not happening on a flat server by looking over my piano right now. A flat surface, and nothing is going down
So
when I move things across
this
it.
is the thing. If you've got two options on the table, one is you think it's a curved surface, so things are going down around a curve. The other is an
Yeah, that's.
optical phenomena. How do you verify which one's the case?
But I can say which one is more realistic.
But
Okay.
you can't
Well, I've.
verify it.
Okay, but your definition of verifying right now is not very scientific
Well,
because
we're not talking about science. We're talking about
no,
observation.
because yeah, but did you not say that science is what you can observe?
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You did say that.
No, you said
Yes,
we were the one talking about science. I said we're talking about reality.
but but did you not also say that reality is what you can observe, and then you said that what you can
I said
observe is science?
reality is what you observe and experience.
Yeah,
That's your reality. That's what you
but
experience.
you can explain reality with science. That's a tool you can use. Do you just
Method
not believe in
for
science?
elucidating. Okay, what do you think science is? Define it.
No, because you don't even believe in it. You don't
He
believe.
wants it. He needs it to remain vague.
You need to put a
Okay, I'm
definition to
I'm
it
not
so that we
arguing
can
with you, old.
say if we agree or not. Because I know what the
No.
scientific method is. Do you?
What is the scientific method?
Right. So if you don't know that,
If
then you
I'm
don't know what
extremely
science is.
uneducated.
So you
No,
can't be
but
telling us
you're
what
claiming
science
I'm
is.
extremely uneducated. So you can
I'm
educate
not
me then.
claiming you're extremely uneducated. Don't be
No, that's what you're
defensive.
implying.
No, I asked you if you know what the scientific method was because you keep mentioning science. And then you said, well, what is it? As if you don't know. So why do you keep mentioning science if you don't actually know what it
Because there's such a stupid question.
is? Well, no, it's not, because you
Okay,
keep claiming
okay.
it. If it was a stupid question, you just answer it.
Okay.
See, this is the thing. You've kind of got this thing like model and science. You use these terms, but you're not being strict about what those terms mean, and we are, because we want to be very precise with what we're talking about
No,
here.
because what you're
You're
discussing,
speaking vaguely.
when I say science, you say we're not discussing science.
Yeah, because the scientific method is the scientific method, right? It's not observing a
The
boat in a
scientific
distance.
method is the scientific method.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's a method, right? And it's not you
Okay,
eyeballing a boat from the beach. So you've
that's an
already, I mean,
experiment. That's an experiment.
no. See, you don't know what an
Yes,
experiment
how's
is
that
in the
not an
context of
experiment?
science.
How's that not an experiment?
Don't reverse the burden of proof. Tell us how it is an experiment if you think it is. Give
Well,
me the independent and
I'm
different
testing my
variables for a
I'm
boat
testing my
on the
hypothesis,
water.
and I'm using something that's gonna prove if that's true or not. That's an experiment.
right. What's your independent and
Okay.
dependent variables?
Independent and dependent variables. Let's see. For that specific thing, I guess a variable. Hold on. I swear I got this written down somewhere.
Well, yeah, it's a geometry question more than a scientific method question, which is why you're getting confused.
Yeah, I
But
guess it's more math.
they broadly use these terms nowadays, which is why people get confused, thinking that things are science, quote unquote, when they're not.
Well, I mean,
And
yeah,
what an
technically,
experiment is.
math is.
I mean, you could say you're doing a
form of
test, you could say you're doing an observation or something, and that's fine. But it's not a scientific experiment according to the scientific method, which is fine. I mean, you don't need that label for something to be the case, but you do need to use your terms correctly. But anyway, you're getting sidetracked because what you need to be thinking about is you see the boat appear to be obstructed bottom up, right?
Yeah.
And your assumption is that that's occurring because the surface of the water is curved, even though technically you don't actually see the surface being curved. You just see it as a horizontal
can.
horizon and a flat surface. No, you only observe the surface to be flat. That's the story, remember? They say the Earth's so big you can't see the curve. That's the claim.
Yeah, if you go out, you can see the curve. I don't have the tools, but people have had the tools. I
That's
can.
the
Do
belief,
you want me
bro.
to
That's what
buy
they've
a
told
spaceship
you.
and go up into the
That's what
sky?
they've told you. No, it wouldn't
Yeah.
work anyway.
Why would it not work?
Because the whole spaceships flying around in space thing is also another lie that you've been told and shown on TV.
Even when we've physically viewed spaceships going up into the air and out into space.
No. You view it going up into the air. You can observe it going up into the air, and then it takes a parabolic arc. Yes. Doesn't go straight up.
No, that's yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't go straight up, but that's because the Earth is spinning. That's a
Yeah,
direct.
No, it's not.
That's directly.
So what they're
Yes, it
saying
is.
that they're doing a parabolic arc. No, the Earth is not spinning. But either way,
Yes,
they
it
say
is.
they're doing a parabolic arc where it's going up, leveling out, and then coming down again. And they say they're going around the curve of the Earth. And that's why it looks like it's coming back down. That's what is observed. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, hold on. What are you discussing? Rockets going up and then back down, like test
Yeah, they
rockets,
come
or
back
are you?
down. No, like NASA rockets. It's a
Okay, what about the
parabolic
rocket
arc.
that went to the moon, or
What
went out,
rocket that
or
went to the moon?
how about the what are they calling? I'm not I'm
Yeah,
not
it's
natively
all
English,
Hollywood.
so
Yeah, it's all right.
it's
It's
all
all
Hollywood.
Hollywood.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can you show us a vacuum without a chamber, please?
Oh, this fucking question! I swear to God. Well, I mean,
Yeah, because we talk
if you,
about vacuums, but it's
no,
not
but just
vacuums,
listen.
is it? The way we can represent is vacuum chamber with containers. Meanwhile, this vacuum that you guys talking about is an uncontained vacuum. Unless you can demonstrate a vacuum without a chamber, we
Okay, if
can
you
we
want to
can
talk about
discuss
chamber,
afterwards.
Well,
okay,
no, hold
hold
on.
on.
Before we
Okay,
get
so
sidetracked onto all that, you still haven't told us how you verify that the observation of apparent obstruction of a boat bottom up is caused by surface curvature. You haven't verified
okay,
that.
I
You just
can
claim.
verify it with different hold on,
Right.
I'm stuttering.
How do we verify that?
And I can
That
verify
that's the
that if
cause.
I get a different like experiment to test, whatever you want to call it, to show me that
To measure the curve, maybe?
yeah, I guess that's
Yeah,
one thing I could
if you'd
do.
measured curve of the surface, then you could reasonably say, look, that thing's disappearing over it because it's curved. But no one's ever measured a curved surface.
No one's ever measured a curve surface.
No.
Well, let me just fact check that.
Hold on a second. How
Please do.
do boats going over horizontal? Yeah, prove sphere.
What?
Let's let him verify the curve.
How do boats going over a horizontal, the horizon by definition is horizontal. How do boats going over a horizontal proves a sphere?
Because it's going.
You sound
What?
retarded, George.
Yeah. No, because listen.
And he claimed that
Going
boats
forward.
going over the horizon somehow prove sphere. I'm asking how, because the horizon is horizontal.
Yeah, you don't get
You're
horizons on
viewing.
spheres,
You
do you?
don't get horizon. Yeah, no, you
That's
view it.
correct. You don't
You're
have
viewing it.
horizons on a sphere because
No, but
horizon by
you're
definition
viewing
is
it.
horizontal.
You're
No.
viewing it as horizontal.
No,
That's what you're observing.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, but this is the point, right? Because he's under the worldview that it just looks like a horizontal horizon because it's such a big
Because
ball.
exactly.
So
We're
we
really small.
again be begging the question, which is why I asked, who's measured this curvature that you're saying they've measured?
We've measured the radius of yeah, sure.
Who measured the radius?
I mean,
That's a
look at
straight
The
line, mate.
surface of the ball. The
Why do you want
surface
to
of
know
the ball to
who
the
measured
middle.
it?
Well, because I need to know that someone has and how they did it.
Well, I'm
Doesn't
telling
mean
you,
you can do
someone
it.
has, but what
Your
is
claim,
it?
mate.
Okay, so who's right? So I'm telling you, no one has. So if you want to rebut that, you're gonna have to tell me who has and how they did it, and if we can verify it.
Hold on, then.
And don't mention the word angle when you're trying to explain it.
They're probably going to tell you
Why not?
Eratosthenes. So let's see.
Well, you asked me like very specific shit here. Hold on.
Yes, you have to be specific if you want to think critically about this. You need to think in specifics, in details.
Hold on.
While he's searching, I thought these guys would know all this before they come on here.
I don't
Well,
know
he said he'd been
everything.
into it for a while. You said you'd been looking
Yeah,
at
but
this for a while.
I don't know literally everything. Okay.
No, but this is step one. Literally, the step one assumption of the globe is a curved surface. I mean, you have to have this one down before you start
Yeah.
going on to
Yeah,
all
but
the
you're
other
asking
things.
about who made it. You're asking me about like who founded
Yeah,
the
because we need to.
experiment.
Because I'm telling you that no one has, and you're trying to now argue that it has been. So, in order for you to do that, you'd have to show us who, how, when.
Yeah,
And
and what
I get
equipment
that.
did they use?
And I mean, if you're going to argue for it, this is step one of what you need to know. That the Earth is physically a ball. You need curve. And then you can say that's why things fall, and that's why we've got rockets, because it's all going around this ball. But if you don't have that curve, you don't have a ball. See, amazingly, this is where it begins and ends for the globe.
Are you gonna let me look it up or not?
Yeah, I'm letting you. I'm just speaking to
Okay.
the general audience. I'm not speaking just to you.
Okay, because you kind of like
You search when. And we've been here searching for 10 years. So knock yourself out. Fill your
10
boots.
years. Wait, hold on. Are you saying
Hmm.
that the flat Earth is only 10 years old? Like the flat Earth
No,
theory?
I'm saying the people on 24/7 generally.
Oh. Yeah, I
The
have not
flat
looked
Earth
this up for
is not a
10 years, I
theory.
can tell you that.
I mean, the Earth has
When
been.
I said a while, I meant like, well, I've been invested in this maybe like, when I said a while, I said maybe like 2 months max.
Oh, right. So
That's
that's
a
no.
while to
Oh,
me.
I thought you were
I'm not.
saying like
I've never
a
claimed I'm a
year.
professional about this.
Well, it's not about being a professional. I'm just saying the whole point of this is that the Earth has no curvature of the surface. So the beginning point of the globe, where it assumes a curved surface, isn't there.
Okay. I mean, hold on. Right,
So it
I just
really
want
ends.
to point out one thing right now. You're saying that I can't trust the people who've been going to space and observing it as a sphere, because I myself I have not myself seen that like with my own eyes. But do you know of any flat earther that can physically observe like the whole of the Earth and see it as flat?
No, I told you no one can observe the entirety of the
So
Earth
how
at
do you know
once.
it's flat?
Because it's observed, measured, and practically used as flat in every
But
instance.
you haven't seen the whole thing being flat.
You don't need to see the whole thing to know whether or not. Okay, let me be more specific. You can know without seeing the entirety of the Earth that it doesn't have the curvature claimed according to the globe model on a 3959 mile radius, right? You can test that over specific distances and see how much curvature is expected based on the claimed size of the ball and compare that to what you're measuring in reality. So we can do that and we can show that there is no curvature. When it comes to making claims about the entirety of the Earth, I'm not making a claim. I mean, the majority of the Earth's surface, as far as we can tell, is water, and water finds its own level, right? Seeks level. So the majority of the Earth's surface will be conforming to that level plane established by the water. Now you're going to have your continents and your land masses sticking out of that. But in general, all we know is that the bodies of water are level, right? So, I mean, you might want to say
Okay.
at the end that it turns upwards or downwards or something. I wouldn't know. And the term flat Earth, it's not really making the actual claim as to the entirety of the Earth. It's kind of like a buzzword term that's been given by the media to this whole thing. But we're not making a claim to the entirety of the Earth. We don't have that knowledge, and neither do you. But they've educated us and brought us up as children to think that we do have that knowledge. So when we're challenged on that, it can be confronting. You know, you're like, shit, I don't actually know what the Earth is in its entirety. So this is what we're trying to figure out as best you can, you know?
Okay, but okay. And you don't trust astronauts, right?
Well, no, we know NASA is lying. When I say
So
NASA,
why don't you become an
not
astronaut
everyone at
and
NASA.
you go through the
Because
process?
the medium that they claim they're going into doesn't exist either, right? The vacuum of
But
space.
why don't you
That's
try? Why
not
don't you try to go
what
through
we're
the
in.
process to see that for yourself?
Because there's no need. Because there's no need. You can literally figure this out by going to a lake, going to the coastline, going to the ocean. You can figure this out.
Yeah.
So you don't need to risk your life to know that they're lying. You can simply work it out. You can go and test it yourself in reality. Get yourself a pair of binoculars. Do some long distance observations. Right?
Yeah,
You don't need to shoot yourself
that's what
off
I'm.
into space,
And that's what
which doesn't
we
exist.
are been. That's what we've been doing. That's what the whole boat going over the horizon argument was about.
Nah,
That's us
but
viewing
see,
the
but that's
curvature.
where you stop, right? Okay, so
Okay.
let's say you're a 6 foot observer. Let's get more specific. Let's say you're 6 foot tall and you're standing on the beach, right? How far away is that horizon where the boat's appearing to go over? What distance?
Depends how big the boat is.
No. It's not about the size of the boat. This is the size of the
But it
framed
is.
ball. No, because the horizon is not determined by the size of the boat. The distance
I
from the
mean, yeah.
horizon
It's gonna
to
go.
you.
It's gonna go over. Like it's gonna
Right.
start
For
to
a
go over.
6 foot
But when you stop
observer,
seeing it, that's when it
right.
starts
So
to
think
depend
about
on.
this. Think about this. Imagine you're an ant on a basketball, and you've got another ant friend next to you, and that ant friend starts to walk away from you on that basketball. Now there's going to be a certain distance, a geometric point where he's going to start going below that curve, and that's going to be your horizon. Yeah.
Okay, so you're asking like where it starts for a 6 foot
Yes.
man.
Where is the horizon for a 6 foot
Well,
person?
if I remember correctly, it's about what 5 kilometers, 5-4.
Right. That's what the globe model predicts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say you go out and you're a 6 foot person and you're looking out at sea and you see a boat on the horizon, but that horizon's at 10 miles away, 15 miles away, 20 miles away. What does that
Yeah.
mean?
Have you viewed that?
Yeah. That's why we're
Maybe
here.
okay. Then maybe you're misconstruing where the start of the boat is. Like the boat might not be there. It might like
No, but think about it this way. Think about it this way, right? So there's an observation that has some oil rigs, oil platforms in it, and those oil platforms are fixed platforms.
oh yeah.
Right? So
Hold
they're
on.
a
I'm
specific
pretty sure I
distance from
saw it
shore.
earlier. Let me look it up. All right. Let
Yeah.
me scroll
They're,
up. Somebody posted it earlier. Let's see.
yeah,
Really
someone
high
can
up.
post it again. It's called the Black Swan. Someone will post it. But the point is, you can use things like this as a distance marker. So if the oil rig is 10 miles away
Oh,
from
they
the
got a leader.
shoreline, and you see it, I mean, you can tell whether the horizon at least is in front of that oil rig or behind it. So you can know whether it's further than 10 miles or closer than 10 miles in that instance. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat what you said?
So if you've got a fixed distance marker, like an oil rig that you know is 10 miles away from shore,
Yeah.
if the horizon is in front of that oil rig, you know the horizon is closer than 10 miles. If it's behind that oil rig, you know it's further than 10 miles. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. So that's a very simple way of observing whether or not the horizon is in the location that the globe model says it has to be. And this is what people
Oh,
are doing.
I just saw a picture, another picture of the same place where the platform habitat is uh like very visually observed to be further down uh compared
Right.
to Hill
So
House,
why
right?
is that? So why is that?
Refraction.
Fraction.
Why is that?
Because the curve of the Earth
The curve.
is farther away.
But then what about when it's behind further than the oil rigs?
Refraction.
Wait, when what is further than the oil rigs?
The horizon.
The horizon. Well, that's because.
Yeah.
Well, there isn't anything further than
Did
the oil.
the globe did the
Or
globe
what?
change
No, okay,
size?
hold on.
Did the globe get
I'm
bigger?
confused with what you're claiming here,
Did
because
someone post the
when I
black
look at
swan? I'm not looking at the
yeah,
chat.
he
Someone
posted it, and
posted it.
when I'm looking at it, I don't see anything past
See the horizon beyond the
I don't
oil
see
rig.
water past the oil rigs, but I do see an oil rig that is sticking up
You see
because
the
it's
oil
big.
rig
It is
going
going
into
high
the
up.
water. See the oil rigs
Yeah,
going into the water.
yeah,
Yeah, and then the water carries
So
them beyond them.
yeah. It does. The water does carry
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah.
beyond, but I don't see the water.
So what is that horizon? Because it
It's
can't be
what?
the Earth curve, because the Earth curve is supposed to be in front of the platforms.
No, what's it's if I'm
Yeah.
a 6 foot tall man and I'm standing at
Well, this observer height is 1 foot,
the
right?
cruise.
Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Go onto Google and Google distance to horizon calculator.
Okay, hold on.
Right, and click on one of
Yeah,
the calculators,
yeah.
and then
Alright,
you can put in 6 foot as your observer height, and it'll
6
give you a
foot.
distance
Calculate
for how
distance.
far away
Yeah,
it is.
3 miles.
Right, right. So put in 1 foot.
1 foot. That's 1.2 miles.
Right. So we have an observation of a camera 1 foot above the horizon line, above the sea level on the beach. And he's observing these oil rigs, and the horizon is beyond the furthest oil rig, which is at 9.4 miles. So the horizon is beyond 10 miles for a
No, but the
1 foot
top.
observer.
That's because the top. You can only see. Can you see the bottom of that oil rig? Or is that obscured
Yeah.
by water? No, that's obscured by water.
Right. So what one are you looking at? You're not looking at the right image. I'm gonna
I'm looking at the
repost
image
the
that
right image.
Flat Lloyd sent me here. The one that says "bye
Right.
bye
Yeah.
ball."
Yeah. So
Yeah,
the
and
horizon is
what I'm
beyond
viewing.
platform habitat.
Yeah, no,
I mean, that's
the
not the
You
best
cannot see the
version
bottom.
of it.
You can't
But
see the bottom, can you?
yeah, because
You
it's going.
can't.
You
No,
can
you
see
can
it
see
going
that
into the water.
exactly. It's going. You can see only a
Yeah.
small
So the
portion of it.
horizon is beyond it. I'll
No,
post a slightly clearer
the
one.
horizon is still
I'll
there.
post you a slightly
The
clearer
horizon
hold
one.
on,
has
Wolfgang.
okay.
He's
Horizon hasn't
He's
moved,
moving
but
the
he's
goalposts,
viewed.
dude.
Yeah. No,
That's the
this is it.
same
This is it.
picture.
Yes, and you can see the horizon beyond platform habitat.
Yeah, that's because it's a big
Right. So
platform.
the
It's
horizon is
big.
further
It's
than
high. It's
9.4
tall.
miles. So the horizon is further than 9.4 miles. Yeah.
I don't know if you understand what the horizon means because
Yeah. The horizon's where the sky is appearing to meet the sea. The horizontal line. Yes. You understand?
yeah.
Right. And that is seen beyond platform habitat. Yes.
No, okay, hold on. I'm getting confused again because I can view platform habitats beyond the horizon, but that does not
No.
mean that the horizon is
No.
moving.
The horizon beyond habitat, not habitat beyond the
I
horizon.
no,
What are
I
you
do not
talking about?
see a horizon beyond
Okay,
platform
okay.
habitat. I
Here,
do
do
not
me a
see the
favor. Do me
water.
a favor. Open this up in Paint and draw where you see the horizon line. Draw a line where you see the horizon.
Hold on.
Can I try to explain it to him? Can I give
Hold
it a
on.
go?
Let me get
Cyclone.
this from him first. Let me get this from him first. Just draw a line where you see the horizon.
All right, hold on.
And
You want me
then send it
to
into the
share
chat.
my screen?
No, just send it into the chat.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna see the horizon. Oh, I think I got the wrong picture. Let me get the right one.
Yeah, it's got the white text at the top and then the picture on the bottom.
Yeah, it says bye bye ball. Yeah.
Yeah. You got that?
Hold on. It's just I can't insert it into Paint for some reason. Let me save it. I mean, on the picture you sent me, the water is acting very, very weird. It's not.
It's alright.
Like that's not how.
We just need to know where you see the horizon.
Yeah. I'll never use Paint. Hold on.
Well, use whatever tool you want. Just draw a line on it. Doesn't
There
have
we
to
go.
be.
Yeah. No, I got it. Okay, yeah, this is a very bad line. I hope you can still see where it is. And let me save. Okay, I have no idea where the save button. Just got to do a screenshot. All right, there. Sending it.
All right.
About right there.
Okay. So what's the line above your second? So you've done 2 lines. Why have you done 2
Yeah,
lines?
I just tried to make it look the above one is the one that I'm referring to. I just tried
Right,
to
the above one.
because I messed up on the bottom one.
So
But yeah,
okay.
it's a pretty crudely drawn line.
Let me draw a little bit.
Over you view
Because
it.
I'm gonna ask what this line is.
What you mean the line above? That just looks like
The line above the black
sunset.
line.
That just looks like this like refraction from the sunset. Because it's taken like dawn or I don't know.
What is the
So I've
definition
just
of a
drawn.
horizon?
Hold on a second. So I've just drawn this one. Right. What's that line? I mean, I've just drawn a line on the other line that you can see. Yeah. So what is that line?
That line, it just looks to be the sunset to me. Looks like a bad
What do you mean
camera.
it looks to be the sunset?
It's almost
It's
the
a
same
line.
color.
It's
It's almost the
not a line.
same.
It's the horizon.
No, if to me it's almost the exact same color as the sunset.
What?
My theory is that that's just a bad camera because I got a different picture here, the same place. Hold on.
You must be
I got a
trolling.
same. No, hold on. I got
This
a
is-
different picture of the same place here that does not have that line.
Right.
What is
That's the
that
whole
line?
point.
Yeah, it's a line, mate. It's a straight line.
You just said it. It doesn't have that line.
Oh, that
So
line.
you
Okay,
do
hold on.
see
That
it.
line is a bit. Hold on. That picture. The picture that I sent is a
So
bit
you
different.
do see
Okay,
the
so
line that
my
appears
theory
to
is.
divide the water from the sky. No,
Hold
you
on.
don't need your theory.
No, but I can only give my theory because I'm not there in person. What I assume that is why that is happening is because the observer is not actually at 1 foot. It's higher
You're
up.
looking at a horizontal
Oh, right.
line, and
So
you're
now you're
wanting to
changing it.
see a curve, mate.
No, because that's what I'm seeing I'm seeing 2 pictures that
This
show
is
the same
crazy. This is
place.
crazy. All right, so
No,
look
I'm
at this
seeing
one.
no.
Look at this one. Look at this one. You see the horizon, yeah?
Okay, but you're showing the exact same picture again. But I'm seeing
Yeah,
another
and you
picture
can
of
see
the
the
same place.
horizon.
Yeah, and I
The
can see the
horizon is
horizon on this
beyond
one.
the platforms. In the
Yeah, but that
one
does
I
not
posted
mean
though, it's
that
beyond the
you're on a 1
platform.
foot. Yeah, but then I do not believe that you're on a 1 foot. That you're a 1 foot observer
Right.
right now because
See,
I'm
this is
seeing
why
another
it was good for me to check. This is why it's good for me to check because you're
No, because
very
I'm seeing a
dishonest. You're very
No.
dishonest. You're kind of being
I just do
dishonest
not
to
believe it.
yourself, but as a byproduct, you're being dishonest to me because you were trying to act like you actually didn't see the horizon and you drew some
No,
bullshit black
no,
line
because
to
at
try and say
first I
this is
thought
where I see it.
listen.
But
At
now
first
you're
I
saying,
didn't.
"Oh, I do see it there, but I don't believe that this is 1 foot observer. So you're just
No,
lying.
listen. At first, I did not believe that would be the horizon because it was almost the exact same color as the sunset. So I thought that was just
color of the sunset. It's a horizon, dude.
It's not
You know what fucking horizon is.
It's horizontal
Cyclone.
line, mate.
Yeah, sorry, says who. What you say?
Cyclone, in the side chat, I went ahead and put the links for the video, so he's not going to, squawk about there being chicanery or tomfoolery.
Yeah, good point. They're videos, dude. You can see him put the camera down.
Hold on.
So is a guy claiming the horizon's curvature?
He's claiming it's a sunset, not the horizon. I've
So
never heard.
Does he
that.
think the horizon's Earth curve?
No, I just did
I've
not exactly
never
see
heard
exactly what it was.
Come on, bro.
So do you know how the Earth curve was
I know it's a
measured,
lot
mate?
to take, but don't just bullshit us. I mean, we can all see the horizon. You lying to yourself. I mean,
I'm not
drawing
lying
those black
to yourself.
lines, like having to
You are.
purposefully
Me
horizon.
making a mistake is not a lie. That's just me making a mistake.
Okay, so do you see where the horizon is now, and that you drew your line?
Yeah, I do
below
see where the horizon is. Yeah, I do see where the horizon is on that picture. Yes.
Right. Okay. So that horizon is not where the globe model says it should be. It's too
Hold
far
on,
away.
I'm watching the video because right now, if that's the true horizon of a 1 foot observer, yeah, then something
what?
is wrong. But I do not. Then there's something
Yeah,
that
something's up,
there's
bro.
there's something. Then there
Exactly.
is something there that I can't explain. But I do not see
Well, there
yet.
is something.
I
Well, don't
cannot
worry.
yet
I
see
can
that there
already
is a 1
tell.
foot.
I can already tell you're gonna love the excuse. You're actually probably gonna
We'll
orient your
explain
entire
it for
world
you.
Hold on.
towards it. It's a certain R word that you're gonna come to love.
Hold on. Let me watch the video.
Yeah, watch the video, bro. Don't worry. We'll just speak amongst ourselves. You pop yourself on mute and watch that video and let us know when you watched it.
Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it? How you can hear him clinging onto the globe for
Isn't it
dear life.
incredible?
Right. Okay.
Clinging-
Am I allowed to
clinging-
watch the video, or you're just gonna?
Yeah, bro. We just said you.
No, we're just
mute
talking.
the chat,
Yeah.
You mute the
Okay,
chat
let me-
and mute your mic and watch the video.
Let me deafen
Then
while
come
I'm
back.
watching.
Yeah, go and come back when you watch it.
Yeah, come back when you know the Earth's not a
This
globe,
is our
mate.
halftime. This is our halftime analysis part.
Yeah. So he's clinging onto the globe for dear life. He'll say anything at this point. He's looking at a horizontal line that isn't a physical location, it's an apparent location. And he's drawing lines in the wrong place, and then he's claiming a horizontal line is sunset. I mean, this is ridiculous.
I mean, I'm assuming he's young. I have to assume he must be like, I don't know, still a teenager, or at least early 20s. I'm hoping.
Yeah, but I mean,
But he did say if the horizon is there,
Even-
then yeah, something's up. At least he understands.
yeah, but
that.
no, that's just not being honest. He's not being honest. You can see the
Yeah, he's not being
what
honest.
they call the horizon clearly behind the oil rigs. He's drew the line not where he's seeing it. Then he's
Yeah.
mentioned refraction. He doesn't probably. We'll get him to define refraction later because he probably doesn't know what refraction is anyway.
He's not gone hard on that yet, but I know the globies and the wings are dying to get in here. Refraction! And just, pray to their refraction gods. But he'll get there, and when he does, I feel like he will stay there. But let's give him the chance to at least watch the video.
Yeah, but when they say refraction, the refraction of they don't
it's
know
all
what refraction is for one. But the only refraction that's taking place at sea level is from a horizontal plane of reference, which will be a flat Earth because that's how it's measured. These guys don't know how latitude is measured. They haven't got a clue. They think latitude is an Earth. They think latitude is globe proof.
Well, if they're struggling to identify a horizon, I'm not going to be getting into latitude and longitude with them.
No, it might be a bit too deep. Correct. If you can't draw a line where you see a line,
this is why I do that thing where I say draw the line where you see the horizon, because if they can't even do that, then we can't even have a conversation.
No, it's gone at that point, hasn't it? Yeah, it's gone. Well, we can all see that. Unless you've got an actual problem with your eyes and you are partially blind,
But
or
he's
that you've got.
conceded. He's conceded he was wrong. He said he was wrong about that, so that he wants to go and check the video. So we'll see.
Yeah,
If
but
he
Cyclone, at that point where they're drawing the line not at the horizon, they know that
yeah.
they know what's going on.
Yeah. Well, this is it. I guess. I mean, I don't know. He says he's been looking for a few weeks. He's obviously never been flat smacked before, so we'll see. See how he takes it.
You should just be thinking, well, yeah, I'll just give the. It's obviously not a globe. It's not. I'd be like, wow, this is fucking really interesting stuff. This is fucking amazing stuff. I mean, I've never thought about it like this. There's a globe claim on the table of the horizon being a physical location, and then we can get measurements to it. But then there's evidence to suggest that's wrong. Yeah? And this is how latitude's measured, and there's no proof of this and no proof of that. I might have been fucking lied to all my life. This is really interesting. I'm going to have a look into this. But they don't. Why guard it with your life? It's only a fucking globe model. Let it go. You won't change. Nothing will alter it. You'll still wake up tomorrow and go to college or go to work or see your family. You know, let it go, mate. Let the globe go because it's not there. It doesn't exist.
Yeah. Is he still deafened? What video was he sent? I thought was it a short one? Can't be taking that long.
You might.
No, I sent him the MLSB original video, and it's like 10 minutes.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
What? Who's the Embo? Embo's got to have seen it before.
In Embo.
Embo. Coming back again. What? Flat.
Oh, smart.
Yeah, smart Vrock or whatever.
Yeah, Smart was on Nathan Oakley today. He was okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm back.
He started off a little kind of like, I'm not really sure what you guys are talking about, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna do some more research. And he came back kind of like a little bit like a turd, but then recovered at the end.
Well, good for you,
Okay,
Smart.
yeah.
Listen, if you've went on Nathan's, you've already faced the worst of it. So I'm gonna be easy compared to that.
And he wasn't well today. He wasn't on top form either today. But
who are you talking about?
Anyways,
All right.
I'm back.
So did you watch the video?
Yes, I did watch the video.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll grant. Well, I do still don't. I'm not entirely sure if that's exactly 1 foot because in the video when he is zooming in, it does look like he is picking it up. And
Okay. Well, even if let's say,
but yeah,
even if
I'm
he
still
did pick it
gonna
up,
grant. I'm still gonna grant that it is 1 foot. That he is 1 foot of the ground. That's still possible on a globe Earth. Because of something I'm sure you're well aware of, something called
Here he goes. He's gonna say it. He's gonna say it.
What am I gonna say?
Work that.
You know you want to.
Work that word.
What word?
Come on.
I'll give you a clue.
Come on, man.
No. Tell me what was that? What? Tell me what you know I'm gonna say before I even said it.
Come on.
The other word you're gonna say.
you're going to say a word, and then we're going to ask you to define exactly what it means.
And what word? What word?
You're gonna say
which version of refraction?
Refraction.
That's what you're gonna say, right?
Yeah, which one?
I was gonna say Fata Morgana, which that is refraction.
I want to help you out, man.
I don't know exactly how to pronounce it. I'm not natively English.
Where do you see Fata Morgana there? What the fuck?
Okay. That's fine.
Can you look at the crane? Do you see how it goes bendy?
Has nothing to do with Fata Morgana. That's not Fata. No, that's not it.
So you realise
so-
refraction debunks the globe. You realise refraction debunks the globe model. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, it does. Because in your model you have a geometric horizon. So if it's refracted, it's not geometric, and you can't measure the distance to it.
Yeah, it's not a physical location.
Right? So
even if you were to take that defense, then you would just be conceding that there is no physical horizon that's observed. So
yeah, you'll be. That's
well,
what
no,
you'll be explaining. Yeah,
it's a very
you'll be actually.
rare. It's not very
You'll be actually.
common for that to happen.
Yeah, but you'll
That's
be
why
actually
you can see a
explaining
different
what the
picture
horizon
that
is, mate.
is.
all right. Okay.
No, but
Well,
it's not a very
let's just
common
say
thing. That's why you can
that's
see a
something that you're
picture
suggesting.
next to it that is
Okay.
also not the same phenomenon.
Okay. Fair enough. Right. Let's just say that's what you're suggesting. So now you've got a few options on the table, right? You've got, well, is the horizon observed not where the globe says because Fata Morgana, or is it just not what the globe model has claimed? Is it just not the curve? How do you decide
Why are you
figure
asking
out which
this?
one it is?
Because
You're
Fata
saying it's
Morgana
Fata Morgana.
it's not very common. I can
So
see
how
at
do you know
different
it's Fata
times when it's
Morgana, or just that you see the horizon because it's there, because it's the limit of your view?
because, like I said, let me post it again. Actually, there's a different picture that shows the same place.
Right.
That
Which
does
shows that
not
the
have that
horizon
same.
is optical. Yeah, it's optical. It's moving,
No,
right?
because Fata
It's not
Morgana is a
geometric.
very rare thing. It doesn't happen often.
You're not
What's your
listening to
definition of
Cyclone.
Fata Morgana?
You're not listening to Cyclone. You're not getting the point. You're not grasping the.
No, but he's not making a point right now.
Yes, I am. I just told you. If it's observed
Your
in front
point
of
is
them one day,
your point
listen.
is
If
how do
it's
you
observed, if the
confirm it?
horizon is observed in front of them one day and behind them the next, then it's not caused by Earth's curvature, is it?
No, because it's a very rare thing. It's a mirage. Fata Morgana is a mirage.
Right. Okay. Let's start here then. Give us the definition of Fata Morgana.
The definition of Fata Morgana. Okay, I don't know at the top of my head, but it's
Well, you're using the term, bro. So
at the top
you're
of my
using
head.
this term.
Give me
If you
the
didn't have this, you would be conceding that the Earth is not a globe. So if you don't know what this is, then it's your defense
No, but I
for
don't
why
know it
the
at
Earth
the
isn't a
top of
globe.
my head. I don't know everything on the
Yeah,
spot
so then you
instantly.
don't.
Just bam,
So
bam,
when
bam,
you
bam, bam.
said it,
So give me a
so
little
when you
time,
said it,
and I
you
can
didn't
give you
really
what you want.
go on. Then.
Let him
Yeah.
Google Fata Morgana and then post a picture of it in the side chat. Then you will compare that one with the oil rigs and see if it's the same or not.
So can
I
you
think that's a
measure
good
it to a
indication for you.
mirage? Can you get a
Oh, hold
physical
on.
measurement to a
That's
mirage,
that's
mate?
a good point. That's a good point. Let's compare the phenomena.
No,
and see if it does the
very
play.
few. Like I said,
What
this
is
is
it?
very rare. So there's very few pictures of it because
No.
it doesn't
Oh
happen that often.
no. Fata Morgana is observed regularly in places.
It's not very common.
And
Just because it's
there's
observed regularly,
plenty images of Fata Morgana online, isn't there?
Yeah,
So
there are
thousands.
Yeah, there's
thousands.
thousands.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're
It-
saying
what-
you're
what you're
putting
looking
thousands against millions.
Bro, stop talking out of your ass and listen, okay?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, listen.
I'm
You're
not
talking
talking out of
ass
my
right now.
ass. No, but
You
you're
are.
putting thousands.
You don't know anything.
Over
So
billions
listen
of
and do what we
people
said.
of what people observe.
Listen and do what we said.
Hold
Don't
on,
order
guy.
me around. Who the fuck are you?
Hold on,
I'm not even
guy.
talking to you.
Hold on, guy. Listen, you're claiming it's this phenomena, Fata Morgana. So you show us Fata Morgana, and then show us how it compares to that image, and show us where the similarities are.
Okay, hold on. Let me show you then. Here is a picture of a boat that is viewed. You can see there. See there. It looks like it goes over. The horizon is further away. It also looks like it's floating or flying or however you want to observe it.
So that boat is floating in there?
Yeah, it's a mirage, and you can see how similar. You can see how okay. You can see how similar
It's a
it
ghost
looks.
ship. That's a ghost ship flying through the air.
Okay,
There's a
yeah.
bunch of zombies.
Yeah, but that's not giving you a
actually.
horizon. That's not moving
Yes,
a
it is.
geometric horizon.
No, look closely. You can see. It looks like there's water under there. You look closely. You see that it looks like there's a horizon. It looks like there's a line. If you're blind, you can tell me that. But I'm viewing right now that it looks like there's a horizon there.
Yeah, but that's not what you're
very
observing.
similar.
That's not what you're not observing. The oil.
That is what I'm observing.
Floating. No, you're observing the oil
No, but
rigs
that's
going
because
into the water.
yeah, because they can look slightly different, but
So that
slightly
doesn't. That's
different.
not showing the same phenomena.
No, it does because you can see how the water where the oil rig is standing on, is like looks the same as the sky, like in hue.
No, you can see the water
Well,
up to the
forget the boat.
horizon line.
Forget the boat. Look at that horizontal line underneath it. Is that Earth curvature? That horizontal line.
What?
Is the horizontal line underneath the floating boat curving?
Right. Are you asking? Wait, how is that? Are you asking if the boat or the line
Yeah,
on
I'm
you
asking
is
you,
curving?
the sea level underneath the boat, is it curved?
Well, yeah, it curves with the Earth.
No,
I marked
do
the
you see any
horizon for
curvature?
you in your picture. I posted
The
your
water
picture
curves
for
with
you
the
with the
Earth.
horizon mark, so you
Yeah,
can see
but
what
it
it looks
looks
like.
it's a horizontal
Yeah.
sea level we're looking at, mate, in your picture. You're showing us a horizontal sea level.
Right. Okay. I need you to explain
Well,
how
but yeah, that's
you
because you're
observing
viewing
this
it. That's what I'm talking
photo tells me this doesn't look like the oil rigs image. We don't see the oil rigs floating.
No, but that's because it's a different time of day. You can see it's much darker.
You in the picture you posted, you could clearly see the damn right where Radwood. You could still see the ocean that it is sitting on
Yeah,
in that
you
same
can see
picture.
the
What are you talking
horizon.
about?
Wait,
You can
what?
see the
Hold on.
horizon beyond
Which
beyond
picture?
that ship.
Okay,
You probably
look
just
where
posted another black swan.
Radwin fucking reposted that one picture, that fucking floating shit thing. Like
Yeah,
you
and
could
I'm
literally see the sea. You could see the sea
I'm
that it is
explaining
on.
that is Morgana. That's a mirage.
No,
Holy shit, man.
you
So
can
the
see
water
the
that the ship
ocean
is on
still.
is a
It's not
mirage.
floating.
Dude, I marked the horizon for you in that picture.
You can see
No, but
it.
that's where you're viewing where the horizon is. That's not
Oh,
where the
well,
actually is.
let's stop
That's
looking
what
at
I'm
Huh?
saying. That's
mirages.
a mirage.
Listen,
I
mate.
can show you a
Okay.
different. I can show you a different
Let's
mirage,
get rid of this
so
crap.
you can see where
Listen,
this is.
mate. Listen, mate. We're not. Let's stop talking about mirages and things that aren't there. Show us Earth curve.
Earth curve.
Explain how it's measured. Explain how it's measured. Who measured it, and what tool was used. We're not talking
Well,
about
hold on.
mirages.
Hold on. I also
We
just
are
want to
talking
ask
about
you then,
mirages.
if you're saying that what you're observing isn't the actual horizon, it's a mirage. How do you know day to day whether you're seeing an actual horizon in your mind or an observable but not really their horizon? How would you tell the difference?
I mean, they do look different, but again, Fata Morgana is not very common. Me
Well, how would you
personally,
be able to tell
I've
if
never
it's a
viewed it in my
geometric
entire
horizon?
life.
How would you be able to, if it moves day to
Well,
day? How do you know its true geometric position?
well, there are very, it's
He's getting away with too
like
much, guys. Is the horizon a mirage or is it physical location
it is
according to the Earth
physical. You can
curve
see
calculator?
here's an hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. Here's
No, it's not
a picture that
physical
shows
because it moves day to day.
Fata
If it's in
Morgana even
front of them
better.
one day, if it's in front of them
You
one
see
day and
how
behind them the next, it's not a
you
physical
see how different
horizon.
you see how different the water in the picture I just sent is compared to the water
Again, not what
or
we're
aka the
seeing.
mirage.
That's not what
That
we're
is what we're
seeing.
saying.
We're not. No, the
No,
oil
but
rigs are not
that is
inverted
literally
on
what a
themselves.
mirage is. No,
Yeah,
but
and that's not what we're observing with the oil rigs. So that doesn't apply.
the oil rigs aren't what's being observed. It's the water. You're talking about the water, the horizon.
No,
The
what
oil
you
rigs
just
are still the
posted.
same. They're 100 feet tall.
Yeah.
That's why you can see them
Yeah,
very
and
far
the
away.
horizon is beyond them.
But you don't have a
Yeah, that's
horizon
because
on a
of Fata
curve, mate.
Morgana.
You can't get a horizon on a curve, mate.
Right. So the
Yes,
horizon
you can.
isn't physical; it's mirage.
Okay, hold on. I'll actually want to talk that. You have a basketball in
Yeah. So remember the
your
ant on the basketball, and when
yeah. Do you
his
have a
mate is
look?
going over
You
it,
put
that
your eyes
horizon would have
very.
to be
Hold
say 10 centimeters
on. Hold on.
away
Hold on.
from you,
Yeah. So
and you
is
Actually,
the
can't hit that.
horizontal line? Yeah. Is the basketball made of horizontal lines?
well, I mean, you can like if you cut it open and you pull them out, it's gonna be
Oh,
horizontal.
No, it's
bro,
a
stop
ball.
your
It's a
bullshit.
ball. It's
Stop your
spherical. There's no
bullshit.
horizontal lines on the ball, mate. You're talking.
No, but if you put a point on the top and you trace around,
Bart, you're gonna have to start
eventually
being
you're
more
gonna put
honest,
it.
or you're just gonna get muted.
No,
Well,
you're
you
talking
not
crap now,
honest.
mate. Right? We've put up with you.
I'm
We've
not.
tried to be gentle with you. We've
You're
tried to be
bullshitting.
gentle
I'm not.
with
I'm
you.
not. I'm not
You are
bullshitting.
bullshitting. You
No,
We've tried to be gentle and
you are
nice.
kind of bullshitting actually because you're talking. You're deliberately
You're talking
not
about mirages, and
trusting.
I asked you what it was, and you said you don't know.
What I said, I don't
You're
know out of
talking
the
out
top of
your
my head.
ass.
I looked it up.
Yeah,
I
you didn't
looked it
know.
up.
You
I
said
told you the
it, and then you
explanation
looked it
what
up.
it is.
Yeah, you said it before you'd even looked it up to even know if it was what
No,
you thought you were saying.
I have looked it up before. I know. I know
You looked it up before, and then
brief.
you just
I know
forgot it again.
briefly what it is. But if you want a
Yeah.
direct, like a
Forget all that,
literal
mate.
Yeah.
translation or
Okay.
literal
So
description,
do
I
you
can.
know in the
I
definition
will
for
have
Fata
to look it
Morgana,
up.
where does it mention that it moves the geometric horizon beyond its physical limit? Where does it
Well,
say
it
that?
doesn't move the horizon. You're viewing it as a. You're
Well,
viewing.
it has to, because it's supposed to be at
No, it
1.2
doesn't.
miles in front of the rigs. Yeah? That's where the globe model says.
It was measured,
1.2
mate.
miles. Yeah?
It was
But it's
measured.
observed beyond the rigs, beyond 10 miles. So not 1.2 miles, beyond 10 miles.
Yeah, but that's not the real horizon.
Yeah,
That's just
so
a
that doesn't
mirage.
match
There's
the
only
globe.
one
That
horizon,
doesn't
mate,
match the globe. Yeah, you only see
not
one
No, but that's
horizon.
not. It's a.
You don't get multiple
Do you not know what a
horizons.
mirage is?
Bro, you don't know what a mirage is. You just had to look it
Yeah,
up.
a mirage is. Yeah, I do, mate. It's not physical. You can't measure to a mirage
Exactly, it's
because
not
it's a mirage.
physical. You
Yeah.
cannot touch the
Right,
mirage.
so the horizon
Yeah,
is
so
not
the
physical.
horizon then it's not physical. Thank you. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
saying the horizon isn't physical. The
Yeah,
horizon
you
you're
are, because you
viewing
just said
by
that
the
was a
side of a mirage
mirage. You
is not
said
physical.
you're saying, yeah, the
I'm not
horizon
saying
is what you
the
view.
actual horizon
Yeah,
is
the
a
horizon
mirage.
is what you view. It's the line you view, which you're saying is a mirage,
No, the
so not
horizon.
physical.
What?
Yeah, the horizon is the line
Hold
that
on. Are you saying
appears
that I'm
distinguished in the
arguing
sky
that
and the
the
sea.
horizon, what I'm viewing, is
You don't know what the
is
horizon is, mate.
Yeah, you
no?
still
But
don't know what the horizon is, and if
hold
you're
on,
this fucking long, Jesus Christ. This guy's taking the piss.
Yeah, he doesn't know what the horizon is. It's never.
How do you
It's
not
never
know what
been
the
defined.
horizon is when we just spoke about it for 20 minutes? And now you're going to say you don't know what the horizon is. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Is a globe side,
Oh, I'm
obviously.
muted. No, okay, hold on. I do know what the horizon is, but you're
Okay,
arguing
let's
in a
stop there.
way
Let's
that's
stop
gonna.
there then. Let's stop there, mate. Let's stop there. What is
No,
the
no, no. I'm not
horizon?
gonna stop there because you're arguing on
No,
like
you
on
will.
belief.
You're
Because,
I'm
showing us that
arguing
you
on a
don't
different
actually know what
horizon.
it. So you do need
listen,
to.
if you want a
do need
nice
to type into
conversation, mate.
basic.
Listen, mate. Listen,
You're
mate. If
not
you want a
giving me
nice
a nice
conversation,
conversation.
listen, matey.
You've never
If
given
you
me
want
a
a
nice
nice conversation, if you want a nice conversation, let's have a little back and forth. Now, you just said you know what the horizon is. Now, can you tell me what it is?
Yeah, the horizon is what I can is what I
Define it.
view.
Define it.
I mean to define it again. I don't know at the top of my head. There's you're
Google
asking
it.
for
Get the
definition.
definition of the
Okay, okay,
horizon and
okay,
read
okay.
it
The
out.
line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
So, does that sound like a physical location to you? Yes or no?
No, it's what you appear. It says literally appear to meet.
So it's not a physical location then?
No, I've never claimed that it's a physical location.
No, you might have not done, but the globe model does, and they're
No, you
incorrect
did.
because it's
When
not.
you said the
No,
globe.
they don't.
Go over it.
No,
When you
Yes,
said
they
the
do.
go over
the
it.
globe model
They've got measures.
claims what you're
They've got,
supposed to
hang
see.
on a minute, mate. Hang on a minute. We have a nice conversation. Me and you are friends. No, they do claim it's got a distance to it. They're claiming it's physical. You've just read out the definition, and it's not physical. So who's right and who's wrong? Are you right, or is the globe model calculator wrong? Which one's right? Which one's not right?
No, but look, yeah, when you're standing at a point and at a specific height and look out, the horizon is gonna be at a specific location because that's just how it's gonna be.
It's not there. No, it's not there.
But it's
That's the
yes,
whole
it is
point.
there.
No, is it
It
at
is there.
1.2 miles in the oil rigs observation?
No, but that's yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
But
So it's not there. No, it's seen
no,
beyond 10
listen.
miles, beyond the oil
Yeah, I
rigs.
can see. No, I see beyond 10
Yeah.
miles. I see the oil rigs beyond 10
You see the
miles, but the horizon, the
You see the
water.
horizon beyond 10 miles.
No, okay, but the Earth.
Yes, you drew it. Don't just keep talking, bro. You cannot be this dishonest. We went through the exercise and you acknowledged that the horizon was above where you drew it, and even where you drew it was beyond 1.2 miles. So don't turn around and say, no, the horizon isn't observed beyond 1.2 miles. Otherwise, we'll just get rid of you because we've got no time
That's
for
the
people who are
globe
just going to
claim, mate.
lie.
Cyclone's correct. That's the globe claim. The horizon
No,
can be
what
no
I
more
drew
than
was
1.2 times the observer's height in feet squared. Yeah. And we've got photograph evidence and video evidence to prove that that is not correct. The globe model is
no.
incorrect. Yes.
Yeah,
No,
we're
hold on.
showing you
Let me
that.
pull up the picture. Let me pull up the picture
line,
again where
bro.
I drew it, because right now
You
you're
drew
putting.
the line.
Hold on. Let me pull up the. Let me get the picture where I drew the line. Here's a different picture where it also shows the line. Actually, no. I'm gonna get the original. Here. Okay.
Yeah, I have it here.
Yeah,
You've got
as
it
you can
drawn at
see, the line
Platform Hill House.
does add up because as you can see, the Platform Hill House is hidden. Like the legs of Platform Hill House. I'm stuttering. Platform Hill House
Remember, the
is
line.
hidden.
What's the line above your line? What's the line seen above your line?
And that is Fata Morgana. There's a mirage, like we've
That's the
discussed.
horizon, like we
No,
already
that is Fata
discussed.
Morgana. That's a
And you
mirage.
agreed. No. Well, this is
Yes.
recorded, so anyone can go back and say, I was mistaken, that's the horizon. You said that.
What?
The
No, I
line
said
above
that. Yeah,
is the
okay, I did
horizon.
say.
And remember, you just
that's
defined it. You just defined the horizon as the line where the sea and the sky appear to meet. Well, that's that line above your line. That's where they appear to meet. So that is the horizon by definition.
and that's where they appear to you when you're
No,
being
that's where it
influenced
appears
by
to
a mirage.
you. You already agreed that's where
No, I'm
you
talking
appear to
about
see it as
you.
well. You see it there.
Yeah, that's because.
You see it there.
No, that's.
You see the horizon
Yeah,
beyond
I
those
see
rays,
it there
beyond
because
them
of
lines.
the mirage.
Yeah, so you see it there, not where the globe model says you should see it.
No, because I see two horizons then. Because I
No,
see
you
the
don't.
one
You're
where
a
the globe. I
liar.
do see the
Stop
no.
lying.
I do see the original,
Two
the
horizons.
real one there, and then I see the mirage above.
Okay, draw
Then why?
where you
Okay,
see
how
the
do you
real
explain two lines then? How do you explain two
draw,
lines if there isn't a
draw where
mirage?
you see the draw where you see the quote unquote
I've
real
already
horizon.
drawn where to see. I've already
No.
drawn that.
No, you said that wasn't the horizon. You made a mistake. You said.
No, okay, but I've already there.
Okay,
The
so where
the
your
line I
black
drew.
line is, so the where your black line is at Platform Hill House, that's the horizon, according to you.
Yeah,
Okay, so at
and the
Platform
above
Hill House, which is
above.
6.21 miles.
Yeah, and you can see that it's
Okay,
hidden.
so you're
It's
saying the
hidden
horizon is at
underwater.
6.21. So you're saying the
No, that's
horizon's
not
at
what I'm saying.
6.21. Yes,
No,
that
that's
is.
what I
You
was
just said
saying
it was at
because
Platform Hill House. Yes,
yeah,
Platform Hill
it's
House
no.
is 6.21 miles. It's in the picture.
Okay, hold on. You see how Platform Habitat and Platform Hill House, the line that I drew, it covers both of them, right? It's under both of them.
Well, you've drawn
Because
two
both of them
lines.
are
I
being
don't know why.
covered. The one above, because I made a
So
mistake
where
on the
you've
first.
drawn it, the lowest point on your one is at Platform Hill House.
No, the lowest. It
Yes.
isn't 6.2 miles away.
Yes,
That's
it
because
is.
Platform Hill House. No, yes,
It's
Platform Hill House
6.21
is
miles away.
6.2 miles away, but the horizon is 2
Yeah,
miles
and that's
away.
where you've drawn. That's where
It's
you've drawn the
6.2 miles away.
horizon at the base of Platform Hill House.
Yeah, but the base of the actual Platform Hill House, if you view it up close, isn't right there.
That's the
It is
horizon.
further down.
That's what you said is the horizon. That's what you
No,
said the
because
horizon is. That's where you've drawn your line.
yeah, that's because that's where I. Oh my days! It's like talking to a wall. The
Yeah, because
Platform
you're
Hill
being
House is
retarded.
being obscured. It's being obscured by water. Can we agree on that? It's being obscured by water right now. Can we agree on that?
No, you see it going into the water.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yes,
where is the
but
other?
not
Where's the
behind the
other part?
horizon. So the horizon,
No,
right?
but
So you
like,
just
if
said
you
it.
see it
see
up
it going
close,
into the water. You see it going into the water. So the horizon cannot be in front of that.
no, because the
you
water.
see it go into the water.
If you look at Platform Hill House at
Bro,
close,
you're such a dishonest liar.
no, you're being
You're
dishonest
lucky
right now because
that
you're being
I'm just
no.
not
I'm
arsed with you.
telling you what I'm seeing, and
No,
you're telling me that I'm seeing
lying.
something else. You're trying to.
Everyone is blown away by how much you are lying here.
Well, everyone here is a flat earther.
Because you said no, it's at the bit that I said it's even though you just agreed that you were wrong where you drew that line and it was actually above that
No,
line.
'cause
But
right
now
now,
you're
right
coping
now,
again. Now you're coping again, saying, "Oh no, actually, I'm going back to my original lie. It's where the black line is." So I said, "Okay, it's where you've drawn the black line at Platform Hill House, which is at 6.2 miles." I said Platform Hill House, and you said yes. And I said, which is 6.2 miles. You said, no, even though, yes, that's exactly where you agreed you'd drawn it. So you're saying, even in your delusion, that the 1 foot observer is seeing a horizon at 6.2 miles. Okay, welcome to Flat Earth. That still debunks the globe. So you can cope, scream, and spaz and do all this weird shit, but you're just embarrassing yourself.
No. Go into the whiteboard. I'm going to explain to you what it is that I meant when I said that the horizon is there. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Lie more.
No,
lie
I'm not
more
going
to
to lie
yourself.
more. Go into
Yeah,
the.
you are. You're just going to keep lying to yourself.
No. Okay.
Because
Look.
you're sad.
Look.
and
No,
upset
no,
that the
no.
Earth
Look,
isn't a ball.
look. No,
We
no,
can
no,
see
no,
it
no,
where
no.
you've drawn the black line. Where you drew the black
No,
line.
no, no, no.
You're
Go
claiming
into
that's
the
the
whiteboard.
horizon,
Go into
right?
the whiteboard. Go into the
No, I'm not
activity
going into
whiteboard.
your
I'm going to
whiteboard. I'm
show
looking
you.
at your picture.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
No, because I'm
Why
looking at
not?
your picture where you drew the
Yeah, and I
black
want to
line.
explain that
You
picture. I
said
want
that
to
was the
explain that
horizon.
picture.
You don't
I want to
need to. You
explain the
can.
picture.
I'm looking at the picture. You don't need to explain it by
Yeah,
going
but
into the
you're
whiteboard. I'm
clearly
looking
not
at the picture.
understanding the picture, so I want to explain
Yeah,
it to you.
I asked you where you. I just asked you to draw where you see the horizon, and you drew a line. What else is there
Yeah,
to
but something being
understand?
above the horizon, something being tall, very tall, because these
Doesn't
oil rigs.
change the location of a
It does.
horizon.
No, it doesn't. But that's why
Yeah,
you
it
can
doesn't.
see that
So it's
there's
totally
something being
irrelevant.
obscured. Because
No,
that's why you
no.
can see
Even
that
where
there's
you've
something
drawn
being
the
obscured.
horizon doesn't matter. Even where you've drawn the horizon debunks your globe. Even though the
No,
horizon's actually further than you've drawn it, you're just coping. You didn't realize you were still
no.
debunking your own
Okay,
religion.
hold
Yes,
on.
you could say no,
No, no,
no, wait, no,
no,
cannot
but
be,
that's because
cannot be.
you're
Must
not
be
you're only
mirage. What's the mirage? I don't know what a mirage is. I'm using the science. What's the science? I don't know what science is.
okay. Just join the whiteboard so I can explain it to you because you're having a hard time
No,
understanding it. Yes.
no, I've listened to your bullshit for long enough. You have literally nothing. You don't even know the words that you say until you look them up after. What are you going to explain? Oh, I drew the black line where I thought might just help me save
Okay,
the
give me the
globe, even
exact
though I know
definition
that's
of
not where the
give me the
horizon
exact
is.
definition of the
And
Coriolis
now that
effect
I've
right now.
been called out because it still
Give
debunks
me
the
the
globe,
exact
I'm going to
definition of
quote
the
some
Coriolis effect
more.
right now without looking it up. Right now.
Shut up, bro.
Yeah,
Bro,
exactly.
are you
Cricket.
stupid?
Cricket.
You made claims
Is
without
this
knowing
you
what they
flying
were
off?
even about
Cricket.
the definition
Cricket.
Is this you
itself.
flying off
Cricket.
into another
Are you
I'm just saying
stupid?
cricket.
What does Coriolis have to do with
This
Coriolis.
guy
any of
is
this?
stupid, man. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
No, I'm just saying you're
desperately. He's
no,
trying
but you want me
desperately
to
to
get
deflect. Trying so desperately to deflect because you've just been monumentally exposed, and you just exposed the whole thing to yourself by going through that exercise of drawing the line. You know, that's going to stick with you, the fact that you knowingly tried to deceive yourself like that, knowing full well where you see the horizon and drawing a line below it in some desperate attempt to appeal to your religion, and then again being caught out because you drew the line at a place that still debunks your religion. And now you're going to be like, oh, well, what's Coriolis? Yeah, see? Like, what are you, 13? This is pathetic. Is anyone else here that wants to speak to this guy? No? No one wants to talk to this guy?
I mean, how do you expect us to do that after what he just did?
Yeah, good point, Amish. I mean, I don't know where you go from there. But I don't want it to be dead air either, so.
I wanted to speak to him. I wanted to tell him to learn about atmospheric refraction without speaking about things he doesn't understand before he actually understands them.
Thank you, Embo.
Yeah, that's fair, Embo. Well, since there are the mods, I'm just going to mute him and someone else can take over.
there we go.
Or not.
By the way, yeah, this guy mentioned it. Can someone explain to me what's the deal with the argument with an observational experiment performed by Bob Nodell, I believe it was, or Rob Skiba? I don't remember, but one of those. That he sailed through the lake Michigan, observing the Chicago skyline, and that was supposed to prove that it isn't a refracted image in some way. Can someone explain this to me?
We don't actually do observations to confirm measurements, mate. We actually do measurements to confirm measurements. So do you want to talk about measurements or observations?
I was asking about this particular observation because sometimes people bring it up, and I don't really understand what in this observation exactly debunks it being refracted.
Well, we're not bothered about refraction because you don't know what refraction is, and we're not bothered about observations because that's just looking at things. If we want to know the shape of something, we need to measure it. Now, how was the globe measured?
If you don't bother about observations, then why do you bring up the black swan?
Okay, then. So when did you observe the curve of the Earth and where?
Personally, I've observed it from a beach. If
Okay,
if you want to talk about my personal
did you take any
experience,
measurements of it? Or was
I've
it just
taken an observation.
Okay, so is it a measurement or an observation?
It was an observation.
So it wasn't a measurement.
Yes, just as the black swan that you were discussing about throughout the entire half of
Yeah,
hour.
the black swan's the globe claim, mate. Debunked.
Yeah, and it's an observation.
Yeah. So when you talk about the horizon, can you define the horizon?
Yes, it's the line at which the sky appears to meet the Earth.
Yeah, that's
This
correct.
is one of the definitions.
Yeah, so it's not a physical location. You're correct.
It is because the Earth is a physical location.
No, you've just defined it as not a physical location that you can't measure to. You're correct.
You can measure to it, but this distance would be changing over time.
How can you measure to a non-physical location? Can you please talk us through that?
It is a physical location. You have two things. You have the sky.
Hang on a minute. I'll have to stop you. You just defined it as not a physical location. Now you're saying it is a physical location. Can you read out the definition again one more time?
I've never defined it as a non-physical location.
You did. You said it was the apparent. Apparent is not actually a physical location. It's just where something appears to be.
Yeah. The word apparent in the definition doesn't mean that the Earth isn't physical. It means that the sky is physical.
Is it apparent a physical location? Yes or no?
It's an apparent location because the sky isn't a physical object.
Yeah. So is the horizon a physical location? Yes or no?
It is a physical location on the Earth.
And how was it measured? How was the curvature measured?
Many different methods, including
Just give me one. Give me the first one. Who firstly measured it? Who was the first person to measure it?
Why is the first person relevant? The first observation will be obviously the worst because the technology improves over time.
The first measurement not? That's the most important one, isn't it?
Because they want to argue against a straw man. That's what they want.
How do you argue? How do you measure it as flat?
Yeah, it's okay. Let's stick on the horizon, mate. Now you've changed your tune 3 or 4 times. 1 minute it was physical, then it was apparent. Now it's physical. Now I'm asking you for a measurement, and you said it's not apparent. It doesn't matter who measured it. So do you think you live on a globe Earth? Yes or no?
Yes, I think that.
So why do you think that?
I think that because I observe things hiding behind the horizon and things dropping from the tangent line over distance.
The horizon's got nothing to do with curvature.
How do you know that?
Because you can't get horizons on globes, mate.
Okay, but what is
hang on, mate. A globe is one of the few shapes that have a horizon. A plane definitely isn't a shape
a globe is spherical. A horizon is horizontal.
It isn't.
So is a horizon curved?
The horizon is a circle, so it's curved.
So is it curved from left to right?
Yes.
Show me a picture of a curved horizon, please.
Okay.
Go on then.
I mean, if you're on like in the middle of the ocean, can't see the land. You look around, it appears curved.
No, that's 360 vision, mate. It's not curved. What we want to see is a deviation from horizontal from one point to the other, 1 point lower, 1 point higher on the horizontal curve. At 0 degrees sea level, elevation angles taken to the sun from sea level. There's no globe proof, mate. No, and that's what I'm trying to get out of you, but you're not doing a very good job, are you?
He sent the picture.
Yeah.
I just sent the picture.
Is the picture a measurement?
No, but you didn't ask for a measurement. You asked for a picture of the curved horizon.
I wanted to see a curved horizon. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Where
just
is it?
posted a picture of it.
Where?
In the side
in
chat.
the VC, yeah, side chat.
Can't see it, mate. What's your name?
I see it right there.
What's your name, mate?
First.
What's your name?
My name?
Yeah, your name. What's your name?
Embo.
Where's the picture, Embo?
The picture is in the side chat.
I'm looking at the side chat. There's no picture there, mate.
No
It's
picture
I see it.
in the side chat?
It's right here.
No, can't see it, mate.
It's there.
Literally right here.
Fortes and Fortes typing. That's all I can see. So
you need to scroll.
Yeah, I'm right down at the bottom, mate. The horizon is not compatible with curvature.
How?
Because it's a horizontal plane of reference. We use the horizon. Oh well, why do you use the horizon mirror on the sea sextant to obtain horizontal?
Can I make a hula hoop horizontal?
Are you asking me or are you asking yourself?
I'm asking you. Can I orient a hula hoop horizontally?
Well, you just tell me if you can or you can't. I don't know if you can do that or not. Can you do it? Yes or no?
I think the question is rather obvious.
No, you tell me what you do. I've not mentioned a hula hoop. You brought a hula hoop. You're mentioning hula hoops, mate, not me. What you do with a hula hoop is your business, not mine.
Oh, it's fine if you don't
just
get
an analogy.
the analogy. Then
What you
never
want
mind.
to do with your hula hoop?
Didn't expect it.
It's an analogy.
Oi! What you want to do with your hula What you want to do with your
We heard that 3 times.
Yeah, what you want to do with your hula hoop in your bedroom is up to you, mate, not me.
We heard that multiple times.
Yeah. So you don't get a horizon on the globe. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, I can orient a hula hoop horizontally. A hula hoop can be horizontal. It has curvature, obviously, because it's a circle. Same with the horizon.
Yeah. It's pretty.
Yeah. How do you
well
measure it then? How do you measure it?
How do I measure what?
The curvature of Earth.
I don't know.
Well, why are you here then?
Because you weren't getting why you can have a curved horizon that is also horizontal.
Yeah, the horizon. You don't get horizons on globes, mate.
You do though.
Yes, you do.
So
Is that a ridge line though? Wouldn't that be a ridge line?
Okay, so how
Not
do
a
you measure
horizon line.
how do you measure the curved horizon then?
What exactly you want to measure of the horizon?
Well, you said you can get a curved horizon on the globe. How is it measured?
No, obviously the horizon will be curved on the globe.
Yeah, so how do you measure it?
That doesn't tell you
How
how.
do you measure it?
Yeah, what do you want to measure about the horizon? What about the horizon you want to measure?
We want to measure the curved horizon, which you said the horizon's curved. How are you measuring it?
You're measuring what about it?
The
You
curvature.
want to know how many degrees of curvature? What exactly?
No,
you
you
know?
can't mention degrees, mate, because that's an angle measurement. Nothing to do with curvature.
I can't form an angle to 2 points on a hula hoop.
You
then,
don't
right?
want to be
'Cause it's
talking
curved.
about angles, mate. Angles have got nothing to do with curvature.
You
Okay,
have
well,
a
man.
tangent.
You obviously can get an angle between two lines that
Angles,
intersect the
you
hula
can
hoop.
get an angle off a flat baseline, 2 straight lines, nothing to do with curvature. Start talking about curves,
It's just
pal.
not true.
It's
Yeah,
okay if I draw a circle and I have a point which is the center of the circle, and then I have 2 points on the circumference, right? I can form an angle between the 2 points on the circumference and the
That's
center
great.
of the circle, right?
That's great when you're drawing a circle on a piece of paper. How's
Right.
Earth
So
curve measured? So how's Earth curve measured?
I don't know.
So you don't know.
First, I need to know what you want measured.
You don't know how Earth
you didn't even say that yet.
So you're here claiming you live on a globe, but you don't know how it's measured. Is that correct?
What do you want measured?
I didn't make that claim yet. I
did.
just explained you that you can have a curve on something that is horizontal, like a hula hoop. The horizon is just like a hula hoop.
Oh, is horizontal a straight line? Yeah.
Horizontal is a plane.
Yeah. So Now let's talk about curvature. How's curvature measured?
I don't know. You could measure degrees of curvature. You could measure
degrees and angle measurements.
drop of curvature. There's
got nothing
different
to do
metrics.
With yeah, it's got nothing to do with
angle curvature.
Well, you asked the question and you're not letting me answer you.
Because you can't. You keep talking about angles, mate. It's got nothing to do with
you
curvature.
can measure an angle to a curve. That's a thing.
Yeah, an arc is a curve and is measured in degrees.
How do you measure curvature?
Yeah, what metric of the curvature you want? If you establish that, then we maybe can get somewhere.
3959. The 395 radius of Earth. How's the circumference of Earth measured?
So
how do you do it?
You wanna know how to get the circumference of the Earth. So that's what you're going for.
Yeah. Who measured it? Who measured it? What tool did they use?
Well, I think the oldest good measurement we have is from Eratosthenes.
And what tool did he use to measure curvature?
I don't know what he used to measure the length of a shadow, but he measured the length of a shadow.
So did he measure curvature or the length of a shadow?
He didn't measure curvature. He measured the difference in the shadows and used that to infer the radius.
Yeah, so did he measure curvature or an angle?
He did indirectly measure an angle.
He did?
Yes.
Yeah, so an angle's got nothing to do with curvature.
Okay, if you say so.
I know so, and I'm telling you so.
Do you know what an arc is?
Yeah, I know what an arc is, yeah.
You know you can define the degrees of an arc, right? Like this arc has 45 degrees, or this arc has 10 degrees. So those are different arcs, right?
What arc are you talking about? Which arc are we talking about?
The arc that goes between the first point of observation, where the sun is overhead, and the other one where the sun is not overhead.
Yeah, so we're talking about
Hey, Bacon, you can draw an arc with a compass. One side has a point, the other side has a pencil. You separate them with an angle, and you draw a circle.
We're not talking about the sun. You've jibbed off to the sun all of a sudden.
Couldn't hear you. I got both of you at the same
It's
time.
okay. I'll keep on with you. Don't you worry about that, mate.
Looks like you're wrong.
You're with me. Don't you worry about that. So Eratosthenes measured an angle. You've admitted that. That's got nothing to do with curvature. So he didn't measure any curvature, correct?
Yeah, as I said already, he didn't measure curvature. You asked how he got the radius.
Right,
how he got the radius. I explained how he got the radius.
Your evidence of curvature was an angle, and you said
that's not my evidence of curvature.
So what is your evidence?
That's not my evidence of curvature.
Well, give us your evidence then.
My evidence of curvature is that if you
give us your evidence.
Okay, my evidence of curvature is that if you want to navigate, you treat Earth as a sphere. That's my evidence for curvature.
So sorry, say that again slowly so everybody could hear you very clearly. Say that again very slowly.
If you want to navigate, you treat Earth as a sphere. That's my evidence for curvature.
So if you want to navigate, what tool do you use to navigate?
Now we're going to celestial navigation again. So I'm going to pick a
theodolite. So what tool do you use? What tool do you use to navigate?
I'm going to pick a theodolite.
Right. So does that measure curvature? Yes or no?
No.
So what's it got to do with curvature then?
Because you have to treat Earth as a sphere to use the values from the theodolite to figure out where you are.
Does the theodolite measure curvature or does it measure angles? Which one?
It measures angles.
So has that got anything to do with curvature? Yes or no?
The measurement of an angle, no.
Yeah. So what are you talking about then?
I'm talking about using the angle measurement to then figure out where you are by treating Earth as a sphere.
You're trying to explain curvature using angles, which has got nothing to do with curvature. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I'm not trying to explain curvature using angles. I'm trying to explain how those measurements can tell where you are.
We'll rewind. Hang on. Yo.
You can't ask a question and start rambling as soon as I say the first word.
I know you're getting triggered. You mentioned the theodolite.
You're triggered the way we talk. How am I the one triggered?
Yeah. So we mentioned curvature measurements. You said the theodolite measures curvature. I asked you, does a theodolite measure curvature?
I didn't say a theodolite measures curvature.
Right. I asked you, did angles got anything to do with curvature? You said no. So you're not doing very well, are you, mate?
I didn't say a theodolite measures curvature. What the hell you heard that from?
No, you didn't say it measured curvature. You said it measured angles, and that got nothing to do with curvature.
I already said that. Thanks for repeating what I said.
Right. So let's get back to how curvature is measured then, and stop talking about angles.
I didn't say how curvature is measured.
Right. So how is curvature measured then, mate?
I just told like that. My last sentence was that I don't know how curvature is measured.
Right. So why are you in here trying to prove globe Earth then, if you don't know how it's measured?
I'm not trying to prove globe Earth. I'm addressing your misunderstanding of something being curved, meaning it can't be horizontal. That's not true.
So
that's what I'm trying to address because you don't understand. That's why I'm here.
Are you trying to say a curve is horizontal?
I'm saying something curved can be horizontal, like a circle. You can have a horizontal circle; it still has curvature.
So
like,
how do you measure Earth curve? Okay, so that's a circle. It's a 2D. Is the globe 2D or 3D?
But the globe is 3D.
Okay, so how's the 3D curvature measured?
I don't know. I already told you. How many times are you going to ask that?
So you don't know, but do you believe you live on a globe?
Yeah, because that's how you navigate.
So why do you believe that then?
I just answered that question.
Why do you believe that?
I just answered that question because that's how we navigate.
No, you navigate using a theodolite, you said, and that's an angle measuring tool, which has got nothing to do with curvature.
Of course, the tool itself doesn't have nothing to do with curvature, but that doesn't.
So why would you
that's a non sequitur.
When you're using the theodolite to navigate, you're not navigating over a curve. Then is that correct?
That doesn't mean that. Just because the theodolite itself isn't measuring curvature.
You just said that, mate. You just said that.
I didn't say I'm not navigating over a curvature.
You
I could be over curvature using a theodolite.
You did say that, mate. It's recorded. You did say that.
Conflating terms.
Are you sure I said that? Can you say the sentence I said?
It's recorded. We clipped it, mate. We clipped it. Don't worry.
Okay, tell me what I said, just to make sure I heard you right.
I'm not reminding you what you forgot, mate. I know exactly what you said.
Maybe that's because I didn't say it.
Should we start again then, mate? Should we start again? Do you think you live on a globe? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Why? Why?
Because that's how we navigate.
Yeah. So what tools do you use for navigating curvature of Earth?
Navigating curvature of Earth? We don't navigate curvature. We just navigate. Period.
So
the sentence doesn't make sense.
When you're navigating over a curvature of Earth, do you use a curvature measuring tool?
No. What the fuck?
So why not? So what do you use then?
Why, if I'm over a triangle-shaped thing, I'm going to have to use tools that measures triangles? That doesn't make sense.
Thing?
It is absolutely retarded.
Excuse me.
That's exactly.
Excuse me. We're talking about the Earth, and you just said a triangle-shaped thing. What's that?
That's just an analogy. It's a stupid one, but I thought you'd get the idea. Apparently,
no. What's a triangle-shaped thing? Is that the Earth?
No, it was an analogy.
So why did you say triangle-shaped thing? What do you mean by that?
I just told you. It's just a stupid analogy to see if maybe you'd get the point.
So why are you talking about stupid analogies?
I just told you to see if maybe you get the point.
No,
I just told you.
No. Listen, dickhead. There's no point in talking about.
Why are you insulting me?
Because you're a dickhead.
Okay, I guess that's how it's gonna be then.
You are a
insult
dickhead.
me and then keep asking the same questions and over again.
You're trying to explain curvature, and all you've mentioned is theodolites. An angle measurement.
If you have an actual argument, then
since we're degenerating to arguments, one deck. I have a quick question, if you don't mind.
Question? Why are you asking questions?
No, I'm just. Well, do you accept?
So, are you a glober, mate? Are you a glober?
Yeah, I am a glober.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I've got a question for you. How's Earth curve measured?
I've argued with you guys a gazillion times at this point. You probably already know my arguments.
Proofing, mate. You don't need to ask me questions about flat Earth.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious as to what.
I'm curious too, because I keep talking to people over the last few years about Earth curvature measurement proof, and none of you have got any. So have you got any, mate?
One deck question. Yeah. What did Bacon say?
Who are you?
I'm me.
Hello, who the hell are you?
Here comes the cheerleaders.
I've got an angle device that I use to create circles with.
Oh yeah.
I have an angle device. Hey guys, shut up. I have an angle device that I use to make curves with. It's called a compass.
Oh.
Yeah. And I'm not talking the magnetic kind. I take a pencil on one end and a point on the other, and I separate them, creating an angle. And I put the pointy end down, and I draw an arc with that angle. There's a direct relationship between angles and curves.
Yeah, I mean, a circle is 360 degrees. And then...
anyways.
Are you taking notes, One Deck?
You need to work on your geometric logic, One Deck, and I mean that in sincerity and as a friend who wants you to improve.
Well, he said he's been arguing for a few years. Clearly, it hasn't went anywhere.
It's
He's
his only
still honing
trick.
his skills.
No, he left.
Oh, he didn't leave, but he might be busy or something.
Is that it? Did we finally defeat Flat Earth?
No.
Damn. All right. Well.
Oh, not today.
Well, I mean, like every other day, though, right?
I just wonder. So, what is your guys' opinion? Is it like an ultimate skepticism, and really that's just what it is? Do you know what I mean?
No, they
What is
posit
it?
Flat Earth, but whenever you ask them for a model, they refuse.
That's what I'm wondering. Why not?
No, this isn't about creating models.
Yeah, they can't create a model. They literally
No,
can't.
it's not about creating models.
They have to defend it.
It's about making observations and measurements in reality. Models, scientific ones, are for things that we can observe in the world around us. They're for observable phenomena.
Well,
What I keep hearing let me tell you, what I keep hearing from Globers all the time is they keep trying to benchmark a reality claim to the ideal model, which is ass backwards.
Yeah, they're retarded. Don't bother with them.
Haystack. So when you make these measurements that you say that it's about, do you include like the arguments from the Globers, like the refraction that you should be considering in those observations, or?
Well, refraction isn't a one size fits all thing. There are multiple kinds of it, and they don't all apply. And I would say most of them are not fully understood and can't be modeled even under the assumption of a globe.
Yeah.
Well, let's say you measured it, right? And you're like, all right, this looks pretty flat. I mean, would you say that you could be potentially in error to some degree if you don't account refraction whatsoever?
Well, you'd have to establish that there's refraction in the first instance. And no, you can't go and backwards engineer the conditions of the environment based off an observation and an assumption of refraction.
So you basically
temperature, air density, and so on.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm wondering, could you be in error with your observations if you don't take it into account?
It depends what you're talking about in this particular observation. And you know what? I like infrared observations from high altitude. Completely mitigates this being an issue.
When you say altitude, is that above sea level altitude? Sea level?
That's right, with an elevation angle above sea level, thus creating altitude. Yep.
Yep. So it's sea level above sea level. It's an altitude elevation angle measurement, nothing to do with curvature.
No, it's a linear distance.
You understand the concept of level on a gravitationally affected sphere, right?
Yes, I do. I understand the gravity gradient claim.
Mate. We know what level is, and we know we've got no evidence for sphericity on the globe because you've got none.
The thing is that I think they would argue gravity, the gravitational claim. Like, look at what he said. And I would like to tap into what he just said. The
He doesn't know what gravity is.
We can give you gravity, and it doesn't make Earth a ball.
He doesn't know what gravity is. Gravity is just an imaginary thing. It's not a measurement of the physical Earth that you live on. We can talk about gravity all day long.
Yeah, I can say, hey guys,
yeah, how do you measure
gravity establishes an up and down vector that's perpendicular to a flat surface. What now? Prove that it's not perpendicular.
But is it mass attracting mass?
No, that's 110 years out of date, pal.
Yeah, not only is that out of date, but that still doesn't address my question.
They don't experience mass attracting mass, right? Because I think in their individual perspective, they don't see how, like, I guess people are sucked into like their experience.
But what I'm saying is
what you experience is denser things going down, which is perpendicular to the horizontal surface that they're on. Now, Globers claim that things are being pulled inward to a Berry center of mass.
Yeah, not down, inward.
Radially inward. So we can still give you gravity, and you still have the problem of demonstrating that things are pulling inward to the center of mass.
No, but we have the difference is that
Hang on a minute. You're gonna need a globe measurement for that. You're gonna need a globe measurement for this.
That's right.
In the first instance.
And you're also going to need to define mass.
How's the globe measured?
Is that a question?
Yeah, question. How do you measure mass? How's the globe measured? We're destroying the globe. You can't answer any questions. None of you globers have got any proof about the globe.
But then the thing is, what's difficult with flat Earth is that if I use like mathematical principles of like what we have found, it doesn't register.
You don't even know what latitude is, mate.
I do know what latitude is. I know what longitude is
what you found. Let's talk about that. Are these mathematical principles that are created into a model? You have to quantify what it is and qualify what it is that you found in the first place, which is subject to your interpretation.
Right. So that's what I think that the whole point. It kind of to my original statement before we went on this tangent. I think that flat Earth is like a not weird. I don't want to call you guys weird, but it is
weird. I'll grant you that.
It's an interesting version of skepticism, right? And if you don't have the experience yourself or understand, I guess, but like the world around you without using mathematics, it's kind of hard to prove.
We use mathematics and love it all the time.
How do you
we
use
consider
mathematics?
ourselves as people who uphold the scientific method and science as a valid form of empiricism. And that is we look at the natural world and we try to understand cause and effect relationships in the natural world.
But then we do use measurements, mate. We use 60 nautical miles per degree of elevation angle measurement to and from Polaris using sea level. There's no evidence.
Can you see Polaris from Australia?
It doesn't matter.
Can you see? No, what do you mean it doesn't matter? It does matter because you're using Polaris. You're using these things that you don't understand.
Fundamental
You're
flaw
using things that you don't understand.
Right, okay.
You have to assume, Epsilon, that light is parallel from an enormous...
Calm down. Let me just say something. Yeah. It doesn't matter what I can see from bloody Australia. Do you know how latitude's measured? Yes or no?
Do I know? What are latitudes measured?
How latitude is measured on your globe?
How are they measured? Tell me.
No, do you know? I'm asking you a question. Have you got latitude?
Yes, there are degrees in which we measure latitude and longitude, and we use the North and South Pole. Yes, I do.
Okay, we don't have to argue. We can be friends, mate. We can be friends.
Okay.
Have you got latitude wrapped around your globe?
Yes.
How's it measured?
It's measured from one point, the north point, to the southern point, and then we use latitude and longitude.
Yeah. So how is it measured? Is it a curve measurement or is it an elevation angle measurement?
Oh, I see what you're trying to say. You're trying to say that it's we're using it almost like it's just a flat plane, and that's how we're sort of measuring.
Oh, I'm not. I'm asking you. Do you know how it's measured? Because I do, and you can Google it right now. How's it measured?
Tell me.
Elevation angles, mate, from sea level.
Okay.
Yeah. So is that got anything to do with curvature?
It doesn't. So what you're missing, though, what you're missing with this argument is that you're the way that we perceive these things is different from the reality that's actually going on. So what?
We
use these measurements to understand.
Mate. Sorry, that's nonsense, mate. We're going to stick to reality, right?
Okay.
We've got latitude wrapped around your globe. We've got latitude on all maps, right? How is it measured? Is it measured as a curvature measurement, or is it an elevation angle measurement from sea level? And you can Google this. It's not my rule. Tell me which one it is.
I just don't know where you're trying to go because, like, we use the equator.
I'm not trying to go anywhere.
I don't know.
I'm trying to get you to be.
What do you want me to say though? Like, do you want me to say so? We're using.
No, I want you to be honest, mate. Excuse me, mate.
No, but we're using degrees, right?
Whoa! I want you to be honest. Is latitude measurement a fucking angle measurement or a curve measurement? Simple.
No, it's just from the northern and southern hemisphere, and then we use the equator as a midpoint, which is 0, and then we use 90 for.
What tool do we use to measure it?
I don't know. What tool do we use?
I'll tell you. We use a sextant. Do you know what a sextant is?
Tell me what a sextant is.
Do you know what a sextant is?
Just tell me what it is, because we have to be
fucking hell, mate. Can't we talk as people together? Do you know?
But I'm asking you the question. Just tell me what you're. What? Tell me.
A sextant is an elevation angle measuring tool. Did you know that?
Okay.
Right.
Now, where
So
are you
it's
going to
got
go with
nothing. So it doesn't measure curves.
I understand that. I said that previously, but what I'm trying to say is that you understand a north and south pole exist, right?
No, I don't understand that, mate, at all, because I'm talking about latitude being measured by D-sextant, which is an elevation angle measuring tool, which has got nothing to do with poles or curvature.
where
Do you
is
understand
the
that?
latitude? Where is the essential line of or the essential point of latitude?
Do you know how
Where is that?
latitude's measured? Forget.
Dude,
We'll
is the
get.
I'm just
biggest
asking you
possible
a question,
latitude?
though. No. I'm
That'll
just
come
asking
next.
you
Hang on, you've dodged the
where is it
question.
measured from?
You've dodged the zenith of Polaris. What
The
degree?
zenith of Polaris.
Okay, underneath Polaris, the zenith. What's the angle?
We can just say 90 degrees. Yes,
So is that a straight line or curved?
On Earth, depending on how you're looking at it, but it's at 90 degrees. The North Pole, Polaris, is visible there, and if you go to the
Is a
South Pole, it's not.
90-degree angle curved or straight lines?
To a tangent, dude. It's easy.
It is a straight line. Yes.
Yeah. So it's got nothing to do with curvature.
I understand what you're saying, but what you're missing is the nuances. You're missing
I'm not
nuances.
missing anything, mate. I'm not missing a fucking thing, mate.
You are, though. That's the problem.
So you tell
He
me.
understands the nuances. He rejects them.
It's okay. So you tell me how latitude is measured using curvature measuring tools. Go.
Okay, so they are straight lines. I'll agree with you on this. But what I'm trying
You can't use straight lines, mate. Hang on. If you're using straight lines, that's got nothing to do with curvature. Am I correct?
Hold on. What I'm trying to
Never mind.
explain
Hold
to you.
on. You've just claimed something, mate. You've just said it's straight lines. Are straight lines curved or are they straight lines?
Straight lines are just straight lines, yeah.
Yeah, so they've got nothing to do with curvature then.
The problem, though, is that you're missing the point of degrees, right?
So
these are other nuances.
Is a degree an angle measurement?
It could be, yes. In our case, on Earth, it
So
is.
is that two straight lines?
They are, in the sense of Earth, they are not straight, but I understand where you're going.
So an angle's not straight. You're telling me an angle's not straight?
This is stupid.
An angle is not straight?
Is that what you're saying?
No, an angle is an angle.
Right, so it's got nothing to do with curvature then?
I just don't see. Okay, so if I cannot talk about nuances of how we understand the world around us, I just don't know what. I understand what you're saying.
You're talking about angles. You're not talking anything about curvature. You've not mentioned curvature once. You're supposed to be proving curvature, and all you're talking about is angles, mate. You're talking like a flat earther. Give your head a shake.
I'm trying to talk like a flat earther so that we can come to like some sort of agreement on how.
No, we're not coming to an agreement, mate. We're not agreeing on anything because you think you live on a globe and you've got no proof, and I'm telling you Earth's flat and it's measured like that.
Okay, so I would ask you though. This is now. Thank you for saying that. So now we can continue. What is the next step for flat Earth? What's the next step? Like, are you guys gonna what do you do with this information?
Stay stupid forever.
That's a stupid fucking comment, mate.
It's not a dumb comment. It's not a dumb comment. I'm curious. I'm just curious.
We don't do anything, mate. We just keep telling dunces like you. We just keep telling dunces like you, mate, that you've got no globe proof, and that any globe proof you try and put forward is an angle measurement to dunces like you.
Okay, well then you answered my question. You're literally just going nowhere. You're just gonna be on a VC arguing this.
Have you got any evidence of globe proof and measurements? Yes or no?
Dude, it doesn't matter about my globe proof or anything.
It doesn't matter about your globe proof because you've got no globe proof, have you, mate?
I came here for flat Earth proof.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just asking you. Like, okay, so what's next? Like, what are you guys gonna do with this information?
Is there? You're going to be like you're going to be like destroying yourself, thinking I need this globe, but you've got no proof of your globe.
Okay, let's do a hypothetical to where that I believe what you're saying is true, and I want flat Earth to be true. How do we what's the next step?
This is the next step. We get on Discord and we start telling guys like you.
Yeah, we start exposing dickheads like you.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I'll take it.
You've been exposed. I've exposed you.
You did expose me.
I've won this debate with you. I've exposed you.
You did win this debate with me.
I've destroyed you, mate. Now, I'm going to sign off because I've got a curry.
You just showed you are geometrically illiterate.
Yeah. It's okay, mate. You talk to someone else now. I'm going to get me curry. See you later, guys.
Curry.
That was pretty stupid.
I like it how like the guys like this less than whatever threes is, yeah, that guy, like the longer that they stay in the chat, like the more they seethe. Like every day they're just coping and seething a little bit harder. Like they start out kind of okay, and then by like day 5 or so they're just like having a seizure all the time. I love it.
Thank you, dude.
Yeah.
Pleasure to be here.
Coping. So what'd you say about a tangent, dude? What do we use a tangent for?
You could use a tangent. So in the picture I posted in the chat, for example, on the bottom line, 8 kilometer diameter, you could use a tangent from there, but your measurement's not going to be too far different. So it's that simple.
So where does the tangent go to? The horizon?
Oh, if you want 90 degrees, you just put a tangent on top of the already flat line. And that's only 8 kilometers.
So we don't really need the Earth at all with your method. We could just do it up in the sky, right?
It's not about whether we need the Earth. The Earth is just there. We are on it.
Yeah, but you're just drawing a line and making an imaginary angle up in the sky, right?
Well, it's not really imaginary. It's just a tangent.
Kind of is, isn't it? Because it's not really there, right?
Oh, yeah, it's just conceptual. Yeah, sure.
So imaginary, right?
Yeah, sure.
You don't need the Earth to measure an angle, but you need the Earth in order to later make use of that angle.
So tangent is a straight line, yeah?
Yes, it's a straight line touching a curve.
Horizontal line, yeah.
Sure. Well, it's a line. It doesn't have to be horizontal.
So you don't measure just Earth, the curve of Earth. You have to measure it. You have to measure a tangent, which is flat.
No,
right?
no. If you want such a measurement, you can use a tangent. Is the only point.
You can measure the curved Earth in relation to the tangent.
Oh, how do you do it without a tangent? That's what we want to know. How do you measure the curve?
Tape.
You could do it from the zeniths, I believe.
You use a sextant, bro.
Like measure a divergence of zeniths. I mean, zeniths. If you have zenith, then you automatically have the tangent, the horizontal. If you have the horizontal, then
when
you
you start
automatically
talking
have
zenith,
horizontal.
You're talking about fucking a line that goes to the center of the Earth, dude. Like, come on, man. Like, you're not talking about a vertical. You're not talking about perpendicular and to horizontal. You're talking about a line that goes straight to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, that is exactly what vertical means on the globe.
No, it's not what vertical means. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal, dude.
Yeah, and that is what horizontal and vertical is on the globe.
No, vertical in the definition doesn't say a fucking thing about the center of the Earth, dude.
No, but you're missing the point. There's another extra concept.
No, you're missing the point, dude. Fucking, I'm talking about the center of the Earth, which you don't have.
Look at the picture in the chat. Look at the picture in the chat.
Yay.
Is that bottom line flat?
I don't know. Is it?
Well, take a look. What do you reckon? Would you call that flat if you saw it in just any other context? Does it look flat enough to be flat?
Sure.
Cool. There you go.
Is it too big to see, man?
8 kilometer diameter.
It's too big to see. I get it, man.
You're currently on an even bigger diameter.
Yeah, I know your story, bro. I get it, man.
It's that simple, dude. The concept
it's not that simple, bro. Fuck, in your brain it is.
Stupid stuff like horizontal.
We're talking
flat.
about a fucking.
Look how flat an 8 kilometer diameter circle is.
How the fuck did we get from zenith to fucking 8 kilometers looks flat, dude?
Look at the line, dude. Look
Great,
you
man.
said yourself it looks flat. You said it.
Yes, I totally agree, dude. Fucking welcome to flat Earth, man.
Wow.
So measured flat then.
Yeah, where you are. It doesn't mean the whole thing is.
We're not talking about 8 kilometers.
Still measured flat. No.
No, you're talking about thousands of kilometers.
Yes.
Yeah, this guy is too big to see, man. Fucking don't even bother with this guy.
Oh, clearly, if 8 is enough to make it look flat, then thousands.
Like we don't see boats go over the horizon, though, right, bro?
Okay, so the problem is you think there's a physical curvature that we can see.
due to the radius value, we can draw
Part of the
a.
issue here is that it's difficult to see, or what you see is the
Yes,
consequence
we don't
of it.
deny that everyone sees it's flat, right? Flat earthers or globers, we see flat.
I
Right?
disagree with that.
Where do you see curve, Embo?
I don't think we
On
see
a
it
hill?
flat.
Where? Do you see hey Embo, do you see curvature on a plane when you fly?
I've never been into a plane, so I cannot confirm or deny that.
Okay. Would plane footage suffice? Or are they lying?
Planes what?
Would you take footage from other people flying in the sky as
Yes.
good evidence?
Yes.
I don't see curvature.
I do. I've seen
Okay.
people, I've heard from people who have been on a plane and taken photos, and these photos show a curvature.
Well, I flew it and I didn't see it. I zoomed in my camera into the horizon, it's flat. And
yeah, I mean, zooming.
So you can go
zooming,
even further, right? You think the horizon is the curving?
Zooming in with a camera into the horizon is probably the worst way to see a curvature, because the wider angle of view to the horizon you have, the better you see the curvature.
You understand you don't see anything over the curve, right? So if you zoom in and you see more land, there's more land beyond it, and indicating that it's still leveled.
Well, what do you mean? Do you think you can see more land if you zoom in?
If you see the horizon, right, you think that's the curve?
I think it's an effect of the curve.
Okay, that would be an apparent horizon, not a physical horizon. Because when you zoom in, you can see further. Our eyes cannot. We're not Superman. We can't see forever, but with better optics, you can see further.
I mean, we can see forever, assuming that the light source is enough intense.
Yeah, sometimes I don't deny that sometimes you can't see further due to like fog and clouds, right? But sometimes you can see further, and it's not refraction. You can't say it's refraction because, like the other guy said, you can't reverse engineer it because that's just implying or thinking that it has to be refraction without any proof of it. You have the burden of proof then to provide us that is refraction by showing us the object going up and down in a time lapse.
Yeah, that is what Black Swan is basically, but the time lapse is throughout many days.
Okay, so Black Swan is that's okay. I had this thing with you in the chat. You guys like to cherry pick these small, short distance things, which have so many factors into it. Plus, we can see the Black Swan at nighttime. So, what are you saying?
I mean, refraction doesn't disappear at nighttime, so I don't know
I
how
never
that's
said that.
relevant.
I never said that. It's a lower refraction. It's a lower refraction index.
How do you know that?
Based on previous videos I've seen where they measure the index, they take into effect the weather and the nighttime. There's less light at nighttime. What is refracting at nighttime? What is refracting at nighttime? What light is refracting?
The light from the objects that you see.
Okay, but that's going to be a very low refraction index. We give you the standard refraction index, it doesn't match up. Like
refraction is irrelevant to the intensity of light. It's mostly relevant to the lapse rate of temperature, or how temperature changes with the height.
Okay, but the weather isn't drastically changing. We've done observations over a frozen lake with lasers and not infrared. It's not like we think the Earth is flat based on these, like a 5-minute video. My favorite thing is to bring up the Chicago skyline because the flat earthers sailed across the lake and pointed at the mirage the whole time and saw the skyline the entire time. So you're saying that would not disprove the mirage?
did they see it disappear gradually behind the
No.
sea the further they were going, or
Did
was
they
it
see
constantly at
further?
the same level?
Well, and
Hello, can
Isn't-
anybody hear me?
Hi.
How are
Yes.
you?
Not bad. How are you?
I'm doing
Hello.
okay.
What's up, Coconut?
Who's a coconut?
but hey, man, yeah, you
Everyone
should
is a
fly.
coconut.
You should. Everyone should fly. Are you scared of flying? So boats don't go over the curve. No, they don't. There's footage of where we literally see a boat go away due north of the observer for like 30 minutes, and you can still pull up the boat.
That's talking about boats.
What's
What
that?
about boats?
Boats don't go over a curve.
Boats don't what?
You think boats go over a curve? When you see them disappear, does that mean they went over the Earth curvature?
They really didn't go over the curvature, but they traveled a distance, and it well, a little bit of a, I don't know.
You don't know,
I
but
mean,
like I have footage of many footage, right?
if you travel
Of
farther enough from the vision of sight, things will eventually disappear also. So
disappear by what?
because you can't see anything anymore.
She said out of sight.
Out of sight or because of a physical occlusion by the Earth curvature?
Either or, it's gonna
Well,
disappear.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it blocked by a curve. So what happens is your camera can't even resolve the image of the boat. That's how far it went.
All right.
It's an illusion.
Now someone can pull up that video. I'm at work. I'm busy. It's this video called Jesus Hearts Love or something. And you can see this boat go due north and still see the mast of the boat for like 30 minutes. It's like it went away for like 30 miles and you can still see it. The whole
How
thing,
high?
the entire
How
mast.
high was the camera off the ground?
They were like on the coast. Because it's a lady that filmed it. They were like on the beach. So I don't know, maybe 10 feet. Someone can pull it up.
I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. I get a phone call.
Bye.
Flat Earth, infrared, 250. And then those observations that in the sky go really far. Like there's one where you can see across states. Like this dude can be in like Kansas and can see Salt Lake City. It's crazy. Yeah. These Globers, all they do is cherry pick the Ponzi train, these 3 mile observations, and um, the the dark swan, the black swan. I mean, exactly.
12:42. Daughter. The hair? Getting married. Okay, that's why I said avoid fiance. Get. Wait, wait to talk to. It's getting out soon, huh? But he ain't coming down here. Stay up there. Sorry, man.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
What's up?
Not much, really. Just started joining the Flat Earth channel, but it's quite quiet in here for a full channel.
Sounds very flat.
Can you measure a channel?
You can measure.
Can you measure the
how many
size of a
people.
channel? You can estimate the capacity it has.
How do you
Yeah.
measure a channel?
Well, if you go to the top of the channel, it shows you what the capacity is. So if there's 50 spaces or there's 25 spaces, it means 25 people can fit in a 25 max capacity space. Therefore, the measurement is 25. Whatever scale you want that to be, it's 25.
Well, who was the first person to measure a channel?
Sorry?
We have
Say that-
26
sorry,
people
say that
right
again,
now,
please.
Who was
we
the
have
first
20
person
people,
to
26
measure a
people
channel?
right now.
Right.
So you just debunked.
Well, it was a scale. I said if it's 50 or it's 20 or it's 25. So I was saying, depending on what the max capacity is, then the max capacity is going to be the measurement. You know
Is
what
that
I
a
mean?
measurement or an observation?
Like if okay.
Get wrecked,
So
Wilbur.
variable.
are you looking to make people like question what they know, or is that like the whole flat Earth thing? Just be question, even if you think it's right. Just be like question.
Well, no one said anything about flat Earth, bro.
You said this is a channel, so I'm just trying to figure out how you.
So answer my question and don't gaslight me. That's what I thought. Thank you very much. So can you measure distance?
Did the Rothschilds build Discord?
Oh, I can measure distance. I got a Thunder wheel.
Good.
No, a Thunder wheel?
I know what that is. I just said good.
Okay. It's quite good.
So, like, just for a question, anyone in here actually a flat earther or no?
A lot of
No, or
us.
at least, right. So, like,
Not all of us.
like,
A lot of us.
so look, you get someone who's a globe earther. Okay.
What?
It said get someone who's a globe earther in regards to there being a flat earth, or if you want like a you know, some other geometric shape you pick. You know what I mean? Flat is relative, you know. The flat earth isn't actually flat, it's just saying it's relatively flat in regards to the environment they want to say it is, or you say it is, right? Right? Right.
What are you talking about, bro?
Well, I was gonna ask you a question, but I had to classify what I meant by flat. And then
It
I had
didn't
to
sound
say,
like a question.
well, I didn't get to it because you said, I said globe earth, you didn't understand. So I had to say, well, depending on what geometric shape you want to pick the earth to be. I said flat earth isn't necessarily flat, it's relatively flat in regards to the, you know, because flat earth, you guys don't believe in specifically a literal flat earth, you know, it's relatively flat in regards to the shape. No? Is that, I can ask the question after, but I'm just saying no, right? Like, no, that's not wrong, right? Okay, interesting.
Is that supposed to be a question? I'm not getting you, bro.
What did you get from what I said there? Did any of that?
I got a bunch of rambling words.
Okay.
That's what I got from you. Like if you make like a full sentence and with a clear question, you might get an answer, but no idea what you went through there.
That's fine.
You started by saying
I
said
could
globe
re-explain, but
and
it's just like
well, let me
comprehension.
finish.
Okay, go.
You started by saying that you said globe earther and I didn't understand. When did that happen? I know what a globe earther is, so I don't know what you got there from.
So what are you talking about? You believe it? Like your belief is the Earth is flat, right? And you're directly trying to say that it's not the opposite, like the other mainstream belief, which is people who believe in a globe. So how do you not understand? What?
Bacon's still lost in the outer space mythology, Frog.
I don't know. I'm just confused. Like, how can you not know? I said globe. Like, even someone
You
in the
sound
side chat.
confused, but then you're confusing us too.
I sound confused. It's because you didn't understand what I said. So I sound confused because you don't understand your own ideology, or at least the reflection of your own thing. I'm gonna chill out. I don't know who I'm speaking to, but I just said globe, like a globe. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean? He said I'm confused because I don't understand what I'm saying. So I had to clarify and say, well, I do understand what I'm saying.
Ask
My
your
confusion comes from
non-question
you.
question again, because during your question, I think you kind of got your wires crossed in insinuating that flat was a shape. Yeah, there's mountains and valleys and things like that.
I said that's what
There's
your belief is. It's
topographical
relatively
features.
flat. Yeah, right. And that's what I said, right? So I said,
not a ball.
then you would
not
believe
curving not curving like a ball.
Right. So me saying relatively flat, you could have agreed with that, right? Yeah. So.
Well, it was sort of. I'm trying to meet you halfway. It was sort of a rambling statement that at the end of it you said no one has any answers to my question.
No, I'd say no, right? But I didn't hear a response, so I was like, clearly there's a comprehension issue. So I was
it sounded more like a statement than a question.
Okay, do you know what? Let me do something for you real quick. Let me just watch this. So when you have a completely quiet channel and one person is being slightly inquisitive, even if you want to be correct within information, if you be an arsehole, you're going to end up with what?
I wasn't being an asshole, dude. Just relax. All I said was ask your question again if you feel like it wasn't answered.
He sounds a little bit scared or frightened.
Yeah, I mean, ask the question again, bro.
It's gonna take 2 minutes to talk about something and then ask a question that doesn't make sense at the end.
Yeah, so I didn't get to ask the question is because I thought because it was such a big channel and this is your belief that you might be like at least. So hold on, before you get at me for being specific and we turn this into a very like a debate, whatever. Because I get you need to make sure information is correct and you have to clarify specifically so you don't end up getting things misconstrued. And you, well, anyway, just make sure being an arsehole. And that's why I said for someone who's a flat earther, and I tried to clarify saying, and I know you don't want to hear what I'm saying because it's a ramble.
Well, he did exactly what I said he was gonna do.
Well, what in the world? You were talking to Bacon, and you thought Bacon was a flat earther. So I was just trying to set you straight.
You basically just said nothing there.
It's emotions, man.
Okay, one didn't get to finish because speech is not.
And we
I
don't
can
care,
say a
dude.
specific point.
You got a
exactly. It's a hostile
man.
environment.
You got a
so
question?
Sorry.
Do you have a question?
Do I have a question? There was a question in there. Yeah.
Yeah. What is it?
Have I asked the question?
What's your question, man?
Did I ask the question?
Yeah, I'm asking.
No. You just did one now, but what was the original one?
You see, this is just step outside the box,
bro.
Step outside the box real quick. How is this a non-hostile environment?
Excited and fucking rattled for, man.
How is it a non-hostile environment though?
Calm down, Frog.
You're gonna gaslight me about emotion now.
Here, let's have a chat.
What do you mean hostile?
You guys aren't willing to have a conversation.
I mean, it is hostile, but you could
our thumbs together.
You could make it less hostile by not rumbling so much.
Of course, but if okay, take it from a okay. There's no point because you guys don't like rambling, do you?
Dude, just ask your question again.
Well, I didn't even get to ask it in the first place. It was a very regular question. It was like in a colloquial fashion. If somebody was not a flat earther, what would your regular answer to be to a very regular person about the temperature and distance from the Earth with the sun? Because you can observe temperature, you can observe distance. Just what would be your colloquial answer to that? That's what I was going to ask. But within a conversation, you would like to at least put some hands on maybe someone else's opinion or what they believe about this and that maybe, and then you can walk through the conversation to then get to the point.
Goes behind the cloud, it gets cooler.
So your answer to the ocean is not boiling after insulting me that whole time is the clouds stop the sun from being
not boiling. What are you talking about?
Is that your
bro?
answer? Is that your answer?
What are you talking about?
Hold on. The whole channel just shat on me because I wanted to at least walk down the line of thought and then get somewhere, like cook a little bit. And then I said, how hot is the sun? And what's the colloquial answer for a flat earther to say, why is the sun's temperature not impacting us in the way that it should given the distance? And then you say, well, the clouds go in front of it, and then mute yourself.
Okay, well then you dropped why isn't the ocean boiling? Because there's a lot of water. Same reason it takes a long time to boil a pot of water. Imagine a freaking ocean.
Have you even
so let me see if I get it. You think the oceans should be boiling if the Earth was flat? Is that what you're suggesting?
I guess that's what he's saying.
That's not what I'm saying. You see, again, this is why just before you mute me, let me
in
make this
shallow
clear.
water when the sun's out, you'll get the sun will heat up the water a little bit, bro.
Yeah, can I at least speak my mind before you mute me? I don't know who's the channel.
Just go ahead.
You lot just shat all over me and made me feel like a fucking idiot.
Again, about your feelings, man. Nobody cares about your feelings and your emotions, dude. You can check them at the door, man. Let's talk about the topic.
Okay, then I asked. Wow, you guys this is a horrible conversation space.
Hold on, bro. you just dropped. Why aren't the oceans boiling? Let's just simmer down a little bit.
What was the question that I asked? Was the question why are the oceans not boiling? What was the context for the question? And then answer that rather than because now you're making me have to like specify language to this and that rather than just having a conversation.
It was something about the sun, nothing to do with.
So I said, as a flat earther, wait, this is what I said. As a flat earther, if a regular person asked you why is the sun's temperature not impacting us more, given it was closer than what we would regularly think, and then so that's all I asked, right? So you can answer that if you want. Yeah, before you shit on me and say what are you
dude,
asking? You asking if the sun's not
things
boiling the
don't change.
oceans?
Listen, things don't. Your beach plans don't change tomorrow, whether or not you think the sun is a 93 million mile distant star or something completely different and local. It's the same thing tomorrow. Nothing's going to change.
Why?
Because the sea isn't boiling.
Yeah.
Okay, but why
Sun,
wouldn't distance change that?
Oh, because that's not the only thing changing when you go from globe Earth to flat Earth. Obviously, you don't have the exact same sun, except instead of being 93 million miles away, now it's very close. That's obviously not how this works.
Because even if it's 75,000 feet, the ocean's still not boiling.
Yeah, so one of your assumptions is wrong, which might be that the sun is not a giant star that would boil the oceans.
So you would say that
That's
the
why
sun. Your response would say that the sun is. So you'd say that the sun is different, something different, and then distance doesn't matter.
It didn't say distance doesn't matter. But if
did-
the
well, he-
sun
well,
was
he
closer,
said-
obviously it wouldn't be as hot as you think it is, given that you think it's 93 million miles away.
So
if you found out
distance-
tomorrow it was nearby, you wouldn't go to the beach and find steam. It wouldn't be
Right.
boiling away.
Why is that?
Oh Lord, because it isn't today.
You see, this is why it's hard to have a conversation. I'm asking you what you think about your own belief, and I'm just saying why. And you're like, I can't believe you're asking me
You're
that.
talking about the sun, bro. You're asking me to speculate about the sun.
Well,
not whether or not the Earth is a
Can you
ball.
measure distance and can you measure temperature and can you make an estimated guess of what the temperature would be? So then you said distance wouldn't matter. So therefore, if it's 70,000 feet away or 93 million miles,
I said the distance that you thought it was wouldn't matter to the temperature of the water.
that's literally what
That's
I said,
what I
Captain,
said.
to a degree. I said, what would you respond to that as a question as someone who's a flat earther? Like when someone like a random or someone regular just comes up to you and says, well, if the Earth
That's
was
not
flat,
a random question by a random person. That is the
Yes,
most
it is.
convoluted, backwards
that's like the most
thinking,
regular question.
mumbo
Like,
jumbo I've
I'm a
ever
flat
heard.
earther.
Why
Someone
isn't the
will
ocean
say,
boiling
no, they
if the
would.
Earth
Yes, they
is
would.
flat?
Because a first person who looks at someone who doesn't know about anything in regards to flat Earth, they're gonna say, well, if the sun is that close to us and why is it not impacting us like that? Why is the moon the way? They were going to ask very basic questions.
Oh, so wait,
they're going to say
you're
what's at
telling
the
me-
edge.
Okay, let me reverse the reverse card on you. So you think it's reasonable for someone to say, "Oh, I got a sunburn from the 93 million mile distant dying star"?
Do I think that's
Is that would you hold up the same scrutiny to that claim?
Well, like, why would you get a sunburn from something that far away?
Well, you tell me. You're the one that thinks it's a dying star that's almost 100 million miles away.
Do I?
What? That's the mainstream, bro. Are you creating your own
Right.
cosmology?
Did I say that?
Well, that's the point. Yeah, what do you? If you're creating your own cosmology, maybe a sci-fi writer's workshopping forum would be better
If this
for
was
you.
the Taizan channel, then you could probably ask me that question. But when I came in here to ask a bunch of people or a group of people who would collectively have maybe some belief the same in
That's a
regards to
good
flat Earth,
question. It's an excellent question you posed. Why would you get a sunburn from a 93 million mile distant star? Good question.
I didn't pose that question.
You
posed
did.
that question. No, you said that.
No, I said it as a statement that it occurs. You said, why would you? That was you.
Okay, yeah, you're right there. Actually, yeah, you're right. I did say that.
Yeah. So I'm just reversing the whole thing on it. It's like, I don't know if you found out. I don't know, man.
Okay.
If you found out tomorrow the sun was a giant boiling gumball, the sea still wouldn't be boiling.
So. Okay.
I mean, if you go underwater deep enough, you can't even see the sun anymore. You reach darkness. So, I mean, forget about heat transfer.
Okay. So you'd say, well, you're misinterpreting the temperature, and you're misinterpreting the distance. So therefore, that wouldn't be the consequence of what we would regularly believe the distance to be.
No, what he's saying, dude, is you have no idea what the sun is, man.
That's what I'm
or
saying.
Where it is.
And I'm rewording you guys' answer to this regular question.
So there's a simple answer for you, all right?
Yeah. The sun isn't what the sun is. The
No,
distance
we're not
isn't
saying
what
the sun isn't what the sun is, man. We're saying you don't know what the sun is, dude.
Right. So the sun isn't what you think a sun regularly is. So what you would regard or understand a sun to be. That's not my. I'm not here to answer those questions.
But that's the point, bro. The sun is what the sun is, and the sea doesn't boil.
Yeah, that
based on whatever the mystery of the sun is.
You see what the language I use saying the sun isn't what you think the sun is me agreeing with what you're saying. I'm saying that what we would regard regularly in the same way of like the God conversation.
There's a specific claim as to what the sun is in the heliocentric solar system deal. It's the closest star that gives people sunburns.
Do you have like an argument for what the sun is?
Yeah, it's reality.
Or like an or an alternative understanding. I mean like an alternative understanding rather than a different like we're observing the same thing. We have different.
Well, I could give you a wild guess. I could tell you what Eric Dollard. I could dig up a video of Eric Dollard, who's not a flat earther.
It's a big light bulb.
Yeah, he says he speculates it's some sort of transformer. He goes, "We don't know what the sun is. I'll dig it up for you."
Do you guys prefer people to like go do the go and find out themselves rather than ask and be inquisitive?
Well, you're asking for a speculation, though, right, dude?
I'm asking what your answer would be based on the information. So you'd prefer someone to go. You don't want people to ask questions. I'm just
speculate yourself, man. You can use your own brain, right?
Go touch it. Oh wait.
No, don't demand omniscience.
I didn't demand omniscience. That wasn't my thing. I just thought I'd ask a question. I was like, no, it was more like let me actually ask. Like, what would you guys regularly say if someone asked you some of these questions? But you guys are combat ready for a combat ready situation, clearly. But that's not always what's going on. And that's fine. That's emotions, and you can leave them at the door. But
see, bro, I'm comfortable with saying I don't know what the sun is. Okay. You think there's anything wrong with that?
No, I don't. I actually do not think that. Not at all. It's not even a small part of my belief to say that if you don't understand something, to say I don't understand what that is, and if we have a misinterpretation of something, that's completely fine. Also, if there's something that you can't refute because it's you know, that's different. But in regards to you not understanding something is different. I would never do that. No, but the thing is, there wasn't a disagreement in the first place. I wanted to just see how you would answer the question in a colloquial fashion. But you guys are combat ready, so you made me have to just like. It's not. Well, kind of. You have a silent channel. That's why he said hello to me. So I decided to respectfully respond back. So I thought, okay, we have a silent channel and no one's speaking. What would you guys say?
What they call the meta or whatever, but. Yeah, we would respond how we responded. I would respond how I responded there.
It's interesting.
Well, you know what I'm saying? I mean, what the hell? Why isn't the ocean boiling? And then you want to say, hey, that's a normal question that any random person would ask.
That is a very extremely regular question. I think maybe not outside of the politics server, but generally, especially in England, when people were having conversations about globe Earths and flat ones, mostly, bit of an abstraction to say mostly, but the ocean boil question happens pretty frequently. So I was like, let me just see what you guys are gonna say. You might say something, you might call me dumb. Clearly you did. I was trying to see if you would say something other than just being combative.
No one ever called you dumb.
Yeah, I don't think anybody called you dumb, man.
You didn't. No. But you can use loads of different words. You know, linguistic. Like, you know what I'm saying. You could use loads of different words.
Don't use the words we didn't use.
Okay, that's fine. But now you're just being semantics, innit? You pretty much called me a dickhead. And it was like, well, you're asking dumb questions. You're gonna get dumb answers.
30 years.
Yeah, I know, but you ask dumb questions, you're gonna get dumb answers, which was the energy of which was
No,
responsible.
dude,
But whatever,
come
it's
on.
fine. Sorry, I get it. I get it. You answered my question.
I think, did we not
I
get
get it.
somewhere?
You did answer my question. No, but I'm just
Did
saying,
we
like,
not get somewhere?
we did, because we got to the point where we said that we agreed, and then I just wanted to make sure you understood that we was never disagreeing in the first place. So you misappropriated your fucking language.
So, bro, you
know what I'm
believe
saying?
you live on a globe?
Do I believe that?
Yeah.
I'm not here to
So
talk
we
about my
live
personal
on a
beliefs,
globe.
dude. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh my lord. Someone just banned
But
this
do you know what? I actually do. At the minute, my understanding is we live on a globe. It could be different, but
Why isn't the ocean boiling?
Come on, like, I'm gonna get crucified now. Hit me.
What's your best evidence that you live on a globe?
I need to open the door. Sorry, dude.
Dude, you're gonna want to get some fresh air because you're about to get smoked.
Every day, darling.
And he's gone.
Get some fucking fresh air. Last time all of you niggas have been outside.
Oh,
sorry. I'm
I'm on my way outside right now until
Dude, it's just 2024 and you guys believe in the flat Earth. Come on.
Come on,
Hey,
man.
look at that. Look what he just said. Yeah, I came in asking you guys questions.
And you wonder why we're hostile, right? And why it's a hostile environment when we got
but I didn't
people
say
like
that.
this that come in here every minute, man.
Right. So what do you do when this is going to turn into like a philosophical argument or something?
Okay,
But just because you always had arrows thrown at you, does that mean you should shoot everyone that you see? No.
We didn't shoot you, dude.
Pretty did.
You shot yourself.
Okay.
We're knocking the arrows down.
You guys shot yourself the moment you believe in flat Earth.
I kind of allowed you to shoot me, to be honest. I did kind of was a bit of a. Anyway.
So you think it's a globe, right, bro?
Yeah. So what's my best argument for a globe? So many, dude.
Yeah, we just need one to start anyway.
Well, what I think that. What can I say? I'm trying to use. I want to use one of your arguments, kind of thing.
You're starting with I think, just to let you know.
You heard that, right?
Just so you don't have any
You heard me
Let's
say.
go
that.
the hypothesis, little monkey boy.
Yeah, 100%.
Just say you don't have any. It's okay. We haven't heard any so far, so.
Nice.
You don't even need to have like some sort of philosophical argument here. I don't see the point of that.
Bro, then leave, man. Why are you even here?
Yeah, fuck off.
Because you're incapable, and I'm trying to save you guys from yourselves.
Bye, man. See you later, Felicia.
Then help us do it.
So I don't know. I'm not a geocentrist. So yeah, that's my main thing. Yeah, no, 100.
Is there anything you see in reality that leads to you to believe you're living on a globe? Like when you wake up every day and you go outside and you do your thing, is there anything out there at all that makes you think that you live on a globe?
Not necessarily, not on your day to day. There's observations you can make. I'm sure a lot of people make different observations, but
which ones?
I wouldn't say that we're a static object, no. And if you were to, I just don't believe that.
So what, you think we're moving now?
Do you think we're static?
Yeah, I think I don't feel no motion. Do you?
So because you can't.
No, I'm being honest, dude. Do you feel any motion?
I don't have to feel the motion to know there's motion.
You can't just be honest.
I do not. No. I know. No. Sorry, I just agreed with you, and you've just tried to back. Like I've just said yes, and then I'm saying
okay.
you don't need to feel the motion in order.
I'm sorry, dude. I didn't hear you say that.
Yeah, but I don't think we're static. I said I don't believe in geocentrism. So I just don't think, even if the flat Earth was a thing, that doesn't.
You got really quiet. Did you step away from your mic or something?
No. Someone just came in the house. I just didn't want them to, Don't know if they want to talk or not. I didn't want to just start waffling, telling you personal information. But yeah.
So yeah, everything looks flat, and we don't feel any motion. What else?
I don't know. So if I go up to the top of my building and I set a camera up and leave it there for 24 hours, I could track the fact that there's movement, and it takes me 24 hours. I could just see that, So either that means that we're static and the universe is moving, or the universe is moving and then we're static.
When you say you see movement, what are you talking about? Like the cars are moving and stuff, or like what?
Well, you're gonna see the what do you mean? What? Say that again?
You said you see movement when you go up to the top of the building or in a time lapse or something. Like, what are you talking about? Just the cars moving, or you know, like what do you the Earth's moving?
So if I'm on a what are you talking about? What? No. Like if you're on an object and you're stationary relatively, and I put up a camera, you're not the cars that are moving, or I start see the Earth wiggling. On because we're this. Oh my god. What?
You're talking about stars, right, Frog?
Yeah. No. You know. I know what I'm. I'm just confused as to how you. What? What's the cars got to do with this?
Bro, I got a
what's
video.
the cars got to do with this, dude?
Are you in the side chat? Yo. Are you looking in the side chat? Where'd he go, man?
Yo, Jenna, are you here?
I think you might be getting more fresh air.
So what was the question?
Dive in.
Hello, baby. How you doing, love? I'm back. You know, come back to me.
Hey, are you in the side chat, bro?
I think so. Yeah.
You can see what's going on over there. Everybody typing.
I actually wasn't. I don't know. I wasn't actually. No. Why? What? Sorry. What?
Do you know how to get into the side chat?
Hey, just tell me what you want me to. You want me to read all of them and to get up to date, or is there something you want? Yeah, I can get in the side chat. It's just like, yeah, dude.
I'm gonna put a video in there.
Hit me. Hmm?
You see the video?
Let's have a look, love.
It's at 29 minutes after the hour. So it's a video of the moon, and it's a time lapse from a drone hovering.
How long is the time lapse?
I think it's a 30-minute time lapse.
So it's for 30 minutes.
Maybe a little longer. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Right.
But
can I upload personal videos in here? Like,
what looks like it's moving in that video? The land or the moon?
I just wouldn't use that video, to be honest. It just doesn't seem long enough. It's not. I just don't know what you want to do with that, to be honest. I get it. Like, obviously, it's a 30-minute video, and then you can see basically nothing. So if I get my mouse,
that's what you were talking about, though. I see and the moon.
Don't strong arm me with that one. That's what you were talking about, bro. One, he said that's 30 minutes, and I haven't actually done anything with the video yet. So can you just bear with me a second? And I'm not like I'm just a fucking idiot, aren't I? But let's have a look.
No.
So what happens? So is the Earth moving, or is the is that even the moon, G?
Yeah,
whatever the
moon,
object
bro.
is. So what are you seeing? What are you trying? Are you?
So that's a stationary drone taking a time lapse for 30 minutes. You said if you put your camera on top of your building, right?
Yep.
You did a time lapse.
Yep.
You'd see movement, right? So what's
Yep.
moving in that picture?
So are you trying to tell me that object in the sky, whatever it is, right, did not move in that video?
Yeah, it's moving, man. I'm definitely telling you it's moving.
All right, now go and full screen the video. Go to the beginning. Put the mouse under the object. Press play. Wait to the end. Have a look. Look at the angle. Then you can deduct what you want. The fuck? What? What am I on about?
What are you talking about, bro?
What are you talking about, Subdued?
I'm talking about.
You said, is the object moving or is the Earth moving?
Yeah.
So, in what world does that object not move for you, love?
Oh, that object's moving, man.
And you're not.
Right. Yeah, the drone's sitting still right there. With the
hovering in midair.
Okay,
the Earth's not spinning underneath the drone, and the moon's coming towards the drone.
Bro, he's just too thick to understand. There's someone else who can ask a question. But
Wait. You said there's a drone stationary. There's an object in sky. Object in sky moves, but Earth don't move under object. And then that's your. And now I'm meant to be like, oh my god, man, it is a flat Earth. What?
So Earth's not moving, dude.
Argument for you boys.
You're so dumb.
Yeah, you were the one that was just announcing I'm anything but geocentrist. That's what I'm on about.
Okay, can I actually respond to that video about the stationary drone?
And that's your argument against geocentrism. Like that's your argument to make me believe in geocentrism.
That's not my argument, dude.
That is your argument. I'm too fucking stupid to understand because that's your argument for me to believe in
rationalization right now.
Wow, man. Why are you so spiraling so hard, dude?
Isn't this the exact same thing that you suggested that you said get on a building and do some
it's not the same thing. Video. It's not the same thing.
How?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not the same
How
thing.
How is it different?
No. The concept is the same.
Moon from
the concept is the same.
To stars moving.
Okay, sure.
You can even see if you make it big screen, you can even see it's not a hot spot because it's the moon, but it kind of looks like the hot spot on the ground following the moon. It's fucked up video, man.
Okay, right. Now, okay. So I don't believe in geocentrism. That video is meant to tell me that the Earth doesn't move. Right.
Well, you see the moon moving, correct? You have to imagine that that's created by Earth moving. You're the one that has to go to imagination land first.
Wait, so...
Oh dear, this one's broken.
Wait, I'm not broken. You just said I have to go to imagination land first before I rationalize any kind of thought, right? So...
Do you understand what he means when he says that?
No, to save your non-geocentrism, you're the one that has to start telling stories.
Someone talking that I have muted, or
he's letting it sink in, hopefully.
So the main point of that video that was posted by Subdue, right? That Subdue's talking about, because the moon moving is nothing new. You just go outside and at night and watch it move across the sky, right?
Yeah.
Particular video showing how a drone, the inertial reference frame, still sees the moon moving, right? So if the ground was moving, a drone could leave that non-inertial turning reference frame and go into the inertial reference frame, watch the ground moving. Doesn't.
Wait, sorry, are you advocating for flat Earth or globe Earth right now?
Yeah, it's debunking the globe, right?
No, I was asking T-Dub.
What was your question?
This isn't about flat or globe at the moment. This is about moving or not moving.
Okay.
Flat.
What?
Me, I'm flat Earth. Yeah.
But, okay, so you're saying that it doesn't spin under the drone, right?
Right.
Right. Okay, but let's just get why it's not doing that. So, as we claim, as the globe Earthers, was it globe earthers? I don't really like that term, but whatever. That the Earth is spinning very, very fast, and you put that as it's gonna spin, like it's gonna speed up faster than the drone, and it's gonna go flying back. The drone is gonna fly like 1,000 miles an hour the other way that the Earth is spinning. If the Earth is a globe, is that basically what you're saying would happen?
Hang on. No, no. See, because we're told that the reason we see things in the sky move is because they're moving.
Yeah.
That's the reason, right? That's because the ground's moving. Earth is turning, right?
Yeah.
Rotating on its axis, right? They're on the ground, rotating with the Earth, right? And that makes things in the sky appear to move, right? So those things are not on the ground.
No, but they were on the ground, and they had the same. They're gonna have the same energy as when they leave the ground.
I'm talking about the sun, the moon, the stars. They're not on the ground.
Yeah, they're
the
not.
The reason that they look like they're moving is because the ground's moving.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about.
So let's take something off the ground and let's have a look and see.
Yeah, but the starting point of that drone was on the ground. It was connected on the ground, or I don't know how it lifted off, but it was somehow moving at the same speed as the Earth's rotation.
If
when it took off.
Yeah, right, there you go.
Yeah. So that it's gonna keep that same energy even when it takes off the Earth. It's not gonna start losing. Or it's not gonna go flying back.
Well, don't we feel changes in velocity?
Yeah,
when
we do.
The drone would feel it too, right? So all of a sudden the drone would be flung at with a linear velocity, and then it would be raising in altitude because it would not be following this curved path, because the velocity of the spinning glob would be constantly changing.
But it's not constantly changing. It's just the Earth moves.
It's a spin. No, it's a spin. It's
the
constantly
Earth spins.
changing velocity. Yeah, spin. It's not like a choo-choo train on train tracks that are linear.
No,
this is a spin, so this is always changing velocity.
No, it does
It's
not.
an always changing velocity. Yeah,
it's
so
rotating on its axis.
If it were, it would now raise in altitude by what you said, because there's an always changing velocity of the ground.
It's not changing.
Yo, hang on a second.
It's a spin. You said it's a spin going at 1,000 miles an hour around the equator. This is a changing velocity.
You mean the change in the vector, right?
No.
Because if you're making a circular
the velocity is changing. Circular.
The direction.
The momentum always changing.
It's called angular velocity, right?
No, that one isn't changing. The one that
not linear
would be the tangential
not
velocity.
linear. We're not talking about a choo-choo train on train tracks, right? We're talking about a spinning basketball on a finger. Not linear. Spin isn't linear, right? Right. Yeah. There we go. There we go.
That's why I'm confused.
Always
why
changing velocity.
A lot of you are using linear motion to like 1,000 miles per hour. That's linear motion. That's not turning motion. The turning.
No, that's linear. That's a spin.
Yeah, exactly.
You're trying to say it's linear.
Yeah,
no, it's a
rotating.
That's not linear.
Okay,
Why are you thinking linear? A choo-choo train on straight tracks versus a spinning basketball on the Harlem Globetrotter's finger.
You want me to use RPM? Because whenever I've argued flat earthers,
no, I don't care what you use. You said we feel changes in velocity, and here we have an always changing velocity. So now you're trying to backtrack of why we don't feel it. Why does is the drone hurled in a linear momentum, and then it still doesn't it still maintains its elevation when really it'd just be flying off into space, because the ground would be changing its angular velocity.
Wait, why would the angular velocity be changing?
It's not.
It's a spin. It's not.
Spin is not a change in angular velocity.
Spin.
It's a spin.
No, it's not. It's not spinning a basketball. That's oversimplifying it so simply that you've just
Oh,
lost
the
the
is
whole.
isn't. Oh, the is isn't. So it isn't
What?
that. It isn't a spinning basketball. It can
isn't a spinning
not be
basketball. No,
related
that's
to it at all.
no. It's not
So
a
a spinning
basketball
basketball
because a
not the
spinning
same as
basketball.
a spinning glurf. Okay.
Exactly. Now you got it because a spinning basketball is affected
Okay.
by.
Well, do you
It's
got
affected
that
by the
there's
Earth's
a
gravity
changing velocity? You got that?
in Earth's rotation.
I think
You
he's
got
talking
that,
about
right?
orbit. Is it,
It's
Yes, you got
it's
that,
a
right?
very well.
Wait,
Okay, the Earth does. Yes, it slows down very little, about 1.8 millisecond, or
wait.
it slows down very very little
So
over
now
a
it's
few
slowing
centuries.
down. Okay.
Yeah, into the
Very
break. Are you
very
talking
little
about
over a few centuries.
into the break? Are you talking about the Earth's orbit, or are you talking about like the rotation?
I'm talking about a spinning basketball versus a choo-choo on linear tracks.
Well,
All right, why are you confused about this? What's so confusing? They're
Because
completely
you're
different things.
oversimplifying it so much. That it's not.
Oversimplifying it. Okay.
Always moving around it.
This is hilarious.
It is.
We are
hilarious,
not the
yeah.
ball.
Yeah, there's no change in angular velocity. You can say there's a change in the velocity vector, which is not angular. It's a tangential velocity. You can say that's the one that keeps changing, but it only changes direction, it doesn't change magnitude. Right. So let's not confuse terms.
It would change. Yes.
Yeah. Instant change in direction, right?
Yes. Change in direction of the tangential vector, not the angular velocity. Angular velocity isn't changing.
I'm sorry. I'm still a bit confused about
So
how
a spinning
the Earth
basketball
isn't spinning.
is not a choo-choo on train tracks, linear train tracks.
No, nobody has
Something on the outside of the basketball.
nobody has claimed that a choo-choo train on a linear track is the same as the Earth spinning. I have not seen that claim yet. I'm very
we get it all the
interested in where
time.
you find
We get it all the time about like the relationship. It's analogous because like we could say, well, we don't feel the motion, right, of the Earth, and they'll say, oh, do you feel it in a train?
Okay,
When you
but
jump,
so
when you're in an
you want a spinning
airplane,
motion then? Okay, so
jump.
go on a merry-go-round then. Go on a merry-go-round and spin around for 24 hours. Are you gonna feel that?
Yeah.
Are you gonna feel that? No, you're not. You're not gonna feel spinning
Of
around
course you
for
are, dude,
24
man. Like, you
hours.
guys all talk about this shit. You
24
don't
hours.
feel nothing, man. Fucking, of course
No,
you
look.
feel it.
Make one turn for 24 hours, or make one turn in 24 hours. Are you gonna feel that?
Oh, so now you're conflating like the speed of the hour hand of a clock.
No, because the Earth does make
with
1
1,000
turn
miles
every
an hour.
24 hours. The
Yeah,
Earth does make 1 turn every 24 hours. May I agree on that?
Make the merry-go-round
Yes or
with
no?
a
Let's do
radius 3,959 miles, and now you're not pretending so much, right?
No, because the Earth is very, very large. So
Then it
1,000
would be
miles an hour
traveling.
is
Then
not
the
very
speed
fast.
This is like
then
arguing over
would
semantics.
be
You're both
1,000
going to
miles an
agree.
hour.
If there was a really,
Yes,
really
but
large plane,
when
there
you're
was
on
an
it,
ant sitting on
when
it,
you're
and it was
moving
going
with
at
it,
2 miles an hour,
the Earth
the
itself is not moving
ant
through
doesn't
like
know
an
you.
atmosphere itself that is going to push against you on the edge of the Earth.
Yeah, if you have an Earth-sized merry-go-round, and you get on the very, very edge of that, like all the way out from the center, and you spin that around 1 turn every 24 hours, you're not
You'd
going
be
to feel
spinning
that.
at 1,000 miles an hour, and you would feel
Yeah,
that.
and you wouldn't
You
feel
would
it.
feel
No,
that. You're spinning at
you wouldn't
1,000
feel it.
miles an hour. You're spinning at
Yeah,
1,000
but
miles an hour.
we're also traveling through the
velocity?
galaxy at
Do you feel-
500,000 miles per hour, and we don't feel that.
Into the break.
In your imagination, anyway, right?
No,
break.
in
You're-
reality.
In reality,
You're
eh?
conflating moving at 1,000 miles per hour within the Earth's atmosphere, but that's not what's happening. You are moving with the Earth and its atmosphere.
Into the break. Do you feel velocity? Is that your claim?
Yes, we feel changes in velocity. That's why I opened the whole thing. It's an always changing velocity. It's an
There we
always
go. Change
yes.
it.
The
It's
spin
not
is an
changing.
always
It's the
changing
same.
velocity.
So what's the
Yes,
magnitude of
on
that
the
acceleration?
surface.
Okay,
The
what does this
surface
change to? What does
of
this
this
change to? What is
the
it starting
the
to?
outside
What is it
rim
starting on?
of
And what is
this
it changing to?
of this merry-go-round with a radius 3,959, it would always be changing. You'd be always hurling, especially you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour. You'd be rocked off of your little horsey.
How would it?
So what's
How would
the
it be changing?
magnitude
It's a
of the
constant.
acceleration?
Because why? Because you would be constantly undergoing this change in velocity due to a rotation and not a linear momentum.
Because of the size, the change you would feel is imperceptibly small because the Earth is so large. Like it's the scale is what you're not understanding.
What's the
Earth's so biggie. Earth's so biggie. Yeah. So 1,000 miles an hour with a constantly changing velocity. I mean, that's a lot of feeling right there. A lot of sensation.
Yes, you would feel it if you were in the atmosphere on Earth. Okay, like moving through it at that speed, but you're moving with it.
Exactly.
So into the break, what's the magnitude of the acceleration that you're talking about?
Yeah, so always changing velocity. You said we feel the changes in velocity, so now we're talking about a spin, and it's always changing velocity. So
what's the magnitude of that
this
acceleration?
is now just cope. You're just coping.
So what's the
you're wanting an Earth spin to be so badly linear, choo-choo train on linear tracks.
Can you please answer my
No,
question?
answer my question.
So you made a claim.
Evidently not.
So you made a claim, and then you can't answer a question about your claim.
I didn't make a claim.
Yes, you did. You made a claim that you can feel acceleration, and I'm asking, what's the
I
magnitude
said
of the
you.
acceleration
Well,
that
you know,
feel?
changes in velocity. Okay.
Yep. And what's the magnitude
You
of
can
the
feel
acceleration?
acceleration.
That you feel? And what's the magnitude?
What do you think the magnitude is?
That's not my claim. That's your claim. You're claiming.
So
that
the
you can feel
magnitude is not enough to feel.
Okay, so no, right
It's
now
not enough to feel
right now you're
1,000
seeing
miles an
1,000
hour, constantly changing velocity. Okay,
1,000 miles
that's
per
your
hour.
claim. That's your claim. Can you back it up?
Can
Can
the
you
other
back it up
baby
that we're
Glover
not
shut
feeling
the
this
fuck
claim?
up, please?
So there's another effect as well. Like the change is consistent, like constant. It's not bit and then change and then change and then bit and then change and then bit. And it's a consistent thing. Okay.
Constant speed.
Yeah, it's a constant. We would constantly sense it.
Consistent and
Yeah,
constant.
consistently, we would feel a spin. Yes.
The effect that you have is basically linear. And there is
So
gravity
basically
affecting
linear.
on you. Okay, so countering
You're not that. You're an identity.
quote unquote
You're
forces.
identity
Right, the
violating.
stories are coming.
No, okay,
Yeah,
so
you're in an identity
Everything
violation.
works like a Swiss watch,
What-
right?
what
It
I'm
just
hear-
moves
what I'm hearing
perfectly
right
all
now-
the time.
Yeah, what I'm hearing right now is that he can't he can't grasp big numbers. He sees 1,000 miles per hour, and he just goes,
It's a big number.
Big number? What?
Big
When we're not,
number.
when that's not
He's
even
imagining sticking his head out the window of 1,000 mile an hour moving
Exactly.
vehicle.
Well,
which
no,
is
that's
ridiculous.
ironic because that's what you're imagining. You're imagining
No,
the Earth's
we're
top
not.
down,
No, it's
and
not.
we're going 1,000.
No, it's
we
not.
got the top down on the
It's not.
convertible, and
No,
we're spinning
see, you're
1,000
already
miles an hour. That's
conflating
what
again.
you
You are
think.
literally building your
You are
premise on the
literally,
conflation.
you are literally conflating. Don't do that to me, bro.
He didn't even do that to you. What? Okay.
Okay, so we
No,
have a
it's not
vector
fair.
of
He's,
1,000 miles per
he's my
hour.
good friend, actually. So I'm telling him, don't put that on.
Okay, let's go back here. We have a vector of 1,000 miles per hour that keeps changing, right? So the change is what we refer to as acceleration. What is how big is that change? What is the value of that acceleration?
Yeah.
Because the 1,000
Is
miles
it
an hour,
changing or
that's
not?
just the velocity.
Is it changing? Is the velocity changing or not?
Why are you
Yes,
trying to
yes,
minimize
yes.
it for, man?
Yes,
They
I-
hate it. They
I'm
they
trying
want it to
minimize.
be
I'm asking what.
a choo-choo train on linear tracks. They
It's
want
so
that to be
big and
so
so
bad.
small, right?
But you do
It's
know
a
that
really big
1,000 miles
train
per
going
hour
really
is
fast
linear
in a
motion.
circle.
That's located. That's the
What
Earth's
is the
rotation
value?
speed in linear motion. In
No
RPM.
one was listening to you. What you were saying, bro? You were just speaking in the middle of everybody. Okay, what's the value of the change? Can we get an answer for that?
You tell us, man. You're the 33rd degree. What is it?
It's
You
0.03
tell
meters per
us.
second squared.
What is it?
0.03 meters per second squared.
In other words, 8 inches
that's about-
per mile squared.
What?
That's about 3 centimeters. That's about 3 centimeters.
8 inches per mile squared. You're saying the meters per second squared is equivalent to
Bacon. He's a math
inches
god.
per
Did you
mile
just hear the
squared?
derivation? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
It's like
Derivation.
15 degrees an hour, though, right?
Derivation
Bacon,
of acceleration.
just say
to
8
drop
inches
over
next
distance?
time. Just say 8 inches. That's it.
How did you come from acceleration to drop over distance?
inches.
What was the derivation that you used for that?
Yeah, that's not.
It's called the red herring.
Who has the basic?
head
Yeah,
going
it's just a- it's just a
derivation.
crazy
Irrelevant
question.
question to me.
Okay, can we just all like collectively mute him because he's just He's just stirring up for discourse right now.
Yeah, you were confused about aerodynamics, and you said gravity flies the airplane, so you muted me in chat. That's why I'm here talking
No,
to
I
you
blocked you because you
you're
made
such a coward. You're such a coward. You're making illogical claims.
You wanna
and they're
discuss
absurd on
that?
their
We can
face.
discuss that actually. Let me unblock
I
you.
feel like the flat Earth theory for most of this is like proving why
I
the
blocked you
globe
because
is
you were
wrong,
saying I was a dunning
rather
retard.
than why
Okay,
flat Earth is right.
That's what you were calling me.
Insulting
You were calling me.
No, I said
rules
that
for
you were
me,
under
not
the
for
impression
you?
of the Dunning-Kruger effect. You called me a Dunning retard. That is not the same. I
No,
blocked you because
it
you
is
were
exactly the
insulting.
same. It is
You were insulting
exactly
me
the
with
same.
slurs. Okay,
You
that's why
insulted me with a slur.
you're saying the Dunning-Kruger
You
effect
insulted
is a
me
slur.
with a slur. So it's okay if you
The
do it. It's not okay if I
so
do it.
you're saying the Dunning-Kruger effect is a slur?
Yeah. When you're using it incoherently as an ad hom, yes, it is. You're the one
Oh
that's
my
claiming gravity
days.
flies the airplane
Oh
for
my
the pilot, noses the airplane down to the horizon. That's what you're saying.
days.
Hilarious. Oh, it is hilarious
I
that
said,
you're
what you want to know? Said
1B.
I said gravity corrects their flight for them.
Yeah,
It
gravity
corrects
flies the
their
airplane
level.
for them. Yes,
It corrects their level.
corrects their level. Even
Yeah,
worse
that's
for
what I
you.
said. How's
It's
that
even
even
worse
worse
for
for
you.
me? Oh, because you're gonna claim the
There's
level
no
is
level on a ball.
There is.
At the
As
top of
close
it,
close to the earth.
there's
Close
only
to the
one level on a ball, and that's a top. At the very top.
At the very top. Okay.
Yeah. Why are you laughing? Do you even
I'm
know what
laughing because
level
you're being
means?
stupid right
You don't
now.
know what level
Do
means.
you? Do you?
Hence, you
You
think
claiming that there
equidistant.
can't be level on a
Yeah,
sphere.
level is
You
a
know
horizontal
anything. You don't know
condition.
anything
It's
about
very
aerodynamics,
simple.
you don't know anything about physics.
Yeah, I do. You don't even know what level means, and you're trying to talk about aerodynamics.
No,
and you're saying
trying to say that
gravity flies
level
the
doesn't
airplane
exist on
for the pilot,
You're trying to say that level
and you're
doesn't
telling me
exist
I
on a
have Dunning
sphere.
Kruger about an
Yeah.
airplane aerodynamics.
Yeah.
When you're saying gravity flies the airplane for the pilot, and they nose down to the horizon. Like,
Is this like a
this
group
is you.
thinking
You
session
have
or
Dunning
something?
retard disease.
No, he's just mad that I blocked
was
him
level
because he was calling me a retard.
No,
He's
he
mad
was
that I
calling me
blocked him,
Dunning Kruger. I called him a Dunning retard. It's simple.
No,
It's
I
tit for
said
tat. It's tit for tat.
craziest
We're
Dunning
equal,
Kruger
bro.
effect.
We're equal. We're even.
No,
You
you're
know,
using slurs.
opposition.
I'm saying
There is no
you're
greater
under an
friendship than
effect.
opposition. You know that, right?
Okay, this is the same guy that's
We're
the
here.
Dunning Kruger effect
There's
is
no
a slur.
enemies here. It's okay. Calm down. You said gravity flies the airplane. You clearly don't know anything about aerodynamics.
So correcting your flight is flying. It's flying. The gravity's flying.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying?
Correcting.
Gravity's flying the plane. When I
Wow,
said that
think you're Captain
gravity
Obvious.
corrects their flight.
That's hilarious, though. Gravity flies the airplane. I love it when you
That's
guys
not even
say
what I
that.
said.
It's
That's not even
it's
what
the
I
dumbest
said.
thing I've ever heard.
That's not
Wow,
that's not even what I said.
So petulant.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, it was a
fucking
figure
ridiculous?
of speech. It was a figure
Is
of
not allowing
speech,
him to correct
and
himself.
you're
He
retarded
misspoke.
for sticking with it.
He
Like it's
misspoke.
like
Let him correct himself.
So crazy.
It's a figure
I
of
blocked
speech.
him for calling me a retard, for calling me a slur.
You're harping.
And
You called me the slur. You called me the slur first.
No,
it's
Dunning
tit for
Kruger
tat.
effect
Why
is
are you
not a
so upset?
slur.
Why are you so
Dunning-Kruger effect is
upset?
not a
Yes,
slur.
it is. You used it as an ad hom
Okay, I'm
because
just gonna
you didn't
mute him here
understand
too because
something.
he's just
You didn't
rambling
understand.
on about how the Dunning-Kruger effect is a slur.
Oh, see, you don't know what
I
an
know
ad
what
hom is. This is the mental midget brain of a globetard who's delusional about their space fantasy. They can't accept the fact that they
Ding,
asserted
ding, ding,
something
round one
illogical.
over.
So what were we discussing actually? We were discussing. Oh, you're right. The Earth spin.
Magic.
Right, the
Yeah,
Earth.
go back to your corner, regroup, and let's start the next round. That ended with a flurry. That first round.
So let's
Everyone's
talk
getting their
about
money's
this
worth.
this airplane that's nosing down to the horizon. Smart. Let's talk about this
Why does the airplane have to
airplane you
nose
think is
down?
nosing down to the horizon, and gravity's doing it.
Wait, what?
Let's talk about it. This is what you asserted. So why don't you take me through
through
it?
somebody else's mic. Oops.
Oh, he muted me because he's a coward. He's a little bitch coward.
He blocked you, yeah.
No, he got mogged. He got mogged, and now he's felt it. He's a bitch.
Yeah, you did kind of mog him.
I mogged that bitch.
All right, whatever. You're saying the guy who said that the Dunning-Kruger effect is a slur mocked me, okay?
Because you just got caught up.
You used it as an ad hoc.
No, he's okay.
It's still
no,
true.
I'm sorry. I blocked him because he called me a retard. He's using slurs.
You're a coward.
I did not want to
You're
be
a
called a
coward.
slur in a debate,
You called
so I
me.
blocked
You
him. I
called
did not
me a
want to debate him
Dunning-Kruger.
when he's going to be using that sort of language. Okay.
You use the
Do I
language.
have to
You
debate him?
use the
Or are you
language.
forcing me to debate him?
Yes, you're forced to debate me right now. You're a coward for muting me.
Yes, this is a debate channel. I don't know what you're expecting from here.
Yeah. Okay. So I can debate
not
you. I can
allowed,
debate
number one.
somebody
Number
else.
two, hold on.
I can choose who I want to
Hold on,
debate,
number
and I did not
two.
want to debate him when he's using that language.
You're a coward.
Dude, first of all, muting's usually not allowed. Number two, Dunning-Kruger, I'm a globe guy, but Dunning-Kruger is totally a fucking ad hom. So don't do that unless you mean it as an ad hom.
Yeah, unless you say why
And
I am
that
doing.
equates to it
I
being
am
a
a
slur.
Dunning-Kruger.
That
You
equates
didn't
to it
say
being
that.
similar
You
to
said
the
something
to the
wrong.
N-word.
When you say Dunning-Kruger, you don't really have to say why. It's
Yeah, you're not allowed to
self-explanatory.
mute people because now you're just talking over me.
Yes.
You idiot, moron. And that is not an ad hom because that's an assessment.
I mean, it is an assessment, but it's also calling you stupid's an assessment too.
No, I'm saying that he's under the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's a cognitive bias. That's not a slur. Do you not know what the...
Well, you didn't give a reason for Dunning-Kruger. You stated something illogical.
Let me ask
you
you
failed.
If it's true, it's helpful for the one doing it to understand where they might be going wrong. And generally they won't understand anyway if it's true, so it's, maybe.
Yeah. Would you want to be called Dunning-Kruger?
I mean, I would like to be informed if I was making such a grave error, absolutely.
Yeah, me too. I'm
Well,
sorry
but
that
just inform me of the error.
he's taken so offense to me.
Well, let me just inform both of you guys that you are.
That we are.
Okay, all right. Go back to get off. Let's just get off the bed and go back to the argument.
Yeah.
Well, he can't do that because now he's blocked. He's blocked the opposition. He's very afraid of hearing alternative viewpoints that debunk his globalist worldview. He's very
Hardly been
afraid.
debunked. We're doing this bit by bit, dude.
Yes, we are, and he claimed that gravity flies the airplane, nosing it down to the horizon. This is what his belief is. He was very mad at the data that I gave him that shows an airplane flying level, which is a horizontal condition. And see, he's talking.
Level is not
He's very upset.
necessarily horizontal in the way that you mean it. So, do you at least understand the concept of what level would mean on a gravitationally
do you understand the
affected
concept
sphere?
of flight data? I put the flight data in there, so we're not making any mistakes about it. So we have the flight data. It is level, which is a horizontal condition. It isn't a circle, right? So you've seen the flight data. I put it in the chat many times. So the flight data isn't making a circle. It's over a horizontal plane, and you can see.
How does a plane establish horizontal? How does a
point is
plane
going to-
establish horizontal?
By with a heads-up display where it flies level, that's parallel to the plane of the horizon. Is that a real question, Mark? Do you think that the airplane aims down to the horizon?
You get it wrong.
Mark, do you
got it
think
wrong.
the airplane
How does a
aims
plane
down to
establish
the
a
horizon?
That's not what you're changing the topic.
There's
how does a plane know it's
there's
horizontal?
a lot of different instrumentation. What you want to go to altimeter because you don't like the heads-up display that has the horizon, the artificial horizon. That's, you're flying level with you're flying level with that artificial horizon that's parallel to the plane of the horizon.
He could probably use a glass of water, right?
Artificial horizon.
Yeah, you could use a glass of water, but there'd be turbulence. So we have these gyroscopes, right? They give us this heads-up display. But he wants to go to altimeters, because
I didn't say altimeters. You brought it up. I gotta go.
I brought it up because that's what you brought up in the chat. Yeah, run away. You brought it up in the chat. You said, "Oh, it flies based on air pressure." Okay. Well, it still has a heads-up display with a horizon, and they're flying parallel to that plane of the horizon. So it's just an absurd notion to say, oh, well, there's altimeters too. Okay, well, it doesn't prove your point. I have the flight data of all these instruments. All of these instruments are on this data. They are all above a horizontal plane. None of them are show the airplane flying around in a circle shape. It doesn't. It's not happening. So good thing he ran away from that one. That was a losing situation for him. What's Vart? You still got me muted, buddy? You're
No,
afraid? All right, yeah. See, I mean, we're just talking. You don't have to say Dunning-Kruger. I don't have to say Dunning-retard. We don't have to say that. We can just talk about like these facts, like how there's a heads-up display.
That, or do you want to
there's horizontal. No, we can just discuss level direct flight. That's what we can discuss, right?
Yeah.
You want to do that?
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
All right. So direct level flight. What say you?
That it's level to the Earth in its flight. Or what?
Okay. So you don't know what level means? So level is a horizontal condition.
No, it's
equidistant to the center of Earth. That is what you're referring to. You're referring to equidistant. See, you're using you need to use a different term. Equidistant. That's the term you use.
No,
it's still level.
Yeah, he's doing imaginary.
No, it's not. Equidistant is equidistant. You're in an identity violation if you're saying level is equidistant. No, level is horizontal condition. Equidistant is.
You're conflating
whatever
horizontal, and you're using it.
I'm not conflating it. You are conflating it. You are identity violating. It's not me.
Not understanding
identity violating.
Yeah, it just says nonsense.
Yeah,
it's almost like cog disk, though, right? Where you can think two things are true in your brain, right?
Yeah,
like
two things
horizontal can mean curved at the same time. Like
that's
I think
not exactly what what's being said. No,
it kind of is, though, isn't it? Like if you're going to be honest,
don't understand.
If you're going to be honest, it is what's being said, dude.
It's an exact conflation of two terms. You're saying one term that means the opposite of the other term means then they mean the same thing.
They apply at different
It's an identity violation. Do you know logic? Okay, maybe first of all, we're having a debate in the framework of logic. Do you agree?
Sorry.
Illis, do you agree? We're having this discussion in the framework of logic. We're having a logical discussion.
Yes.
So identity is part of that, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so saying that something that already has an identity level,
scale.
horizontal condition, is something else that already has an identity, equidistant from the center of a radius, right? So these are two different things. They both have their own identities. So saying one is the other is an identity
But I'm not
violation.
saying one is the other,
right?
and that's the mistake you're making.
You're saying level is equidistant. That's what you are saying.
Yeah, because it is.
Yeah, because it is. You're identity violating.
Not at all.
No, I didn't. Yes, because it is. Oh my gosh. You listen to yourself?
Can you explain how that is an identity violation?
I just did. Level is something. Equidistant is something. They can never be the same.
Why can they never be the same?
They're two different things.
Why can they never be the same? What is stopping them from implying the same concept?
Well,
it's all
how
relative,
many horizontals are on the surface of a sphere? Let's go with that. Because that's level. Level's a horizontal condition. So you think there's just infinite horizontals?
Yes, there are infinite.
Okay, that becomes incoherent because what is horizontal?
No, it doesn't.
That's parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? So that you have nowhere to go. You need to embrace
when the horizon is part of a sphere that's so large that you cannot perceptibly determine.
You need to not use my word level.
Effectively flat and horizontal.
We just see things go over the curve, right? We can't perceive it, but we see things go over it.
Yes, we see the consequence of it.
Oh.
Ooh, consequences. Like identity violation? You know what the consequences of identity violation is?
That's fallacy. That's fallacious
Okay,
argumentation.
but you haven't described
That
how
means you fail.
a identity violation has happened.
Yes, we've already been through it. You failed. You failed at
Because you said
the
so.
debate.
Fine. Okay, fine.
No, it's not because I didn't say so. I didn't conceive of the terms equidistant and level. I did not do that. So
Okay,
not
on a
me.
gravitationally
You
affected sphere, equidistant is
you
effectively
conflated.
level.
You failed.
It's effectively level on the globe.
Effectively level.
Yes.
Except you can't have that because
Why not?
you can't have a horizontal
Why not?
parallel plane horizontal parallel to the plane of the horizon.
You can have an effectively horizontal plane.
No, you cannot
Given the
have
size
horizontal
of the
parallel to
sphere
the plane of
and
the
how
horizon.
flat we experience it because of our size compared to it, it's effectively flat. All right, so it's useful because of how imperceptible the curve is to just within our vicinity treat it as if it's flat. Okay, but that doesn't mean the entire thing is a frisbee or a pizza.
Okay, we
or
treat it as
whatever
it's
you
flat.
think it
Okay,
could be.
there you go. We treat it as it's flat.
Yes,
I
within our
mean,
vicinity.
horizontal is
Doesn't mean
level.
the whole thing is flat.
So what, like
So,
7 billion
plumb wall-
people all over this thing they all treat it as flat.
Yeah, because there's no need to do otherwise within their vicinity. They're not doing things that require such scale.
I go with that. I agree with that. Locally flat.
So
the Earth is level.
So local is used at a different scale. There, you're now redefining.
Oh, local has scale. Local has
the
scale.
scale.
Oh.
Sorry to
wow.
interrupt you, dude, but yeah, they kept asking me.
No, this is
So,
interesting.
to
You're
prove
trying to
flat,
conflate terms. You're conceding,
I'm
yes,
being specific
locally flat.
about where they are used. I'm
You're
not trying to
conflating
use
terms.
them in the way that you're trying to describe them.
You
So,
pretty
for
much
example, to prove
conceded every aspect of your
the
argument
Earth
to me.
flat. Well, no, you've just misunderstood the context.
No,
and that's not the same thing.
misunderstanding
You are
context. You conceded to me, and I'll take your concession. I will take your
Okay,
concession.
but
Yes, locally
but it's
flat.
fallacious because there's nothing there that you can stand on. So, for example, if
I'm standing
the
on
Earth was
business.
flat, for example, could you prove a plumb wall in Australia is exactly parallel to a plumb wall in North America?
Yes.
How could you do this?
We have a tool. It's called a level.
Okay, but that doesn't change
And then you can,
on a gravitationally
you can
affected
have a
sphere.
level. I can have a level. We can FaceTime,
Yes.
and it'll be like, yeah, it's level. It's my level
But
is the
no,
same
but
as your
relative to
level.
each other, how do we know this? How do we
Yeah,
know on a
relative. Yeah,
gravitationally
we'll
affected
call each
sphere?
other on the
Okay,
phone.
on the concept, okay, if the concept is true of a gravitationally affected sphere, which is the stance I'm taking, and you're taking the stance that it's not,
Well, because
all right,
horizontal
level
is
on the sphere would be the same for both of us where we are, but relative to each
you
other
would
would
not
be
have.
different.
There's that word
Our
again,
walls
eh?
would not be
Relative.
parallel. Our
parallel
walls
to
would
the
not be
plane of the
parallel.
horizon.
But you
Yes, they
cannot
would.
prove this.
You cannot have horizontal parallel to the plane of the horizon. We've been over this many times. You don't have that.
Yes,
Just
we
because
do.
you say
Because
You
the
don't have
sphere is
level
so
flight.
large that we can treat it flat where we are. Okay, you're not
No,
understanding the
dude.
scale.
I know we have to
You
imagine it,
aren't
right?
understanding the scale.
So, in this instance, whether you have a level wall in Australia and I have a level wall in America, all right, relative to each other, they are not going to be parallel. Relative to our own measurements, they will be, yes, but our own measurements compared on a gravitationally affected sphere is not the same thing.
So in
Relative to
reality,
each other,
they're level, but in your imagination, they're not, right?
in reality,
just
on a
because you-
gravitationally affected sphere, they are level, yes, but where we
Well,
are
not even
relative
then,
to each other,
because
they are
in your
not parallel.
imagination, you can't have
You're
horizontal
unable
parallel
to
to the plane of
grasp
the
the
horizon
concept.
even in your imaginary
just because
concept.
you have
Steel manning the
dude,
concept. Just try.
Just because you have a concept that you can imagine, right? You have this reality in your head, which things work this certain way in your imagination. It's not suddenly put onus on somebody to prove something else.
The same applies to you. You cannot prove that those walls are parallel. You can't do it.
Just did.
I can prove that horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. You have
Okay,
to say
but you
no, it's
also,
not.
on a gravitationally affected sphere, you can't prove that somewhere elsewhere is relatively not parallel.
On a gravitationally affected sphere, we would use different terms. We would use terms
would you
like
use?
equidistant. We would use equidistant.
Okay, but what's the difference of equidistant? If in Australia my wall is level and it's pulling into the center of the Earth, what's the difference from level and equidistant?
Well, you would say, "Oh, it's equidistant." I don't know. Come up with
What's the
use your term.
difference in that? How would
You
I
have
measure
to
that? What would I
imagine
use?
the
What would
center
I
of the earth,
use to
dude.
make
How about
sure?
that?
What
You
would
have to
What
imagine
would
the
I
center
use
of
to
the
make
earth.
sure my wall was level?
Imagine a
use?
new logic, imagine a new lexicon, and start using these words. I've given you the head start. You have
This is just
equidistant, so use that
retarded
term.
that you just refuse to accept the lexicon
Equidistant.
conceptually.
No, you refuse to accept the lexicon that we
No,
use in
you're
reality
making a
because local
stupid
flat.
argument by
We
being
use
so
local
rigid with
flat
your
terms
terms
because
and
for eons
refusing to at
people
least
knew
try
that
to
the Earth was
steel man
flat,
the opposite
and we've
concept
come up with these building
to
terms,
try
and we
to
use them
differentiate how you
cohesively
could
and
determine
coherently to
one
build
from the other. You refuse to
and
do
fly.
that.
Shush.
All right, you don't understand.
Bro, we
Dude,
get it.
you
You
just said
believe
you
the story,
observe it.
man.
Shut up, man. So you just said you observe it, you measure it, and you use it as if it's all just flat, planar. Everything's all the lines are parallel. Like, okay, yeah, great. That's what we're saying, and now you're saying, but you can't. But my concept. But. Dude, just show us the fucking measurements then that they're not.
And there we go. But he already conceded that our measurements are going to be locally flat measurements. So, yeah. Do you have any measurements alternative to what you've already conceded that we have locally flat measurements?
Gravity and the consequence of curvature on a sphere.
So concepts again.
So you have
no measurements, just concepts
and physics.
Give us the
No, you don't have
practical.
physics either.
Don't go into theory and concepts and ideas. Give us the practical.
How are you going to do it? Prove that level is equidistant. Prove that identity violation doesn't violate the laws of logic.
Okay, so to measure level on a flat plane, you'd use a bubble on a level, for example, in a little tube of water or whatever liquid they use, and that bubble sits in the two lines on the top to show you have a level. All right, we call that level, right? Or we could use a plumb bob and we could hang it, and then that would give us the vertical towards the surface. Both of these things would act exactly the same way, whether it's equidistant on a sphere or level on a flat plane. And so to use a level on the sphere would give you the same result. Therefore, it makes sense to call that level. All right? It applies in both instances.
Well, with a radius value of 3959, you don't have horizontal parallel to the plane
Yes,
of the
you
horizon.
do. How
you
big do you
don't.
think the sphere should? You
No, you
absolutely
don't.
do. Yes, you do. Okay, we can see that we do.
How do you have a parallel plane to a slope? Go on.
Check out the picture I just posted.
How is it a parallel plane
Take
to
a look at the
slope
picture in
is
chat.
tangential to the slope? No, you're saying it's
barely need a
tangential.
tangent. You barely need
and
a
then you're saying
tangent
it
given
is
the
parallel.
size of the sphere we are on.
You barely.
Okay,
You
look at the chat.
barely do.
Yes.
Okay, you barely
it's
do.
imperceptible that it's useless to make a differentiation at the level that we require buildings to be, for example.
Yeah, but let's say, 500 miles, I'm still flying in the airplane. This airplane has not dipped its nose. We were flying level. That's
All right, cool. So
31.4 miles of vertical drop that you've claimed I've now gone over, and the nose hasn't dipped
yes,
at all. I've
yes,
just been flying parallel
this is happening
to the
over a long
plane
period of
of the
time and at
horizon.
the same rate.
No globe.
All right. So, for example, a boat on water on a gravitationally affected sphere would not have to keep adjusting downwards. All right. So the same applies in the air, in the atmosphere. If a plane sort of stayed straight, it would gain altitude and it would eventually stall because of the air pressure that it can't use to send its engines. So
Okay,
the
yes,
same effect
airplanes can
applies.
fly in
Similar
free
effect
space.
applies in that we can maintain the level, the equidistant based on things like the air pressure.
Yeah,
for
at
example.
$35,000 feet, the cruising altitude of commercial airplane, they can go up to like 50, right?
Mm-hmm. But the pressure still
It's not the
changes,
safest
and fuel
thing for them
usage
to
still
do it.
changes, and we have
They do, and
instrumentation
they
that can
would have
detect
to
that.
actually nose
But
up more if they
our
were to
bodies
do
are not
so.
sensitive enough to
You
detect
guys
these
try
changes.
to talk one at a time. All right, we want to make sure we get good clips of conversation.
Yeah,
Because if we're
sorry.
both talking at the same time, it's basically a throwaway moment.
Sorry, and Alice is a good guy, so I like discussing this topic with him. So, sorry, go on, Alice.
I've forgotten where I was.
We were flying around equidistantly, and you were somehow trying to equate that to flying horizontally.
Horizontal at the point that the plane is at each moment.
Well, horizontal isn't a point.
It is if you're measuring 2 points and you have a tangent between them. They are effectively moment by moment horizontal to each other. Not the last point, but each point,
Yeah,
the
but
floor
a
and the plane.
line
Okay,
in
but they
plane
are
is not
effectively
a point.
horizontal, right? Moment by moment, these 2 points could both have a
Effectively,
horizontal tangent equidistance from the center of a sphere, right?
but is
That's
that's horizontal to the plane of the horizon? Still has to be.
well, the horizon is not too far away, so and the difference in elevation would be negligible. So yeah, sure. Like there's a wide area you could use to rest your tangent for it to be imperceptibly horizontal because of the size of the sphere.
Well, on an airplane, you're up pretty high,
Mm-hmm.
35,000 feet, right?
Yeah, but compared
So
to
we
3959
would be
radius.
flying horizontally. We wouldn't be flying nose down to the horizon to account for this horizon that's always dropping.
Yeah, and part of that is due to the size.
Every position you'd have more and more slope. So you'd
No,
have
you
to be
wouldn't.
nosing down more and more and more relative to where you started, right?
No, that's a conflation. If you're equidistant the whole
Well,
time, you're not going forward and then a bit more nose down. So it's not like for whatever it was, a 1,500-foot drop. It's not a drop. It's a consistent. You're consistently equidistant.
It's gradual. Like so,
moment,
for the first mile, you're nose down
it's not
8
even
inches.
gradual. It's just entirely just consistent. There's no change apart from liftoff and
It would have
landing.
to be a constant change in aircraft orientation.
Not
constant.
at the scale that
At
these
the
things
rate of
operate.
if I'm doing a coast to coast in a commercial airplane, that would be 31.4 miles of vertical drop that would have to be accounted for, and that would be 47 feet a second that the airplane would have to be nosing down to be accounting for this ground rapidly dropping out from underneath it. 47 feet a second.
I doubt that's true.
Why do you doubt that's true? Do you doubt that there's 31.4 miles of vertical drop that needs to be navigated, or you doubt that there's some correction that has to be made?
For it. So I can't do this maths in my head right now, but oftentimes what's happened here is it's a conflation of, oh, that's a lot of drop, and ignoring the fact that you're equidistant the entire time.
No, this is to keep you equidistant. So you would have to be dropping. You'd have to be nosing down, dropping in this elevation, 47 feet a second.
Not, for example,
to be maintaining that heads-up display level horizon in the heads-up display, and to keep your altimeters happy to keep you from veering up 10 feet, 47 feet. Maybe if you don't nose down, then now you're 47 feet per second.
There it is. So
too high,
keep
and of
making
course,
this
you'd get to some point where it's 50,000 feet, you went off course, and then you'd be like, oh shit, we're stalling. You'd have to go back down to
So I don't have the maths to better explain this, but even the way you describe it there, you're making this implication that it's a move forwards and then a dip, and a move forwards and then a dip.
No, it would be constant. You'd be constantly nose down to the horizon at a rate so
Exactly.
that you'd
So
be
there's no
accounting for
perceptible
47 feet of
difference.
dropping ground per second.
Mm-hmm. But
And
there's
that's
no
how you would
perceptible
maintain a
difference here.
level equidistant.
Yes, but at the scale.
And so I'm just wanting to
speed,
know where this happens because I have flight telemetry data that
constantly.
shows this
So
not happening.
the plane is, for example, resting in a density gradient, like a boat on water. The same way, a boat on water on a gravitationally affected sphere would not have to keep adjusting down.
Yeah, no, but at 35,000 feet, that's not what's going on because it can raise 1,000 feet and drop 1,000 feet.
It
Very
can
little,
raise and drop, but it still
very,
knows
very
where it
little more
is. So
effort.
when
Like,
it's raising and dropping,
so
there is
this
an
is the
effort to
point.
put into that. But when it's
So
consistent,
the
when there's a
pilot,
consistent,
a minute goes by. Now that was 47 times 60. Now we're hundreds of feet off, and then the pilot's like, oh well, I'm kind of nosed up too much, and so the pilot's like, I got to nose back down. Is that what you're saying? That the pilot is nosing down, like accounting for this
No.
change because
So,
he
for
would be going
example,
out because he's flying in free space. We're not like skimming off the top of the thermosphere or whatever you call it, right? Like what what there, you kind of get to the ceiling. Same thing if you pass the ceiling, then it's kind of hard to get back in. You skip on top of it too. I don't know if you've seen the Buzz Aldrin life story movie or whatever.
No.
Pretty good. When it's at the beginning, when his test pilot career. But yeah, so this is the question: are the pilots nose down to the horizon? And for you to be claiming an equidistant, you would say yes. But see,
Not-
you are agreeing with me. You're saying no. They just fly level and direct. Like, what is all this? And
So,
see,
okay,
there's a
so
lot
what
of
they'd have to
problems with
do.
flight when it comes to these terms that we use to describe like building and
Yeah,
reality.
so let me try this. So when you're flying, like the wings, obviously they have to be at an angle to keep the air pressure underneath them and keep the lift, for example. And so the altimeter is going to remain quote unquote level, equidistant to the center, plumb bob, whatever. And so if you're just maintaining an engine speed you're consistently millisecond by millisecond, okay, you're just affected, like you're going to, the effect of the earth is going to be pulling you towards it anyway. And so once you've got an airspeed that maintains this consistent fall, okay, you don't have to do any adjusting, because what's happening is you're still falling, but you're maintaining a speed that's going to prevent you from raising or lowering altitude. Like a bird, for example, you've seen a bird like still in the air, like riding like a stream of air, right? There's no in the plane, because this is happening it's consistently level. The altimeter is consistently level. All you have to do is maintain an engine speed that's going to keep your nose at a level pointing towards where your plumb bob, altimeter, whatever is level. All right, so because this is consistently happening,
this would be constantly
difference
happening.
change. There's no adjustment needed.
The
apart from
horizon would
engine
be
speed.
constantly dropping if it was
Yes,
flying horizontally.
yes, your airspeed and the pressure you are
So
maintaining
you're
under
saying
the
that
wing.
gravity just is pulling the nose down.
The gravity is pulling everything down.
Okay, but the plane is flying and it's flying level. So it would have to be to account for drop, to account for height. You need to change your pitch. Up, nose down, nose up. Right? There's a mountain in front of you. You have to pitch up.
Yes, you
to
would.
power up.
And so, but you're
And you
still
have to do that at
it
a
still
rate to where
applies that you're
you don't stall.
equidistant. Yes, but it still applies that you're equidistant. So your adjustments for going up and down relative to equidistant.
See, what you're describing is that like the airplane would get so nose up, like as it'd be going around this globe, that the pilot would have to, or else he'd stall. And I agree with you that these airplanes fly in free space. There is such thing as aerodynamics.
But no, that's a conflation. I'm not saying that. Like the implication of the gravity is that your heads up, your altimeter, whatever. Okay, this is going to always be level. It's just going to stay level. It's not going to have to keep adjusting itself like a water bubble
No,
on
the
a
heads up when
gravitationally
you
affected.
the heads up if you nose up, it drops, the horizon
Yes.
drops. So we know.
But this would be true of a plumb bob.
But you see, this would just be like looking down a hallway where the ground is ramping up. See, it may appear like, oh, you're flying in line with that horizon, that heads up display, but that would be an effective perspective where your parallel lines appear as orthogonal lines. So here's this horizon that's up. See, but the question
You
is,
don't need to bring
if it is a
parallel lines
curve,
in.
if it's a curve and you're not just flying horizontally, that horizon would be dropping if you were to maintain that level. So you'd have
It
to
is,
constantly
but it is
you'd
dropping.
nose down, and you'd be nosing down directly at this globe horizon that would be down.
No,
and it would
so
that position would always be changing, but it would always be down. So you would be effectively navigating around the globe because you're nose down to the horizon.
not exactly. So
See,
so
this is the only
this is
way. That not exactly.
no, it's not the
because
only
that's
way.
not happening.
You're applying more time than is due. So, for
A
example, you said
second.
parallel lines. Although we think of it in a parallel, like the whole path parallel, the path only happens moment by moment. And this moment by moment is the water is always level. The water is always the bubble, for example, of a level is always affected by the pull to the center. It's not over a line that we measure this. It's moment by moment, independent of every other point on the line. All right. And so if our level is
Well,
just
a
to
level
stay,
is like
if
a
I
line
if I
is
let
more than 1 point. Like 2 points make a line segment.
so you have a line to each other, and you can imagine for the sake of an equidistant sphere, you can imagine some tangent lines, but we're not flying by the tangent lines. Those tangent lines are moving with us, so there's unlimited tangent lines. So we're not flying according to them. They're just a reference at each moment. It's yeah, we're not measuring the
Yes,
whole
and
path.
so you are saying that the airplane, the pilot, is nosing down to the horizon. That's what you're
Yes,
claiming.
but imperceptibly.
There we go.
Okay, so imperceptibly though.
Imperceptibly.
So there's no adjustment required unless you want to change your altitude relative to equidistant.
I mean, well,
On
you'd have to constantly be making the change because
no, you
every
wouldn't be.
point,
You wouldn't know. You so let me
every
say
point's
again.
got a new tangent.
Or if all you want to do is maintain level, and what the effect of the sphere is doing is wanting to pull you down to it. Let me finish, please. The sphere constantly wants to pull you down to it, and all you have to do is maintain a target of something that's ahead of you that to scale is relatively huge anyway. All right, so it is always pointed at that no matter what, because it's an ultimate. It's a level bubble altimeter. It's always going to be level. All right, all you have to do is keep enough speed to not fall down. And if all you're doing is maintaining that speed, you're just going to be constantly riding on the air at a consistent fall. Like you don't get a say in the fall. You don't have to adjust for the fall because the fall is always happening. All you are doing is resisting it. You're not having to adjust for it. Only engine speed. You don't know pitch. You don't have to change on. So the same way a boat doesn't have to change pitch to go around a equidistant sphere, a boat would just
pressure of the
sit
water
on it.
is keeping it up.
Yes, okay, but this pressure here still applies, but at a much less scale. What the pressure is here is the wind on the bottom of the wings. You're still being pulled down, okay? So you don't have to adjust down because down is just happening all the time. All you're doing is maintaining speed to not go down. And
So
because
the
your level
gravity
is
is
always going to
adjusting
be
for this nose
the
down
gravity
is
is
nosing
the
down
gravity is always
for the
pulling you
pilot.
down. No, the
Gravity
pilot
is
doesn't have to
nosing down
adjust
for the
down
pilot.
unless it wants to lose altitude. Gravity isn't flying for the pilot, but gravity is happening, and the plane is falling. So to resist the fall, you maintain a wing level or the wing angle to keep the wind under it, to keep the plane at the altitude you want it. All you have to do is keep a consistent engine speed. You're not having to adjust up or down. There's no pitch change required, apart from maybe turbulence, etc., if we want to be that specific. But at the
So
scales we're
gravity
talking,
is making this adjustment for you, like just by you
no, it's
maintaining
not making an
speed and
adjustment.
lift
It's
and
just
pitch.
it's a
Gravity
parameter.
is
It's a condition
adjusting
of
this
existing.
orientation. Yes, so
There's no.
gravity is
So
adjusting your orientation constantly
you're trying to get
through
me to
the
say a
5-hour
ridiculous
flight.
thing like the gravity is flying the plane, but that's not what's happening. Gravity is a condition that applies all of the time. You don't get to say otherwise, all right? In this scenario, at least.
So the
The
adjustment
one
is
I
made.
believe is true.
Nobody knows that they're making it. The only entity
Exactly.
that thinks that it's happening is gravity, and this is the one that's in control.
No, it's not that
of
it's
the
in
plane.
control. It's
Okay.
just a condition of reality. There's no yes or no
Yeah,
about it.
it's
There's
a
no two ways
condition.
about it. Gravity is there. It's going to keep pulling things down towards the thing that apparent quote unquote
So
is
you
causing the gravity.
So you
The
are saying that the adjustment is made. Nobody knows they're
The
making it.
adjustment
It's
is
just
not
done.
required. No,
Gravity
you
already
keep
did it for
trying
you.
to twist this up.
Gravity
The
already did it
adjustment
for
is
you.
not required. The same way a boat doesn't need to pitch up or down on water. All right, it's the same way that if you maintain speed to keep a consistent air
Over a
pressure,
waterfall.
you're not going to have to make an up or down adjustment. I know you understand it, but you're trying to get me to say something stupid like the gravity is flying the plane.
No,
Gravity
I
is just there.
understand what you're
Air is just
saying.
there.
You're appealing to a flat Earth up and down vector to explain
What is a
direct level flight
we already had this axiom of
on an
an
imaginary
equidistant,
conceptual block.
gravitationally affected sphere. You know this, and now you're twisting it up,
I
and
know
that's
exactly
completely
what's happening here.
dishonest.
I have the
Everybody has
telemetry
understood
data
this.
that
They
shows
now know how
that
a
it's
plane
flying
flies, and no adjustments up and down are needed. And
level.
if you don't,
You were saying that the
you're
adjustment was made by the gravity existing in reality, and then you're somehow thinking with it. I'm like not
so that
representing.
is
I'm not
all an
steel manning you.
explanation. That's an explanation for what we experience. It doesn't matter whether it's literally true. Now that we understand that it can relate very
Wait, it
precisely,
doesn't matter if it's
we now
literally
should want to
true?
work out how that's not the case.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
precisely. It doesn't work because I have the flight data from all these instruments that
like I
show
just
that they're
described, your
flying
flight
over
data
a
means
horizontal plane.
nothing because no pitch
It
adjustment is
means nothing.
required because gravity is always going to pull you down. All you have to do is counteract it.
It's
That's not an adjustment. That's just
correcting for
engine
this
speed.
change in
It's
orientation is
just engine speed. It's not
31.4
pitch.
miles of vertical drop is automatically accounted for because gravity exists. Okay.
You're not
I don't
understanding
think that's a winning
aerodynamics.
argument, but
No, you just refuse to
no, I very
understand
much
it.
am. You're appealing to flat Earth aerodynamics, and I find it
You
amusing.
say that, but you know damn well that you... Okay, explain it back to me so that everyone knows that you've understood it. And I understand that you
Basically,
understood
gravity corrects for
it.
this
There you go.
31.4 miles
Gravity
of
doesn't
vertical
correct.
drop.
Gravity doesn't do anything but pull you
Because
down.
gravity
Gravity is
exists,
just
you don't
there.
have to account
Gravity is
for it. It's
not
already accounted
like
for.
it's not causing. It's not doing an action. It's just existing. So
Yes.
start again.
I just steel manned you. Very good.
No, you
Because
didn't.
gravity exists, we don't have to account for 31.4 miles of vertical drop because it's already accounted for.
There you go. You made a wild leap there. No. Get all
Oh,
the
I thought you
points
were
in
like, that
between
was perfect.
31.4 miles drop. No.
You just don't want me to.
Just
Don't say
address
drop.
everything in
Don't
between
say.
gravity and
Don't mention
31.4 miles drop.
the globe geometry. Don't say
No.
47 feet a second. Don't say
Okay.
31.4 miles of vertical drop and
You can
500
say
miles.
it, but you just sound like an idiot because you're making a wild leap to get
I'm
to
the
your
idiot.
conclusion to make a point that
You
you
just appealed
want
to
to
flat
be
Earth
true.
to explain
But you haven't addressed that you
31.4
have
miles of vertical
understood the
drop accounted
concept.
for.
Yes,
Just
but you
because
haven't.
it's already
You haven't
accounted
addressed
for.
that you understand the concepts
I
required
have
for that to
addressed it.
occur. You have not. All you
I have
did is
addressed
jump
it.
to the
I
number.
know they're
Tell me again.
concepts. The
Tell me
concept
again what you
for
think.
that to
How you
the
think
concept.
aerodynamics works. Tell me again how you think aerodynamics works in this instance.
Yeah, if you don't put any more energy in, you're not going to go up. You're not going to go down.
Cool. There you go.
But
So
you
you
will
don't
be
have to make any up or down
losing fuel.
adjustment.
So you will be
Yes, that's
choosing
what
weight as
happens.
well.
Yes, things lose fuel when they travel. Yes, this
So
happens.
you'd actually start having to nose down even more towards the end. You'd
You
have to
don't have
nose
to
down
nose
even
down
more
because
towards the end.
gravity is doing that. Gravity is pulling you
Yeah,
towards the earth.
yeah,
All
you'd
you
have
have to
more
do
lift
is resist
towards
that
the end of it.
force.
You'd have to know.
If
You'd
you
have
get
to
more
increase
lift, you
your
get more
nosedive
altitude.
at the end of it.
But that's
Oh,
relative to your already your
I
reference
get it.
frame
I get it.
already.
We fly locally flat, but locally flat just means a glob.
Twisting it up again. All right.
No,
I
I'm
think
not
everyone
putting
gets the
stock
point
in
here. I'm done with this
anyone.
one. I need a
This has
drink.
been a
Be right
message
back.
from Spacetime Airlines.
It's you don't have to account for it. It's already accounted for.
The
31.4
same way as
miles
you
of
don't
vertical
have
drop.
the same way as you don't have to account for the fact that the airplane loses fuel and that it isn't perfectly rigid, yet you make these assumptions because these are completely irrelevant.
Okay, well, tell me about the semi-flaccid fuselages and how they automatically curve. It's so that's air curve.
They don't curve.
Airplane is a misnomer because they're not rigid bodies. They're semi-flaccid fuselages, so it's air curve. So go on, tell me.
No, that simply means that the model assuming something doesn't mean that it's reality. Because there are examples of assumptions it makes that both you and
Wow,
I regard
models
the
aren't
position of the
reality?
Earth.
Wow. Like, what are you, a flat earther now?
No, I'm just a person with common sense.
You have selective sense.
No, I can simply recognize when an assumption of a model is impactful in reality and when it isn't impactful.
Yeah, it's pretty impactful. You don't have to account for gravity because it's already accounted for you, just as Ill has explained. Thank you.
The statement accounting for gravity doesn't make sense because it's a force that acts from the outside on you. It's something that already impacts you regardless of whatever you do.
Uh-oh, Illis, you got some contention.
No, you just misunderstood both of us, and you made an illogical sentence. Is all.
No, I overstood.
Yeah, I've got to do some stuff. Be right back anyway. I'm listening in, but yeah.
I overstood. Get it right.
The airplane flies due to a difference in pressures between the top and the bottom of the airplanes, and the gradient of the pressure that causes the airplane to have lift, it also curves along with the Earth. Gravity that pulls the airplane down also curves around the Earth. I mean, it doesn't curve, it points towards the center. So when an airplane would just go straight in 3D space, then the old vertical of the airplane wouldn't be vertical anymore and it would automatically be pulled down again to curve.
So do you think the heads-up display and the airplane showing with the artificial horizon, do you think that the airplane is nose down to the horizon?
The plane will be built in such a way that this
No.
nose down thing is just a neutral sort of position of the plane.
I
We account
want
for
to
these things when
respond.
we build them because we know how they work. Anyway, yeah, I'm done.
It doesn't nose down relative to the horizon because the horizon is observer dependent, so it moves along with the airplane.
Well, yeah, obviously, but it would have to nose down to the horizon because this horizon would be always dropping.
So you didn't understand anything that I just said. Cool.
So you're saying it's parallel to the plane of the horizon?
At every moment, yes.
At every moment. Always, at every moment, it's parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yes.
Yes.
See, we're in agreement. I love when we have agreements. Parallel to the plane of the horizon. You are not nosing down to the horizon. This is very dreadful for the
Because
globe.
the plane is
But
built
I
in
do
such a
appreciate the agreement.
The fact that you think that this is dreadful for a globe is wild. It's
I don't
fascinating.
think I know, sir. I'm wondering how are you not getting this? Parallel to the plane of the horizon, it's over. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no keep going from there. You're either nosing down to the horizon or you're not.
I said what I said, dude.
I know you said what you said. You said the airplanes fly level. It's flat. And I have data to support what you said and what I'm agreeing with. So thank you for that concession. I'm going to post that. I'm going to post the data again. I'm going to post the data again. Notice how it doesn't go in a circle. That's flat data. It's flattened for you, Embo. Do you agree with Illis that there is no nosing down to the horizon?
These are different airplanes in their acceleration or their altitude.
This is the one aircraft.
I see
There
it.
was an
I got it now.
investigation, and these are just the different
Yeah, I popped it out. I could see
sensors.
Yeah. Once I popped it out, I could read how each one's titled.
Yeah, you know, I lost the original link, but I have like the beginning of that article just because I had screen capped it. But yeah, I got to find that link again. I know it's somewhere, but yeah, it's from the Aeronautics Safety Administration. But I just like that they did this investigation, so they make these investigations public, and they put this data out for the public. So it's like maybe you can't look for like, oh, I want to get this data for the specific flight that I happen to be on, but you can look for these sort of investigations that have been done for certain incidences that have happened, and they will pull all the data from the flight recorder. So it's, yeah, from the National Transportation Safety Board. And this one's cool because it is traveling like 500 miles. So when I do the argument with the 500 miles at 500 miles per hour, it makes for some clean math of this 31.4 miles of vertical drop that's supposed to be navigated over. This is why I'm asking it, are they nosing down to the horizon? The only way it would make sense. And they're saying yeah, but no. Like, see, it was like kind of weird, that discussion that just happened. You know, and this isn't even considering, you know, from the previous conversation with this is direct and level flight, right? So they're not flying to a destination that's going to be there in 5 hours. Right? They're just flying 5 hours from their departure to destination. There's no guessing of where it's going to be at. It's over. We've got the data.
The data applies on a globe as well.
On the globe side, we've had pilots and air traffic controllers and stuff. They said they do a flat Earth model, and they do this to simplify the math. If you do a globe or if you do a flat Earth, it's the same result. It's just very little. It's like less math just to assume the Earth is flat and stationary. The distances traveled by the aircraft are not. It's not high enough. And it's not far enough to ever really have to worry about the rotation of the Earth, which is pretty hilarious because some of these flights are in the air for like 12 hours. The Earth should have rotated halfway around.
But they're also moving with the Earth.
Yeah, with that and it should have been halfway around. But also, it's like with this argument about the level. It's just these data points. Matthew learns he tried to do just 500 miles an hour, and you travel 8.3 miles a minute. So then he just calculated, oh, so the plane only corrected for 8.3 miles of curvature. But I was like, okay, well, when you add that up, like times 60 for whatever, it was like, less than 3,000 feet. I'm like, 3,000 feet doesn't equal 31.4 miles of vertical drop. So obviously something's very wrong with your math, Matthew.
Okay, so yeah,
He
I
got
see what
very
you mean.
upset at he got very upset at me with that one.
The other
Even
problem
if
too.
And I was like, shame on you,
even if
Matt.
the drop is that much, if you are always moment by moment, millisecond, microsecond, whatever, the smallest amount of time, moment by moment, if you are just moving at the consistently equidistant distance, like the drop is, it doesn't matter what the drop is, because you are always level and you are moving at a consistent rate, at a consistent velocity, etc., etc. You're not going to perceive any drop, because the feeling you feel is correlated to the Earth here, the equidistant sphere. That's all the reference that your body uses, that the plane uses. So you're not going to feel a drop. You're not going to experience a drop.
Well, no,
Because
the math works out to where
no, it doesn't matter what the math is. You are
47
always
feet.
in the drop. Yes, but you are always in the drop. Whether it's 47 feet or 400 feet,
You'd
you
feel
might
that.
feel it at 400 because you'll have a bigger velocity, sure. But at 47, it's going to be an imperceptible feeling, like it is. Okay, apart from the feeling of being on a plane, and maybe that does partially include that. But it's always happening to you. You are always in the drop. You are not going somewhere and then dropping and going somewhere and then dropping. It's just you're always dropping. You're not feeling a change in your drop rate because the drop is happening to you at all moments.
Another thing
You are
too.
always equidistant.
Another problem with the globe side in airplanes is that when they are 5 to 7 miles or whatever in the air, they just added that to their radius of this sphere they're traveling. But that distance is never taken into account. When they fly from point A to point B, it's the same as a ground distance. Yet the radius of a curve that they traveled over,
the ground distance is just always going to be the ground distance. You're thinking of a different distance. So the ground distance will be the ground distance, but the distance of the diagonal on takeoff and then the diagonal on landing and stuff, that's not
No,
exactly ground
he's
speed.
saying
I've
take
got a phone
the
call.
circle and then draw like on each half or like
Yes, but
angle, like
the
draw another
locations don't
line,
change.
and that
LA
would
to
be
New York, those airports aren't going to change. That ground distance will
35,000.
be
This
the
is now
same all of
adding
the
more
time.
length
The
to,
ground distance will
so you're
always
not
be the
counting
same.
gas for the ground. It would be dependent, and the further you go, the larger this difference in the arcs would be. So your gas would be dependent not on distance at all. Like it would be dependent on, well, I guess it would increase per distance of an arc, right? So now we have a much larger arc. Let's say we're going to China. Now we're this halfway around. So now this is a much larger radius added. 35,000 feet cruising altitude. Now extend the radius that much, 70,000 feet to the radius, and then we just still have and this is, you would know what the consequences are if you know the argument for the black swan, because this is the argument for refraction is just the scaling value of radius, where you're just increasing the radius, so you have a very
The travel
larger
distance
ball.
might change
You have a
time to
larger
time, yes.
ball. So
But the
this is
ground
what's
distance is
happening for
never going
you.
to
You have a
change. The
larger
ground distance
ball,
doesn't change.
and that's
and
a
it would be
problem.
exponential per distance.
Yeah,
But you haven't addressed that the
For
ground
fuel
distance
consumption.
doesn't change.
It'll be addressed like just as easy because it's already a problem with air traffic.
Why is it a problem?
Okay, you just were explaining this. Now,
but you haven't. No,
when you
you
look
you
at-
didn't. You spoke around it to try and make some
It's a
other
bigger
nonsense up.
radius.
Now, when
But
you
no,
look
no,
at
you're look. Okay,
fuel
hear me out,
consumption.
please, because you're not understanding. Okay, yes, you can fly a bigger radius. This is a different travel metric. The speed, the distance on the ground, okay, is never going to change. The distance between New York and LA is never going to change. The amount you fly up and across and altitude changes in the air, that's a different distance.
Well, actually, what
But the
happens
ground
is
distance is the
in
same.
these flights is the further the flight, the more fuel its way down. The fuel
Yes, but
consumption,
the ground
the gas
distance
rate
between
gets
New York and
better
LA
over
doesn't
time because you're
change.
losing weight. You're losing weight. What you need for it to
Dude.
do is to exponentially. You need way more gas to get around a bigger ball.
Yes.
Because your
Yes,
arc is
sure,
bigger.
fine.
Yeah,
But the ground
that doesn't
distance
happen.
doesn't change. The ground distance doesn't change. The differences in fuel does change. The differences in where if they have to stay in the air longer or they have to make different altitude changes because of what's that word?
You're not
When
refuting
it's
the
all
point.
bumpy. I can't remember.
You're not refuting
Turbulence.
the point.
No, but you haven't addressed this simple thing that there are two different distances being measured, okay? And each flight has one distance that's the same every time, and another distance that is its own distance traveled, independent of the ground distance. Okay?
Yes,
So,
obviously.
okay, obviously,
Your
cool. So
airplane, you're not
everything you just said
driving.
just
That's
does
why
not
when we
apply.
say the crow flies, direct.
No.
How the crow flies, direct. We're not talking roads. We're not talking going up and down hills. You
You're
are
not getting it.
flying flat. You're flying
Yes.
flat. You're flying direct.
You're not flying
And
flat
maybe
because you
there's
have to
air, there's
take off,
weather
get to
turbulences, there's
30,000
jet
feet,
streams.
stay in the air, maybe change a couple thousand feet in the air. This is going to be different every flight. But
You're not accounting for
the
almost
distance you.
a quarter difference because
Okay, real
you
quick,
went to
just real quick.
China. Like there's not a
Is
quarter going to China. Is there a quarter difference, a quarter more air because you're
Hear me out.
actually going a longer distance around this arc? And so it
So
becomes
that's not exactly what's
exponential. You
happening.
don't
That's
have the
not what's happening. So,
information to
dude, real
ask the
quick,
question. You shouldn't be
real
arguing
quick,
for it.
real quick. No, because you're not understanding. Do you understand that there is a distance between ground distance and flight distance? Do you
Yeah, we
understand
got
that
it. You
these
just don't
will be
have the
different?
sufficient
Okay, you
information
don't
to
get it.
answer
You
the
don't get it,
question
and
that
you
we're
refuse to acknowledge
posing,
it because
and
it
you're
refutes
conflating it to
everything
something
you've
else.
just
No,
said.
yes, you're appealing to a flat Earth again. We're
No,
talking
is
about
ground
there's a globe,
distance
there's a
and
bigger
flight
glob
distance
around it. That would
two
be where
different things. I
your
don't know if it's
airplanes
actually
are
called
flying.
flight
A
distance,
bigger
but
glob.
Another
you're
one
not.
you have, another problem you have is that's already with aircraft.
You
Then
haven't
bring
even
it,
addressed the first problem or the
then when you
second
bring
problem.
it up to
You're
the
not addressing
ISS,
any of the problems because I don't know why. It's
when you bring it
wild.
up
It's
to the
fascinating.
ISS level, it makes it so the ISS is traveling at
We
like
don't even need
ludicrous
to go
speed.
there. We don't even need to go to ISS level right now. There are many points you're just not
No, it
acknowledging.
just doubles
I don't understand
it
why.
doubles
They
down
just
on it.
apply flat or globe. But yeah, anyway.
Because when you look at the ISS, they've now added 200 miles to their radius,
Okay,
which
this is just
makes it
completely
have to travel
so
at
really
about like
bye bye.
100 or 1,000, 17,000 miles per hour. That is breakneck speed.
He
There's
said
no
bye
way.
bye. He said bye bye, Kurt.
Oh, he ran off. Okay. Yeah, he knew his goose was cooked. He knew that each time you increase a distance off the surface on the balltard, you're increasing the distance from point A to point B because their straight line or their straight line distance is a curved. So you've got larger and larger and larger curved, and they just the numbers get ridiculous, and they get ridiculous fast, as shown by their lore from the ISS. 17, I just Googled it. So yeah, 17,900 miles per hour. That's how fast it's going. It takes 90 minutes for them to go around the Earth. Just like compounding air every time you go off the surface. Where on a flat Earth, you can maintain the same speed. You're just a little bit off the ground. You just increase your vertical distance and still travel the same speed. Like if you go from a football field from point A, end zone to end zone, 100 yards, and you lift 100 yards into the air and go 100 yards, it's still right there. You just made it a rectangle.
Yeah, and that would be the consequence of like using this assumed flat model because no, like on your arc, it's like the fuel consumption is exponentially getting more. Like that's gets into be some more complicated math. Because a smaller arc would be like going from coast to coast in America, but then a much larger arc would be going to China. So it wouldn't be just like this travel time for going this small distance is equal to like going a larger distance with that much, even if you're and like I said, more, you got more fuel, the more fuel you burn, the better your fuel efficiency gets. So you would have to calculate that in with also exponentially increasing this arc, which would add like a quarter distance. They say it's negligible, but it's calculable. But they don't calculate for it because who wants to calculate for 31.4 miles of missing vertical drop, where the airplane has to nose down to the horizon 47 feet a second to maintain it. Yeah, just assume flat and stationary like it is.
I'm just looking up the space lore. Just the ISS space lore is just hilarious. So apparently, every month in orbit, they age 0.005 seconds less than everyone on Earth.
Why don't they just make a better clock?
I mean, that's just like absolutely hilarious. How would you quantify that? Like, you could tell that someone aged this much less. Like, what? Like,
Well,
how
you
did
think
you?
it's that, or that's like how much out of sync that they're saying that the clocks go?
Bro, it's obvious, dude. So the woman goes up, right, and she's got no wrinkles, and she comes down, and she's got a slight wrinkle, and you're like, you don't look a day over 45 and 7.67578 seconds.
Valid.
So like, even they spent like 100 months in orbit. So I mean, just move the 2 zeros over. So they're saying that they'd be half a second younger. Like, what? So you got about, I mean, say if people live to be 76, 912 months. Times 0.005. They'd be 4 seconds younger. 4.5 seconds. Like what? Is that really a thing they believe in? Is that like, that's actually part of their lore?
Dude, it's relativity, bro.
Like, why even say that? It's like, it's so like.
Not only that, brother, not only that, but the fact that the chick is an old hag by the time she comes back, without that, GPS wouldn't work. Right? So the fact that it's 4 seconds off after 70 years means GPS wouldn't work. That's the claim. What's the most accurate GPS? Like within 1 meter or 3 meters?
This is hilarious. Apparently, the astronauts didn't qualify for thrift savings plan until 1984.
What the heck? Hilarious.
It's like, well, I mean, you're already like a high grade military officer, and you didn't take advantage of it then. So like,
Dude, yeah, if you're an astronaut and you don't know how to save money on your own, there's a problem. You know, aren't they supposed to be the best of the best? Remember that movie, The Right Stuff, where you had to weed out the weak and stupid. which is surprising how Don Pettit got in. He's definitely both of those.
I mean, it's like the military astronauts are getting ripped off. So apparently, civilian astronauts are a GS scale from GS 12 to GS 15, which is about 150,000 a year.
Hey, would you lie for 150,000 a year?
Yeah, not even lie. Just regurgitate some bullshit in front of a camera. Just play a role. You're an actor. You're like an underpaid actress or actor.
Yeah, I got a question. Are all the astronauts who broadcast on the ISS, were they in the IMDb under an actor?
That's what they
I
have
know
for
some of
Apollo
them
11.
are.
Yeah, Apollo 11 has that. If you cite them if you cite the ISS live stream according to the citation criteria for college, you'd write actor.
Really? That's hilarious.
The same thing with any documentary or broadcast media.
Is it a coincidence that in the right stuff they were levitating ping pongs with a straw, and now the normal guy, new astronaut, is a ping pong ball trick shot artist? Is that just coincidence? Dude perfect.
Dude perfect, man. How is he an astronaut?
He started with ping pong balls. Well, I'm talking about TV astronauts.
Yeah, but
I was
how
just
is he an
making.
astronaut at all?
He has the. Yeah, well, I know. I was making a right stuff reference. He doesn't. Does he have the right stuff? Dude, perfect.
So are we calling people who go to high altitude astronauts now?
Well, I mean, Shatner
That's
went
new
up there and
trend.
cried. Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to present. That's the
So
idea.
if you go as high as an air balloon can go, or a little bit higher, then you're an astronaut now.
Yeah, if you go up high enough to make you cry, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, he went up and he saw how delicate the Earth is, and to me, it's like when I go on an airplane, that's I realize like how resilient the Earth is. It's like wow, there's a lot of place here. I don't see
Oh,
anybody.
yeah. Well, rumor has it that when you go up high to the black, that's all you can see. You can only see the Earth and the black. And so basically, from your perspective, if you ask what you're seeing, all reality at that point in time is just the Earth that you can view. And you're like, dang, I'm alone. It's just me and this place that I live. And in that sense, I could understand why you'd think it's delicate. 'Cause it's like, wait a minute, dude. There's nowhere else to go. This is it. And then Shatner was like, I littered when I was 7. I put plastic in the ocean. A turtle died because of me. I'm sorry. Like an existential crisis.
Yeah, so he wants to regulate everything now.
Yep, see? That's what it is, boys. Go up high, come back down, make everybody else follow some rules. Because you went up to the sky and you got the rules from the deity in the sky that said, these are the rules that I want humanity to live by. Paper straws from now on, even though they taste like ass. Shatner's still alive. He's still alive, right? 'Cause that happened recently, right?
That happened like a few years ago.
I think he would be good to. I think he would be good to take over for Wilford Brimley with the diabetes commercials. He'd be like, Dia, Beta.
Yeah, I think it would broaden it. I mean, these but the space fantasy is always alive. So like putting little kids in NASA jamming.
Yeah.
They're giving the children the little mobiles with the stellar system, and then when they get a little older, it's like, oh, now you can build your own mobile. All these balls just dangling, just dazzling, mesmerizing. And they put them in core curriculum, and they come out and at a 5th grade reading comprehension level. It takes like a physical effort. Do you agree? Everything's work.
I don't know why it says flat Earth. That needs changing.
Why?
Because the Earth is round.
Who cares? So let me ask this, friend. Let's say the Earth is round. Would that mean that you can't have a channel talking about flat Earth? Flat Earth is definitely a topic that exists, right?
Well, it's a stupid topic. I'll be real with you. That's my point.
Really. So let me ask this question. If there was a forum that said Middle Earth, should they just have flown the ring with an eagle instead of walking their asses off like a bunch of stupid hobbits? Would that be a good channel for you?
No, that's useless.
Why not? No, it's not, dude, because let me tell you something, friend. That book series is one of the most popular, most lucrative book series loved and adored by millions of fans, right? People are interested in it. You see what I'm trying to say here? People are interested in it.
Okay,
So,
but that doesn't make
based on interest alone, this topic is well worth having. In fact, not only has it been a channel here for about a year, it's been the #1 populated channel for voice hours in this server for the better part of that year. Only recently to be upstaged by the election. So yeah,
AI. Okay, you're on about interest here. I'm not really on
one
about
at a time,
interest.
guys.
My main
Look,
point.
hey, dude, you're trying to tell me that we shouldn't have this channel. I'm telling you, people are interested in it, so your opinion is irrelevant. Okay?
Okay,
You follow?
my original point was that it's useless. You
Okay,
can't say
cool
this.
story. So,
It's not making you
okay,
money.
cool story, dude. It is useful because people enjoy being here.
So what's the problem?
And human enjoyment is a valuable end in itself. Okay, it's a useful use in itself that is
But you're
sufficient
wasting your
enough.
time on this shit, bro.
Okay, dude. If I'm wasting my time, then there wouldn't be the
Are you a
case
flat
that it's the
earther?
most popular channel. Would it?
Are you a flat
AI,
earther?
but the thing is that what happens is that even though it's fun for people to come and listen to you talk, where are you guys actually going with Flat Earth? I know it seems good and it's most listened to, but I think people are listening to you for the wrong reasons.
What are you talking about, Willis?
I don't know what you said.
You guys have gotten multiple feedback on that from like both times they did a town hall meeting, and people said, "Hey, this topic is dangerous. It's damning. It's driving humanity to a halt. No one really cares." You're like, how do you guys maintain what at least what it's doing is being able to challenge someone's epistemology. They think the Earth is a globe is a foregone conclusion, and they don't know anything about it. It's like an extremely
I
limited
think.
position.
Okay, wait, Crit. Can I answer Crit real quick? Crit, can you hear me? Is my mic okay? Because people said they couldn't hear me earlier.
No,
Is my
you're
mic
good.
okay?
You're loud
Okay,
and
so
clear.
what I'm gonna say is that is it more so? I understand and I respect the challenging of epistemology, but do you think that people are joining because they're curious as to how people hold these beliefs, and it becomes kind of, I don't know, like it becomes burnt out when flat Earth people aren't really doing anything to push the narrative forward.
Well, yeah, it's demonstrating that you have a lot of beliefs. You don't know why you believe them. You just have faith beliefs.
What do you think in your worldview would be pushing a narrative forward? What does that look like?
I'd be real with you.
Science,
I just joined
like
this
literal
VC.
science.
I just joined this VC, this 24/7 flat Earth, just to hear some dumb people with no brain cells talk about how the Earth is flat. It's not. It's clearly not flat.
Are you?
Because
Do you have this on speaker? Do you listen to yourself when you speak?
Well, no, I mean it's okay.
You don't
He's
have to
here
go
for
to a server to do that.
Think of the break
Talk
in
to yourself.
epistemology. Think about that break in epistemology he just demonstrated. He's here for entertainment, stupid for purposes, and his
Yeah.
of entertainment is listening to some people talk.
Yeah.
He's got that on the globe side in spades. He's got reality TV up the yin yang. He's got
I
all
can't
these
lie.
scientific communicators. You got these news shows, these pundits. You've got Jackass. You got all kinds of crazy shit on the globe side, and none of it works. He's bored. He's bored of all of it, and the only way for him to find his version of entertainment is a simple person entertained by simple things. Is to come to this channel and not hear a word that's said, and his takeaway is that it's all stupid. He doesn't understand a single thing being presented here.
I do. That is incorrect. You are assuming falsely. Any more words, Crit?
Are you even speaking English? I that was just all gibberish. It was literally garble, and there was no robot interference in the line. Like that was just you mumbling, making some sort of noise out of your mouth that was intelligible.
Crit, fix up.
All right,
You did
listen.
it
If
again.
he's going to tell us we're stupid, right? Responding isn't just telling him that he's just talking garbled nonsense.
I
Because then
mean,
you're
he
just
was.
basically saying you're. Just hold on, friend. I'm obviously not speaking to you, dummy. Okay, try to be as intelligent as you're pretending to be. Thanks. So
I have no friends.
All right, cool story, dude. So I'm going to speak, and you're going to be quiet, either by acquiescence or force. Which one do you choose?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Your mic didn't come through.
Oh, fair enough. Hold on, let me relocate my audio device.
No, you're fine. He's being a dumbass again.
I mean, it might be my device. It might be my speaker, but your voice didn't come through.
You can hear him. Quit being stupid.
Well, I'll tell you this, homie. I don't even know where my phone is, so it could be somewhere where it's not getting good signal.
Okay, I can hear your voice.
You bring up a good point, bro. Where is my phone, dude? Where did I put it? What the hell?
Yo, Crit, why you so
Check the
like?
refrigerator.
Crit, why you on my ass, bro?
I'm not on your ass. I'm letting you know that you can find what you're looking for here. You can find what you're looking for on the globe. Your globe card isn't there to offer you what you need and want. So you can be offered that here. Well,
what are you on about?
I'm accepting you for who you are. You're a dude who's looking for entertainment, and you've got a particular version of what you're looking for.
That's right, bro. They made a song about it. They made a song about you, bro. It's called "I Got What You Need Right Here, bro."
That is incorrect. Let me just correct you there, Crit. I'm not here for entertainment purposes. I'm actually here to learn something, and here to what the flat earthers are saying. To learn about what the ideology of this earth is. I'm not here for entertainment purposes. I could have joined many other servers, which could have entertained me more than you. I mean, hearing your voice, it's blowing my speakers, can't lie.
Yeah, so we're just talking about you believe that gravity fly airplanes for you, and that you nose down, to the horizon on level flight. And we were just like having a laugh about that, and then you came in like not knowing what's going on in the conversation, and then started slinging accusations. It's like if you wanted to join in the conversation, let's talk about level flight. But you don't want to do that. You don't know how aerodynamics work. Or do you?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you nose down to the horizon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, you won't even quite realize it because of how basically the Earth curves. Not basically, you can't really like. I don't know how to
It's not
explain it,
there. It's not like really there. It's relative. Like it is there, but it isn't. I get it.
because of how big this world is. You don't really
Oh yeah.
realize. You don't really realize that you've gone over the horizon.
Yeah, the tiny 3959-mile radius. Yeah.
And airplanes they don't fly just below the thrust of the Earth. They fly way below. It's not
Yeah, they
like the
fly
other
where they
stuff.
go. Yeah, exactly. Direct flight. Yeah. Direct and level flight.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep. So what's your point? I don't get it.
No, see, you came in here all heated, and we actually agree. See,
I'm
you
not
shouldn't get
heated.
upset when we agree.
Who
We
said I'm
agree.
heated? Who,
Don't get
bro?
upset.
Oh, were you the guy who just texted? Why you mad?
You're
I'm
literally
just.
getting upset right now. We
I-
agree. I'm telling you, there's no
I'm
reason
not.
to get upset when we agree.
Why would I
Direct
be
level flight.
mad?
Good point.
Why would I get mad over some useless talk about some people saying Earth is flat?
Well, no, we agreed. So that's why you shouldn't get mad because we agreed.
I'm not mad. I don't
Direct
know
level
where.
flight.
I don't know which corner you got
Yeah.
that with, bro.
See, yes,
I
you
ain't
came in
mad,
here. You
bro.
thought there were some enemies here, and we agree.
No, bro, you're my friend, bro. How you my enemy,
Yeah,
bro?
direct level flight. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I don't know
We
where that.
agree. The airplanes fly of a locally flat Earth.
No, that's incorrect.
All right, brother, you're boring.
Hey, to be honest, I'll be real with you. You're quite right there. It does
Okay,
fly
so
flat. It does fly flat, but it curves over the
Yep.
horizon.
how can you fly flat and curve simultaneously?
Gravity.
No, that wasn't the answer. Okay, pay attention to the words. How can you
That wasn't the
fly
answer.
flat? How can you fly flat and curve simultaneously?
No one's curving simultaneously. Who said that?
You have to.
No, you don't.
Okay, so listen, if planes aren't curving simultaneously in their path, then that means they're flying over a flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. Good point.
No, they're not.
Well, you just conceded the Earth's flat. Thanks.
But I did, bro. Bro. Are you like this? The thing is, I actually don't
You
explain
proved the
this.
Earth is flat. Good job.
No, I didn't.
Bro, if an airplane is flying at a level attitude
Do you think you're a giant living
consistently,
on this earth? Do you
if an airplane is flying at a level attitude consistently, then the Earth's flat, dude. There's no other answer.
listen, dude? Do you think you're a
Unless
giant
it's
living
not
on this
flying
earth?
at a consistent altitude.
Listen, bro. Do you think you're a giant living on this earth?
What?
Do you think you're a giant living on this earth? You're not,
I don't know,
right?
dude.
Are you a
Can you
giant Google on
enunciate?
this Earth?
I mean, I'm not a giant living on this earth. I'm actually a human. I'm asking you a simple question. Are you a giant living on this earth?
Doesn't sound simple.
Okay, dude. Let
He's
me
asking
put it
if
to you
you're. Are
simply,
you a
friend.
giant? Yeah.
Yeah.
On this earth, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
so he's
got
not a
it. But you
giant.
gotta,
So you
yeah,
you have to
fair point,
understand.
friend. But you gotta learn. You gotta learn to actually make stops between words, so they're actual different words instead of one big word.
Okay. Well, my point was that with that small, compared to the Earth, that we don't really realize the curvature. If you try, you see what I mean?
Yeah, we lad, yeah.
Dude, you're killing me, bro.
How am I killing you?
You feeling Irie, man?
Because you're just agreeing with me. You're
I'm
basically
not.
saying that if a plane was traveling an arced path to maintain altitude, that it would constantly be rotating in free space relative to its previous attitude. The only arbitrational point you had back was, oh, I wouldn't notice it personally. I don't care if you noticed it. That doesn't change the fact it must be happening.
Okay. Well, I feel like you're a bit.
No,
Listen.
it's
Do you
not a
believe?
waste of time. Let me tell you why, friend. Let me tell you why.
Can you listen to
Instruments
me?
exist.
Can you listen?
Instruments exist that are sensitive enough to measure that rotation. Okay.
Okay, bro. Do you believe in physics?
Well, you clearly don't.
I do.
Okay, so then you know what a gyroscope is, right?
Yeah, but listen, this is my point.
Okay, so if you're constantly rotating, the gyroscope will tell you, right?
Listen, G. Listen. So you believe in physics? Do you believe in magnets and how they repel and attract and all that shit?
Dude, I believe this channel is a magnet for you to come here, and you came.
Can you answer
There you
my
go.
question? I don't know what's wrong with you. Why are you backing out for?
Because, dude, I don't need to answer you. You need to make your point.
I'm trying to make you understand my
Yeah,
point.
AI.
Listen,
why don't we got positivity here, and you're negatively charged, so you're attracted.
Yeah.
What are you on about,
Exactly.
bro? What is going on, bro? I'm actually trying to like.
He's saying you want my number, bro.
Yo, what, bro? You clearly don't want to have a conversation here. You just want to piss about. And guess what? I've got a PhD.
Dude, I want you to make your point, dude. I don't want to have to answer questions to make your point for you.
I can't make you understand my point if there's no explanation or if there's no like. You get what I mean? So I'm trying to make you understand that you're not really a player to like, you know what I mean?
You say you have PhD?
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Liar.
Stupid right now. I can't lie. If you're trying to piss about, I mean, I've got a PhD in that.
Dude, you got a PhD at BS.
I've got a PhD in physics.
And you got a BS in BM.
I don't know what.
Oh, those are dude. So you don't know what those letters are because you never actually went to college.
What are you on about?
A BS is a bachelor's of science.
Well, okay, who did all that?
You didn't. He just told you, hey, you got a BS, and you said no. After you said yes.
Who said no? No one said no.
Yeah, you can't get a PhD without a BS first, homie.
Listen, G, I never said no in the first place.
And then you need a master's after that, and then you can get your PhD.
And you have to realize that
some PhDs go without the masters, but sure.
You have to realize that a clever person, he does not answer the questions
that's fair.
Someone who has no brain cells. If you ever ask a clever person 2 + 2, he'll never answer.
All right, dude. Okay, listen, dude. When I take a magnet and I stick it to the fridge, it sticks to the fridge. Okay, go on with your point, for the love of God.
How does it? What are you on about? Fridge? No one said fridge.
Dude, I'm just agreeing that I know what a magnet is, dude. So now that I conceded I know what a magnet is, why don't you try making a point for the love of God and all that is holy?
Okay, so how what do you think? What happens in between the force of the magnets?
Oh yeah. So let me quote some of the most prestigious scientists in the world. We don't really know how magnets work. There.
I'm just scrolling on TikTok and I just found a pretty funny video. I'm not laughing at you.
Yeah. Hey, do I have to post? Do I have to post a video?
Anyway,
dude, that's me. That's me jamming.
No,
jamming
I thought
techno.
someone was yelling at him in the background. It was like, dude, pay attention. Your mom's telling you to get off the internet, dude.
Anyways. Like I was saying, so what do you believe is happening between?
This guy's high.
Space cadet. He's like literally a space cadet.
Breathe.
Smoking too much
It's
weed.
got
911, please. Can someone call 911?
All right, what were you asking? Sorry, I had to do something real quick.
All right.
He's convulsing. He's having a conniption.
Yeah. Can you call?
You're literally shaking right now.
Can you call 911?
Watermelon seed stuck.
Can you call 911? Can you call 911?
How? I don't know where you're at, dude. How can I call 911 for you? 911? What is your emergency? Oh, someone's on the internet dying. Oh, we can't travel to the internet. Duh.
Don't dox yourself, boss man.
I declare 911.
Yeah, can you call 911? I'm trying to bring the emergency services.
LMNOP.
Listen, bro.
He's a player.
Bro. Either get serious right now or get yeeted. Those are your options.
Oh, man, that was a video.
All right, there. You can decide on mute. When you're ready to answer whether you're going to be serious or get yeeted, let me know. Okay. Pleading or feigning a crisis situation isn't very comely for a bunch of people that would help you but can't, right? So false alarms and crying wolf is a very big faux pas in a room like this. So give me one reason why I shouldn't permanently ban you from this room and divorce you from your source of listening to idiots to entertain yourself.
Maybe he needed emergency services. He just got burned.
I don't know. I kind of thought he was choking on a magnet. All right, but you know what? To be fair, maybe he doesn't have fingers and he can't type. So let's put him back on talk so he can tell us what's up. You know, I don't want to be an ableist because I have all my digits. All right, bro. How's it going? Are you live?
Yeah.
All right, you ready to be serious?
Yeah, I've always been serious, yeah.
All right, so magnets, how do they work?
That's my question.
You just got memed. You just got memed, son.
That's my question to you.
Hey, okay. Let me. Yeah. Great point. So let me look up. Yeah, let's see. Richard Feynman. Okay, Richard Feynman, one of the most prestigious physicists. Let's see. Yeah, Richard Feynman. We don't really know how magnets work. Okay, there you go. So now why don't you tell me how they work? Since you're a PhD.
So you failed to answer my question.
Listen, listen, friend, if I can't go to some of the most prestigious scientists and get them to say something other than at a fundamental level, we really don't know how magnets work, then how am I, who's never investigated it to their level, going to tell you, for goodness sakes?
Okay, so if you don't know...
Why don't you tell us, since
Sorry
you're the
about
PhD, gracing us with your presence?
Okay, well, I'm actually commenting on something that you said very earlier. You were like, how can gravity and whatever you're about planes do simultaneously? I don't know what you said, but I forgot what you said. But my basic,
Holy crap.
my
Listen,
basic,
dude, don't, please, dude,
point is...
please don't hurt yourself.
Can you let me finish?
That was a different person, homie. You're talking as a completely different person you're talking to.
Can you let me finish? Can you let me finish?
Yeah, if you go quick, because this is a train wreck of logical problems.
So if you don't know how a magnet works, then how can you say such a thing? Because you surely don't know how gravity works. Then.
Hey, yeah, let me see. Let me look up some world-class physicists.
I actually already knew the answer to that.
We don't really know what
how
the cause of gravity. Oh, there.
You say what?
Yeah, but see, friend, I wasn't critiquing gravity. I was critiquing your illogical statement that something could be traveling flat yet simultaneously curving. Okay, that's a contradiction. Can't exist.
No, it's not.
It can exist. Well, I don't know what you're on about. Why are you off it for?
Okay, so somebody made a claim. It's not a contradiction. Go ahead and tell us how.
On a gravitationally affected sphere. We went over this about 20 minutes ago.
What? Oh man, you're dumb as crap, dude.
Bro, answer him, bro. What the fuck? You can't just say he's dumb.
So what are we talking? Let's just imagine an aircraft, right, traveling at a fixed altitude above the sphere. So that means it has an equidistant radii at all times. So that means that in order to go from point A to point B, the attitude of the object, right, according to the equilibrium of forces that you claim in your geoidal gravitational model, would cause the aircraft to experience a constant rotation known as a change in attitude
as its down vector is constantly radially changing, right? Is
So
that
we
a
went
true
over this.
statement or an untrue
No,
statement?
that's not. That's an untrue statement.
Okay, so I'm going to be very clear to you, dude. If I have a level, which is a tool, so it's a horizontal bar. Well, sorry, not a horizontal
I know
bar,
what a
a
level is.
straight
I know
bar.
what a level is. I've used
Yeah.
one, two board
Yeah,
before.
yes, but our other friend with the watermelon icon isn't as smart as you, so I have to spell it out for him.
I am very.
So if I take that level and the level is perpendicular to the vector of down, also known as horizontal, and I move that level across the surface of the Earth, in order for that level to maintain perpendicularity to down, the box of the level must experience a constant rotation, yes or no?
No.
Okay, you're dumb. Next person, yes or no?
What?
Yeah,
Retarded.
the person who said no is a retard. Next
That is
person,
me,
please.
the guy with the watermelon as PFB.
Yeah, we figured that, dude. We're waiting for the other guy who at least has a modicum of more
Kind of.
intelligence than you.
Sorry, dude, but yeah, kind of. It's relative.
Holy shit, dude. Listen, if down radially is changing every moment,
Down radially
that's
isn't changing on a gravitationally affected sphere. Wherever you are on this sphere, your level is going to be towards the very center of the sphere. So no matter what point you go to, it will always be the
Wow,
same.
you're stupid. You're stupid. Let me explain.
You can't just say someone's stupid, bro. Can you
You
please?
just said, yes, that's why I said, let me explain. So I said, you're stupid, let me explain. So that's where I explained why what he said was stupid. I don't just say you're stupid and leave it at that.
Well, you
Okay,
clearly
so
did.
let me explain. No, I said, let me explain. So stop interrupting me from explaining. Thanks.
So can you explain, please?
So what he said was, your down isn't changing because it's to the center of Earth. But radially, from your previous position, it is at a different angle, which means in order to maintain perpendicularity to down, you must rotate the object. This is a fact. It cannot be otherwise. There's no argument about this. If you
Yes,
think
so I agree with that.
otherwise, you're
That's why I said
flawed.
kind of at the first question. That's why I said kind of to the first question. Like
Okay,
there
so
is a
at least you're intelligent. At least you're intelligent. So now, Mr. Watermelon, an object, if it's traveling at the same altitude, fixed from a radius, and it's traveling around an arced path around the radius to maintain the same radius, in order to maintain perpendicularity to that radius, it must rotate constantly.
Okay,
What do you think that means?
Who denied that? Who denied that?
You did when you said it. An object can be
No, I did
traveling
not.
flat
No, I
and
did not.
curving simultaneously.
So he might have denied it in context, but now that he understands that what you mean by the concept, that's not. I think to be fair, that's not what he was saying.
AI overload. I'm going to say something to you. Earlier, about 10-15 minutes ago.
Yeah. Then what?
He left.
About 10-15 minutes ago, what, dude? You said something can be traveling flat and curving simultaneously, like a retard.
Yes,
That's
that's
what you
still
said.
true. That is still true.
No, it isn't true.
Yes, it is, and we went
No,
over
it
this.
isn't. Something that's maintaining a fixed altitude, traveling around a sphere, would be traveling in an arced path, not a flat path.
Okay, but it would
Period.
be flat relative.
Sorry, my mic bugged out. I don't know what happened.
Wow. Flat relative.
At each moment, the plane will be flat. Okay, the whole thing might be a curve.
Okay,
but
that's
the
not
plane
a path.
At each moment. Okay,
No, it wouldn't
fine.
actually be flat. It wouldn't be flat. It'd be 3 degrees tipped up because that's how planes fly.
Oh, wow, the semantics.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could try actually getting something right today, and then I wouldn't have to press you for it. How about that? Why don't you say a correct statement that's actually accurate?
You know what I'm saying.
No,
You
it's
knew
not
exactly what I
pedantic.
was saying.
No, let me
It
tell
is
you why. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it's not
Yes,
pedantic.
so we use
Let me
this
tell
3
you why.
degrees as
Let
now the
me
3
tell
degrees is
you
now.
why. Okay, cool story. Let me tell you why it's not pedantic. Because the earlier homeboy said that because of the economy of scale and relative position, you wouldn't be able to notice this occurring. Now, I might agree that from your human faculties, you may not be able to notice. However, there are instruments that would be able to measure whether the plane was experiencing a constant rotational change in its attitude or maintaining a consistent attitude. Those two things are mutually exclusive. It can't do both. And if it was traveling over a curved Earth, maintaining an altitude, it would do one. And if it was moving over a fixed flat Earth, it would do different. In each scenario,
No,
the
it
plane's
wouldn't.
attitude would be different.
No, it wouldn't.
If you say no, you're dumber than a box of shit-tarred rocks, dude.
They don't need the rotational information because they just apply
I
after
don't
the fact.
care.
They're
Dummy. Try listening when someone's talking. No, I'm not going to
what
let
you
him
said
talk,
was
dude.
wrong. You're making implications that are untrue.
wrong.
You're making untrue implications. I just described
Wrong.
Yo, AI, can you let him talk? I'm actually curious to know what he's saying.
Dude, no,
Okay, then,
because he didn't accurately
you clearly lost this conversation.
retort. He didn't accurately retort my point, so I'm going to clarify my point. Okay. I didn't say that anyone. Listen, I didn't say that anyone had to account for this intentionally. I said that the plane will be undergoing these physical alterations in free space. If the Earth is flat, it's going to be doing one thing. If the Earth is a globe, it's going to be doing something different. That's a fact. There's no about it. That's a fact.
Okay, so can you unmute this guy? I'm actually curious to know what he's saying. If you could let him talk, that'd be great.
So yeah, nothing I've said contradicts this. And so far, you haven't distinguished how this information would differentiate it from the same effect that would happen to the globe.
bro.
What? No,
So,
dude.
yes,
Okay, let's be
so
clear.
technically,
Go ahead.
there would be a relative rotational difference. Fine, absolutely. All right, but the way this translates to the information is indifferent. Its starting position. Its starting position. Literally, I'm literally telling you, its starting position.
Based off what?
Okay.
Right.
Based off of where it started.
No, there's a device on the plane. Based off what?
Based off Singapore airport.
Well, listen, the device on the plane.
Based off what? I guarantee you
listen,
don't know what you're saying.
There's a confusion. The device on the plane would be spun up on the ground to its position on the ground. However, if you didn't have the device, the same attitude changes would occur. So relative to its original starting position is how the device would chart it. So that's correct, Mr. Matrix.
Whoa.
So now that we all understand that the plane must undergo a constant and necessary rotation that cannot be otherwise.
No one denied that in the first place. I don't know.
Yeah, you did, sucker. You did.
No, he didn't.
You're trying to retcon history, Holmes.
I didn't. I don't know what you're
Not in the way you think he did.
No, listen. If he wants to come in here, okay, and tell us that we're the stupid ones, and then go on and put his foot in his mouth and say that an object can be traveling in a flat line while simultaneously curving, and then feign ignorance like he's just being pedantic. No, it isn't, dude. Oh my God, you're stupid, dude. Yeah, let me ask you this question, dude. See how stupid you really
I
are.
don't know what you're on about, but
Can an object travel? Can an object travel in a straight ray while simultaneously curving on that ray? Yes or no?
A straight ray.
Yeah, you know what a ray is, right?
Not in this
a line that extends indefinitely, that
like
maintains its
like
linearity,
laser,
180 degrees,
right, cool.
a straight angle.
All right, cool. Yeah, that's not a curve.
Correct. It's not a curve. So if something's traveling in a linear ray, it's not curving.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's not the same as a straight line.
Wow, dude. A straight line. Listen. A straight line is a straight line. Now, you could say, I'm traveling in a straight line on this axis, but I'm traveling in a curved line on that axis. You could say that, and that wouldn't be a contradiction.
A 3D arc would be like a straight line on the Z.
Right.
Is it Z,
yes.
Z and Y, but not on, well, not on the Z, sorry.
Right.
Yeah,
but we're talking about the vertical axes here. We're not talking about the horizontal axis. Sorry. We're not talking about the lateral axis. We're talking about the vertical axis.
Cool.
So we're concerned in this argument about whether the plane's nose is constantly going down and the tail constantly going up, which it must do if it's going to maintain an equal altitude above a curved surface.
So that's the thing that's in contention, is like the plane is always going to be level, moment by moment. It will be relatively level to the place that it is over the equidistant sphere at all moments. And what the plane is doing, it's not having to
No, it's
adjust its
relatively
pitch.
level to the gyroscope, not to the surface of the ground.
No, it is to the surface of the ground, because the ground
No,
is
it's
what's
not.
causing the effect.
How can you prove that? That's what the gyroscope's
What
for.
do you mean? Planes fly through the air, all right? Whether it's flat or a
No
sphere,
shit.
whether it's
I
flat
fucking
or a
hope they're in the
sphere,
air.
like the effect still applies as if flat for this purpose, because the only moment we're talking about is the moment in time, all right, that it's over. You're not measuring the whole path at this point. So the plane is constantly falling, and all you have to do is maintain an engine speed to keep your lift. The plane is going to be doing the falling itself. There's no
That is
pitch adjustment
true.
required unless you want to change a relative altitude to the
All right.
equidistant sphere in
Okay,
this
you're
example.
on a point. You're on a fair point, which is that if it's the case that you're flying in an arc path, right? Obviously, as you proceed from the arc, you'd now be at a greater altitude at the nose, which means you'd have greater equipotential, which means the nose would fall forward, just as if you stepped off a step. But the point is, how do you determine what is actually happening? Is the plane doing that, which it must do, we all agree, or is it actually maintaining an equal level? Which one? Is it following an arc, or is it following a straight ray? Which one?
So it's not following a straight ray, but at each moment that the plane is in existence through time,
Okay.
it's changing its ground position. So at each ground position, it's always level.
We already agreed, dude, listen, pay attention. We already agreed in principle that that's the claim. What we want to know now is how do you arbitrate between the two positions of what the plane is actually doing? Not just repeat the claim.
Okay, so the plane isn't doing anything. It's just gravity is always there. And so
Fuck, dude.
you're always falling.
Okay,
If you're in the air, you're always going to fall.
pay attention, dude. When I said don't repeat the claim again, that's what I meant. Because we've all beat this claim to death. Now let's get to the brass tacks of proving which one's actually occurring.
Well, we can't tell. We don't have the right reference frames. This is
really?
why
So,
clever
a cool
exists.
story, dude. You do have a right reference frame. You have the gyro.
Maybe.
I don't know why I'm debating. I don't know why I'm debating a flat earther.
Wow, dude. Yeah, I don't know why either. Why don't you go do something else?
Honestly, because you clearly have no brain.
Why don't you go make me a sandwich in the kitchen, Holmes? How about that?
You don't
Yeah,
know
it's
why
hard,
you're
like,
doing what
uneducated.
you're doing.
Don't do that.
That's a problem.
say
You
what?
right there are an NPC in your own life.
I
You
am not.
don't even know why you're doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I do.
The cause
I
of
have a
yourself
purpose.
is a mystery.
I have a
Like
purpose.
someone else is operating you, dude.
It's not. No one's operating me.
You're being
Actually.
controlled by an external force that you don't know why.
I am not being controlled by anyone.
You just said you don't know why you're debating a flat earther.
What? Can you
You're
repeat
not
that?
even debating, boss man. You're just kind of chipping in
No,
with
I actually,
comments.
can he repeat that? The last sentence.
Yeah, so, watermelon friend, listen, dude. We're not repeating, telling you that you're too ignorant of knowing why you're here or not, okay? That's a waste of everyone's time. So unless you got a solution, watermelon boy, unless you got a solution to how we're going to arbitrate whether the plane is following a straight ray or an arced path, then you can just be quiet and let the big dogs talk. How about that?
Yeah, I like that.
So, homeboy on the table said that we don't have the technology or reference to be able to tell whether the plane is undergoing a rotation. So, if that's the case,
that isn't
then
what I said.
how?
That's
Okay,
not what I
well then you clearly weren't clear with what you said because that's exactly what I heard when you said
I
it.
said
Ronnie.
gravity is constantly going to pull you down. All you have to do is
That's
maintain an
not.
airspeed to keep your altitude.
Holy crap, dude! You are the dumbest person in here right now. You're even dumber than
Call me dumb,
Watermelon
but
Boy.
Don't address it then. Call me dumb. Don't address it because you can't.
Okay, pay attention, dummy. Let me
What did they
explain.
say? What did I?
Yeah, let me
You told me
explain. Let me explain. Let me explain. We already fucking agreed. Okay? We already agreed and conceded the point that if it's the case that the plane is constantly falling on itself, rotating, that that's just what it would do. We then went on to say, stop repeating the claim, which you just did again, and get to the point where we're arbitrating whether the plane is actually doing this rotation or not. Is there a way to arbitrate it? You said no.
What you said was that I said we don't have the technology to detect it. That wasn't that's not the claim. The claim is
Oh my
gravity
god, dude.
falling all the time. That's a different thing, dude.
Holy fuck,
You're lying
dude.
about what I said. No, don't holy fuck me. You lied.
Okay, so here we're gonna play a fucking game, dude. You ready to play? Let's see if you're man enough. Called I'm right and
You
you're
forgot
wrong.
what
It's
you
where I
said.
go
You
back.
forgot what you
It's where
said.
I go back to the live stream and I pull the recording.
Do it.
And then we see
Do
who's
it.
right.
Do it.
Be warned,
All right,
if he
so
does it,
just
there'll be consequences.
well, the only
You
consequence I
framed
want
my
is for him
question.
to
You
actually
framed my question as we don't have the technology, and I didn't say that, okay? I said gravity
holy
is
shit, dude.
constantly affecting us. There you go.
Holy fuck, dude.
I think that's good enough that if he clarifies. Sometimes someone might say something shorthand or not
Okay.
really
Yep. So let's forego looking back at the live stream and agree
Yeah, because it proves
that
me
we
right.
all. No, it doesn't prove you right, dude.
All right, we'll
Giving
keep
you
this
territory.
neutral.
Look,
We'll
you
keep this
just made an
neutral.
attempt.
Fair
Listen,
enough. All right.
dumbass.
All
You just
right.
made an attempt to move forward. Why are you going backwards?
All right. Sorry.
Because think about it. If I have to go in the live stream, then you have to be on mute while I look for it, and then everybody else is going to move on to a different topic. Yada yada yada. So let's just agree. Let's just both agree right here and right now. Okay, that in your paradigm, gravity is going to quote unquote be doing the work of constantly rotating the plane. Okay, we agree.
That's not. It's not exactly. That's not exactly fair.
That
It's just
that
gravity
is fair, dude. For fuck's sake, dude.
Gravity isn't
Why you got?
doing an action. It's just there. So to imply that gravity is doing an action to the thing rather
Holy
than just
fuck, dude.
being in existence is there is a nuance. There is a difference, and it's
Something
it's
just
nuanced, but it
existing.
matters.
Something just existing can't just change by nature of its existence. Right? It has to actually do
It's not
something.
changing.
It has to do
It's
something,
no.
right?
Gravity is what gravity is. It's just the downward force. We don't know what it is, but it's there. And it's
Okay, so
causing us
then gravity is what's causing the rotation of the plane. Would you agree?
Well, it's not that it's
Okay.
causing the. Is it causing the rotation?
Holy
Maybe.
fuck, dude. Holy crap, dude. Okay. Why don't you use the most diplomatically parsed, pedantic, uber level, precise language that you can think of why the plane is necessarily experiencing a constant rotation? Let us know what it is so we can agree, so we can move on to the actual meat and potatoes. How about that?
Yeah. So it's gravity.
Okay, so gravity's doing it. Thanks. Now that we've all agreed, let's move on.
Cool. Yes.
Now, how are you going to prove that?
It seems to make sense. I experience also. So what another part of this is that I experience the consequence of curve and not flat. So that plays into that whole decision making process.
All right, so is it, let me ask this, friend. Is there by chance a device that most planes have that have a referential system that tells you the attitude of the plane? Is there by chance something like that?
Yes, but this could. I don't quite know how they work, and they could work relative to the sphere or relative just to themselves. And I've heard both cases. So
Well, it depends. Yes, you are correct, sir. It would depend on which one you have, right? But at least in principle,
this point.
Fair. However, at least in principle, such a device exists and has been employed and is still employed in certain planes that exist to this day. So we could find out the answer. At least in principle.
Yeah, perhaps.
I just posted a link in the side chat about the attitude indicator.
Oh my god, dude. It's not the attitude indicator, dude.
I just posted one inside chat.
It's the artificial horizon?
50 minutes past the hour. Thanks, Mark.
Oh. Yeah, that's the artificial horizon is not the instrument, dude. That's a display, not an instrument.
It's an instrument. What do you mean? It's to determine your orientation towards the horizon, based on gyroscopes and correction mechanisms.
Yeah, so that is the end user display, correct?
It's the whole unit. It's the end user display and the way it actually determines the data to display.
No, dude. No.
Yes.
As we already agreed with our other friend here, some of them work differently than others, and some of them don't have a baseline reference that maintains constancy from the initial takeoff. They constantly adjust. For example, some have pendulous vanes and other such correction measures.
Yes, they do.
So those ones, if you had access to that, wouldn't tell you the information you need unless you got inside the inner work. The end unit display wouldn't tell you that information.
What do you mean it wouldn't tell you information? That's what it's designed to do.
Wow, dude.
It's the whole point of the thing. It's designed to tell you your reference is to the
We just
horizon.
keep getting dumber and dumber as we go, don't we?
You're a fucking
So we
moron.
have
What did they make it
watermelon
for?
boy. Yeah,
You're
we
a
got
fucking moron.
watermelon
What did they make
boy.
it for? What is the
We got
what is the purpose of this
watermelon
thing?
boy. Yeah, we had watermelon boy. Then we had an uptick from watermelon boy, and now we're back down again, worse than watermelon boy. Okay, I don't know who you think you are, dude, but if you were paying attention, you would have known that some of the devices have certain ways of receiving the information, and the end unit display isn't the same as how they're acquiring the information. For fuck's sake. I mean, how hard is it? So, for example, we already all agreed that if the plane is doing a constant rotation, which is baselining as local level, and the device is already correcting for that and then giving you a readout from that, then you wouldn't have the information on the end user display that you're seeing with your eyeballs, that whether the plane followed an arced path or not. That's what we want. We don't just want whether you're at present level compared to the horizon indicator, for fuck's sake. That information will be useless because it's arbitrate whether this thing is flying an arced path or not, for goodness sakes.
I'm not sure you understand what's really happening here, right? So the horizon
I do
indicator.
understand. You're dumb, and you're not paying attention to how we've progressed the conversation. You're coming in and taking us backwards rather than
agree
forward.
with all these things you're saying. I don't agree with, right? So we can wind the conversation back and get it right, or you can pretend that you're right.
Let's wind it back. Let's wind it back. So let me ask this question.
Sure.
If I have a level, which is a box level, which is a device, it's a tool, has a little water thing in the center.
Fun.
Now, if I'm traveling 5 feet parallel to a straight ray baseline, okay, meaning maintain absolute parallelness. Now, keep in mind, we're not thinking about any forces other than directionally parallel. If I maintain that level,
okay, sure,
it's going to maintain level with that ray, right? Parallel, 100%. Ad infinitum.
I would say parallel. I
Now,
wouldn't say level. I'd say parallel. That's fine.
Yeah,
No,
I did say
it depends
parallel.
on. If it depends, so you can say parallel, but are you traveling on a globe Earth? Are you traveling on a flat Earth?
Oh my God, dude.
Yes.
Hey, let me
What is level on a globe Earth?
Yep.
No.
Yep. Sorry. Let me ask you this question first. Are you capable of engaging in a hypothetical? Yes or no?
Sure. Go ahead. I just said
All right,
depends on
perfect.
what you mean.
Okay. Perfect. So it's going to follow parallel with a straight ray. So you have two straight lines ad infinitum. Okay.
Right.
A ray is a line that continues indefinitely, right?
Sure.
So if the level's vertical is perpendicular to the parallel, right? Let's just call, for sake of argument, that horizontal. We're not invoking anything else but just the things we're involved. That level is going to maintain a consistent attitude. It's not going to rotate. It's just going to be straight the entire time. Now, if on the other hand, I have a curved line and I want to follow that curved line, which has a radius to a center point of the arc, let's say. And so at every point, we're going to call level perpendicular to the radius, or the array that's created by the new radius every moment. So in order to maintain that perpendicular, that box level tool must constantly rotate as it moves. Yes or no?
Sure.
Yeah. There you go. So if you're maintaining level flight at a fixed altitude over a flat Earth, the plane is not going to have to experience a constant rotational change in attitude. If, however, a plane is traveling over a globe with a constant vector of down change, then the plane must, to follow the arc and maintain altitude, experience a constant rotation. Yes or no?
It does rotate a little bit, yeah. So what's your
Yeah,
point?
so it must, correct?
Yeah. There'll be a
Can't be otherwise.
very slight rotation as
Absolutely.
it goes over the curve. Yep.
Absolutely, right. Cannot be otherwise, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the question was then, the globe Earth claims that the plane is doing that constant change in attitude, rotation.
Yeah, it's pretty subtle,
And
but
then
it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the question was, since there are devices on a plane that could chart that, could you use that device to determine whether it's actually traveling in that constant rotation or not?
No.
Why not?
You can't. A, they're not sensitive enough. B, they're not designed for that. Explain
sure
to
they're
me.
not sensitive
Explain to
enough?
me. No. I want you to calculate for me what the pitch difference in a plane would be going over on Earth over, let's say, 100 miles. What would be the attitude adjustment you'd need?
Dude,
What
all
would be
you
the
need to know
rotation over
is
100
the
miles
start and end point.
if the plane's flying at say 30,000 miles in the air? What would actually be the degree rotation you'd need over an hour of flight?
Well, let's say it's going 1,000 miles an hour. How about that?
I didn't give you I didn't give you a miles per hour, but let's say they travel around 600 miles an hour, right? So what would be the actual degree in rotation the plane would actually experience during that flight? Do you know? I don't have to calculate it, but it's pretty small. Probably a degree or two.
Oh. Okay.
Over an hour.
Okay, cool. Let's say it's a degree. Are there equipment that can measure a degree over an hour? Yes or no?
Yeah, but that's not what the attitude is designed to do.
Okay. There you go, dude.
Not designed to do that.
Holy crap, dude. Now you finally got it. So, like I said, and I was correct the entire time, the attitude indicator isn't sufficient to tell you this answer.
It's maintaining the aircraft's orientation towards the ground with respect to gravity.
Wow.
I mean, well, is it pointed down to the horizon, or are you just flying parallel with the plane of the horizon?
Oh, yeah.
Simple as that.
Before we go on, friend, I just want Mark to realize that I was correct in my statement the entire time, and thanks for finally catching up.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd have to replay the conversation, but that's not what I heard you say originally. But that's fine. So the attitude indicator just tells you with respect to the center of the Earth, right? Not to anything else, not to your rotation of the plane determine whether it's a planar surface or a globe surface. It works over both.
It tells you. Well, yeah, it tells you your relative perpendicularity to the quote unquote current vector of down aggregately, not to the center of the Earth.
Well, to the gravitational center, which isn't quite the geometric center. So, but there would be no need for the gravitational correction on a plane. The need for gravitational correction wouldn't exist, so they wouldn't have those vanes, for example.
What? Planes do have vanes, dude. What are you talking about?
I know, but why do they have the vanes?
They have them to reorient the standard of the gyro back to perpendicular to down.
Right, exactly. And that need is because of gravity, right? Because of the curve. Right? Sorry, not just because of gravity. It's because of curve. It's because of the curve.
No, you actually don't need them, because if you just had it makes things simpler for the machine, because if you just had a spin up at your initial point, you'd have to be doing constant, references and calculations. And you also have to worry about if your gyro lost speed and all those types of things, right? So to constantly readjust it makes sense. Now, here's the problem. If you have one that's doing those constant readjustments, you can't trust it unless it's telling you the adjustments it's doing every time and giving you those incremental degrees. You wouldn't be able to look at it and it tell you whether you actually travel in an arc path or not.
Yeah, you're probably right. It would drift potentially.
So now I would submit that they're at least in principle. Now I didn't say these definitely exist. At least in principle, there is gyros that are sensitive enough and could log those corrections every time the pendulous vanes or whatever correction mechanisms happen. And then at the end of the flight tell you, okay, we made 1,032 corrections that equal this amount of degree change over this path. And if you charted that out as plot points, you'd have an arc path. That's possible.
I guess I don't. I've never seen a gyroscope be that accurate, except for there's a version of a gyroscope which I'm sure you guys don't want to discuss, or maybe you do. But the Foucault pendulum.
Oh man, I thought you were going to say thanks, Bob.
Yeah, that's our thing. Thanks, Bob. He debunked the globe.
Yeah. Listen. By the way, if there's not a gyroscope sensitive enough to travel with a plane and tell you whether it's flying an arc path enough or not, then there's not a gyroscope sensitive enough to tell you that the Earth is rotating.
Yeah, well, actually, there is. Holy mackerel! Let me post it.
Okay, so then we could use that same gyro on a plane.
That's a different. No, because it works on a different mechanism. It doesn't tell you. You said Earth rotating. That's a different thing other than the plane. So that's a different requirement. Give me a second.
No, dude. It's okay. The gyro reads its own change in orientation. Okay, and from its own change in orientation relative to its benchmark, it tells you how it's changed its position. So if there is one that's claimed to measure the Earth rotation for an hour, then you could use a similar device in a plane and tell you whether the plane has rotated within an hour. It's not impossible. It's not outlandish. It's not even a big deal. It could be done.
Yeah, it's a different deck. I just posted it. It's a gyro compass, if you guys know about those, right? Which determines the axis of rotation, and it only works on rotating bodies. So it needs the actual rotation, and what it does is it finds the way it works is it oscillates until it finds the rotation axis point based on gyroscopes.
And how many of those do they keep on a plane?
I don't know. They put them on ships. They're really navigate the marine navigation, not aircraft, as far as I know. But they could. I could see if they put them on aircraft, but I don't think it would be quite as useful. So there you go. Anyway,
I mean, that's not an argument. Just saying here's this instrument that's used. Like, that's not an argument. Why don't you go
the
on?
The instrument is a compass which points to true north, the axis of rotation, and it only works based on the rotation of the Earth, right? So, does it measure the rotation directly? No, but its mechanism depends on the rotation to function correctly. I'll in there. I got to go. Thanks for the discussion.
It depends on
Sorry.
It doesn't depend on the rotation. That wouldn't be what's dependent on. What are the rotation of the star field?
No, rotation of the Earth. The actual movement of the Earth.
It would be relating to maps, yeah. So we are relating this to the rotation of the star field. So you would be correct on that.
What are you talking about, Starfield? No, it has nothing to do with the Starfield. The Starfield has no bearing on this. What are you talking about?
Hey, Mark, you said you had to go. I suggest you go rather than engage with this guy because this is going to be a
okay. Yeah, you're right. It's probably a better idea. Yep. See you guys later. I'll be on later, maybe.
Yeah, I'm the bad guy.
So I already found
you are the bad guy. You are the bad guy because he said, "Listen, he said he had to go, so you need to be gracious and let him leave." Right?
Yeah, I know. I just found the hole in gyro compass. I haven't even finished reading the wiki on it though, but it only works because they put it in a fluid. So it's basically just a compass then. If you put a leaf in water, it'll become a compass. It's just a spinning compass like any other compass. It's not using the Earth's spin at all. Like it says, like it does something weird and like it's not useful unless you put it in a fluid and then know which direction north is. Kind of doesn't reference the spin of the Earth except for like conceptually here's why it works, but I mean it's like metronomes coming into sync. They think it's all kinds of crazy things. They still have no idea what's doing.
Yeah. Well, the claim goes that because of precession, which means two axes, so the gyro would have an initial axis, and then the Earth allegedly would have a separate axis. And since both objects are functionally together, because the gyro is attached to the Earth via the ship, which is attached to the water, then the Earth is moving and the gyro is moving, and the gyro is able to detect the differentiation in its movement from the Earth's movement, and eventually, like you said, come into some kind of equilibrium to where it ends up pointing or aligning itself with the alleged rotation of the physical Earth. That's the claim. Now, see, bro, you almost made Mark miss his daughter's recital.
Yeah, he's going to be thinking about this all day and making wrong turns because he's accounting for the globe because it's the gravity is like pulling the car towards the horizon.
Now
it says it only orients longitudinally when it's in a viscous fluid. It's literally just a compass.
Oh, so cool. However, allegedly, they're used in areas which don't have access to the magnetic field, like deep mines, deep underwater, or in a submarine.
You're in the magnetic field.
Well, the claim is that the regular compasses won't work in these areas, and that's why they need a gyro compass. And for example, they used it in charting. What is it? Tunnels. You know, like you're going in mining tunnels and you're getting your bearings and stuff, and digging here and there, and you kind of got to know where you're at. So they.
But a regular compass.
One thing about a gyro. Yeah, one thing about a gyro is if you spin it up, and you have the appropriate measurement device on it to give you a readout, you can actually use it as some kind of dead reckoning type. You know, telling you where you're going. It'll tell you you're traveling down. It'll tell you turned right. It'll tell you turned left, and you could trace your way back the way you came. In principle, at least.
Seems weird that they're not more commonly known about and used.
I used
maybe
them crap ton when
more complex than a compass.
Yeah.
I found out the other day that I don't even need a compass because I was in my garden staking in some electroculture, and it tells you to align it to true north. And I just assumed. I came back with a compass. It wasn't off by a single degree. So I think I got a gyro compass in my head.
Hey, you want to do something fun? Check this out, bro. Sorry. Well, I was just going to say, go to a parking lot, park in a parking space that you know the address of the place, look it up on Google Maps, and then look at the orientation of you relative to the north in Google Maps, relative to where you are in your parking space, because you're going to have straight lines, and then pull out your north and see how it lines up. I tried doing that a few times, and it was some weird results.
Yeah, right. I was talking to a dude who was, he's like a native Australian of New Zealand kind of mix, and he likes going out in the ocean, right? And he was talking about having this dead reckoning in his head that any time he'd go for a swim off his boat, he'd find himself reoriented to north, and he'd always just have to like notice by looking at the stars again, and he wouldn't notice when, but he'd always repoint himself north just subconsciously. But yeah, what I was saying a moment ago is I just find it stunning the way that anytime you try to look into any force effect and there's something going on that's like not easy to break down, they always just say it's the spin of the Earth. Even when it's gravity, that's because of the spin of the Earth, you know? It's like, well, when's the Earth spinning?
All the time.
Yeah, but it's not detectable. This is the problem with all the heliocentric forces. You should be able to build a force detector for them, like a pressure gauge or a temperature gauge. There's no gravity gauge.
They're trying.
There's no spin gauge.
We're on it. But we're on it. Like, and the same argument, if we use a star, for example, the argument is just that we're looking at the sky to measure the ground, but on the ground itself, relative to the ground, being
Well, look,
small on the ground.
star is a light phenomena, so you can build a force detector called a photoreceptor. So try again.
We have those, and that's what's used.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So where's your force detector for gravity or Earth spin? Because I can conceptually think of how to build one. Why can't they actually build one? It's like trying to build a clock that detects time. See the difference between a clock reading time and detecting time?
So there's the Cavendish experiment, and there's LIGO, and there's further examples that other people have put together of their own Cavendish experiments. You can find those on
Cavendish proved
YouTube.
Earth
It's
spin,
quite
did it?
interesting.
Isn't that interesting? Foucault's
The
pendulum
consequence.
rocks because of the alleged Earth spin,
that as
but yet
well.
Cavendish didn't. That's interesting.
So the claim was slightly different there. I can't remember now, though.
I think there's a lot of problems with Cavendish, honestly. I don't know what we want the
fine.
topic to be.
You can think that, but it's still a result happens. Something seems to happen consistently.
Like, here's
And it's
a funny thing that you'll, on one hand, agree with, and on the second hand, disagree with. You know James Randi, the guy who used to disprove psychic claims?
No.
All right. Well, he had this guy who was like saying he could move things with his mind, right? So he balances a pencil on the edge of a table so that the pencil is at a 45-degree angle on the table's edge off of 180, right? So he just holds his hand there for a minute and moves it around a few times, taking in deep breaths and all the rest of the things. And eventually the pencil moves. And James Randi says, all right, so I'll do the exact same thing he did, and the pencil will move. And I'm not going to say it's because I'm psychic. I'm going to say it's because there's latent currents in everything. Given enough time, they will affect something. So he just stands there and waits for the pencil to move, and it moves in the natural currents of the atmosphere.
Cool.
Yeah, the thing with Foucault's pendulum is a device set up to do exactly what they wanted it to do. They know the cause of it. They made it to do that. Yeah, and in fact, it's a magic trick. You know it's a magic trick because this sort of thing is not repeatable in the natural world. You don't see pendulums just swinging about.
No, we don't see sundials just sat about. These are just useful tools. It's clear that humans have made them. Like we can't see like UV light, but we have tools that can.
Dude, why would you need a motor? Why would you need a motor to start the damn thing? Why not just freaking hang your damn plumb bob and watch it, go left or whatever, whichever way you're facing with Earth spin? It should freaking precess. It's a ghost or whatever the frick it's called. It should go one way. It doesn't. That's why plumb bobs work so good. Plumb lines work amazing because we ain't freaking moving.
Yeah, if you don't touch it, it doesn't do anything at all.
Can you imagine trying to build on a freaking spinning Earth? It'd be freaking ridiculous.
Why?
You know?
Why would it be?
Dude, because you couldn't freaking hang. You couldn't put anything plumb.
What do you
I mean,
mean?
not with a plumb.
Why
Holy
not?
shit, dude! Because your plumb line would freaking be going to the side.
Why do you think that?
Because it's spinning,
Because
processing like his climate does. You know how
But
folk
there's
call
also
pendulum
gravity.
rocks? You know how
Holy
folk call
crap.
pendulum rocks? Yes or
Holy
no?
shit!
There's also gravity and atmosphere.
So the
Yo,
pendulums don't rock now.
can we set a baseline before we continue with facts? So, if you have a giant rotating sphere, which has a central axis,
And gravity and an atmosphere.
hold on, bro. This is my hypothetical, not yours. Thanks.
Okay.
So, if you have that and it's rotating, then it's going to have an equator, right, which is going to be the center point of the axis of rotation with an equidistant radius to the extent, right, which is actually going to be the biggest slice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be traveling the fastest. Now it's going to have centrifugal force on that axis, perpendicular to the axis of rotation at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as you go up, the centrifugal force is going to decrease because the rim velocity is going to decrease. Okay? The RPMs remain the same, but the rim velocity is going to change. It's going to get less and less and less all the way up to the pole. Now you add the gravity vector, which is towards the center of the sphere, not towards the center of rotation. So now you have two differential vectors. That means that everywhere that's not the poles or the equator are going to have plumb lines that are not straight down. It's that simple.
Not exactly. So.
Yeah, exactly.
No, because
yes,
it's spinning at one rotation per 24 hours, and the gravitational effect is
whatever you say, bro. That's not how it works, dude.
centrifugal effect.
That's
The
not
centrifugal
how it
effect
works. Centrifugal force is not based on RPMs, dude.
is overcome by being in the atmosphere and on the Earth that's moving consistently.
Yeah, cool story.
And gravity.
Why don't you go check with the Globe Scriptures and come back when you realize that I'm correct 100%.
But we don't fly off of the ball, and it is a ball because there's many other consequences.
Oh my dude, why is it that you can't pay attention? Who said fly off, dude? Who said that?
All right, fair enough.
What I said compared to what we were actually talking about was the direction of plumb lines, that plumb lines wouldn't be down. And that is true.
It's not.
Okay, plumb lines would not point to the center of the Earth.
Why not?
Because the axis of rotation and the center of the axis of rotation is not equal to the center of gravity, for goodness sakes.
Okay, but that force is overcome.
No, they're not overcome, dude. They're equalized.
Well...
Wow, dude. Do you know what? Okay, listen, dude. I can tell that you're struggling, but you're trying to keep up, so I'll be merciful. Now, if you drop a plumb line is a string with a weight on the end. Now, if you start moving, the plumb line's going to drag, right? It's no longer going to be pointing down. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Yeah.
Now, the exact same thing is happening in your globe model. The plumb lines are being dragged along by a rotational differential to the axis of rotation from the center of gravity. In other words, plumb lines are not pointing to the center of the Earth. They're pointed diagonally away from the center.
Okay, but this amount is going to be imperceptibly tiny.
Perhaps.
Cool. So it doesn't.
However, one of our friends in the past actually measured this amount, and he said it's about the size of a small tomato. Not quite
By
a
the time
pound.
you get to the center, it's going to be about a small tomato. But at the
No,
surface,
on the
when you
surface.
build
On the surface.
no,
Yes. Yes.
no. Otherwise, buildings would be falling down.
No, they wouldn't. Dude, pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. One more time. Listen. Listen.
Okay.
Just listen. For goodness sakes, listen. Buildings are built in relation to the plumb line. So if
Oh,
the
okay,
plumb
cool.
line,
Yeah. So
yeah,
the force is
yes,
always
it's
applying. Cool.
self-healing. It's self-healing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
even
Yeah.
though it's diagonal to the, even though it's an off angle to the center of the Earth, it would still be plumb where it is. So
Cool.
it wouldn't
Yeah.
fall down.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Cool story. Now prove it.
The other consequences of curve that we observe. The sunsets, for example. The sun shines on the Earth.
Oh, hold on, friend. Hold on. I thought you were going to prove that the plumb line. I thought you were going to prove that the plumb line is actually at an off angle from the center of rotation versus the center of centrifugal force. Holy crap!
we
But
just
instead, we're going to
established
talk
that
about the
doesn't
sun.
matter. Well, we just established that doesn't matter. So it's fine that it's off by a tomato because the world is going to keep moving at the speed that it's spinning at the speed it's spinning, and so that force is always going to be counteracted and it's neutralized. So that's absolutely, I agree.
All right. So
I
in
don't
other
know
words,
what the actual
insignificant.
sizes are, but exactly insignificant. It doesn't prove a globe or flat otherwise.
Well, it would. Well, it's conjecture until you can measure that it's actually at that off angle. Right.
Well, I mean, I could say the same that, like, if it's flat, that you'd be able to measure two vertical lines with, I don't know, some one of these magical gyros or something, that they were perfectly vertical and parallel to each other over
I don't know,
thousands
bro.
of miles.
Every time we keep talking about all these precision measurements, one of you guys throws your claim under the bus.
What do you mean? We don't
You
need
know, like how
precision.
we were talking about the airplane and how it's going to travel an arc path, and that there was equipment that exists that could measure it. And then Mark G had to come in and be like, "Oh no, we could never measure that. That's impossible."
That wasn't exactly the claim. It's just that they don't put that equipment into airplanes because it's expense and unnecessary.
Well, if they
That's
put
easy.
a free gyro, just a free gyro that didn't have any corrective measures to it, and you just took off a plane with no, dramatic alterations in its flight, so take off a smooth takeoff, not like a jet takeoff, or sorry, excuse me, you know what I mean? Like some airplanes take off with an extreme acceleration. Right.
Yeah.
That's unreasonable amount of G forces on the equipment that could force the gyro into precession that it normally shouldn't have been experiencing. So as long as you maintain a pretty consistent flight, a gyro could be constructed and put on the airplane that would tell you. It doesn't even have to be part of the plane. It could be something you bring onto the plane with you.
So
but it could tell you whether that plane is arcing or not.
Yeah, but also that it's not really necessary information given what we use flight for and stuff like
What?
that. So
It's awesome information, dude. It's not
it
about
is, but
necessary,
not
dude.
everyone's interested. Most people just want to go on holiday to the beach. Like they're not.
Yeah,
They
that's
don't
cool.
care.
That's cool, dude. Guess what, dude? Guess what?
Guess what?
Pay attention.
Airplane companies don't put this equipment
That's
in
fine.
because it's unnecessary,
That's
expensive, and they
fine.
don't need that information. Cool, I can live with that.
I'm not talking about them.
Okay.
It's not about them, dude. You are correct that an airplane company doesn't really need to know that per se, right? So they are not going to have a vested interest in making sure that their device tells them this information.
Indeed.
However, there are other people that might be interested. And it actually is very interesting. The idea of whether a plane is actually traveling in a straight line versus an arced path is interesting to a lot of people.
Yeah. And so find the equipment that you think is precise enough to do it and go on a flight somewhere. That's possible.
Yeah. I like it. I'm down. Problematic is, though, a lot of flat earthers think that they could just get the data from these systems that are integrated into the plane, which already has the corrective measures that keeps baselining the horizontal. And so it would give a false positive that it's traveling in a straight line rather than an arc
Yes.
path.
Well, this is
That's
it.
the
So
problem.
I don't know enough
You
about
need,
gyros to know that
yeah,
they can
yeah.
overcome gravity in the same way on the same context. So yeah, that's where I'm at
Yeah,
with
they
that.
can, and that's the problem. So you'd have to get into the meat and potatoes of the firmware. You know what I mean? Before it even gets to the readouts, and that's why it's just better instead of relying on the airplane's stuff, which you can't get into the mechanics of. Just get one that you know the way it works and take it on on a flight.
I agree. This should happen. It'd have to be a long distance, I guess, to get a readable measure.
Well, I'll tell you this much. There's plenty of flights that go thousands. Well,
Have to be a long distance or just long duration, just like a
long
hot air
enough
balloon.
Oh yeah, that's a good
well,
one.
like
Yeah, do
a
that.
hot air balloon is actually good too, but as long as you maintain altitude. But crit, and in actuality, crit, a hot air balloon would have to experience a constant rotation, even if it wasn't traveling an arc path on its own, because if it was maintaining a quote unquote geostationary position, it would be traveling an arc path in free space, right?
Yeah,
Now,
that's what I was thinking, to
supposedly,
control the variables instead of a powered directional,
well, you
non-directional.
should do both. You should do both. So supposedly, Bob, after the Netflix documentary, took a similar gyro to different altitudes, and he got a differential rate of rotation, quote unquote, readout of I think greater than a degree. So in other words, you know the famous 15 degrees per hour, which is not even what the machine said, but whatever. It was like 15 point whatever. You wouldn't expect a differentiation of a degree because every radial spoke of a rotating body has the same RPMs, right? We're all tracking with that. A clock, the hands of a clock, no matter how long they are, arrive at midnight at the same
Yeah,
time every
bicycle
time.
tire.
Yeah. So you wouldn't expect a dramatic differentiation of even a degree. You know, if the gyro is truly telling you the Earth is rotating, then if you raise an altitude, it shouldn't change. And definitely not a whole degree. Now we've been talking, man. You know what? To be fair, we've been talking about that for I don't know 7 years now since Wolfie allegedly was going to give us the data from the black box.
The black box of what? I just got here.
The airplane.
Black box of doom.
Yeah.
Which airplane?
Yeah, which airplane?
Well, I don't remember. So this is the alleged story way it was going to go down. Is Wolfie 6020 or whatever the heck? Can't remember his numbers. He's supposedly a globe pilot that is in the flat Earth debate arena, and way back like 7 years ago or more, probably now. He was supposedly going to give us the attitude information from an airplane's black box, proving that the plane followed an arc path in its travel, which it must do if the Earth is a globe.
Wait, this is of contention. You know, it's already publicly available, like data for bank angles. Borealis.
Dude, the bank angles are irrelevant.
Huh? Me going on heading 98 so I can get to my heading, which is at 100 degrees from my position.
Okay, that's cool, but we're talking about the attitude of the plane.
So pitching down to match the curvature.
So, for example, you could have a rotating body that's flat, and you have to make rotational corrections laterally, but we're not talking about lateral corrections in this instance. Now, it may be the case you have an argument there to talk about, but it's separate issue.
It is separate, but did you just say that our flat Earth could be rotating?
No, I said if you have to make corrections for any rotations laterally, that wouldn't tell you you're on a curved surface vertically.
Yeah, it would just tell you that it's moving.
It's crazy.
I mean,
Every
it's
single
kind of
it's
like,
crazy because every single one of these guys have said, yeah, once AI, you've like said something very like simple logic, like, yes, this the way it works. And then they go, yeah, but then they'll follow up with like but it's still a curved globe and they're still flying. Like, dude, it's crazy to witness this in real time. How lost they are, that they agree with you, but they still can't grasp that they are actually agreeing with you. And dude, it's weird, bro.
Someone get this troll out of here.
What? Huh?
So it sounds like a claim saying that parabolic arcs prove the shape of the Earth. How is that possible?
Hello.
Well, if you're traveling at a fixed altitude, right, and you can validate that you're traveling at a fixed altitude, and you're traveling in a parabolic arc, right, then the only way to be in a fixed altitude relative to everything being equal is if you're flying parallel to a curved surface, right?
So if the value between the altimeter doesn't change unless you're accounting with that course correction, essentially.
No, the altimeter in either model, the altimeter would have the same reading. Let's say 1,000 feet. So if you're going to maintain 1,000 feet over a curved surface, right, as a radial altitude from a center of the arc, you have to travel in an arced path. There's no other way.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't travel in a straight line and maintain altitude. You'd be varying your altitude.
That's true. Now the question is, do you have to use your control surfaces to follow that arc or not?
I don't even care about that. That's not the big
No, but
question.
think about it. Think about it. Do you have to provide inputs into the control surfaces of the airplane? Or is it just that by the fact that you've established a constant altitude, you're following the arc for free?
Well, I don't have to put any control surfaces into my level, if you know what I'm saying, when I use it on my job
Yeah,
site.
and I'm talking
Just
about an
naturally.
airplane. Yeah, good
Yeah.
job. I'm happy that you have a job.
Personally, I don't think that the airplane would be any different, regardless of
So
the
the
aerodynamic argument.
It's not an aerodynamic argument. The question is, can
Okay,
the
dude.
plane
Okay, hold
follow
on a
the
second.
arc?
Hold on a second, dude. Okay, I'm speaking about counter rebuttals that other people make. No, I'm talking. Okay, pay attention. There's 3 people involved here: me, you, and the other people that are making an argument which we're not currently making to each other, but exists that I'm bringing up. Okay. So, in other words, some people will tell you, yes, because of the aerodynamics of the plane, the pilot must make a manual correction, which I don't necessarily agree with. There you go. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I analogize it to my level, right? When I move my level, it just balances, right? Wherever it is, it balances. I don't have to input balance to it. It balances on its own. So I would imagine the plane would balance on its own,
And what
even
causes
if it was undergoing aerodynamics.
What causes the balancing of your level? Makes it want to go a certain way.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Oh, that's a good
Hey,
question.
listen, friend.
Red herring. Red herring.
Red herring. This is a red herring.
What?
Red herring. I
It's not
agree.
really.
It's a red herring.
It's not really.
It is a red herring to the point, dude. This argument already concedes down as a vector, at least in principle.
There is one device you could use that you could take readings from. Maybe you would need to instrument it in a special way, but a gyroscope needs to adjust for the changing vertical, for the fact that verticals diverge on the globe. And a gyroscope is actually designed to adjust to it. Otherwise, it would remain rigid and it would not show you the vertical at a different part of the globe, right? So if you can instrument that device and detect the amount of corrections it needs to make over a certain distance, you could confirm if the plane is traveling over an arc or not.
How sensitive are these gyroscopes there, Peter?
I couldn't understand a single word that you said other than Peter at the end.
How
I heard
sensitive
gyroscope.
are these gyroscopes?
Are these gyroscopes?
How sensitive?
Oh, they're sensitive enough
to
maintain rigidity in space over a long enough arc. Yeah.
Where's that last chap when you want him?
Holy crap,
Yeah,
Peter! You don't even know how much pain we've been through in the past hour, dude.
Yeah, go listen to Eyeless because he just like you guys have could hash it out. Maybe it's up a debate.
We were just trying to get the Globers, Peter. We were trying to get the Globers to concede that if an airplane travels over a curved surface maintaining altitude, that the plane must constantly rotate its attitude physically. Not that the pilot needs to do it, just that the plane does it.
No. When I say pilot, I'm not nitpicking pilot versus the computer. I'm talking about the plane itself. Does it need to move its control surfaces to stay on the trajectory? My claim is that it does not.
Yeah, but we were just trying to get them to agree that if you had a level moving, it would constantly reorient itself, which would be experienced as a rotation from the reference of the level.
On the globe,
Holy crap! Yeah, exactly. How easy was that? It took you less than a third of a second to realize that was a correct statement. We had to fight with these two morons for like an hour.
Well, you guys are in the business of luring in baby globers so you can devour them and feast on them. So that's what you get. You don't get quality steak.
Well,
You get
can you
KFC.
explain this? Well, can you explain the nosing down to the horizon?
Well, you would have to describe it. I don't know what nosing down is. Is that a sex thing that you do?
It could be.
Oh man,
not in this situation. Not in this context. Well,
Well, you
just
gave
read
me
in
zero
Mile High
context.
Club.
So
Mile High
give
Club
me
would
zero
feel,
context.
you'd be feeling like if you're nosing, if there's turbulence in the airplane, you feel that. So if you're nosing down at this rate, let's account for maybe 31.4 miles or miles of
How's it
vertical drop
going?
over a distance of 500 miles.
What's up?
Traveling at 500 miles, then
All
we
right.
have this 47
Probably moving
feet
it out for
of
the guest
drop.
comes. Huh? Well, no, wants me to.
Someone's
Oh,
spiraling
Okay,
in the background.
just interrupt me, okay?
AI is hot
Yeah,
mic.
I'm through with it. I'm done.
AI is hot mic.
Past few days.
Yeah, it's spiraling.
Well, my
Thanks.
There we go. Yeah, what was the question?
Nose down to the horizon.
Yeah, you don't need to. By nose down, you mean inputs into the control surfaces to make the nose dip down?
Sure, if that's how you want to explain it. I'm telling you
that
to
doesn't
explain
happen.
it. You explain
That doesn't happen. Okay. So when a plane
Explain the nose down
maintains...
to the horizon.
Yeah, it doesn't do that. A plane does not do that.
It doesn't do that. So it doesn't account for this globe.
It doesn't
over
have to.
500 miles is 31.4 miles of vertical drop.
Right. Would you like me to explain, or are you going to monologue?
Well, I'm just making
I'm
sure
okay
you're
either way.
specific. No,
I
just
am
be
very
specific. Be very specific.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll be very specific. For a plane to maintain level altitude, it needs to maintain speed appropriate for the lift that is needed to generate to maintain that altitude, meaning to stay at that level of air pressure.
Yes, you're appealing to flat Earth still. I'm waiting for you to leave the realm of descriptions
I'm
and flat
almost
Earth.
there. I'm almost there. So when you configure a plane to remain at the same altitude, if the curve of air pressure is flat on flat Earth, then you're going to follow that straight line. If the level of a constant air pressure is curved on a globe, then you're going to follow that curve without dipping
So
anything.
someone is actively following this line.
The plane is by the fact that it's trimmed, but
The
that it's
plane
trimmed to
is.
maintain level altitude.
The
No, but
problem
it
is with
doesn't
your
need.
plane there, Peter, is that the measurement's taken from the center line where the wings join the fuselage, not from the nose of the plane. So if it's going around a globe, it would still have to adjust its pitch down, regardless of what you
It
claim
would
its
not.
flight
It would
characteristics
not.
are. Yes, it would.
It
It
would
would
not.
have to still tilt
No.
its nose to go around a
No,
ball.
it would
Yes.
not. I can explain this. I can explain it because I was asked to explain it. Thank you for this contribution. So an airplane cannot
And thank you for
change
being a
altitude.
condescending prick.
You're welcome. You can always count on that.
No, let him.
So
Let him
a
explain.
plane cannot. So for a plane to get off the curve, so to speak, and fly into space, it would need to increase its altitude. It would need to go to a level in the atmosphere where the pressure is lower.
It would increase
It
its
cannot
energy.
do that. Yes, it would
you're
have
just
to
flying,
exactly.
You can start
Exactly.
accidentally trimming. You could
You
accidentally
nailed it.
start trimming up where the
Nailed it.
horizon
You
drops.
nailed it. You nailed it. So for a plane to change altitude, something needs to change. It needs to increase its speed, maybe angle of attack. It needs to do something. If the plane doesn't do anything, it must follow the line of pressure that it's trimmed for. It cannot go up or down without something changing. Do you understand? So if the Earth is flat, then it's going to follow a straight line of pressure. If the Earth is curved, it also is going to follow the line of constant pressure. It is going to be a curve because the atmosphere curves.
Dude, are you describing lift or are you describing something else? Sounds like you're
He's
describing a
describing
ball floating
you
in
just
like
skirting
air.
along
There's a balance. There's a balance of forces
like you're
acting on the
on
plane.
the surface of water in a boat, and
When you balance
the
those
boat
forces,
is curved water.
Why are you explaining this on my behalf incorrectly? Where did the boat come from? Why do I need a
The
boat?
simple premises that negate everything we're talking about. It's just lift.
Simple
lift.
premise
If you go
is
up, the lift will correct
there's
itself.
lift,
You call that
there's
curvature if
lift,
you want,
there's
but you're
drag.
imagining things.
Yeah,
No.
because you'd be
So-
following the horizon. You'd be trying to find your
So
level with the
why
horizon.
is the
You'd try to be
horizon?
flying
Why is
with that.
horizon? Where did horizon enter the chat? Why is the horizon being discussed
Why
right
not?
now?
You have a heads-up display. I mean,
It's-
that is
it's
the whole
simpler
purpose.
than
You're
this.
flying level with the surface.
Cover
You
the
want to make sure
windows.
you're
Cover
above
the
the
windows.
mountains below you.
Sure, yeah, you're a dummy. Cover the
Yeah.
windows, okay? Don't look at the horizon. Don't look
Well,
at
you
the
have a
HUD.
heads-up display.
You don't need it. Turn it off.
Yeah, so you're saying just put the yoke in level and it will fly level. Yeah, that's not an argument because if the ground starts dropping out from underneath you, yeah, you're gonna stall
And
out.
you can.
So that is an
No,
argument.
you. No, you won't.
What your argument is?
No,
Yes,
you won't.
Yes, your energy input and your pitch, your angle of attack comparative to the surface of the ground would increase to where you'd stall out, and that is the point. You're saying it just flies along for no reason, just because you conceptualize gravity, therefore conceptually,
Who said gravity?
It's already accounted for you.
Who said gravity?
So it's worse than saying gravity flies the airplane. Is saying that yeah, you fly flat, but
No,
tis God.
gravity.
That's the
airplane.
argument.
What flies the airplane is the air. If the air curves, then the airplane follows the curve. If it doesn't, then it doesn't.
Yes, it's a
That's all there is
reductive
to it.
argument, and
There's
it's in defiance to the actual data that we have. That is off of this horizontal
The whole
elevation change,
purpose
right?
of a plane is to
Is to
ride
fly
the
plane
air.
and level. You better hope
To
they're
ride
flying
the air.
level
The plane doesn't
and
need to
direct.
know gravity. It doesn't need to know
Ask
about
Amelia
curvature.
Earhart what happens if you
You're
don't
an
fly
idiot. I'm
direct.
done. I cannot do this. You're
No,
too
don't
kind.
say that.
Let me ask you another question, all right?
Opposition
Hold
is
on.
true friendship,
Look,
Peter.
I want to ask you a really simple question. How much more lift can you gain without increasing what's generating the lift? If you're just going straight and you're apparently going to be higher, you've somehow magically generated lift. That doesn't happen.
That's
And
not
if it
what's
did,
happening. No,
if
exactly.
they're not
Exactly. That doesn't
increasing
happen.
If they're not increasing the force to generate the lift, then given a curve and given gravity, it'll correct itself. Because you're not increasing the force, it's increasing the lift, so you can't increase the altitude. You're thinking about the wrong mechanic. Think force detector.
Okay, you are that precise measuring device. Okay.
Run, 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 run away.
I mean, you're just nosing down to the horizon. Shouldn't be a big problem.
Has anyone figured out how to navigate on a flat Earth stars?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, anytime I look at the stars, I realize
that-
I'm looking in the wrong direction of travel and I reorient to the ground.
Have you figured
what
out how to
direction of the
do it
ground?
without the azimuthal plane?
Yes.
You
Bacon
can find north on the ground and know where you want to go from the ground.
Right. We gotta figure where you are first, right?
Yeah, the globe is just the celestial dome model, just with a skin on it. It's nothing new. It's old.
Sure.
Your angles of elevation just come from the azimuthal plane.
Sure.
And so it's just a conceptual stellar model. Like you don't see the entirety of your star field. So it's just placing your ground position, right, with your ground position of the celestial.
Right. Can we put that in practice?
All at set distances, right? Relative,
Mhm.
and then they would be considered local. That's
Mhm.
your local star field.
Sure. Can we put that in practice?
Well, it's put in practice.
No, the way you said it. Not the way
Because you
Globers
take
see it.
the elevation angles, right?
Yes.
You're transposed to the azimuthal plane. Then
What
you're different, the azimuthal, right, angle.
You lost me. What azimuthal
The
plane?
vertical from the vertical.
Well, you lost me already.
And there
Why are
you
you
go.
still
You
going?
it's already transposed.
No,
Okay,
you lost me in
Bacon,
the
go.
second
You
step.
want to do your presentation? Just do your presentation.
No, I want you to do the presentation. You're offering
No,
a
you do it. No,
alternative
you do the
way.
presentation. You do it. You put us at the center of Earth. So let's
I
go
don't
with
put
that.
anybody in the
We
center of
agreed
Earth.
on that, right? With these conceptual models, like we agreed to this point.
You agree of treating Earth as a sphere?
Yeah, the globe. That's a flat Earth model. Yeah,
Oh, I didn't see the
that's
flat
the
Earth
center
model.
of the azimuthal. So let's go.
Okay,
Start
what
doing it.
center of the azimuthal you're referring to? Can you be
The
more
plane.
specific on what you mean
The
by that?
plane that intersects the equatorial.
The plane that are you talking about two intersecting planes? They're not parallel then. What planes are those?
Yeah, you realize there's a difference in like first person perspective and orthographic models, right? Like conceptual models versus like
Orthographic
applied
models?
practice.
What are those?
Orthographic models.
Yeah, what are those? What's an orthographic model?
Well, it would be your perspective to the side, outside of your perspective.
Are you talking about an orthographic diagram?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Like they call them models, though. But I appreciate you correcting me on that. Yeah, diagrams. It's not a model. It would be a toy if you want to call a model a toy. That's why I just give you model means toy. That's why the
Right.
globe is a flat Earth model. There you go.
Right. So let's.
So really, we agree
put
on
that
a
in
lot
practice?
of things. Because all it is just a celestial. It's a concept for celestial navigation for travel.
Sure.
It doesn't like the outside of it isn't actually interpreted in it because your interpretation comes from the center when you're actually making these angles to the celestials, to find the ground position correlated with the ground position. It's on the azimuthal plane.
Okay, what is that azimuthal plane? Can you elaborate a little bit more?
I did. It intersects your equatorial.
Okay, so there are two planes that intersect, an equatorial plane and an azimuthal plane, right? And they intersect.
There we
right?
go. So I was
Okay, so
not
they're not
wrong.
parallel planes, right?
You just want to talk about something else.
No, I'm trying to understand what the hell you're talking about, because now you're referring to two intersecting planes, right? So what planes are those? What is the equatorial plane?
I know you're going to have some point other than a flat plane, right? Like there's at some point you're going to be talking about something that's not flat planes, right?
So far, we're only talking about flat planes. You mentioned two of these planes. There's the equatorial plane and the azimuthal plane, and you said that they intersect at some given point. So if they intersect at some given point, that means they cannot be the surface of the Earth, because how can two surfaces of the Earth intersect each other?
Yeah, and they clearly are not both horizontal planes, right? Because otherwise they would be parallel to each other and they wouldn't intersect. So we have a tilted plane. Which one is that?
Oh, there isn't there. No, Embo made a good point. That was a flat Earth point, and good job. Keep going. You're getting it.
He's asking for clarification, because what you just said just makes no sense with flat Earth. You just mentioned two planes that are intersecting at some point, when they're supposed to be
No, that
parallel.
was something you wanted to mention.
No, you
right?
said that. You said they intersect.
Is there no
Where they
azimuthal
intersect?
equatorial plane now? Just run away from
I don't know
it
what you're
I mean,
talking
it's just
about.
a
I don't know
glow
what you're
model. I
referring
mean, come on, just go to your app
Okay.
where we're taking
Okay.
elevation angles from the center of this sphere. It doesn't matter the radius.
Which one of these planes is the surface
Just
of
go
the
do your
Earth? Is it the
presentation.
azimuthal plane or the equatorial plane? Yeah, because from my experience when the Earth was described this, at least one of those planes is supposed to be the surface of the Earth. So you're utilizing the surface of the Earth as a flat plane. So which one of these two planes is that? Is it the azimuthal plane or the equatorial plane?
Yeah, don't ask questions about what he said.
At some point, are you
We have
going to
to know.
not be referencing a flat plane? Which
Yes,
point
we're
with that?
going to reference spheres.
When are you going to? Okay, when are you going to do that? We're going to
When we're
start
plotting the
from
fix.
many different flat planes, and then there's a sphere somewhere. So
I don't
let
use any
me
flat.
know
I don't
where
know
the
what you're
God of
talking
the
about.
gaps is. Okay, where's that God of the
I don't
gaps?
know I don't know which flat planes you're talking about. Mainly, if you're a flat earth and you're talking about two intersecting planes, that makes me really confusing about what you're trying to say there. Sounds like you're just saying a lot of stuff, hoping that makes some sense. But maybe that's just my ignorance. So help me figure that out.
I mean, I'm just waiting for you to continue with your presentation.
Oh, you put something on the table, right? You said it's just a sky model.
So
You
we're
can do that
not
on flat Earth.
taking. Okay,
I would
start
like
from
to
the
see
beginning.
that.
Start from the very beginning. What are you trying to do? How are you doing it?
You want me to teach you selection navigation from the beginning?
You start right from the first steps. We won't have to go past the first steps. You just start there.
I
Well,
support this idea. This is actually a good opportunity, right, to clarify some things.
Yeah, it's very good.
Oh, yeah, we should have had that time. I'm pretty sure the basics.
You can't just give me the first step. Like, what's the first step?
I can, but I gotta leave in 6 minutes. I don't think I can do that in 6 minutes.
6 minutes is good.
The first step is you aim a skylight and then like move like the mirror down to match the horizon, and then turn the device to the side and read
move
what
it up.
angle that is.
Yeah, you tilt the mirror up, not down. That's the arm that holds the index mirror. But anyway, that's sort of, yeah. I mean, we're talking about measuring the angle. That's the lame part. What I was asking is how you get your position.
No, but look at step one. I articulated in 6 seconds, and you said you couldn't do it in 6 minutes.
No, I said I was referring to the whole process. The whole process can't be broken down in 6 minutes. Oh, wait a sec. We're back.
He was very mad at where azimuthal and where equatorial planes intersected. He was
Yeah,
mad about
using
that.
that word twice really sent him through a loop.
Yeah, it was just the same. I just said the same thing. Like, the identity. This is something that's very foreign to a Gluber. They're sort of outside of these laws of logic. They say terms and they don't mean the term that they're talking about. That's why they can concede a point, but to them it's not conceding a point. It's just like, I'm just going to take this loss as a win and go on because they don't know what identity is.
What video game you're playing there, Embo?
No game. I'm not playing anything right now.
Oh, okay. I just hear a lot of clicking in the background. Thought maybe you're hammering away at Dr. Browser or whatever.
It's the browser.
Yeah, I find we agree on so much more than what we disagree on, and it's usually some of these foundational terms that, oh, there's a disagreement here. It's like, it's good to just focus, hey, this is the term why everything breaks down. Where horizontal isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon anymore. So now you're nosing down in an airplane to the horizon. It creates some big problems if somebody were to actually try to do that in practice.
I mean, on the globe, the horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. What does happen is that the horizon and the horizontal plane, they both move with the observer. So a horizontal plane that an airplane had like a minute ago is completely relevant to a horizontal plane that the airplane has now. So the horizontal plane itself,
Well, you
its angle of
didn't
tilt,
change
will
the
be moving
yoke.
with the airplane.
So now you'd have a ground rapidly dropping out from underneath it, and your pitch would be getting more and more vertical, right? The horizon would get lower, and so you'd stall out. Like, your plane isn't flying for you; like, you're flying the airplane.
It
So
wouldn't
you'd have to be
because
nosing down to the horizon
you wouldn't
to be
because pitch is
maintaining this
measured
level pitch.
relative
It's
to
always
the
continuously changing.
it's measured
And it would
relative
be
to the
14
altitude
degrees at
indicator,
the
I
end of
believe.
a 500-mile voyage. You know that.
I believe pitch is measured relative to an altitude indicator, and altitude indicator already has a pendulum system that points towards gravity, the direction of
Okay,
gravity,
yes, and
because
we
it's
have the
pulled
heads-up
down.
display. So are you saying that you're not flying toward, like, the horizon is of no concern?
This doesn't make sense.
Even if you can't
Statement,
see
you're
it, you have
flying
to have
towards
ways
the
of knowing where
horizon.
it's at.
The horizon
I'll
moves
agree
with
with
the
that.
airplane.
That's why there's an artificial horizon.
Yes, artificial horizon gives you the horizontal direction.
So you are saying that if you're completely pitched down, then you are nosing down to the horizon.
To the horizon
In
on
a
the ground.
level, equidistant flight path, you'd be nosing down to the horizon continuously. Have a more and more degree depending on your speed.
I guess you would be nosing in relation to the surface of the Earth, and the Earth would also be curving, so you would still have the
Yeah, we're
same
trying to
altitude above
find
the
that
ground.
equipment that does that. Because we got, like, all the equipment that's currently on there, and it doesn't show any deviation or flight path, like it's going around a circle. Like, the data is just horizontal. So do you have this data where it's making a circle, making an
Because
arc?
as I already said,
Based on the orient,
pitch.
you'd be basing it on the orientation of the pitch, right? Yeah.
But
Like I
pitch
have the data
uses
of
a
the sphere.
gyro. Pitch
I have
uses
the data
a
of the sphere.
gyro, and this gyro is already corrected physically with a pendulum, and pendulums
You
obviously
need to
point
come up with
down.
this data that you're talking about, because I have the data for what I'm talking about. Now you need to put up the data for what you're talking about. I got the flight data. Let me post it again. I know you've seen it, Embo. I've been posting it like 10 times an hour.
So what in this data are you expecting to like curve or whatever? I tried asking that earlier.
Nothing. You seem to
No,
expect it to curve.
expecting what? You can't say this is wrong.
So there is no nosing down to the horizon.
No, I'm asking what you expect.
Or is there a nosing down to the horizon? Which is
If the
it?
Earth was a globe, what would you expect?
Can't be both.
If the
It's
Earth was
not
a globe,
Schrodinger's nosing down the aircraft to the horizon.
if the Earth was a globe, what would you expect to see?
It would be pure delusion. I don't know. You'd have to tell me about your fantasy. So go on.
So you don't know what you're supposed or what you expect to see if you're in the position of a glober. So how do you know if it's wrong or not? Since you have no expectation of what to see at all.
Where's your argument? You have no argument.
Send the
Here, I
data
have
again,
the level
you have
flight
no
path.
expectation of what to
So your claim is that horizontal is actually a curved.
No.
With a radius equidistant mean that. Oh, so that isn't your argument.
Send
Wow.
the
So
data
you
again.
don't. You haven't made an argument yet. You're just like crying out of a conversation you don't even. You just entered into halfway. You don't even know where to begin.
Send the data again.
Okay, you want the data again? Okay. It's all it's going to be is a level flight.
I posted it for you.
Yeah, that was put it through a lens of delusion. I'm just talking. Here's just the brass tacks. We don't need to put it through a lens of delusion. This is what we got. These are the measurements.
We went over this. The concept still applies.
All right.
The concept.
So,
the concept is
I'm
a
expecting my
misshapen
roll.
potato head.
All right, so I'm
You
expecting
didn't
my
do
roll.
any validity for that.
I'm assuming you're expecting the roll to make a circle to be a parabolic. The
It would be
acceleration
pitch
to be parabolic.
and roll.
Yep.
Pitch
Why?
and roll, yeah.
Why would the aircraft have to roll?
I don't know why. Why would you think that you live on the most illogical shape to live on?
No. What do you?
I don't know. That's up to you
You're
to
expecting
find out.
see something. You don't. You admitted it. You don't
You're
even know what you're
expecting
supposed
to.
to see. No, I'm not.
There should be pitch
Okay,
adjustment
so are you
at 2
expected
hours at
to nose
500
down to the
miles an
horizon
hour.
or not?
What are you expecting to see change in this data if the Earth was a globe?
Pitch adjustment.
The data would go in a circle. See where that
It would go in a
horizontal line at
circle.
the bottom?
It
That
would go in a
horizontal line would be like a misshapen circle.
So
Like
the
an
Earth
oblong
would be a
circle.
misshapen circle.
An oblate circle. Notice how the data wasn't an arc on an oblate circle?
Really? So the pressure
Really?
at that altitude is relatively.
Yeah, so they just flow
so
level,
into the
which is a
break.
horizontal
Jesus Christ.
condition.
Let me speak for like 3
That's
seconds.
horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon. No, you seem very confused on a lot of different things. I'm just before you go ad homing and steel manning. Let me just.
Because you don't know what you're even supposed to see here. You admitted it yourself. You have no expectations of what you're supposed to see.
You don't know what you're supposed to see. No, you don't know what you're supposed to see. You're claiming there's some globe here, and we don't see that in the data. So I want you to give me the data that shows the globe. Can you show me the globe data then?
I want to
Show me
know
the
why
globe
you
data,
expect to think that the acceleration.
So there is no globe
all
data
that should be
for nosing
parabolic.
down to the globe.
Yeah. So why should everything be
Globe horizon.
parabolic in this data? Why should it be parabolic? Why should
No,
speed
this is
be
the
parabolic?
data. See, the line is horizontal.
Yep, I see into the break. Why
If
should
you
it be
want to
parabolic?
say that it's something else, show me that data.
Nope. I just want to know what your
Nope.
expectations are. But
You don't have. Do you have the data?
No. What
You
is
don't
your
have a data other than-
expectation? What is your
The
expectation?
expectation is quite simple, Euclidean geometry. The orange line at the start, we see how it's pitched up. That's the plane taking off. And then you've got 2 hours of flat. That's the plane sitting at 2 degrees pitch up. That should go tilt down, tilt down, tilt down as you fly around a
Why,
curve.
though? Why do you think that?
No,
Because
it's
if it's
okay.
going
If
around
you
a
don't-
fucking curve, that's
you
what you would have to
give me
do.
the data that shows that the
it's
airplane is
not.
going around the curve then.
Yes,
because this
it
data
is.
does not show that. All the data on the airplane does not show what you're saying. So I want you to show me the data that says what this data on this airplane is saying is wrong.
That's all that has to happen here. You don't have to. I'm not the bad guy.
The data
This
isn't
flight
wrong.
recorder, the
Either
flight
way.
recorder is the bad guy to you because it's saying something alternative
Nope.
to what you are saying. It's simple as that. You have a problem with this organization that did this investigation on this
No, I
airplane. You don't
don't.
like the way they're
No,
presenting
not at all.
your
Not at all.
data to
All of
you.
that's bollocks. That's
This is a
bollocks.
problem
All
with
of this
you.
data is correct. All of this data is correct.
Okay,
This
there you
data
go.
is
All of it is correct.
And it's a globe. And it's a globe.
Okay.
We went over this. You conceded.
Yes.
We can't tell the difference between whether it's flat or a globe unless we take our own gyro onto a plane
Well,
to
where
measure
is
this
this? So
relative
we don't
angle
have the data.
change.
So
We
we
went
can
over
if
this.
we take our
The
own.
data is there. You've
Now we
posted
can
the
get some
data.
data.
The
No,
data
I want
is
data
there.
for what you're saying. See, I have data of
What do you
just
think I'm
flying
saying?
parallel to the plane of the horizon. You don't have data contrary to that. I have all. See, every line that's a different data point.
What
See,
data do
how
you
they correlate?
expect to see? What data
Oh,
do you expect
it's not
to
me,
see?
honey. Honey, it's not me. It's you.
All right, babe. What data do you expect to see? Because this data
Listen, what
covers
data
everything
do
I need
you
to know.
expect to see?
He has
You
no
All this
expect to
data
see a
covers.
globe data. I want you to show me this globe data where it's curving. That's
No,
very
no,
simple.
but this is what I mean. What data do you think is missing for it to be a globe?
The drop in rate of curve, the slope.
What drop?
Continuous
What
rate
drop?
and drop of slope for a curve.
Why would it need to continuously drop?
See the orange line?
That's a
That would
curve.
be below zero if it was constantly dipping around a curve. Do you know
Okay,
how to
so
read that thing? Yes or no?
yes,
Do
I
you
do.
know a
Excellent.
curve
Then
is
you would
not linear?
understand
That's
where
actually
zero
that's
is,
not
and you would
true.
understand that it'd have to be below zero in order to be going around your curve.
You
That's
don't
all.
understand
It's
No,
how
that
these
it
graphs
simple.
are
wouldn't.
written. You don't
Yes, it
understand how
would.
these
It is
graphs
So
are
that
written.
I
simple.
explained
You
this
don't
earlier. I
understand
explained.
how
No,
these
you were
graphs
talking
are
at your
written.
ass earlier, and you were talking over people,
No,
and you went, "I concede everyone else is wrong," and that's basically what your
You
argument.
don't understand how these graphs are
you
written.
wish.
You said it would be below zero. You realize that the pitch
It would
input
have to
is
be in order for you to fly
no.
negative. Around a
Yeah,
ball
because
is
You don't know
negative.
what you're
A
talking
flat
you
about.
line
don't
is
understand
zero.
the data.
You
Planes
don't.
have a pitch
Matt, you
attack
don't know
angle
what you're
of plus
talking
2
about.
degrees.
Yeah. So the pitch
Pigman,
line,
no, if you have
pitch
data
line
that
on the
shows
graph,
that it's
pitch
continuously
line on the
following a
graph. All
curve,
it is
you need to
it's just
present that data.
recording the value of how
Where's
much
your
it's pitching
data?
up. It's not recording
That
Where's
is
your
over the
data?
entire.
correct.
Yeah, it's
Pigman,
not
show
recording
your data.
them
Show
pitching
your
down
data
over
then.
the whole area. It's just a constant value.
So that
It's
you
going to
can
be either
see
2
that data
degrees. You don't
on
have to
the
keep on going 2
airplane
degrees,
does
3
not
degrees, 4
keep
degrees, 5
track
degrees,
or
6
account
degrees.
of
It's
any
just going to be a
globe
constant.
at all. You just conceded. You just nuked your own camp trying to get the enemy. Congratulations, you're a failure.
You wish.
You're John McCain.
You wish.
Yeah, I had to mute into the break because you will never shut the fuck up when anyone in here is speaking.
No, I literally did. You're just nonsense.
Yeah, hold on. Into the break. We're not going to do Euclidean. Unmute everyone. You got to keep everyone unmuted. You can turn them down to like 5% or 1%. You have to know it when they're talking, so that you don't. It's okay if you don't want to hear from someone, but have it where it's enough where you can't make out what they say, but you still hear sound coming from the microphone.
Yes, I understand that, but the only way I could have gotten any words in was with muting him. He just never
Okay,
shuts up.
don't do that. Okay, because we're not going to create this audio chaos. It's a no-fly zone.
It is
if you
audio
will.
chaos when he's
I
speaking.
muted myself. I said you contradicted yourself. I brought it up and I muted myself. Then you were upset that you were going to mute me and I had already muted myself.
All right. So what's the current thing?
I think we're still doing this nose down to the horizon. They're trying to explain it.
And the hiccup is they would expect you to give an either or. Like, hey, what would it look like if the Earth was a globe? And my take is like, sure, what a globe of what size?
Euclidean, do you want this one?
Yeah, what size globe are we talking about? The standard sort of model? And then that's a problem because the standard model has a 3959, but it doesn't explain gravity. So if you're using gravity to explain why the standard model has automatic flat curves, but your standard model doesn't have an explanation for gravity, that would be a contradiction.
Yeah, the pitch down input is unnecessary because it takes energy and an input in order to climb. If you're on a set altitude, the only way you can increase in altitude or decrease or increase in pitch is if you increase your speed and gain more energy and lift, and you would go up. You stall, you'll pitch down. If you're trimmed for a certain altitude. Brutal. I blame Embo for the conversation dying.
What did I do?
You fucked up, man.
How?
I don't know. I'm just blaming you.
Okay.
You're the
Understandable.
scapegoat.
Have a great day.
You're the scapegoat.
I think it's because all of the Globbers went silent due to the facts and logic of the flat Earth side.
Oh, okay. Must have missed that part. It's all about expectations of what you think you should see.
You can live in your lie or see the truth.
Is that true? Who's living in the lie?
Globbers.
What made you what's your best evidence for a flat Earth?
Can't bend water. And water proves everything is flat.
I mean, I look out in the ocean. It doesn't seem very level to me. It's like crashing all over the place. Even recedes sometimes.
Just pour water into a container and you will see it's flat.
I mean, the Indian Ocean depression is like 100 meters below mean sea level. What's up with that? It's not level.
Ask your you guy that built your house how he built it.
Probably a laser level.
And like 100 years before.
Plumb lines and just plumb lines.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
Is that controversial that people build houses using plumb lines?
No, it's not. But there's so many ways, and the best way and still used is water.
I think lasers are a better way.
Yeah, because now a lot of people use lasers, but that wasn't the way all the years before.
The ocean is also swelling and wave. It's very, very far from level. And it has tides.
Because the oceans aren't always in motion.
Why?
See, Embo did it again. He killed the conversation.
No,
all my
a
fault.
why is an open-ended question that you go to your priest or your, you got this. Because something you could be able to ask God when you get a chance. Hey, God, so you made these areas that have tides, and there's all kinds of critters and creatures that use the tide for one way or the other. What's up with that? Why is it like that? He could explain, like, hey, this is a way to reoxygenate the water, or he'll break it down for you.
Really? So I gotta wait to meet God before I can answer these questions.
Yeah, just like if you
guess you have to
randomly
die
build
and then
something.
resurrect.
No, if you build something, do you know why, or does someone else know why if you build it?
I would say there's multiple possibilities. Someone might
Like
know.
you just painted blue. Do you know why you painted it blue, or does someone else know why you painted it blue?
What? There could be a
You're
very
not
large number of
tracking.
possibilities.
If you build something for some reason, do you know why you did it that way?
All right,
Or
here,
does somebody else know why you did it that
let's
way?
lay down the possibilities. So I could have Alzheimer's and
No,
forgot. I
just
painted a
really
somebody else.
simple. If
Yep.
you build something, do you know why you did it, or you don't know why you did it?
It could be both ways.
That you don't know why. You really are an NPC. You just randomly do things without any sort of thought or input. All right, gotcha.
No, I was gonna say that like I could have been impaired as to why I knew I was building something or doing it a certain way, but somebody else knew why I was doing that because they weren't, right? Like I said, like I could have Alzheimer's and painted something blue, forgot why I painted it blue, but somebody else knew why I painted it blue, right?
Why do I have to always go to the extreme? It's crazy.
He asked an open-ended question. Does it have to be? If he said excluding other
Yeah,
possibilities?
it just sounds you want to be extra smart, but you're not.
Well, I mean, he brought up God, so we're definitely reaching to the extreme. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, if you want to know why, you're going to have to ask the creator.
Yeah, see, yeah. I
That's
don't know
it. That's the very same reason why you say, hey, why did God give you intrinsic value? Ask him.
We're reaching the extremes of retardation.
Yeah, just ask God, bro. Is that how you live your life, Crit? Just everything is just up to God?
I mean, we should be talking to God as often as possible, but the world is still a ball.
If you want to know why, and God did it, and you know God did it, you're gonna have to wait for God to tell you.
Hey, Crit, can I know how without knowing why?
It depends on what
to-
you're asking there.
That's what I'm asking.
today,
Because you
Can
got
I know
the
how
you
without
got
knowing why?
you've got the who, what, when, where, why, and how.
But
All of
can I know how without knowing why?
that's a who, what, when, where, why, and how.
So can I know how without knowing why?
Okay, you get to ask the
of
question one
course,
more time, and you're done for the day.
I mean, you haven't answered it.
of course, you can know how you fell from the bike, and you don't know why you fell from the bike. What the fuck is the question, brother?
I mean, that's kind of
Even
what
broke it down to all the who, the what, the when, the where, the why, and the how. And he's like, that doesn't answer the question. Okay, you could know the what, the who, the when, the why, and the how. See, it's at this point they're trying to be insufferable. So like, you get to listen for a while.
Yo, people, today is Everything's Possible Saturday, right? Let's talk
It
about
is
the
now.
Illuminati. Eh?
Oh, that's Sunday. Sunday's
Um,
speculation Sunday.
bro, I'm not speculating.
The S, the H, the O, the O.
a denial of knowledge is the current topic.
Yeah, that's the same topic actually.
It's the same topic as Flat Earth.
As Illuminati, flat Earth, everything. Yes. Why would they deny you the knowledge to control you, to manipulate you, to imprison you, to play with you?
I don't know of anyone, including me, who denies your knowledge. I mean, if you're shit at thinking and you got kicked out of your college or whatever, this doesn't mean that people deny your knowledge. This just means that you don't have predispositions. I would say it like that. Knowledge is pretty much free on the internet.
But not the real knowledge.
Yeah, like the real knowledge is just asking God.
Yeah, probably not.
He finally got it.
For why? Yeah, if you want to know why.
Why?
I have asked God many questions in my life and I didn't get a clear answer. So, not sure if a prophet is in here, but probably. The solution is not in religion.
Yeah, I've also been asking many questions, and the answer was pretty much the same as the answer flat earthers give when asked about something about flat Earth.
What was the answer then?
None.
Yeah, it's difficult to explain, you know.
See, it's really
I
not
wonder to
possible.
what I
Yeah,
wonder
it's
to what
okay. Go ahead.
extent could you theoretically talk to yourself and have some other part of your consciousness give you some idea to an extent that you genuinely think that you've contacted some other supernatural being. Is it possible to do something like that? And maybe this is why some people think they are talking to God.
Yeah, that wouldn't be possible because too many people would have to be all suffering from the same thing. I mean, in terms of knowing the creator, It's like 99.99999% of the population. It's just a few outliers, like basically upper middle class white dudes in Western civilization. And the reason why they deny the creator is because God gives you challenges for you to overcome, to constantly keep growing and improving. But they realize that they were basically born on third base and they hit a double, and they're just kind of floundering in life. They're not really going anywhere. So, but they see themselves as supreme, like the ultimate form. They see themselves as a Jesus-like figure. They can't do no wrong. They are just perfect. And they're like, well, if they're so perfect, how come they've never been challenged? And then it causes them to go into this pipeline wall. Clearly, there must be no God to challenge them.
I say the question would be, which God? There's plenty of gods out there, Crit. Which God gives you challenges?
Your creator.
I mean, you said that it isn't probable because like 99% of the population
Too many people would have to be
experiences
in
the
on
same
it.
thing. Yeah, right. But all of the majority of these people, they have very strong divisions about who this god is, what is the nature of that god, and even how many gods you have. So I would say it's a pretty bad communication if you don't even know who are you talking to. I mean, you can
You have
disagree
to
with someone, right?
you
But
have
if
to
you disagree
understand,
with
bro.
but if you disagree about the nature of the person you're talking to, like if I don't know if you're really Crete, for example, then that's pretty unreliable, at least for me.
Look, in a biblical way, right? Satan was cast out of heaven, and Satan is now the ruler of the earth, right? And his angels. That means all our knowledge in a religious way is anyway manipulated by Satan. All our knowledge, all our thoughts, all our behavior, everything we do, everything we read, everything we understand is manipulated anyway. So, how can anyone who is manipulated his whole life know the truth? It's not possible.
Do you think the communication with God is also manipulated?
I think if you speak to demons or whatever, they are never good. So I think everyone who has contact to something higher, and I'm not saying this doesn't exist. I'm just saying I would not try that.
You could talk to the astronauts. They found space Jesus. That could be a way of you guys connecting the globe back to, read the book. Read the book about finding
They
space
prayed
Jesus.
on the moon. That's not space Jesus.
No, the last year you can look up the book, like Finding Space Jesus. It's on sale on Amazon right now, like $13.
Okay, cool. That's actually quite funny.
It's like asking a sheep on a farm what's outside of the gate. You see, the sheep will never know, but it will always, his whole life, will have a thought that something is there.
The current director of NASA said he spoke to God personally and that God told him to come out of retirement because God said he's the only one who can lead
Crazy.
America back to the moon. So, I mean, if God's got this divine revelation and you don't go to the moon, that's going to be telling. It's going to say you failed or America failed. If you do go to the moon, then you got divine revelation that he rose to the challenge. And say if he doesn't rise to the challenge and he fails, then you guys can say, hey, you Christians didn't follow your God. Shame on you. Now the atheists will pick at the ball where the Christians fumbled and get it back to the moon, which is my take. I think that's what should happen. NASA's going to fail. They're going to fail spectacularly. They're going to fail despite having divine intervention. And now it's time for the atheists to pool their resources together and get your ass to space.
I wanna show you something because it's a little bit religious. If you open the side chat, and I post one more link, 1 second, freigeben.
Yeah, government and religion are two things that humanity should not bring to space with them. If it's real, if it's possible. if you can go to space and you can travel to space, let's leave the Christian, especially like say Christianity. You know, maybe take Buddhism or like I don't know some other type of more inclusive religion, but let's like leave some of the real toxic shit just here on Earth. You know, like contain it, and then go out into space like how the Vulcans are. Maybe I mean, even though the Vulcans in Star Trek are deeply theistic, also, but they kind of keep a separation between that. Their theology is when they're in their own quarters, kind of meditating. They keep that out of their duties as a Starfleet officer. So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's like have people go to space who are able to kind of separate the natural and the supernatural, which would mean a lot of the third wave atheists are kind of disqualified because they think science does adjudicate the supernatural. So you'd be like, those guys, well, you're kind of dumb. So good thing you got wrecked, in the early 2010s.
But you just said that NASA director believes he have spoken to God, and I've just read the article. And
no, he doesn't. He doesn't believe that. He'll tell you.
Yeah, he did it in Vatican City, and I have just posted into the text chat the newest building in Vatican City, the Snake Building. So the Pope nowadays speaks in the mouth of the snake, which is very interesting because the logo of NASA is the snake tongue, as we know, and now also our Pope speaks in the snake tongue. So they are both lying, obviously. And in the Google Drive link I have posted, that's my Google Drive, it's just an image how all priests do their cross when they do the In Nomine Patria Filii Spiritus Sancti. And whenever they do that, they're doing actually the satanic cross. So that means in the Christian belief, and probably that's same for all religious, but I only know it in the Christian for sure. Everything happens from the Christianity is definitely, I would say, controlled by Satan. So whenever someone from NASA goes to the Vatican City, or someone Obama, or someone Bush, Blair, whatever, whoever, and then they come back enlightened, they are not enlightened by the peaceful, loving God. They are enlightened by the dark spirits.
You remember that there are also different types of Christianity, kind of like there are different people in flat Earth having beliefs that don't determine if you are a flat earther, but they still fight between each other. And some of these people go as far as thinking that these other types of Christians aren't actually Christians, but are some kind of some demon possessed people who just think that they are Christians but really have contact with demons. So you still have versions of Christianity that are anti-Catholic, but are still Christian.
Yes. That's for
They
sure
kind
true.
of have internal fights between each other. They are very emotionally invested in it.
Atheism had a huge meltdown between like A+ and fourth wave and third wave atheism. They had this thing called Elevator Gate, which basically just blew the whole organization into an oblivion. It was like a torpedo. It just sunk the whole thing. It's like a torpedo. It got so bad that basically David Silverman, the guy who ran the Atheist Foundation, he started quoting biblical passages about women need to shut up.
Do you see the connection with Satanism coming from like Crowley, LaVey, and then older back like John Dee, and like it's the same kind of Reformation movement?
Yeah.
Or refinement process.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've just done a full workup on how the chakras relate to the Devil Earth principle. I don't know if my writing will fit in the side chat. Probably not.
But that's a very good point. There is hundreds of thousands of psychedelic users and people who dance to psychedelic music and who do spiritual meetups and whatever. And I think that's
what about
crazy.
that saying, right? Yeah, you got to dance on your enemy's grave. Well, if we live on the enemy, then we have to dance on his grave. It's the only grave we have to dance on, really. Kind of funny. I'll see if this
Never
will fit in the second part.
never believe a priest who does a satanic cross. I'm just saying, dude. That's not happening for me.
Alright, there you go. There's my next full workup on how the chakras affect the pretty much everything in the land, from the people to the animals to the climate.
So we cannot do any chakras anymore. Is that what you want to say?
No, dude. I'm saying that, like, you have to bring God's energy into the world. That's the idea. That'll activate your chakras.
Listen. If we are controlled by a planet where Satan is in control, right? Which is the official religion belief, I believe. Then you cannot trust in your power. You know what I mean? The risk of you failing and being abused after, being transformed into a demon, is too high.
Yeah, but see, we still have discernment, right? So we can see how natural function is what the devil perverted. The devil is all about will and intention.
Not true, dude.
If you can
I
address
feel
that
like the
matrix,
devil.
like that matrix, that fulcrum exists in the matrix of consciousness, not the matrix of physical reality. That's what the devil wanted to conquer through the function of free will being this fulcrum event, right? So if you have like right intention and align yourself to divine principle, then the chakras become divine and not satanic. But yeah, if you listen to New Age people and you don't actually adhere to like the teachings of the Almighty, then yeah, there's a lot of ways you can get screwed up, because you'll just be spinning around and around in the supernatural properties of the devil earth. You need the supernatural properties beyond the earth, right? So above the sun, you know, like the sun's the first point where you can see that's the gift that God can't turn off. You know, it's the latent processes of this active being that can't die. It's just slowed down.
But we agree that we are enclosed on a flat earth by any creator, right?
Sorry?
That's a flat earth channel, right? People agree in here that we are in any sort of cage, right?
People don't like that, or people do like that? What are you saying?
People believe that in here, right? That we are enclosed by any container out.
Cage implies like trap, but like barrier doesn't imply cage. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
It
obviously it's a
doesn't imply a
cage.
cage because it cannot
No,
go
it's
outside
not.
of
Like
it.
if you look at the way that I break it down, you have a solid oxygen layer. It's semi-permeable, so you can get through it if you wanted to get up into the like the aura of the devil. But what's the point? You want to go the right way
Someone
through
built
like
this thing,
higher
right?
dimensional reality, which is consciousness.
Someone built this thing, right? Someone knows that this gate exists, right? Not you and not me.
Not a
No
gate,
one.
it's just a field.
But
It's like you can go to the edge of the field, right? But you'll be going further than we can determine the body of this God is here. There's other causation for me to say that, like, there's other maximal sized beings, like on a plane that goes out forever or subjectively forever, and the worlds are just there decomposing bodies because of the original war.
Let's say it different. I'm pretty confident that there is hundreds of thousands of people actually right now in this moment getting bombed, are close for starvation, have no food, no sewer system, no hygiene, nothing. They live in absolute poverty, and they are now in this moment praying to their God that their life will change. And I'm pretty
is-
confident, 99% at least, but probably 100% of them, their wishes, they have not reached God. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
basically
that's
the
just
lore of
a
Russia.
subjective viewpoint that you have to say that my brain's a radio, but nothing's listening to it. Well done. There's no logic there at all.
Also, I wanted to
mean,
make a comment that the reversed cross, the upside down cross, it isn't a satanic symbol. It's a cross of Saint Peter, because according to the story, he didn't think he's enough worthy to get crucified the same way as Jesus, so he requested that he would be
Yeah,
crucified
but look, it's not
upside down.
like the inverted cross is evil because crossing a y-axis on a lower x-axis is somehow bad. It's not about that at all. It's about the fact that people who pray to it want to pray to evil, so they're generating that polarity within themselves. It's like if you decide a rock is evil and you paint like whatever picture on it, you call it your personal symbol of evil. You're putting out an evil frequency. It's got nothing to do with the fucking rock or the upside down
Okay,
cross.
okay, but I
But the
don't
cross
think
itself
that
is relevant
I.
because the cross is like a permanent resonance image left in the earth from the action of the divine being intersecting the reality.
But I don't think that the Catholic priest, which was the example that that other guy gave, have it intended to pray to the devil.
You don't have to have the intent, you know what I mean, if you do the rituals. So I don't think that all Hollywood stars and all music stars know exactly what their satanic rituals do in reality, how they transform humans, how they manipulate brains, how they manipulate souls. Still they're doing it, you know what I mean? It doesn't care for Satan if you as his slave understands what his purpose is with you. It's just important that you execute what he wants you to execute. So maybe Satan on purpose took the cross off St. Peter as well, so we, the sheep, will not see the difference anymore, and we will always be arguing, or maybe it is a holy cross, and he will think maybe it's not.
I would
Yeah, I
say
don't know
that
about that. I
I
don't
would
know
say
about the
that
relevance.
sorry, you can go.
Like, there's certain Catholic symbology where it's like crosses on all 4 points. You have a cross at the bottom, a cross on the side, on each side, and a cross at the top, the little ones, right? One of the primary things. And it's like denoting the fractal nature. When Christ died in that moment, it happened in every moment in the universe, forevermore. That pattern is always there, and it's always happening. Like, it's a fixed pattern in the fractal of reality. Inverting the cross is just like subjectively saying, here's the plane where the devil's guts are, that's hell.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Embo, are
But
you
Christ
atheist?
is we can see the divine plane by looking up, you know, that's where it starts, but it's much bigger than that. That's just its entry point. That's the sun, you know.
I would say I am agnostic. I don't think you can prove either of the positions, so I just make fun of the bad arguments on all of the sides.
Well, I don't really know how we got on religion or why it's important. I want to talk about Devil Earth, but I don't know what anyone else wants to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, we can go a little bit off topic, but I mean, if people start getting triggered, I think it'd be like we got reeled in quick. So
And let's say like this, it
I'm not
doesn't care
triggered
how we
personally.
call our emperor. It doesn't care if our emperor is supernatural, religious, biblical, or whatever. Do we everyone agree in here that we have an emperor?
What are you talking about?
That
What
we have
emperor?
someone on this planet who knows exactly the shape of the earth, knows exactly the gate, knows exactly why we are locked in, knows exactly the truth about, let's say,
I think you're the
everything
only
we are
person
trying
here
to
saying
find
any
out.
of those things.
I agree with that. I would say that it makes more sense than some ultimate consciousness made the universe than if it was just popped out of existence for no reason at no reasonable point in time.
Yes. For me too, dude. For me too.
But at the same time, because of how much our universe seems to be detached from God, how much there is confusion, and people who want to find God, this absolute being doesn't really seem to care, considering how much religious diversity there is, how much
No, it's not like
I
that
would
at all.
I would say that there is no reason to believe in a particular version of that ultimate being. This is my personal opinion.
I mean, you have a responsibility. It's dependent on whether or not you acknowledge it. Like, you can get a job and then still decide whether or not you go. You're born into the earth with a job, but it's your it's your choice whether or not you do it and whether or not you do a good job of it. You have to transmute the devil earth into divine earth. bring it back into alignment with God's pattern by bringing more of God's energy into the world by being his agent force.
And how do you do that?
You guys can always point out the obvious, like the first law of thermodynamics: matter cannot be created or destroyed. So then the question arises: how did the matter get here?
Yep. And if we have a God, God doesn't know if God has a God. It makes no sense that anything on this planet, in this universe, in whatever, knows what was before himself.
You don't know what God knows. That's a non sequitur.
I'm pretty confident that when I die and I ask God, do you have a God, he will answer no. How can I know what was
I'm
before?
pretty confident you have zero amount of criteria to make that categorical statement.
No, listen, it makes no sense to understand what was before yourself.
Maybe we should ask him, how do you know you're on a planet? You keep saying planet over and over again.
I understand people get triggered in here, but it's called plane T. There is plane A to
Triggered?
T.
Triggered? We're not talking about guns.
Well,
what is that supposed to mean, triggered? You mean pissed off? Are you trying to say pissed off when you say triggered?
Because I have been letting know that it's not a planet in here for 700 times, and I repeat it 701 times. It's called planet because it's plane number T.
He is right. What the hell is he talking about?
There is plane A, plane B, plane C, plane D, plane E, plane F. There is a lot of planes around us, brother, and you are on the number.
Can I go to those other ones? Quick question. Can I go to those other ones you're talking about?
You cannot, but there is people on this earth
I cannot.
who can.
So, in other words, I cannot validate their existence and your extraordinary claim that they exist in the first place. You're asking me to blindly believe you? I'm not going to do that. Not an extraordinary claim.
Man, whatever you believe, you can believe whatever you want. You don't have to believe me.
You should go start a cult. I think you'd be good for that. You might be successful. I get some followers.
We can call it the tease. How is about that, dude? Let's call it the tease, brother. No, I'm just saying, anyone on this.
Time if you just say Earth, you don't have to say planet Earth. You can just say Earth.
Because Earth is exactly the same by Satan created word than planet than every other word. Do you understand that it makes no difference? We are talking with knowledge.
I don't know, man. You're going religious right now.
No, not religious. So you can call them Illuminati. It doesn't care. Freemasons. I don't care how you call them people.
I'll solve the argument for you.
Knowledge we are getting presented by them people, because everything else will be automatically censored. You will never find it. You don't know since 20 years that UFO exists without them wanting you to know that UFOs exist. You don't know that you maybe live on a flat earth without them wanting you to know that you live on a flat earth.
Bro, this is where we live. We live in the plan of energy transmutation. PLANET.
This is way more convincing than the globe.
It's like as more complicated topics.
Is there a real globe around here?
As more conspiratorial topics get, people are getting more convinced that they know anything.
So we are all in agreement that the Earth is flat, right?
No.
We are most of here, I guess. Yes.
Oh, that hardly makes any difference. We observe it to be flat. If anyone can prove it otherwise, that'd be great. Agreeing has really, like, who gives a shit about agreeing if the Earth is flat? Who gives a shit about that?
Well, if anyone disagreed, I wanted to call them a fucking retard.
It doesn't care what you observe, brother, because the fish only observes water, and there is not only water. Maybe Man in Black was right, and we are in the fucking closet of any school closet. We observe a fake illusion which we are presented to be observed.
Yeah, I mean, it's about cardinal planes and cardinal directions. If they have any use for you, then you should try to understand this. If not, then continue the simulation.
If you put water into a cup.
That's my real
one. Listen, everyone has heard a million times in here that water is always flat.
If you put water into a cup, the water becomes the cup. If you put water into a bowl, the water becomes a bowl.
Bruce
Be
Lee.
water, my friend.
Yeah, Bruce Lee, brother.
Has anyone seen the Earth curve? Because I have.
Where have you seen it on Google Maps?
No, I'm saying
I've
I have.
seen the bell
I mean,
curve
yeah,
and
you
the
can see
learning
anything on
gradient.
Google Maps, but
Where did you see the curvature of the Earth? Tell us.
no, that's what I'm saying. I never have.
Ah, no, we don't have
Mind a
those.
better question would be: has anyone ever measured the Earth and detected any curvature?
They might
As far as
say
I know,
they
no one's done that.
but no.
The thing about these globers is that they live in subjective reality, like they worship subjective reality. So if you use the term C, like C curvature of the Earth, they'll just show you like blah 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 this picture and blah blah that. But you see, it's curvature of the Earth, it's curvature of the Earth, and it's just in the realm of subjective reality. Oh, I think I see curvature, and oh, you don't. But in objective reality, we observe it as flat, and half of them will admit that, half of them won't. And as far as the ones that won't, it's better to talk about measuring things just because they're so dumb.
It's gotta like
The flat Earth theory has many problems as well to argue. It's not like, and I understand many people in here, they are 100% sure they know the truth, but there is not like this ultimate knowledge of flat Earth in here, and there is not this ultimate proof of flat Earth in here.
Well, I feel like the ultimate proof is the fact that if you ever seen a curve,
Man, listen, observation is not proof.
it might as well
Yeah,
be.
it is. It's the base axiom of knowledge. So yes, it is. That's an idiotic statement. So like I'll
Many
start
people,
off with this: the base axiom of knowledge. And by the way, the same thing applies to you too, logically speaking. I observe the Earth is flat. If someone has a demonstration to the contrary, that would be evidence I could put on top of that. I feel the Earth is stationary. If someone's going to say it's spinning and they can prove that it's spinning, that would be great. I would be all eyes and ears for that demonstration. And also, I only ever observe gas pressure inside a container. I've never observed gas pressure without a container. We are taught in school that the gas pressure we're breathing here exists due to gravity without a container.
just
So,
because
yeah,
you have
as
not
far as
observed
knowledge
it,
goes, like that's your knowledge so far. It's whatever demonstrations to the contrary you can find. That would be great, but we have no demonstrations to the contrary with those 3 points.
just because you have never observed it doesn't mean it's not real. And many people
I
on
think
this
you're
earth,
stuck
for
on the word
example,
observe.
listen,
You need to go
listen.
back to the word
Many
measure. We're going
people on
from
this,
we're going from observe to measure. Like it's going from
many
one step to the
people,
other. You're staying on
many,
step one. I'm going all the way to step
I
two.
finish my
You're
sentence.
you're forgetting step
I'm
two. We're on
listening,
step two.
listen. Everyone knows your arguments. We have heard it 1 million times. I have many people on this planet, on this earth, however you want to call it,
Planet.
when
What are you
they
talking
did
about?
when they
Just saying
did
planet over and over again doesn't
Well,
make
can
it
I
planet,
finish my
buddy.
sentence? Are you crazy? Shut the fuck up now. Okay, thank you. When
Am
they
I
do
crazy? Speak for
oh,
yourself.
please. Oh my god. Do you know what a conversation, what that means? Okay, many people, when they do hallucinating drugs, for example, like DMT, then they exit their body, they fly into the universe to any
Well, yeah, but those are fucking junkies. Why are you talking about junkies?
Bro, let me finish my sentence.
What's that?
Because they observe something which for them is very real, and I
Yeah, they
don't
are.
want to discredit all of them just because I want to force my belief, you see. And there is many things on this earth who say they observe something, for example, astronauts, and obviously we believe they are lying. I'm not saying they're not lying, obviously they are lying. But we have to admit, many people on this earth observe something which would also speak for a real universe. Everyone looking into a telescope, everyone who does calculations, whatever, who is 100% sure.
Yeah,
You
but
cannot just
the truth of the matter is, you're talking about people observing things under the influence. So you could ask any man on the side of the street, "Hey, buddy, have you ever seen a curve on the Earth?" And he'll tell you no, because it's the truth. No one's ever seen it.
Man, That's not an argument. You're not
It
following.
very much is. So you're using someone on DMT saying one individual saying something is true, where I'm saying the whole world's saying something.
I'm not saying it's
Yeah,
proof. I'm
and keep
just
in
saying
mind
I
that
don't
guy's
want to
testimony would be
disprove.
inadmissible in court. Like, it's not like you can even use that kind of testimony in a court of law. Keep that in mind.
Okay, so if you go to the court of law and you say like the Earth is flat, brother, you lose every fucking court case on this planet.
Incorrect.
No,
You are
legally
incorrect.
speaking, only if I'm drunk or on some other drug.
Flat Earth has been presented in court 3 times by Zen Garcia. He wrote books about it. You could go to Amazon and buy them.
Okay,
And he
I'm
won.
researching it. Can you
He
post it
won.
into the chat, please?
Yeah. I'll DM it to you later. All right. How about that?
Thank you so much. I'm gonna read it.
Basically, you're falling for a false narrative.
I'm not falling for anything, dude. You don't even know what I believe. What the fuck?
Well, you're
That's
pushing a
crazy.
false narrative. So I'm just trying to put it out there.
No, I'm just saying if you repeat 24/7 in a channel, the water is flat. We observe this. There is no gravity. There is no gas without a container. Obviously, everyone understands the words, but most people in here don't understand that that is not proof.
That's retarded.
No, that's not retarded, brother.
What is it then, Alexander? If it's not proof, is just talking points? It's just
that's your experience of knowledge.
Is it under the influence of what? Physics, science, observation? I mean, what exactly is it? If it's not, okay, well, I'm basically asking you. Okay, you had said it's a not that. If it's not that,
oh, I can't.
What is it?
I can't. I cannot say that it's not flat. I believe we live in a flat Earth. What the fuck? I believe we are controlled. We are imprisoned. Whatever. I believe all of that. But I'm not
I don't
saying
think you understood your question, Chris.
Yeah,
there
that's
is
all
no
right.
proof
Probably a language
behind
barrier.
it. Okay, no, say again then. Please repeat your question then.
No, it's good. Don't worry about it. We should probably get back on topic anyway. We're supposed to only do this for a little while. And I think
Look, if someone comes in this channel, right, and he says, listen, I have now a telescope. And with this, and I am now on this position on Google Maps. And with this telescope, I can zoom in further than curvature would let me zoom in. And we have YouTube videos who do that experiments and they work. I'm just saying I don't believe them 100%. I accept them as an index, an indictment, now how is it called? As I accept it as a small hint for me to that this is true. But if I didn't do it myself, obviously it could be just a fake news again manipulated by the elite telling us what we should believe.
Quick question. Are you talking about something that can be replicated by you or not?
Yes, exactly. And no one in here did it?
That's a big difference. I got to point out that's a really big difference between that and other categories like, going to the vacuum of space or seeing Bigfoot in the woods. You can't replicate going to the vacuum of space, and you can't replicate seeing Bigfoot in the woods. So you just have to blindly believe someone else when they say they went to the vacuum of space and the vacuum of space is a real place, and you have to blindly believe someone else when they say they saw Bigfoot in the woods. So what I'm saying to you is you're talking about something you can replicate, so why don't you just go replicate it?
No, the question is why no one in this channel did replicate it already, because it's obviously easy to
replicate
test.
What exactly? What are you describing?
Okay, if I go to the sea, which is, I don't know, 100 kilometers, 200 miles in diameter, whatever, I put the camera on side 1 and I film to side 2 and I can see the other side. Obviously, I know it's flat. It's a very simple experiment we could do on many places on this earth. Unfortunately,
it's a test, not an experiment.
Okay, I think it's an experiment, but you can call it however you want. It doesn't care. Unfortunately,
a test
no
would be
one.
a more correct word. Test.
Unfortunately, no one I trust on this planet, on this earth. I'm
Colloquial
sorry.
meaning experiment is synonymous with a test.
Okay, it's a test. Unfortunately, no one I know in person and who I trust has done this experiment, test, whatever. And that means all what is open for me now is people saying stuff like there can be no gas in without the container. And I have to blindly, listen, I have to blindly believe, I have to blindly believe that equally than the people who telling me the Earth is round. You see, because I don't
Blindly
trust
believe what exactly?
that there can be no gas, for example, outside of a container without a
Okay,
container.
again, this is something you can replicate yourself as far as the base axiom of knowledge goes. So let me ask you a quick question. Can you demonstrate gas pressure inside a car tire? 36 psi. Yes or no?
Probably, yeah.
Yes, right?
I guess so, yes.
All right. Now, second question. Now that's step one. You can replicate that yourself by going and buying a car tire and inflating it around a rim. By the way, so that's step one. You can replicate that yourself. All right. Now the next question I have is, can you demonstrate 36 psi around the rim of a car without the tire?
Probably not.
The answer is no, right? Like, let's cut to the chase here. It's no, right? It's just a hard no.
Can I ask you guys a question?
So that's the difference. You can replicate that. And the other one, you cannot replicate gas pressure without a container.
You guys do know during a lunar eclipse, the Earth casts a round shadow on the moon, right?
Are you trying to say that the lights in the sky do X, and thus the Earth must be a
I'm
ball?
trying to say that there's a shadow casted over the moon that's round.
The fact that there's a shadow
Yeah.
cast
So to cut to the chase, what you're trying to say is, you're trying to say the lights in the sky do X, thus the Earth must be round. Am I getting you correctly when you say this?
The shadow that's casted from Earth is round.
Yeah, okay. So the shadow cast from Earth, say, onto the moon, say, and that equals X. Are you following me so far with what X equals?
Okay, here, I'll go even further. Ships, right? When you're watching a ship go down the sea, once they get further, they appear to sink, right?
Well, hold on. I want to stay on the moon thing for a second because I want to hammer this point towards you. I want you to understand what I'm trying to point out to you. What I'm trying to point out to you is, logically speaking, what you just said to me can be summed up by saying the moon does X, thus the Earth must be a ball, which is an incredibly stupid thing to say, but it is what you just said summed up.
No, I said the shadow that's casted from the Earth.
That's
you
X.
can see its shape.
Yes, that's X. X, and you're saying that is an indicator that the Earth is a sphere, correct?
Well, hypothetically, if you put a book, right? If you put a book down and the sun's out and it casts a shadow, that shadow is probably going to be a rectangle, not a circle, right? Because the book is typically rectangular.
So let me see if I can get an answer. I asked you a question. Let me see if I can get an answer though. You're saying that the moon is doing X and that this is an indicator that the Earth is a sphere, correct?
I'm saying Earth is doing X, which is casting a circular
okay.
shadow.
So you're saying the Earth is doing X, thus the Earth must be a sphere.
You could see the shadow off the moon.
I know, but I'm just you're observing something in the sky and saying because something in the sky is happening, the Earth must be a sphere. That's what you're saying.
Well, no, I can tell
just
you.
make sure we're understanding each other.
You do know what a lunar eclipse is, right?
Sure, yeah. But I'm also asking you if you're trying to demonstrate the Earth to be a sphere.
Well, no, I am, but I could give, for example, you cut me off, but I was going to say, a ship, right? A ship, if it's going down, and let's say an ocean per se, a ship is going down the ocean. It appears to sink as it moves further away. Do you know why?
Because of optical effects.
No, not because of optical effects, you retard.
Wait, are you trying to say there are no optical effects in the air?
I'm trying to say it's disappearing bottom first due to the Earth's curvature.
Well, that's a claim. How are you going to back up that claim?
No, that's not a claim. If you've seen a ship, you've never watched a ship go down.
No. I'm not saying that part's a claim. I'm not saying that the ship appearing to disappear from the bottom up. I'm not saying that's a claim. That's an observation. What I'm saying is you claiming that it's appearing to disappear from the bottom up due to convexity of the Earth. That's a claim.
Yeah,
you know what it is? You said convexity of the Earth, and I said optical effects.
Let me give another
optical effects, and you're saying convexity of the Earth. How are we going to figure out which one of us is right? If I'm saying optical effects, and you're saying curvature of the Earth.
Simple. It's geometric obstruction. That's what it is.
Let me give another example. right? You know what time zones are?
Yeah, I know what time zones are.
All right, so the Earth, its rotation causes different times. It appears different times across the globe, right?
Time zones are political.
No, they're not political. Realistically, if you go
Yeah, they
outside
are.
and the
They're
sun's out at
dictated
one,
by political. They're dictated by governments.
you think the government brings the sun out?
That's not what I said. You said
You might
time
as well.
zones. Do you know what a time zone is?
What I'm saying is, if you go outside and let's say Japan, the sun will be out at a different time than here. You know why, right? That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Hey, I just want to point out to you what another example of an optical effect. Do you see the text chat?
Text chat is in, what's it called? The Discord chat?
Yeah. You know, you go down to, I don't know whether you're on a phone or PC, but somewhere on your screen there should be a text icon,
Yeah,
like
side
a
chat.
text message icon. Side chat.
Called
Yeah.
us the side chat.
So can you see what's in there right now?
I mean, I'm looking in general if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, it says some globers believe this is CGI. The opposing shoreline is 8.52 miles away. You can see that?
But the calculation with curvature is it's 0.015 feet of drop curvature, so obviously you can zoom in for 8.5 miles even with mainstream belief.
I don't know what the hell that guy's talking about. Anyway, I was just showing you this. Hopefully you can see it to just illustrate another kind of optical effect. You can clearly see in this photograph that there's a mirroring effect on the lake. Like the house or the building you can see on the left-hand side, you can see it upside down in the water. But it's obviously not actually upside down in the water. It's just an illusion.
Okay, but
it's a mirage.
I realistically don't see how that kind of combats the
Well, I'm just saying optical effects can do a lot of interesting things. I just wanted to make sure that you understand that optical effects in the air are in fact real.
Okay, then what do you think about airplane flight paths?
I think an airplane takes off from the Earth, flies through the air, and then lands on the same flat and stationary Earth that it took off from.
But you do know flight paths, they go in curved paths, right?
Yeah, I think that has to do with corridors. Do you know what flight corridors are?
Alright.
They do that, I just want to remind you, they do that to reduce the chances of planes hitting each other.
So, when satellites orbit Earth in a path that matches, let's say, sphere shape, what are your takes on that? Do you think they just don't? When satellites orbit Earth in paths that match a sphere shape, do you just think that's not the case, or?
Well, I don't believe in the vacuum of space, so I don't believe that any object can reside in the vacuum of space or fall around another object in an orbit in the vacuum of space. I don't believe in any of those things. Certainly can't replicate any of what I just said. Like an object falling around another object in an orbit. Have you ever seen anybody replicate that?
Man,
You can't replicate an orbit demonstration on Earth when Earth
that doesn't
dominant.
prove that it's happening, though. That doesn't prove to me that it is happening, though. That's the problem. I just have to, from that point forward, I still have to just blindly believe when some guy in a white lab coat tells me that there's a piece of hardware falling around the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour in an orbit. I just have to blindly believe him, and that's it. That's just where it ends.
How about this?
Or I can just choose not to believe him.
How about the way the sun rises and sets?
The sun moves over our heads, and at some point in time, it seems like it gets too far away for us to see, like everything else in the sky, whether you're talking about a bird or an airplane or anything. Or a cloud. It just gets too far away for you to see it.
The sun rises and sets at different angles throughout the year.
Well, are you making the claim that the sun is going up and down relative to the Earth, or changing?
I'm making the claim that the different angles appear due to Earth's tilt and curvature.
You mean rotation as well?
Yeah.
Rotation. Well, so then, has anyone ever demonstrated the Earth was rotating in the first place?
I mean, you're asking me for things you could see through your eyes.
No, I don't
I'm
see
giving
the
you-
Earth rotating. I see the sun
No, I'm
move. I
telling
see
you
the
the
Earth
sun.
not rotate.
I'm telling you the angle of the sun will be different days, seasons. You got to understand.
Yeah, I know. The 23-degree tilt of the axis, and that's the cause of our seasons as the Earth orbits the sun. Yes, I'm very, very well versed in this story. I know it. I just don't
But you
believe
understand.
it. No, I understand it. I just don't believe it.
Oh.
I used to. Up until the age of 24.
What happened when you were 24?
Someone pointed out to me that the Earth is flat.
Was that person an idiot?
Well, it was 3 people.
Genetic fallacy.
Funny how that's the
who
year
cares?
your brain
Idiot. I
finishes
didn't really
growing
talk
too.
to them very long.
Like your brain finishes growing at 24, so you're now smart enough to know where you live. Makes sense.
I think I would have been able to figure it out at the age of 10 or 12 or 16, but at those ages, I'd never heard anyone say the Earth is flat. Up until the age of 24, the only time I'd ever heard anyone ever say the Earth is flat was part of a joke in an old Monty Python movie.
Well, yeah, the key,
Yeah, I mean,
the key word was
kids
it was
are
a joke.
intuitive, and like kids are intuitive as it's like they lack the context of the lie that we get slowly entrained into.
Well, it's not really a lie when there's, thousands of evidences of proof.
How come you haven't supported it with any then?
I've actually named almost 20.
You made claims, you didn't back them with any evidence.
I don't necessarily. This is visual evidence. I've specifically named things that you could visually see. I can name things that you visually can't see if you would like.
You made claims about phenomena, you didn't back your claims about them, you just made your claim.
You're telling me you don't see Earth's shadow on the lunar eclipse?
I don't know that that's Earth's shadow. I don't know
What
the
do you
fuck
think it is?
That's your answer. You're the one claiming to know.
Because I do. I feel like it's very common sense.
How did you test that?
What do you mean? How did I test that? What do you think is
How did
there?
you test that?
Hey, Chico.
This isn't about what I think is there. It's about what you think is there. You're the one who made the claim. How did you test that to verify that's what it is?
It's a matter of what else is it. That's all that needs to be there. What else?
You didn't do anything to test it.
I don't need to. What else? What do you have?
You don't need. You're right. To make a baseless assertion, you don't have to run.
It's not a baseless assertion. If you could tell me one thing that is not Earth's shadow that is covering in a spherical manner, I would like to know.
You don't have any evidence.
You are making a baseless
about what the
assumption when
sky
I'm not.
phenomenon is. So you don't have any evidence to support your claim about what the eclipse is. You're just going to assert it.
I'm asserting when we are on a. It's pretty much known that we're not on a flat Earth, right?
Can you support that with a direct measurement that shows such?
Oh my god! Why are you switching the topic?
You did.
If it is not Earth that is covering the moon in a shadow in a lunar eclipse, what else is?
That's your claim.
It's not a baseless claim. It's a matter of what else is.
At this point, it's baseless because you haven't supported it with anything. Just appeals to ignorance and so on.
Not baseless. It's a matter of if you can name one other thing it is, I will fully agree with you. I'll even switch
That's a form of logical fallacy. Does anyone remember exactly which one that is? Like, if you can't show me what other thing it must be causing X, then you must be wrong. I know that's a form of logical fallacy.
Appeal to ignorance.
Oh my god.
Yes. You're fallacious, bud. Start over.
Well, I mean, Tree, do you even know about a selenilian eclipse?
I really don't give a shit. Not about selenilian eclipse.
The selenilian eclipse is where the sun and the moon are both above the horizon at the same time, and you could still see that same type of shadow on the moon. Now, how would that work? If this can only be the Earth casting a shadow on the moon, how is it possible to have the sun and the moon in the air, in the sky, at the same time?
Well, quite frankly, you're asking me something I acknowledged I don't necessarily have knowledge on, so I couldn't tell you. But I could continue naming more and more reasons as to why the Earth isn't flat, if you would like.
If you're going to use the eclipse, I suggest, you don't have to, mind you, use all the eclipses. Don't cherry pick. Don't be like, hey, this one eclipse at this one time look like, hey, that must be the shadow of the Earth. Use the ones that also don't show that.
Well, you do know eclipses occur worldwide, right? Solar and lunar eclipses are observed from different parts of the globe.
And use all of them. Every single one.
Yeah.
Even the ones that demonstrate it can't be the Earth.
No, it's Earth's shadow. That's kind of why, sphere. You see the shadow. You could visually see it.
You're caught on a loop, boy.
Not caught on a loop. You want me to name some more reasons?
Name one reason, because you can't name more before you've named one, and you still haven't named one even.
Telecommunication cables, right? Under the sea, the cables follow the curvature of the Earth.
Is there a measurement for that curvature?
Is there a measurement? I'm sure there is. I don't have it for you. It's a matter of there's.
Okay, how do you know it's there? How do you know it's there?
Why would so many people lie about it? I don't understand.
Who's lying?
Who? Exactly my point. Who is lying?
Well, I think they're mostly just deluded nimwits like you who just think it without question.
Just think? They literally put the cables on the curvature. If you took the whole.
Can you show that curvature? Can you show that curve?
Can I show that? Once again, it's the communication cables. They follow the curvature.
Can you show that curvature? Because this is just another claim.
So here, there's satellite photos of storms, right? Satellites capture large rotating storm systems due to Earth's sphere shape.
Oh, so you're jumping off of the cable thing, right? Just to be clear.
I mean, I can. If you realistically want me to pull pictures, I mean, I can.
Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever you got to show the curvature.
Okay, hold on.
Look, bro, here's the problem with what you're saying, right? If you can, draw a circle under a line, that's what you're saying, right? There's a curvature at the bottom of the ocean. So what? It's underneath a flat, level surface.
Okay, here's an example. I'm going to send it in general, just because I'm going to explain here. I want you to look in general. I just sent a picture. You could see.
No, post in the Flat Earth chat so they also broadcast on YouTube, and the viewers can see it.
Okay. So, I don't know where that channel is. You said in the what?
Free Palestine, by the way. Just saying, because you call Free Israel, Free Palestine, brother.
Well, to be frank, Palestine, they...
I've muted him. He's done. So continue with the curvature. Thanks.
You muted me or him?
Him.
Oh, all right. So, you can see from the photo I sent, if you look at it, you can see them slowly inching down. Do you ever wonder why that is?
I didn't see you post anything.
I sent it in general. Where did you want me sent it?
Fred already said to put it in this chat.
Which chat?
This one?
What is this one?
Well, you know what VC you're in, right?
Is there I didn't even see this. All right, hold on. There you go. So you could basically see that the cable is going, down the curvature. It's observation. If you just want me to name, I'm kind of giving observation reasons, but,
That's not just angular perspective?
No, that's quite literally curvature.
And you know that how?
Are your eyes open?
Yeah, I'm seeing something that looks like a angular perspective and atmospheric effects, perhaps.
So explain to me why they're going down. Why it looks like they're sinking.
So they're not actually going down; they just appear to. That'd be the angular perspective part. And
they're not actually.
Maybe there's optical distortion due to the air that the light's passing through. I didn't see any curve because that horizon line looks flat and straight as can be.
Yeah, until it goes down, and you could see slowly they're going down. You could see the.
Is that an optical effect or a physical one?
If I send anything, you're going to say the exact same thing.
Well, I'm just wondering how you know
what's realistically the point. I want you to explain.
How did you know how to interpret it correctly? Was there a measurement or something to show that it's actually dropping over a water hill?
I mean, would you really want me to look into it? I mean, I feel like visual appearance kind of.
If you want to back it, go ahead. If you don't,
I mean, I feel like the photo kind of backed it itself. But if you really
no, it's just another phenomenon that you saw and then made an assertion about.
No, this is actually one of the founding causes people believe this.
All right, so how far is so that must be a geometric globe horizon then, right?
Yes.
So it must be then at 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet, where the math would put it, right?
You're telling me way too much, dog. Look at the photo.
Okay, so is it at 1.2 miles times square root of the observer height in feet? That'd be one way to try to check for it.
You're telling me way too much, dog. Look at the photo.
You don't know much about your own claim, then, I guess. Well,
I just named at least 50 reasons. If you want to name a singular.
Yeah, none of those were really compelling because they were all just baseless assertions about stuff.
None of them was name one reason the Earth is flat.
Water. The same water.
The water you see the water you see the communication cables curving in.
Well, even if the communication cable's curved, what about the surface of the water? Did it?
What did you? I mean, hypothetically, yeah. If you think about it,
it would have to be actually, not hypothetical.
I'm not swimming there, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, that was
you wouldn't notice it if you did because gravity's pulling you down. However, yes, in a long term, you could see it.
Gravity's pulling me down. So, has anybody measured the surface of a body of water to be curving? Because it always seems to be completely horizontal to me.
Well, of course, it's completely horizontal to you. You're not. There's nothing actually moving the distance. You don't. There's nothing. That's why I use telecommunication poles as.
So it's not curving.
Evidence. No, I'm saying you hypothetically can't see it.
Oh, it is, but you can't see it. So how do you know it is?
Well, you can see it when you have something measuring, like a boat or telecommunication poles. You see
a boat or a telecommunication pole is a measuring device?
Not a measuring device, but in this instance, you could see the dip.
Okay. So what? They're dipping over a water hill?
Dog. Come on.
Well, what's going on here? I mean, the water, the surface of it is horizontal, unless it's been measured otherwise.
It happens on every ocean front, and you're telling
horizontal water. Yeah.
What? I'm sorry.
Yeah, horizontal water happens on every ocean front. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, it does.
I can't help you. I mean, if science doesn't do it.
What science?
Just everything I've mentioned between the lunar eclipse, planetary orbits.
You just made claims.
It's not really claims. It's the matter of
you couldn't verify one thing you said about any of those things.
You're saying planetary orbits aren't real?
Orbit what?
For example, Earth's orbit around the sun and gravitational interaction.
Not demonstrated.
What?
The Earth is in motion, is it?
Yes.
Measured how?
Doug, this is normal common sense. I'm not a fucking...
While we're flip-flopping, I might as well point out something to him. So, let me ask you this, buddy.
The fact that you're too lazy to Google something doesn't mean it's not true.
Maybe you are, because it's your claim and you don't have any evidence to back it with, so maybe you're too lazy to Google your own claims.
I've named like 20. How many more do I have to name?
You can name like 1,000 claims.
Wait, did you say you were on? Did you say you were on YouTube?
Yeah.
Can I get it?
Yeah.
What's your YouTube?
Same name as the channel.
Hold up. My Discord's bugging.
So you believe that a shadow on the moon is caused by the Earth, right?
During an eclipse.
And so this would be, as you would describe it, a cause and effect relationship, correct? Am I following you correctly?
Yeah, unless you could tell me something else that's doing it.
Well, I just want to. I'm not going to say that. I just want to bring up something else, go another direction with this logic that you're presenting us, or whatever.
Okay.
So you just agreed it's a cause and effect relationship, and to the best of my knowledge, scientific experiments demonstrate cause and effect relationships. You follow me so far?
I'm following you so far.
So my question is to you is, has anyone ever conducted a scientific experiment and followed the scientific method to demonstrate that shadow on the moon is caused by the Earth?
Yes. Hence me
Okay,
saying it.
so hold on. Now, just to clarify, the scientific method does involve an independent variable that you have to manipulate, which is the cause. So has somebody manipulated the cause to demonstrate the effect? Cause and effect relationship?
See, I wanna say this, but I know people are gonna get a little upset. People have been to space and they have seen the Earth. They've seen its
Hold on, but
curvature.
you're going on to another subject. No, you're not
No.
answering
It's
what I asked you.
pushing towards what I'm getting at.
Whatever.
You see, there it is. People have went there. They've seen the curvature. They see the shape, and it essentially. I mean, unless you
I
have.
wasn't talking about that, dude. I wasn't
No,
talking about
what
that
I'm
fictional
getting
place
at.
you're talking about.
You're pushing that it is not the Earth that is causing the shadow, to which I'm claiming
I did
people
not
have
say
seen
that.
it.
You're
Okay,
putting
then.
words in my mouth now. I did not say that. You're not
Okay,
paying
then.
attention.
What are you trying to claim?
What I'm pointing out is that
You cut out on my end. Yo, is it just him, or am I bugging too?
Testing. We're just trying to get evidence for your claim. I don't think anybody on our side's even made one.
I really lagged out. What were you talking about?
We're just trying to get evidence for your claim. We're not making one.
Whew. Lagged out.
Hello?
Hold on, I'm putting you on speaker. Alright, I'm back.
We're just trying to get evidence for your claim. We're not making one.
What was the claim again? What were we on about?
You're saying that the lunar eclipse is a shadow of the Earth. Well, I mean, how do you know it's a shadow? How do you know that shadow is cast by the Earth?
I mean,
How do you know what the moon is?
have,
How do you know the alignments of the Earth relative to the sun and the moon? I mean, how do you know that the Earth is even in motion? There's a lot of claims packed into that claim that need verifying.
It kind of brings me back to the hypothetical of, do you have any knowledge of something else it could be?
I don't know what it could be. I could make something up like you did. I could say it's Rahu or Ketu. It's dark bodies. Couldn't prove it. Same way you can't.
I mean,
shadow planets.
It's just kind of a
shadow planets that cause the eclipse.
I mean, I could say photographs and models, but it's like, would you believe me?
I don't know. It depends if you could verify said photographs.
I mean, photographs from space, satellite data.
How do you get a photograph from a location that can't exist?
Okay, what about modern science?
What science? Can you name an experiment?
Well, through our understanding of geometry and light, confirms that a round object like Earth, it'll always cast a circular shadow. So, under the right conditions, lunar eclipse.
You can also get a flat thing to cast a circular shadow as well.
As big as Earth?
I don't know. How big's the Earth?
I mean, come on, dude.
Now we're back to who measured the Earth.
It's just like...
They'll just
I don't
leave
know
them
what.
on.
What about the eclipse viewed from various parts of the world consistently? It shows
What
a
about the
curved shadow.
Selenine eclipse? What about the Selenine eclipse? Where the sun
Curved
and the moon are
shadow.
both above the horizon at the same time, right? They shouldn't both be above the horizon at the same time. If the Earth is what's getting in the way of the sun and blocking the moon's light source.
I mean, I don't know, man. I can't really give you more info. It's like I say photos. There's literal photos of it, and it's you don't believe that. You don't believe in the shape of multiple eclipses.
Why should I?
Because I mean that's my argument.
It's not even an argument. It's just a claim.
It's not a claim. Have you ever seen the shadow of an eclipse be flat?
Just declaring that it's a shadow of the Earth.
What else do you think it is? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I already told you.
He just used the word flat like a shape. Is flat a shape?
No, it's not a shape, which is why you don't see it as the shadow.
But you just misused the word flat. You just said you don't see the shadow in the shape of flat.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. Do you see a flat shadow? You don't see a flat shadow. You see a circular.
What does a flat shadow look like? Tell
exactly
me.
my fucking point.
Yeah, that doesn't. No, that's the point I'm trying to make you. You just misused the word. Like you can have a circular shadow. You can have a triangular shaped shadow. A flat shadow. You're just abusing the English language. You're not even speaking English properly.
You see what I'm getting at? You can't argue your point. You just got to come at my language. See?
Hold on. Why are you under the impression that we must somehow, some way, be living in a world where the Earth casts a shadow on the moon?
Am I under the impression? Repeat.
That we're in a world where the Earth must be casting a shadow on the moon.
During a lunar eclipse, yes.
So the answer is yes. So my question is, why would you be under that?
The
answer is
during
yes.
a lunar eclipse.
At certain times, yes. At certain times, no. The answer is yes at certain times. So during those times, my question is, why are you under the impression that it must be the Earth? Why would you jump to the Earth as opposed to anything else?
Well, because I once again I could go. I feel like we're going in circles to me saying there's photographs.
I'll answer the question for you. I'll answer the question for you. Listen carefully. I'll answer the question for you.
No, because you asked me a question.
The reason why is because you were told that growing up. That's the reason why. It's because you were told that growing up. There's no other reason why. It's because it's what you were taught.
No, because I've seen photos, literal satellite data. There's physical models all around the Earth. And it's a matter of you see it. And it kind of goes further back to the telecommunication poles. You see the dip underwater. Let
me ask you this then. What reason, if we're going to jump around like this, let me just cut to the chase. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
What's behind the eyeballs?
I could go back in circles here. Here. We'll name 3. If you don't believe the eclipse.
So there's a shadow on the moon, thus the Earth must not be flat. That's your logic?
Hold up, I got called. I'm getting called. What'd you say?
You're saying there's a shadow on the moon, thus the Earth must not be flat. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there's a shadow depicting Earth on the moon that is shaped in a sphere.
So there's a circular shadow on the moon, thus the Earth.
I don't know if you cut out or I did, but the answer is yes.
So just to clarify, I summed up what you just said right there.
More or less. If you simplified it, yeah.
Yeah, you should understand. You should have enough self-awareness to understand that that's stupid. That's illogical.
Well, you could say that, but then I want you to explain why the sun pops up in
because there's no
different
logical
areas.
Connection. I'll answer quickly. Because there's no logical connection between the two.
No, there very much is. Why does the sun pop up in different areas at different points of the day? So, For example, time zones. We'll go back to that. Let's say it's what? 8 p.m. where I am. I'll say it's 8 a.m. somewhere else. Why is the sun popping up there and the sun so much isn't popping up here? Fuck's wrong with you? You're fat. I'm waiting for that unmute. Either that or I'm lagging.
Spooky, do you want to say something or what's going on?
Think I caught him at a roadblock.
If I were to tell you that I saw Bigfoot in the woods, would you believe me?
It would be the equivalent to you saying the earth is flat.
So you wouldn't believe me, right?
Not in the slightest.
Okay, so do you think that pictures and videos of astronauts in the vacuum of space is evidence of the vacuum of space being real? Yes or no?
Well, considering it happens numerous times a year, I would say so. You don't see Bigfoot numerous times a year.
Hold on. There are more people that have claimed to see Bigfoot in the woods than there are people that have claimed to be in the vacuum of space.
Well,
so
there's more
it seems to me like you're kind of in a logical tie-up there.
There's more retards on Earth than astronauts. I'm going to be blunt with you.
Yeah, but keep in mind you're believing a smaller group of people as opposed to a larger group of people, and you have the same category of evidence. The same category of evidence are eyewitness testimony, pictures, and videos, and that's all you're blindly going on. You have no first-hand experience of the vacuum of space being real, just like you have no first-hand experience of Bigfoot being real. It's only a blind belief on your part, nothing more, nothing less.
Then we kind of go back in a circle of I have visual experience when it comes to telecommunication poles, the sun going from one place to the other, and then it comes back to a what?
Repeat? You're talking about you're conflating stuff you can test with stuff you can't test. The point I'm trying to make to you is you can't fucking test it.
Yeah, but then I could just switch it back to things I literally can. You could see that the telecommunication poles take a dip on Earth when there's curvature.
You know that they work, buddy. Listen. Can you make a phone call to your friend right now? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you can test whether telecommunication wires work or not. That's something you can at least test. All right.
What does that have to do?
Bigfoot, you can't test the vacuum of space.
What does that have to do with me seeing telecommunication poles taking a dip on Earth's curvature? That has nothing to do with it.
I thought you were saying something else for a second. Never mind.
No, I wasn't. It's just a matter of if you want me to use like visual appearance and things you could see, I could do that as well. I'm just using kind of common knowledge, if you will. But it's like kind of being at a roadblock where even that
I think
you
it's
somehow.
Pretty funny when you say common knowledge, because it's more apparent to be the knowledge of the commoners when they're standing on a flat level surface and looking down and going, oh, there's the Earth curve. And then they're standing on a flat level surface and they're looking up and they're going, oh, there's the Earth curve.
Well, the commoners
you missed the point that you're looking for the evidence while you're standing on it.
Well, the commoners have modern science, and you guys are the people that are arguing against it. So I'm kind of trying to beat around the fact of modern science. I could just straight up say there's photographs and satellite data, but that won't get to you. So it's like I'm trying to use visual appearances such as like Earth's curvature through telecommunication poles and ships looking like they're sinking from a distance, even though they're not.
Yeah, so you're going underneath a flat level surface or above a flat level surface to make a reference point to the flat level surface.
So your point being?
I'm waiting for you to make a valid connection between anything you're saying and anything you're asserting. You're making false deductions. That's all you've done here for like an hour.
I haven't made one
Like
false deduction.
you're making false inferences from your deductions. It's very simple, dude. Draw a line. That's where you're looking for a circle from, and you go under that line and you find some curvature, and you go up above that line and you find some curvature. None of these things are denoting the properties of the line that you're on. 0 point, yeah, 0 plane, 0 on the y-axis.
Communication pole dips. That's curvature, buddy. Sorry to break it to you if you don't believe it.
Yeah, look, anytime you have a body of water, it makes a bowl shape generally, right? That's what it will trend towards. Hence, we have a flat bottom and curving, a flat top and curvature at the bottom. Hence, the cables curve around on the ocean floor. It's not a problem of deduction, it's a problem of inference that you're going, that's the shape of the level surface.
I mean, I could add more if you really don't believe that it's telecommunication poles going down the curvature of Earth.
What I'd like you to do is when you go looking for more or whatever, reference it from the plane of reference instead of going somewhere off the plane of reference and saying, here's what the plane of reference is now that I've got a different space, different point.
I've explained my point numerous times. You're just saying that all bodies of water hit curvature, and that isn't an excuse. And I'm saying no, that is not the case.
I said there's a trend to the way that volumetric tau principle is conquered by the pi principle, which forces it to have a flat surface and as much tau as it can sustain, which generally makes the bottom half of a sphere. Right. So anytime you measure underwater, that's the measurement you gain from the ground gradient. And you're ignoring all of this when you're comparing none of these figures that you're providing, just the concept itself is meant to prove it. The way that you present it says I'm on a line and I see a circle under that line, therefore I'm on a circle. What the fuck?
No, I'm saying if you look at the telecommunication poles on the Pacific Ocean, you could quite literally see Earth's curvature. That's literally it. You could see it. You won't see that if you put some telecommunication poles in a lake or a river. You will see it if you were to look in the oceans. That's the point I'm trying to make here. I'm trying to use physical evidence as I can't argue scientific evidence with you.
Anything that you put on any point in this bottom gradient, right? It can be at any angle relative to the gradient point that it's on. It's not going to tell you anything at all except for the nature of the individual gradients that you're putting these things in. You can't pass them all together and get the shape unless you had like an ability to draw a straight line from the furthest one to the furthest one. Yeah, and we can do that with on the surface and denote its flat properties, hence the cardinal plane that we live on.
So you wouldn't believe in photos per se, right?
Bro, you don't believe in cardinal directions. It's really, really crazy.
So you're answering me now. Because there are long exposure
You're trying to put words in his mouth now, buddy. Like, if the question is not, do you believe in a photo or not? The question is, can you verify
I'm trying to move to a point without you hopping in and interrupting. I'm trying to move into a point. I could quite literally.
I was just answering your question. If you're paying attention.
The question wasn't really directed towards you, but anyway.
I just answered it anyway.
There are long exposure photos of stars that show them moving in circular paths around the North and South poles. I would be willing to send these, but you wouldn't believe them, would you?
Sorry?
There are long exposure photos of stars.
If you just hold on, you said that I wouldn't believe something, but you're talking about the North Star and how everything revolves around the celestial pole. Yeah, I can account for that for a flat level Earth. Just scroll up the side chat, you'll actually see it. Called the Devil Earth, but you probably don't want to engage me on that because you won't get it.
God. What about weather systems rotating due to Earth's sphere shape?
So I got a question for you about weather. Are you saying that weather wouldn't happen the way it does if the Earth was flat?
Most certainly.
So do you have a flat Earth and non-flat Earth to compare to each other to know that that's true, or are you just asserting that blindly?
I'm asserting it blindly because there is no flat Earth. If there was a flat Earth, I could experiment
at
that
least
on. Then yeah.
at least you're being halfway honest. I'll give you credit for
Yeah,
that.
you see what I'm saying? If there was a flat Earth,
Yeah,
I
you
really
just said you're asserting it blind. You just said you're asserting it blindly.
Well, everything
You just
you're
said that.
asserting is blind.
He doesn't know the
It's
damning
kind
nature of. He's admitting that he's just talking out of his arse, and then he just wants to carry on.
If you understand how sympathetic resonance points work on a toroidal field, at the center of that toroidal field, at the point where it's thinnest, creating sympathetic resonance point with the two most extreme points at top and bottom, that's your southern and northern celestial pole.
What about commercial flights? What about the flight?
I want you to be sure about that. It doesn't denote a sphere because these points happen on all 4 cardinal directions in that toroid.
Was that a question?
No, it wasn't a question. It was an answer to your question. How do you account for the movement of the stars around the celestial poles? I just explained.
Well, then let's go with commercial
Yeah,
flights.
Nat Brain wants to move on.
Yeah, because I've named like 40 reasons. Every time I name something, you say you want to move on. It's like, no, I'm arguing with
You're the one moving on.
I'm trying to bring
You're the one that's moving on. What about flights?
I'm trying to bring up more evidence. Yeah, let's bring up flights.
Yeah,
Why do you
you got